At the outset, I acquired the fourfold Kaioken. What? It's merely a trial card. System, how could you deceive me? Ding, defeat the enemy to receive battle power rewards. Alright, I concede that my previous exclamation was rather loud. I hope the system won't mind. Beginning with the battle power system, defeating foes grants battle power rewards. Nappa, lowly, inferior warrior. How could you possibly hope to defeat me? Ding, defeat Nappa, reward battle power XXX. Vegeta, a low-class warrior like you should feel honored to spar with a super elite. Ding, defeat Vegeta, reward battle power 14,000. Frieza, dreaded monkey, the game is over. Ding, defeat Frieza, reward battle power XXX. Chapter 1. The fourfold Kaioken has arrived. Snake Way, surrounded by the clouds of the underworld. Battle power, 7,000. Victory value, 0. Skills, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb. Ding, you have received a novice gift package. Fourfold Kaioken trial card, valid for 1 hour. No side effects during use. 59 to 59s until expiration. Sun Wukong is soaring above Snake Way, his heart racing with tension, his speed unparalleled. He has just obtained the system and opened the gift package, and the trial card for the fourfold Kaioken has activated instantly. His aura surges dramatically, his speed leaps to new heights, and the sound of tearing air fills the air. Incredible! Is this the fourfold Kaioken? Sun Wukong muses in astonishment, glancing once more at the system panel, where his battle power reaches an astounding 28,000. The enhancement is evident. Both speed and strength have undergone a qualitative transformation. Even the intensity of his ki has improved. Behind him, the clouds of the underworld stretch into a long line due to his extraordinary speed, the sharp sounds of air being sliced apart ringing incessantly. A few minutes earlier. Damn, how'd I wake up on Snake Way? Isn't this the Dragon Ball world? Qin Wu recalls the previous night when he was watching Dragon Ball, utterly engrossed, when suddenly everything went dark. Have I crossed over as Sun Wukong? It seems that after a prolonged streak of bad luck, fortune has finally turned. Since I've arrived in the Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong can't help but chuckle softly. Saiyans can become stronger by enduring fatal injuries, and then using senzu beans to recover, rapidly enhancing their Saiyan traits. This way, one can quickly grow stronger. Strength is fundamental. It is the same everywhere. Without powerful abilities, survival in the perilous Dragon Ball world is impossible. Sun Wukong glances at the display screen. The system appears unremarkable. It's standard for a crossover. If it were absent, one might suspect they were dreaming. However, as he feels the overwhelming power coursing through him, excitement surges within him. This is no dream. It is real. This power, which feels as though it can control everything, captivates Sun Wukong. Ignoring the Kaioken, a battle power of 7,000 is an astonishing concept. Raditz, Kakarot's brother, possesses a battle power of 1,500 sufficient to effortlessly obliterate Earth. It is unfathomable what a battle power of 7,000 entails. As Sun Wukong contemplates this, his speed increases even further. A sense of unease lingers in his heart. Snake Way and a battle power of 7,000 signal to Qin Wu that this is the day Vegeta invades Earth. Even if Qin Wu wished to hide and cultivate, it would soon become impossible. Earth would soon face wave after wave of formidable foes. He cannot remain passive. Qin Wu, who is Sun Wukong, gradually steels his resolve. Hang in there, my son. Your father is coming. Meanwhile, in the skies above Earth, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Vegeta and Nappa soar through the clouds. High above, the sound of air being sliced is faintly audible. Splendid. The gravitational pull of this planet, Earth, is remarkably light. I feel so nimble. Nappa scoffs. Compared to the 10G gravity of their home planet, the gravity on Earth is practically negligible. The Saiyans recklessly traverse the skies towards the direction of Gohan and Piccolo, while the powerful beings on Earth have sensed these two formidable foes radiating malevolent energy. In the distant mountains, Yamcha narrows his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Two powerful presences are moving at incredible speed." On a small island by the sea, Krillin is shedding his heavy training garb, discarding it to the ground with a thud, creating a deep crater. Suddenly sensing something extraordinary, he turns to gaze into the unknown distance. They flew straight towards the other two enormous energy signatures. Krillin recognizes the familiar energy of the other two signatures. They must be powerful beings from Earth, and those two malevolent auras can only belong to Saiyans. After over a year of training, Krillin has improved significantly since a year ago. He is stronger now, yet he feels no joy in his progress. The Scion's energy is even more potent and wicked. Krillin clenches his fists tightly, a deep sense of foreboding washing over him. They are far too powerful. This is troubling. Elsewhere, in a secluded mountain range, Piccolo gazes into the distant sky, speaking gravely. They are coming. They intend to come here. Beside him, Gohan, still resembling a child, nods. Yes, they are headed this way. In the desolate land, Chaozu and Tien Shinhan are flying towards the direction of Gohan and Piccolo. Jiaozi, you should stay here. Tianjin Fan turned around, expressing concern as he spoke to Jiaozi. No, I want to go too. Jiaozi insisted resolutely. The group spontaneously made their way towards Dundee and Wufan's location, marking the commencement of a battle for Earth's defense. Of course, Dundee was unaware of their approach. He gazed in the direction from which the Scions were flying, shedding his heavy training attire. Do not worry. Our strength is no longer comparable to what it was a year ago, he reassured Wufan, who had become like a godson to him. Wufan nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. At that moment, Dundee suddenly turned to the side, exclaiming in surprise, it seems something else is approaching from that direction. Are there others flying this way as well? Feeling a sense of urgency, Dundee assumed a stance ready for combat. Wufan glanced around, sensing several powerful presences, and questioned, Scions? No, weren't there only two? Evidently, Wufan, participating in battle for the first time, was somewhat flustered. Just then, Dundee abruptly turned, as a figure flashed past him from a short distance away. Following the energy, he looked closely and, upon recognizing the newcomer, lowered his hostility. Realizing it late, Wufan turned to the newcomer, Saiyan. Kellen chuckled, a long time no see, Dundee. After over a year of training, Kellen's strength had significantly increased, and he now faced Dundee with confidence. Dundee, seeing his former subordinate, scoffed. What, it's you? What brings you here? Are you trying to hinder us? It seems there are quite a few fools wanting to come here as well. Dundee was referring to Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Yamcha. Clearly, Dundee did not regard these former subordinates as allies against the Scions, but rather found them to be a burden. Yes, everyone will definitely come. I am the closest to here, Kellen remarked, disregarding Dundee's words. The current consensus among everyone was to defend the Earth, and being nearest to Dundee and Wufan, he could distinctly perceive the differences between the energies of the Scions and those of Dundee and Wufan. I remember now, you're the one who lived with Master Kame. Little Wufan focused on Kellen for a while before recalling who he was. Kellen turned to Wufan, smiling with satisfaction. Indeed, I am Kellen. You seem to have become even stronger, just like Goku in his youth. Seeing that Wufan was safe and had grown significantly stronger, Kellen smiled with relief. Haha, small in stature, but quite impressive, right? My father often mentions you. You're here to fight with us, aren't you? Upon hearing that Goku had referred to him as small, Kellen's expression soured slightly. Did Goku really say that? Wufan appeared to realize something and paused. Just as Wufan and Kellen were reminiscing, Dundee suddenly interjected. Enough chit-chat, they're here. The two, engaged in conversation, instantly became alert. They simultaneously sensed two powerful and malevolent energies in the sky. Above, Nappa looked down at the crowd, grinning. Found them, and it seems there's an additional strong one, making it three. Vegeta chuckled. It appears they are already well informed about our affairs. As they spoke, they descended, landing with a thud. Vegeta surveyed the group, finally fixing his gaze on Dundee, chuckling lightly. It seems you've been waiting for us. Dundee, with a stern expression, replied coolly. Indeed, what business do you scoundrels have here? Oh, that voice, it was you who struck Raid Eyes, right? You were that Namekian. Vegeta's wicked and potent energy surged forth unabashedly, and Dundee, sensing this overwhelming force, turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Wufan and Kellen were equally terrified, trembling in fear. Chapter 2. The Earth Warriors Assemble. As Sun Wukong traversed the serpentine path, he began to comprehend the functions of the system. The first function, detecting battle power. Not only could he assess his own strength, but he could also gauge that of others. It bore some resemblance to the battle power detectors used by Frieza's army. However, those devices were incapable of withstanding excessively high energy levels, leading to catastrophic explosions. Yet, the system appeared to be more resilient. Although he had not tested its limits. Much like mathematics, one either knows or does not know. The first point was rather understandable. The ability to detect battle power functioned similarly to Frieza's detector and communication device. However, Frieza's battle power detector could only measure strengths up to several tens of thousands, while the new model employed by the Jinyu Force could barely reach over 100,000. The second function involved defeating enemies to earn rewards, though it did not specify what those rewards might be. This rudimentary system lacked even a manual. The third function, victory points, featured a lottery interface on the main screen, but upon Sun Wukong's attempt to engage, the lottery page remained unresponsive. This likely related to the victory points, which stood at 0, thus rendering him incapable of participating in the lottery. Sun Wukong was uncertain. He had neither the time nor inclination to delve into these matters. The unsettling feeling within him intensified, accompanied by a sense of discomfort. Overall, he felt quite unwell. He needed to reach Earth swiftly. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's aura surged dramatically, the crimson energy becoming increasingly pronounced as he propelled himself several dozen miles forward. Boom! 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 As he streaked through the void, sonic booms erupted like blossoming clouds. Meanwhile, on Earth, Vegeta had already discerned that Piccolo was a Namekian and recognized the extraordinary abilities of the Namekians, particularly their capacity to create Dragon Balls. Upon learning of his extraterrestrial origins, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Whether he was an alien mattered little to him. He had long regarded Earth as his second home. Gazing at the adversary's intent on invading Earth, Piccolo remained resolute, coldly stating, "Thank you for revealing the identity of my ancestors. However, it is regrettable that I did not create the Dragon Balls. My expertise lies in combat. In the celestial realm, the temple, it was astonishing to realize that they had once been aliens. No wonder he had always felt somewhat different from others. The deity Piccolo suddenly understood everything. His homeland was Namek, which explained the familiarity he had felt when he first created the Dragon Balls. After all, Namek also possessed Dragon Balls, hence the sense of recognition. At that moment, Vegeta, feeling playful, decided to control the Namekian and extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls without rushing to eliminate them. Vegeta turned to Nappa with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Nappa, the vegetable man should still have around 6 Dragon Balls, right? Bring them out." Nappa paused briefly but quickly grasped Vegeta's intent. Vegeta truly enjoyed toying with them. With a playful jest, Nappa was undeterred, producing a transparent vial from which he poured out 6 pea-like objects, precisely 6. He planted them in the soil and drenched them with a verdant nutrient solution. What could this possibly be? Krillin inquired, his curiosity piqued. The onlookers gazed at Nappa's actions with a mix of confusion and intrigue, uncertain of his intentions. However, their bewilderment was short-lived. Suddenly, something erupted from the ground. 6 entities in total. Most remarkably, each exuded a formidable aura within Den's perception. The combat prowess of these vegetable beings was comparable to that of Raditz, whom they had encountered a year prior. The vegetable beings emitted an eerie, unsettling laughter as they congregated. "Ugh, how revolting!" Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. The vegetable beings were a sickly green, far removed from the vibrant hue of Den. It was a shade that inspired nausea, their exposed craniums only adding to their grotesque appearance. Though Vegeta had given no command, the vegetable beings sprang into action. The 6 of them charged fiercely towards Den and his companions, encircling them while darting about with rapid movements, as if poised to strike at any moment. They reveled in the astonished expressions of the onlookers, savoring their surprise. After a brief display of intimidation, they redirected their assault towards a nearby boulder. Boom! The stone shattered, sending tremors through the ground, as the vegetable beings showcased their formidable destructive capacity. They reconvened, treating their prior display merely as a greeting. Yet, a sense of trepidation gripped the onlookers. Such power was overwhelming. The target was clear. The trio would soon taste defeat. At Vegeta's command, the vegetable beings launched themselves into the air, hurtling towards Den and his companions. Den and Krillin instantly became vigilant, vanishing from sight and moving with astonishing speed. Bang! 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 The sounds of fierce collisions echoed, yet the figures remained elusive. Clearly, their velocity surpassed the eye's ability to follow. Gohan, bewildered, wondered where they had gone. The movements were too swift to perceive. Just as Gohan pondered, Krillin and Den had already exchanged hundreds of blows with the vegetable beings. Yet they found themselves at a disadvantage. Amid Gohan's astonishment, one vegetable being materialized behind him. Sensing its presence, Gohan panicked, and before he could evade, the creature collided with him, its immense force sending young Gohan flying. Just as the vegetable being prepared to pursue its assault, Den appeared, having positioned himself protectively in front of Gohan. "Gohan, don't cower," Den admonished coldly. Despite his icy tone, his words were imbued with genuine concern. Though their time together had spanned merely a year, Din was one of the few who did not fear Gohan and could engage him in conversation. Over their time together, Din had begun to notice subtle transformations within himself. War is a brutal affair. Although Gohan possesses Saiyan lineage, his bloodline is not pure. And at merely 5 years of age, he lacks the fervor for battle characteristic of full-blooded Saiyans. Naturally, his youth renders him fearful. Gohan's combat potential is commendable. Yet Piccolo hopes he can confront his own fears and muster the courage to fight. Gohan nodded, rekindling his resolve and rising to his feet once more. Observing Gohan's newfound courage, Krillin expressed his relief, saying, "It seems it's our turn now, doesn't it?" Just as Krillin was eager to engage, a soft voice called from afar. Krillin. Taken aback, Krillin turned to see two figures descending from the sky, Tien and Kaiotsu. After greeting Tien, Krillin remarked, "Aren't there only 2 Saiyans?" Tien replied nonchalantly, "That's a long story. Suffice it to say, there are more now." Unbothered by this, Tien, having trained diligently for over a year, felt his strength had significantly increased. With confidence, he stated, "It doesn't matter. No matter how many come, it's all the same." He then glanced at Gohan, recognizing the familiar aura surrounding him, and inquired, "This lad must be Goku's son, right? His power is impressive. He seems to have received proper training from Piccolo." Tien nodded in approval, acknowledging Gohan's capabilities. As the two conversed, another figure approached, Yamcha. "Krillin, sorry for being late." Yamcha greeted with a smile. Chapter 3. Earth Warriors vs. Vegetable Beings. Who will prevail? Aside from Goku, everyone else had already arrived. Vegeta, observing the newly arrived duo, remarked indifferently, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. How amusing, just the right number to match the vegetable beings. He continued, "What do you say? Shall we play a little game with our little soldiers?" Indeed, the battle against the vegetable beings was but a child's play to Vegeta, whose battle power had reached an astonishing 1,000 at birth. The audacity to refer to it as a game? It was utterly tedious. Enough of these trivial antics. Let us get serious. Piccolo, infuriated by Vegeta's flippancy regarding their fight with the vegetable beings, seethed. Once a formidable adversary nearly on the verge of world domination, he was thwarted only by Goku. Although the second incarnation of Piccolo was deeply engrossed in martial arts and harbored no ambitions of domination, being regarded as a mere monkey still irked him. Sensing Piccolo's rising anger, Krillin hurriedly intervened. All right, what does it matter? Isn't this advantageous for us? Goku isn't here. Tien found Krillin's reasoning sound. With Goku absent, stalling for time could work to their advantage. Very well, I will take the lead then. Tien, though apprehensive, stepped forward and boldly challenged the diminutive vegetable being before him. "Come on, bring it on." In the face of Tianjin Fan's provocation, Nappa responded with a laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha. If that fellow knew just how formidable the vegetable warriors are, he would surely be too terrified to utter a word." Vegeta, equally amused, turned to one of the vegetable warriors with a smile and commanded, "You shall commence the assault. Give it your utmost to vanquish him. Understood?" The vegetable warrior nodded in acknowledgement and charged fiercely at Tianjin Fan. "Huh!" Tianjin Fan suddenly extended his hand, unleashing a powerful energy blast that sent the vegetable warrior hurtling through the air. However, the formidable attack did not injure the vegetable warrior. He merely executed a somersault and continued his advance. Just as Tianjin Fan was about to charge forward, the green head of the vegetable warrior unexpectedly cracked open, releasing a mysterious liquid. Although Tianjin Fan did not sense any fluctuations in the liquid's aura, his battle-hardened instincts warned him of its danger. In a flash, he evaded the unknown substance. Yamcha, Krillin, and Piccolo, seasoned fighters themselves, swiftly maneuvered to avoid the liquid as well. Only the adorably naive Gohan remained frozen in place, pondering, "Who am I? Where am I?" Seeing Gohan still standing there, Piccolo, after retreating, cursed inwardly, "Why don't you move?" Despite his frustration, the ever-watchful Piccolo rushed back to save him. As the others dodged, the mysterious liquid splattered onto the ground, creating a deep pit. A shiver ran through the group. Had it splashed upon them, it would have been disastrous. At that moment, Tianjin Fan was engaged in a fierce battle with the vegetable warrior, exchanging blows from the ground to the sky, the sounds of their strikes echoing through the air. Despite Tianjin Fan's impressive strength, the vegetable warrior dismissed him with contempt, continuing to toy with him, while Tianjin Fan remained serious and focused. In a split second, as they crossed paths, Tianjin Fan clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! The careless vegetable warrior's chest caved in, and he fell to the ground, unable to rise again. As expected of Tianjin fan. He has won. How impressive. The crowd cheered. Impossible. The vegetable warrior's combat power is 1,200. He shouldn't have been defeated so easily, Nappa remarked in astonishment. In terms of raw strength, he surpasses Raditz by a significant margin. Do not be deceived by mere calculations. It seems these beings may provide me with some amusement. Vegeta scoffed, suddenly extending his fingers to gather energy. Boom! The vegetable warrior exploded. Vegeta then turned to the remaining vegetable warriors, coldly stating that warrior underestimated him from start. If you wish to survive, you must fight with all your might. Do you understand? The remaining 5 vegetable warriors shivered in fear, nodding vigorously, not daring to voice any complaints or oppose Vegeta's command. That fellow is far too terrifying, one of them trembled. Vegeta's ferocity astonished Krillin. That man killed his own comrades without a moment's hesitation. He is truly a terrifying adversary. That Saiyan, in a mere instant, shattered the monster into oblivion, exhibiting formidable destructive power. Dend was profoundly shaken. Although dealing with the vegetable creature was not particularly challenging for him, it was not quite so effortless. The Saiyans are indeed fearsome. After issuing his command, Vegeta surveyed the crowd with a playful glint in his eye. So, who shall be next? Krillin hesitated for a moment before declaring, Very well, I shall be your opponent. Wait, Krillin, Yamcha urgently interjected, his tone earnest. Allow me to step in. I aim to make them understand that there are limits to this game. Yamcha, I could do that too, Krillin began, but Yamcha swiftly interrupted. You have already been resurrected once by the Dragon Balls. Should anything happen, you would be unable to return. Leave this to me. I will take down the remaining 5 in one fell swoop. Currently, the Earth-S Dragon Balls can only grant a single wish for resurrecting the deceased. If one dies a second time, resurrection is impossible. Observing this poignant scene, Nappa scoffed, Is this what they call beautiful friendship? Very well, go ahead and face them. In the realm of the Saiyans, there exists no friendship, only power and status. Naturally, status holds greater significance. The lowly warrior Kakarot is often looked down upon. Nappa hails from an elite warrior lineage, while Vegeta is a prodigious fighter, born of noble blood as the Prince of Planet Vegeta. Meanwhile, on Snake Way, Goku was racing ahead, utilizing the Kaioken at 4 times its normal strength. His heart felt as though it might explode. Goku was soaring at supersonic speeds, the air around him crackling with the sound of rupturing space. He sensed that his heart was on the verge of bursting. The strain of the Kaioken was wreaking havoc on his body. He needed to reach King Yama swiftly and then head to Korin Tower for some senzu beans to restore his health. Goku even suspected that the reason for his subsequent viral heart disease might well be attributed to the Kaioken technique. Overexerting his body was something even a Saiyan could not endure. The Dragon Balls could only bring back a being in their original form. If one trained in King Kai's realm with a halo above their head, although they might be considered deceased, they still trained with their own physical body. The dragon merely removes that halo, allowing one to return from the underworld to the mortal realm. However, the injuries sustained remain, and the senzu beans only serve to restore one's health. Chapter 4, Yamcha, Donji. Regardless of injury or fatigue, the function of senzu beans is solely restorative. They cannot cure ailments. Otherwise, Goku would be in peak health, considering he has consumed quite a number of senzu beans. Yet, he still suffers from viral heart disease. It appears that the senzu beans cannot cure illness. He must seek the dragon and wish for eternal health. Heart disease can be excruciating, and he certainly does not wish to endure such suffering. Lost in contemplation, Sun Wukong maintained his swift pace, trailing behind him a long plume of mist. Gradually, a magnificent palace came into view. At last, he had arrived. Sun Wukong's heart surged with joy, prompting him to accelerate even further. The heavenly realm, the divine palace, seemed to resonate with his presence, as the celestial beings suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment. Wukong Esoha, one exclaimed in delight. Indeed, he is drawing near, another celestial being remarked with elation, soon vanishing to the Yama Palace to greet Sun Wukong. Upon reaching the palace, they were met by a youthful figure with a crab-like head rushing toward them. Though he appeared youthful, this was due to the extended lifespan of pure-blooded Saiyans. Once matured, their hairstyles remain unchanged and their youthful appearances endure, though they too cannot escape the passage of time as humans do. The Saiyan race enjoys a prolonged adolescence. Wukong. Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had finally arrived. After engaging in the Kaioken technique, he felt as though he could collapse at any moment. Celestial being, I implore you. He grasped the hand of the divine entity tightly. Above, the imposing Yama sat upon his throne, observing Sun Wukong with a sense of wonder. Ah, it is that young one. I did not expect him to return from Lord Ko's realm. Before Yama could finish his sentence, the celestial being pulled Wukong away, disappearing from their location. This was one of the celestial being's abilities, allowing free passage between the realms of the living and the dead. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the celestial palace. Thank you. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude before calling out to the distant sky. Nimbus, hurry. If he delayed any longer, his dear son Gohan might be in grave danger. Yet, with the capable Den by his side, he hoped all would be well. In an instant, the golden Nimbus cloud appeared, and Sun Wukong leapt aboard. A sharp pain coursed through his body as he struggled to breathe. The exertion from his earlier use of the Kaioken began to take its toll. How could it hurt so much? Wasn't it promised to have no side effects? Lying on the soft Nimbus cloud, he took a moment to rest, only to find himself immobilized. He retrieved the now-vanished card from his system, recalling its proclamation, no side effects during use. Well, so this is how it is, he thought, cursing inwardly and then lamenting. This quadruple Kaioken is far too taxing on the body. No wonder Sun Wukong later suffered from a viral heart condition. Perhaps the virus took advantage of his weakened state after activating the Kaioken, or it could have been during his training on planet Yardrat when mastering instant transmission. It is utterly unfathomable that a Saiyan, endowed with such formidable strength, could succumb to a mere virus. The cause remains a mystery. Yet it is imperative that I seek the dragon to wish for a healthy body. It is only a matter of time. While Sun Wukong pondered these thoughts, the Nimbus cloud had already soared to Corinne Tower. As Carlin beheld the Nimbus cloud of Sun Wukong approaching, he hurried forward and meowed. Hey, Wukong, there are only these 2 magical beans left. With that, he tossed the beans into the air, which Sun Wukong caught deftly. Gazing at the solitary pair of beans in his hand, he inwardly cursed, damn that jackalope, lounging around here at Carlin's every day. These beans are meant to save lives, not for mere consumption. As he berated, Sun Wukong placed the beans in his mouth, and at the moment of swallowing, his muscles swelled abruptly, akin to a parched riverbed being rejuvenated by rainfall or the gentle nourishment of spring rain, exhilarating beyond measure. Furthermore, he felt a surge of strength within him. Sun Wukong quickly glanced at his statistics. Combat power, 11, 200. Victory points, 0. Skills, King Kai Fist, Kamehameha, Solar Fist, Spirit Bomb. His base combat power had already soared to 11, 200. Yet now, seated upon his Nimbus cloud, he restrained his energy. Exerting his full power would deplete his stamina, so conserving energy was paramount. However, Sun Wukong calculated that activating the 4-fold King Kai Fist had placed a heavy burden on his body, and after recovery, his strength had likely increased by 60. In the original tale, Sun Wukong's power surged 2 to 3-fold, even 3 to 4-fold, in moments of near death. Why was his increase so meager? Could it be that his injuries were insufficient, that he had not endured enough blows to stimulate his body's growth and strength? It was highly probable. Aside from this explanation, he could discern no other reason. As Sun Wukong rode the Nimbus cloud towards the battlefield, Yamcha had already engaged in combat with the Vegetable Man amidst the desolate terrain, the 2 seemingly evenly matched. Their figures vanished, replaced by the sound of fierce collisions in the air. They've disappeared? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. The exasperated Piccolo scolded, Fool, they are merely moving at high speed. Focus on sensing the flow of energy. The flow of energy? Gohan pondered, beginning to grasp the concept. Everyone else can see it but you. Gohan, momentarily puzzled, gathered his resolve and attempted to sense the energy flow. He recalled Piccolo's instruction. Use your entire body as your eyes. Use my entire body as my eyes. Gohan murmured to himself. Suddenly, the surroundings came into sharp focus. I see it, Gohan exclaimed in delight. At that moment, Yamcha had engaged the Vegetable Man in a flurry of strikes, exchanging over 100 blows mid-air, eventually sending the Vegetable Man flying. The Vegetable Man regained his footing atop a nearby rock, leveraging it to launch himself back at Yamcha. In a swift maneuver, Yamcha feigned an attack, reappearing instantly behind the Vegetable Man, Kamehameha. The energy wave coalesced instantaneously, catching the Vegetable Man off guard, and he was struck, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Victory! Amazing! The onlookers cheered. The television crew broadcasting the event joined in the jubilation. Victory! The Earthlings hold the advantage. On Turtle Island, the spectators watching television erupted in cheers, except for Krillin, who lay on the ground, still anxious about his son. Did we lose again? Nappa remarked. Somewhat surprised, for the Vegeta's combat power reached an impressive 1200, while Earth was merely a feeble planet. It seemed that this monster was not as formidable as you all imagined. Yamcha turned around, smirking at the Saiyans. Oblivious to the fact that the Vegeta was still alive in the pit, Yamcha continued to boast. "What did you say?" Nappa muttered. Enough with the muttering, Nappa, Vegeta scolded. Thinking that the Earthlings were underestimating the Vegeta's strength. "I will handle the remaining for myself." Yamcha provocatively challenged the two Saiyans. Vegeta chuckled. "It appears you have underestimated the Vegeta this time." "What?" Before Piccolo and the others could grasp Vegeta's meaning, the Vegeta in the pit stirred slightly. Yamcha, believing the Vegeta to be incapable of further resistance, jumped up with the intention of ensnaring him. "What?" At that critical moment, a fierce energy blast shot from afar, striking the ambushing Vegeta. Boom! The energy wave exploded, obliterating the Vegeta, but causing no harm to Yamcha, indicating the attacker had exceptional control over their power and was quite formidable. "Who?" Vegeta scanned the surroundings cautiously, though his scouter displayed no readings. Piccolo and the others looked around. "Goku?" Piccolo queried, unsure, for the energy signature was faint and indistinct. Apart from Goku, there was likely no one else. "Dad, is that you?" Gohan exclaimed, glancing around in surprise and joy. In an instant, a figure appeared, prompting everyone to look up at the sky. "Goku! So, Dad!" The crowd on Turtle Island erupted in excitement, for Goku had returned at the most crucial moment. With Goku's arrival, the tension eased. He was their beacon of hope. At that moment, Vegeta and Nappa also turned to gaze at the figure hovering in the air. "Kakarot?" Vegeta murmured, "Finally made your appearance. I thought you were a coward who fled in fear of us. What brings you here? Surely you're not here to share some trivial joke about defeating us?" Goku ignored Vegeta's taunts and walked past them with an unperturbed demeanor. Chapter 5, Goku Returns. "So," Piccolo called out, his expression a mixture of complexity. The one who had once nearly killed him and whom he had ultimately defeated had returned, now as a comrade. Piccolo had never imagined that one day he would cooperate with his former enemy to protect Earth, even assisting him in training his son. As for the notion of revenge against his father's killer, Piccolo did not quite subscribe to that idea. The Demon King Piccolo was a different era entirely. His very existence was destined to bring about the demise of son Wukong, and indeed, that objective has been achieved. Yet, upon their reunion, an unexpected camaraderie akin to heroes respecting one another seemed to emerge. Son Wukong greeted his companions and exchanged a few casual words. "Wukong, why can't I sense your aura?" Krillin inquired, puzzled. "Oh, I arrived on the Nimbus Cloud," Wukong replied. "Flying on my own would require considerable energy, so I minimized my presence to conserve strength." Given that everyone had been engaged in intense combat previously, it was no wonder they failed to notice him. Son Wukong surveyed his companions, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Kaios, and the young Gohan. Thankfully, they were all safe. Had he arrived even a moment later, they might have perished. Just then, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. "Defeat the enemy to gain 120 combat power and 12 victory points." Son Wukong paused slightly, surprised at the prospect of receiving rewards for defeating foes. 120 ISN T2 shabby, especially since there are 4 more here. But wait, weren't there originally 6? Why was one missing? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Vegeta had eliminated one of his allies. How infuriating. He seethed at the thought of losing 120 combat power so carelessly. Nappa, unconcerned by son Wukong's unusual demeanor, mocked him. "You've just been revived with great difficulty, yet you foolishly come here to meet your end." "Meet my end? Soon. You shall understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly," son Wukong retorted, stepping forward. "I shall handle the remaining vegetable warriors." "Wukong, are you planning to take them on alone?" "That's reckless," Krillin cautioned anxiously. Each of those vegetable warriors possessed strength comparable to Raditz from a year prior. Moreover, given their recent actions, it was evident that the vegetable warriors intended to self-destruct. Even with his training under King Kai, this was an extremely reckless endeavor. Piccolo, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, suggested, "Son, perhaps we should all engage together. Indeed, you must conserve your energy for the Saiyans. Expending too much on these minions could prove detrimental," Tien added, concerned that Wukong might deplete his strength before facing the Saiyans. "Do not underestimate us. After over a year of rigorous training, our powers have significantly increased," Yamcha declared, despite nearly meeting his demise just moments ago due to carelessness. Yet, son Wukong remained resolute. "Stay back and observe. I do not wish for you to be caught in the crossfire. Seeing his determination, his friends refrained from further argument. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong contemplated the situation. If each vegetable warrior was worth 120 combat power, he estimated that 4 of them could yield a total of 480 combat power. Such a substantial gain could not be allowed to slip away. Vegeta scoffed. What grandiose claims from a lowly warrior, daring to challenge all the vegetable beings. Let them demonstrate their strength to him. Having just spoken, Sun Wukong raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy blast into the sky. In an instant, the energy orb split into 4 smaller blasts, racing towards the remaining 4 vegetable warriors. Before they could react, the blasts annihilated them completely. What? Nappa was taken aback. A mere lower-class warrior had effortlessly dispatched 4 vegetable beings. It was utterly unbelievable. Vegeta scoffed. The vegetable warriors are merely toys for children. Do not take too much pride in this. Wow, that is amazing, exclaimed young Gohan, who was well aware of the terror posed by the vegetable warriors. Just moments ago, Uncle Yamcha had nearly been slain by one, and now his father had effortlessly dealt with several. Krillin chimed in with enthusiasm. Incredible, Goku. Everyone was astonished. Goku had grown increasingly powerful, and such a transformation in just a year was remarkable. We won again. The television crew nearby erupted in excitement, clearly indicating humanity's overwhelming advantage. The crowd on Turtle Island, along with viewers nationwide, erupted in cheers. How strong? Who is this? Among the youthful spectators, there were those who felt a budding admiration for the handsome, powerful young man. Wow, he is so handsome. Indeed, although Goku's child was already 5 years old, as a Saiyan, he experienced a prolonged adolescence, and during the years spent in the underworld, his body remained unaging. He appeared much like a slightly mature youth, and his youthful visage was quite resilient. Defeating an enemy granted him a combat power of 120 and a victory value of 12. The system chimed repeatedly, indicating his triumph. However, something seemed amiss. The vegetable warriors possessed a combat power of 1200, yet the defeat reward was merely 120, suggesting that he could earn 10 combat power for defeating each enemy. Goku pondered the system's rewards. In a mere moment, he had amassed 600 combat power, bringing his total to an impressive 11,800. Yet, the thought of losing 120 combat power due to Vegeta's intervention ignited a fire of anger within him. He stepped forward, steadily approaching the 2 Saiyans, his fury palpable. A formidable aura erupted from him, causing the very air to tremble and the ground to crack under the sheer force of his energy. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Vegeta stared in disbelief at the readings on his device. Nappa, sensing Goku's overwhelming power, felt a flutter of unease and quickly inquired of Vegeta, Vegeta, what is Kakarot's combat power? Vegeta, infuriated by the reading exceeding 8,000, crushed the scouter in disbelief. It was inconceivable. Kakarot was merely a low-class warrior. How could he possibly possess such formidable battle power? The only plausible explanation was that the scouter was malfunctioning. Indeed, it could only be that a low-class warrior could never attain such high combat strength. Vegeta refused to accept this notion. Nappa eagerly echoed, over 8,000? It must be a mistake. Something must be wrong. How could a low-class warrior surpass the battle power of elite warriors? Despite years of relentless combat, Nappa's own strength barely reached 6 or 7,000. Kakarot, exiled to this weak planet, could not possibly have such extraordinary power. Both were consumed by disbelief, fixated on those 3 words. No, believe. Prejudice loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on their hearts. In their worldview, a clear class distinction existed. Low-class warriors would forever remain low-class, deemed the least gifted and the most contemptible. No matter how diligently one trained, surpassing a higher-class warrior was an impossibility, let alone eclipsing an elite warrior. Once such beliefs take root, they become entrenched in the psyche, and anyone who challenges these notions is viewed as an adversary. Much like the opposition that arises during transitions between old and new systems, even when the change benefits all, some will resist vehemently. To acknowledge that a low-class warrior could exceed them in battle power would be more painful than death itself. Such an acknowledgement would imply that this warrior possessed greater talent and insight. They were unwilling to concede that their abilities paled in comparison. Consequently, they chose to believe that the probability of the machine malfunctioning was far greater than accepting that Kakarot's potential surpassed theirs. Chapter 6. Against you, I need not use the Kaioken. Having completed his power-up, Son Goku abruptly subdued his aura and declared with chilling resolve, rest assured, against you. I need not resort to the Kaioken. The Kaioken was a technique imparted by King Kai, enabling one to harness their energy and amplify it instantaneously. If successful, it would double speed, strength, destructive capacity, and defense. However, if one's physical fortitude did not keep pace, the Kaioken could restrict one's battle power instead. Kaioken? Vegeta queried, perplexed. You're a nuisance. How could you possibly defeat me, you scoundrel? Witnessing Son Goku's dismissive demeanor ignited a surge of fury within Nappa, who charged at Goku with a powerful punch, swift and fierce. Yet, this seemingly ferocious blow was effortlessly halted by a single finger from Goku, failing to even budge him. Damn it, how is this possible? Nappa stared incredulously at the scene before him, continuing to strike with both fists, only to have them thwarted by Goku's solitary finger. The countenance of Nappa shifted dramatically. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to withstand even a single finger from Sun Wukong. As the battle unfolded between Wukong and Nappa, the surrounding spectators were rendered speechless in astonishment. Is this truly the formidable Wukong of the present? The crowd could not help but swallow hard, their eyes brimming with shock. Beside them, Vegeta clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. At that moment, Nappa was struck in the back of the head by a powerful kick from Wukong, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. With an air of indifference, Sun Wukong remarked, I've grown weary of this. You're nothing more than a paper tiger. Struggling to rise again, Nappa seethed with fury, exclaiming, How dare you call me a paper tiger? As an elite warrior, he found such humiliation intolerable. Prepare to experience my most formidable technique. With that, Nappa's aura surged dramatically, the air quaking around him, as lightning flickered in and out of existence. He opened his mouth, gathering his energy, and unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Wukong, a culmination of his full strength. I need not evade such an attack, Wukong declared, spreading his arms wide and bracing himself to absorb the energy wave head-on. The thunderous explosion echoed, sending dust and debris flying, shaking the very ground beneath them. Yet, as the dust settled, Nappa's elation quickly dissipated upon witnessing Wukong standing unscathed, not having moved an inch. The technique, fueled by Nappa's entire energy, had been effortlessly countered by Wukong's sheer presence. Impossible. It cannot be. Nappa seethed, charging recklessly at Wukong, refusing to accept that a mere lower-class warrior could withstand his ultimate attack. As Nappa barreled towards him, Wukong suddenly vanished, reappearing in an instant before Nappa, delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. With a guttural gasp, Nappa expelled a torrent of bile, collapsing to the ground in agony, his features twisted in pain. How can a simple lower-class warrior possess such strength? Nappa's mind was a tumult of confusion, rage, and humiliation. He was an elite warrior, yet he had been bested by a seemingly inferior opponent. Ding! Defeated Nappa, earned 650 battle power points, victory value 65. Sun Wukong glanced at the system rewards, then at the nearly unconscious Nappa. Is simply defeating him enough to earn a reward? It seems Nappa has outlived his usefulness. After contemplating the reward, Wukong lifted his leg and kicked the barely conscious Nappa back toward Vegeta. Vegeta, help me. Nappa trembled as he extended a shaky hand towards Vegeta, hoping for assistance. Fear not, Nappa. Vegeta chuckled softly, grasping Nappa's hand. The scene of mutual support between comrades appeared all too ordinary. However, in the next instant, an unforeseen event transpired, shocking all present. Suddenly, Vegeta hurled Nappa into the sky, his violent aura exploding forth, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Gathering energy in his hands, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Nappa, a resounding explosion reverberating through the air as crimson fireworks erupted in a display of brutality. The surviving television crew members were left in shock at Vegeta's ferocity. The camera focused intently on Goku and Vegeta. Viewers in front of their televisions and large screens in shopping malls broke into a cold sweat. Such brutality, an unprecedented savagery. By all accounts, they were allies, comrades, and even kin. One would expect that a teammate in distress would receive aid. Yet, they had underestimated the Saiyans' ruthlessness, particularly Vegeta's. The Saiyans have no need for the weak. Although the television crew was struck by Vegeta's savagery, they soon realized that such a brutal adversary could not even overpower the crab-headed boy, and they cheered joyously. We won. Humanity has triumphed once again. However, those present, including Piccolo and Krillin, clenched their fists, unable to share in the joy. Beyond witnessing Vegeta's brutality, They had also come to understand his immense strength. To so effortlessly dispatch Nappa indicated that Vegeta's power must surpass Nappa's by at least 30-fold. How infuriating! At that moment, some among them silently chastised themselves, having trained diligently for a year, yet feeling utterly ineffectual. Vegeta was far too powerful, exceeding their wildest perceptions of strength. All eyes turned towards Son Goku, the man who had repeatedly brought hope to Earth. Yet, at that moment, Goku wore a relaxed expression. "TCH, noisy fool," Vegeta scoffed, casually firing another energy blast, not at Piccolo or the others, nor at Goku, but rather at the cheering television crew. Vegeta despised being recorded, and even more so being treated like a spectacle for others' amusement. How swift! The crew, wishing to intervene, realized too late that the energy blast was traveling at incomprehensible speed. They stood frozen in terror, unable to move as the ominous presence of death loomed closer. Just then, Goku vanished, reappearing in the path of the energy blast. With a decisive wave of his hand, he redirected the blast, sending it soaring toward a distant mountain. Boom! Moments later, an earth-shattering explosion echoed from the remote hills, and a tempest of debris swept towards the television crew, knocking them to the ground. A tedious gesture, Vegeta snorted, reflecting on the absurdity of a battle-hardened Saiyan extending compassion to these defenseless humans. Saiyans require no pity, no kindness, only the relentless pursuit of battle and the unyielding quest for greater power. Sun Wukong paid no heed to Vegeta's taunts and turned to the television crew, shouting, "Everyone, step back to avoid being caught in the crossfire." The crowd nodded in understanding, hastily retreating, having witnessed the formidable destructive power of the energy blasts. They were eager to distance themselves. However, they did not flee far, instead positioning themselves at a safer distance to continue filming the unfolding scene. After ensuring the situation was under control, Sun Wukong soared back to join Piccolo and the others. "Everyone, please keep your distance and protect the innocent. I will take care of this battle," he declared with a smile. "Wukong, Dad, that's enough," Piccolo suddenly shouted, realizing that their presence only hindered Wukong's fight rather than providing assistance. "We should leave," he said, his expression stern as he flew away without looking back. Though indifferent to the protection of Earthlings, he remained, for unlike the ambitions of the Demon King to rule the world, the second-generation Piccolo preferred the pursuit of martial arts. The opportunity to witness a clash of titans was too precious to abandon. "Please don't die, brother," Krillin voiced his concern before following the group away. Once they departed, Sun Wukong resumed his standoff with Vegeta. Chapter 7. Let the Kamehameha burst forth. Have you been stalling this long in preparation to flee? Do you now understand that escape is futile? Vegeta mocked. A lowly warrior like you should feel honored to spar with a super elite. Upon the birth of a Saiyan, 1's warrior qualities are immediately assessed. Those deemed inferior, like you, are dispatched to inconspicuous planets. In other words, you're the bottom of the barrel, Vegeta scoffed loudly. Thanks to that, I was able to come to Earth and learn powerful martial arts, Sun Wukong retorted dismissively. The Earth in the Dragon Ball universe is a treasure trove. Powerful martial arts? You truly have a sense of humor. Allow me to show you the insurmountable barrier you can never cross, no matter how hard you try. The two warriors assumed their stances, seeking out each other's weaknesses, as if the world had fallen silent. At that moment, Sun Wukong had learned through the system in his mind that Vegeta's combat power was 18,000. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, without activating the Kaioken, possessed a battle power of only around 12,000, 6,000 less than Vegeta. As Vegeta was the first formidable opponent Sun Wukong had encountered, he felt no urgency. Perhaps it was the Saiyan's innate tendency to thrive under pressure. In any case, he was eager to relish the thrill of combat. With a crack, stones tumbled as Sun Wukong made the first move, seizing the initiative. His punches fell like raindrops upon Vegeta, yet were effortlessly deflected. Sun Wukong remained undeterred, while Vegeta appeared to be toying with him, not unleashing his full strength. Amid their flurry of blows, Sun Wukong sensed a subtle pressure beginning to mount against him. In the celestial realm, King Kai, sensing the battle between the two warriors through the antennae atop his head resembling that of a cockroach, silently offered a prayer for Sun Wukong. "Wukong, get your all." Vegeta landed a powerful punch on Sun Wukong's right cheek, sneering, "What's the matter, cockroach? Surely, you could do better than this." As he spoke, he delivered a swift kick to Wukong's abdomen, adding, "You weren't this lackluster when fighting that bog guy. Show me your true strength." In an instant, Vegeta had sent Sun Wukong crashing towards the ground, following him down from the sky. Wukong chuckled softly and remarked, "Your combat prowess is commendable. It will serve as a fine warm-up." "Warm-up? What do you take me for, Vegeta?" Vegeta's fury erupted like a tempest, his aura swelling violently as he roared, summoning crackling thunder and darkening clouds above. The very earth trembled beneath their feet, as if the planet itself quaked in fear. With a ferocious energy radiating from him, Vegeta lunged at Sun Wukong. Double Kaioken, Sun Wukong bellowed, unleashing a crimson aura that surged forth without the need for preparation. His battle power soared to an astounding 12,000, and in that moment, it surged to 24,000. Someone's power is rapidly escalating. On Turtle Island, Bulma, adorned with her makeshift power-level scouter, gazed in astonishment at the screen. 18,000, 19,000, 20,000. Just as the scouter registered 21,000, it exploded under the overwhelming energy. Kaioken? What is that? Vegeta pondered momentarily, but his singular focus remained on vanquishing Kakarot. With a thunderous clash, the two warriors collided, their fists and feet striking with a force akin to the earth splitting asunder. The surrounding rocks shattered under the sheer power of their blows, collapsing like a house of cards. The speed of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was so breathtaking that the onlookers, including Piccolo, could barely discern their movements, only hearing the deafening sounds of their combat. "Is this the true power of Wukong?" One bystander gasped. "Dad, he's incredible." The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, not only at Sun Wukong's might, but also at Vegeta's formidable strength. The television crew behind Piccolo had abandoned their cameras, staring blankly at the empty sky. They could only hear the resounding explosions, having lost their footage during the initial surge of energy. Above, Vegeta gritted his teeth, having expended every ounce of his strength, only to find himself being overpowered by Sun Wukong. In his perception, Wukong appeared to be holding back, as if toying with him. Every attack he unleashed was effortlessly dodged, leaving him feeling as though he struck nothing but air, unable to unleash his pent-up rage. Damn it! Damn it! Curse Kakarot! Show me your full power!" Sun Wukong chuckled. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall indulge you." He had already acclimatized to his own strength, and the Saiyans' thirst for battle had been sated. In the next moment, an immense force collided with Vegeta's abdomen. For an instant, Vegeta's form froze, before he shot downwards like a meteor, plummeting towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth shattered beneath him, creating a deep crater. Damn it! How could Kakarot's combat power possibly surpass mine? Clawing his way out of the pit, Vegeta wiped his mouth, only to be consumed by rage upon seeing the bloodstains on his gloves. Blood? I can't believe that worthless fool made me bleed. This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. This planet has no reason to exist any longer. You shall be obliterated along with it. Vegeta bellowed. A furious purple aura erupted from him as he leaped into the sky. Try to block it if you dare. Even if you survive, the earth will be shattered. Cannon! Vegeta crouched mid-air, palms pressed together, gathering energy for a ferocious energy wave aimed at Sun Wukong below. You shall not succeed. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong countered, also bringing his hands together, a blue aura coalescing into a sphere, the ultimate technique of the Turtle School. The Kamehameha! You cannot withstand my cannon. Vegeta roared. As the violet energy collided with the blue Kamehameha, a thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of the heavens splitting asunder. At the center of the collision, a massive orb of energy materialized, resembling a second sun in the sky. In an instant, the ground sank, rocks shattered, and fierce winds swept across the area like blades. Among the debris, a rotund figure wielding a blade was hurled into the air alongside the fragments. Sun Wukong remained locked in confrontation with Vegeta, their energy waves exchanging blows. Despite Sun Wukong's combat power of 24,000 and Vegeta's full power at 18,000, they were evenly matched. Suddenly, Sun Wukong recalled the words of King Kai, who had warned that the Kaioken technique was perilous. If one could not control their body's intensity, it could hinder their own strength. Kaioken, triple. Ignoring those concerns, Sun Wukong shouted, instantly amplifying the Kaioken to 3 times its power, his combat strength soaring to 37,000. As his aura intensified, a more ferocious energy surged towards the Kamehameha. The blue light wave expanded exponentially, directly countering Vegeta's cannon. What? How can this be? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding events. The energy wave of the Kamehameha pierced through the cannon, surging towards Vegeta, ultimately engulfing him entirely. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Within the azure wave of light, the anguished roar of Vegeta resonated as the luminous wave propelled him forward. In the next moment, a blinding white light erupted, revealing a second, more dazzling sun in the sky, accompanied by a cataclysmic roar. Following the explosion, the once pristine white clouds vanished, leaving behind a solitary, clear blue circle in the sky. Within this circle, a figure swayed unsteadily, its aura waning. Chapter 8. The Convergence of Earth's Hope. Devoid of rewards from the system, Goku understood that Vegeta still possessed the strength to fight. At this moment, high above, Vegeta seethed in frustration. Damn it! Why? Why does Kakarot's power surpass mine? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I am the mightiest in the universe. His furious roars echoed, his tail bristling in agitation. Such thoughts rendered his unappealing appearance irrelevant. This was his final gambit. He resolved to transform into a great ape and cast Kakarot aside. His transformation into a great ape was not something an ordinary opponent could withstand. This planet must have a full moon, which is why I specifically chose this moment to arrive. Having vented his frustrations, Vegeta began to calm himself, scanning the sky for the moon. Saiyans transform into great apes under a full moon, their ferocity unmatched, and their strength multiplying tenfold. The sunlight reflecting off the moon generates Blutz waves, reaching energies above 17 million Hz during a full moon. Upon absorbing these Blutz waves, a Saiyan's tail reacts, facilitating the transformation into a great ape. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai sensed the events unfolding on Earth and chuckled, Saiyan, it is futile in your search. The moon is no more. In a bid to prevent Gohan from transforming again, Piccolo had obliterated the moon. On the ground, Goku observed Vegeta, who was desperately searching the sky. And couldn't he help but smile? No use looking. The moon has long been destroyed. However, Vegeta was among the few capable of artificially creating a full moon potent enough to trigger a Saiyan transformation. Should Vegeta transform into a great ape, his battle power might soar to an astounding 180,000. Damn you, Kakarot. Do you think destroying the moon will stop my transformation? You are naive. He continued, I can still harness energy spheres and the oxygen on this planet to create Blutz waves. Suddenly, Vegeta concentrated all his energy, conjuring a bright white sphere in his hand. In that instant, his battle power plummeted. Although this will diminish my strength, it is a grievous error for a lower warrior to challenge an elite. Vegeta hurled the energy sphere high into the sky, bellowing, begin the reflection. In the next moment, the energy sphere began to reflect sunlight, unleashing a silver brilliance that was blinding. On King Kai's planet, King Kai received the latest updates from the battlefield, his expression turning to one of shock. Could it be he has actually created a moon? This is disastrous. Haha, you will regret not having a tail, Kakarot. Vegeta laughed unabashedly as he gazed at the blinding artificial moon in the sky. The bruised light waves, exceeding 1700 Hz, began to react with his tail, causing Vegeta to gradually sprout fangs, his muscles swelling dramatically, and a beastly fur to envelop his body. Indeed, this fellow is remarkably resilient. At this moment, Goku was not in particularly good shape. Utilizing the Kaioken technique at 4 times his normal strength, he felt an intense pain coursing through his body. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he realized that exerting power beyond one's limits would inevitably take a toll on the body, especially with a technique as formidable as the Kaioken. Goku retrieved the senzu beans previously given to him by Korin and consumed one. As he swallowed, the pain that had enveloped him vanished instantaneously, and a surge of revitalizing energy erupted forth. How formidable! Goku marveled at the indescribable power coursing through him. This was the innate talent of the Saiyan race, a capacity that could only be truly appreciated through personal experience. Battle power, 21, 165. Victory points, 125. Skills, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb. His strength had increased dramatically. If he disregarded the potential loss of control due to such rapid enhancement, his battle power surged directly to 22,000, an astonishing increase of nearly 70. However, Goku furrowed his brow slightly, noting that the enhancement was still not quite double. Through the fierce battle and subsequent injuries, his power indeed escalated quickly, albeit less so than in a near-death state. With a battle power of 21, 000 and utilizing the Kaioken technique at 3 times his normal strength. He was nearing a battle power of 63,000. Yet this was still overshadowed by Vegeta's transformation into a great ape, boasting a staggering battle power of 180,000. Although Vegeta would experience a decline in strength due to his injuries and the energy expended in generating the bruise light waves, he remained terrifyingly powerful. It would seem that only the Spirit Bomb would suffice. King Kai, Goku silently called out in his mind. And soon the voice of King Kai resonated in response. What is it, Goku? Please, King Kai, assist me by transmitting a message to all the humans on the planet. Understood, King Kai affirmed. Once he received a reply, Goku raised his hands towards the heavens, his voice echoing across the entire planet. Everyone listen to me. I'm Goku, currently battling a formidable alien force. Please, raise your hands and lend me just a bit of your strength. The aliens are powerful, but we are not easily defeated. If everyone extends their hands and lends me a fraction of their power, we can surely overcome the extraterrestrial threat. He conveyed to all beings on the planet that, united against a common foe, everyone could contribute in some way. Goku, Dad, Soul, not far away, Piccolo and the others, hearing Goku's voice resonate in their minds, all extended their hands. A glimmer of pure white light began to manifest, soaring towards Goku. Can I help save the Earth too? Is that truly possible? The multitude gathered before the television screens, all the souls on Earth, initially harbored a sense of skepticism. Nonetheless, they were acutely aware of the formidable power of the extraterrestrial beings and recognized that it was Sun Wukong who shielded the planet. Earth, though perhaps not idyllic, remained their sole home. In that moment, a hand was extended, followed by another, and soon an increasing number of hands reached out, shimmering with a radiant brilliance that soared into the distance. Flowers, grass, and trees illuminated with a pristine white glow as the light coalesced. With a thunderous roar, "You're finished, Kakarot." Vegeta, now transformed into a mighty gorilla, descended from the sky, akin to a mountain pressing down upon Sun Wukong. The energy, imbued with the hopes, vitality, and life force of the gathered crowd, converged high above, forming a colossal spirit bomb. As Vegeta launched his assault, Sun Wukong, with a swift gesture, sent the spirit bomb plummeting towards Vegeta's rear. This spirit bomb was as large as half a basketball court, yet its velocity was no less remarkable. Simultaneously, Vegeta unleashed a searing torrent of energy waves directed at Sun Wukong. A cloud of dust erupted as Sun Wukong, caught off guard, was grazed by the energy wave. With a combat power soaring to 140,000, Vegeta's destructive force proved immensely potent. Merely grazing Sun Wukong resulted in shattered bones and excruciating pain. At that moment, the massive spirit bomb crashed down, unleashing a blinding brilliance that erupted from behind Vegeta. The ensuing shockwave, accompanied by a deafening roar, engulfed Vegeta, causing the ground to tremble violently as a cataclysmic force swept across the desolate landscape. As the spirit bomb descended, the energy sphere reflecting the blood's waves was obliterated, prompting a furious Vegeta to exclaim, damn it, Kakarot." Subsequently, gravely injured, Vegeta reverted to his standard form and plummeted to the earth. Ding! Defeated Vegeta, earned 14,000 battle power rewards. Victory points 1,400. Gazing at the system's reward interface, Sun Wukong broke into a knowing smile, realizing he had indeed discovered a flaw within the system. Chapter 9. The Retreat of Vegeta. It is widely acknowledged that the spirit bomb has only claimed one kill, Kid Buu. Others, including Frieza and Vegeta, have evaded its lethal grasp, a phenomenon tied to the nature of the spirit bomb itself. The more malevolent the being, the greater the damage inflicted. At this juncture, Vegeta lay on the ground, severely wounded and bleeding profusely. With great difficulty, he retrieved the controller from his battle suit and began to press its buttons. Sun Wukong was unsurprised that Vegeta survived the spirit bomb. After all, its sole record of a kill was against Kid Buu. Although the principle states that the more evil one is, the greater the damage, Frieza withstood a spirit bomb, sustaining only a portion of his health being depleted without succumbing. Ouch, that hurts. Sun Wukong had just shared a smile, but the exuberance of his expression triggered a sharp pain from the residual effects of the Kaioken, causing him to collapse onto the ground, buried beneath the rubble. The battle at Yakalob had ceased, drawing the attention of the gathered warriors from afar, who swiftly took to the skies. As Krillin arrived, he beheld Vegeta, barely clinging to life, sprawled on the ground, seemingly manipulating something with his hand. In the next moment, a spherical spacecraft hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. Infuriatingly, the being known as the universe's strongest warrior, Vegeta, struggled to inch his way towards the ship. Witnessing Vegeta's slow crawl, Krillin felt a surge of anger. Is it your spacecraft? You shall not escape. Gathering energy within his hands, Krillin advanced step by step towards Vegeta, declaring, "After all we have fought through, I shall deliver the final blow." Frustrated by his unresponsive body, Vegeta gazed at the impending threat that was Krillin, desperately wishing to evade. But his injuries rendered him too weak to move. He could only watch as Krillin's energy-infused fist approached with alarming proximity. "Awaken!" Krillin shouted when suddenly, Goku's voice echoed in his mind. "Wait, Krillin." "Goku?" Krillin turned, puzzled. "Is that your voice?" "It is I. I can no longer speak, Krillin. Spare him his life." "Are you serious, Goku? This man intends to annihilate the entire world. If we allow him to escape now, he will surely recuperate and return with vengeance." "Perhaps so. Do you genuinely believe he would reform, like Piccolo? That would be a grave misjudgment. He is not that kind of person." Krillin glanced anxiously at the nearly ascending Vegeta. "I am well aware of Vegeta's power, but if I could defeat him once, I can do so again. Please, Krillin, allow me this selfish request. I thought my training with King Kai had elevated my strength to its zenith, yet Vegeta's prowess vastly surpasses mine. It is a pity to have such a formidable opponent. I cannot help but feel invigorated. I recognize this may be a mistake, but permit me one last chance for a duel." Krillin looked between Vegeta and Goku, reluctantly lowering his hands. "I understand. You have earned the right to make such a reckless request. After all, it was Goku who saved the entire Earth. But promise me, Goku, when we fight him next, make sure to defeat him swiftly." "I shall certainly do so," Goku replied with a satisfied smile, contemplating that Vegeta would never again have the opportunity to invade Earth. Perhaps he could even serve as a means to enhance their own abilities. It would be a shame to eliminate such an adversary. Nearby, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha also heard Goku's voice. Though they felt it was a pity not to vanquish Vegeta, they recognized, as Krillin had stated, that Goku was entitled to this decision. Besides, when they first met Goku, he was not without his flaws, and they too had been gradually influenced by him. With a disdainful snort, the short flute player exhibited his pride and confidence, believing that even if the Saiyans were to return, he possessed the strength to vanquish them. He was indifferent to the situation, willing to let things unfold as they may. As he boarded the spacecraft, the beleaguered Vegeta, having narrowly escaped death, could not resist a parting taunt. "Miracles do not occur twice. When I return, I shall annihilate all of you." Anticipate it. The spherical door of the spacecraft sealed shut, and the entire vessel gradually ascended into the void. Once it aligned with the position of Frieza's forces, it erupted with energy, shooting forth into the depths of space like a meteor. Krillin gritted his teeth, watching Vegeta escape. Feeling helpless, after all, Goku was his brother, and a brother's requests must be honored. Inside the spacecraft, Vegeta lay on the brink of death. As the emergency life support system activated, connecting to him to sustain his flickering life, Krillin, dismissing the spacecraft that was gradually vanishing from sight, hurried to assist Goku. "We won, how splendid." At that moment, the group gathered around, overwhelmed with joy. Just then, a faint voice broke the celebration. "Finally departed. But I must ask, why did that fool not finish him off?" Yakirobe, lying amidst the rubble, could not help but voice his thoughts, as the crowd reveled in their victory. The sound of an approaching vehicle drew their attention, and they quickly became alert. Their apprehension dissipated when they recognized the figure of Master Roshi. "Hey, everyone!" The vehicle descended slowly, with Master Roshi, Bulma, Ox King, and Karen appearing. Suddenly, a figure burst through the crowd, rushing forward. "Gohan, Gohan, my poor Gohan, are you all right? Mommy will never let you leave her side again." "Chi-Chi." Goku responded with a hint of joy, recognizing his beloved wife. With her signature bun hairstyle, Chi-Chi squeezed through the throng, leaping over Goku as if he were a mere stone, and embraced Gohan tightly, unable to contain her tears. Lying on the ground, Goku watched Chi-Chi rush to Gohan and was reminded of her fierce maternal instinct. While he felt a surge of happiness, he understood that the Goku from the original story could swiftly recover as long as he was alive, and there was no need for excessive concern, especially since Gohan was merely a 5-year-old child. Although Chi-Chi often chose to overlook the fact that Gohan possessed the inherent strength of a half-Saiyan. Even as an infant, Goku had a battle power of 2, whereas the burly man in the iconic scene, armed with a gun, only had a power level of 5. However, Goku refrained from criticism, for in the original narrative, he was a pure martial arts enthusiast, unconcerned with financial responsibilities. Despite his formidable strength, earning money would have been a simple task. Furthermore, Goku was not particularly attentive to his child's upbringing. His focus remained solely on training, leaving Chi-Chi to bear the brunt of household responsibilities. Hey, Chi-Chi, Goku is gravely injured too. Aren't you concerned? Krillin pointed to the motionless form of Goku on the ground. Chi-Chi seemed oblivious to her surroundings, tightly embracing Gohan as she made her way back to the spacecraft, completely disregarding Krillin. It was rather uncharacteristic of her, especially considering Goku had also endured a fierce battle. Bulma, Master Roshi, and Karen approached with genuine concern for Goku's well-being. "Goku, are you alright?" exclaimed Yachirobe, seemingly devoid of any worry. Goku's expression darkened immediately. "Can't you see how I am? It's not like you don't devour the senzu beans like they're a meal." Noticing the severe injuries on Goku's body, Master Karen furrowed his brow and stated, "There are no more senzu beans left. We must get Goku to the hospital first." At that moment, a television crew attempted to interview Goku, but was promptly turned away by Master Roshi, who was protective of his student. Yachirobe and Krillin lifted Goku into the aircraft, setting off for the hospital. Chapter 10. In the direction of Namek. Inside the hospital, Master Roshi, Krillin, Karen, and the plump Yachirobe surrounded Goku. Piccolo, Tien, Kaiotsu, and Yamcha were absent, having gone to train with King Kai in anticipation of Vegeta's potential return. Although the living cannot traverse to the underworld, Goku, as a disciple of King Kai, was afforded some leniency, and Lord Yama, being familiar with Goku, permitted them to train in the realm of the living. Currently, Goku lay swathed in white bandages, resembling a mummy within the treatment pod. "This is quite troubling. The doctor says I must remain hospitalized for 4 months to recover. Moreover, there's a chance I may never return to my former state," Goku lamented, feeling somewhat resigned. Master Karen reassured him, "Don't worry. A new batch of senzu beans will arrive in a month." With a chuckle, Krillin teased, "Well, you do look quite like a mummy." Regardless, it was clear that everyone had performed admirably. The speaker was the Ox King, who had trained under Master Roshi in his youth before venturing out on his own to build a prosperous life. Although a great fire had destroyed the Ox King's castle, much of its treasure remained intact. Otherwise, how could Chi-Chi, as a single mother, support a household full of ravenous Saiyans? The savior of Earth, Goku, was dearly cherished by the Ox King, not only as his son-in-law, but also as his junior disciple. With the crisis averted, the atmosphere lightened, and conversations flourished. Yet, Goku wore a slight frown, his mind preoccupied with the notion of trying the Victory Point lottery. Upon hearing Master Karen mention senzu beans, a sudden idea sparked within him. Could the Victory Point lottery potentially reward senzu beans? After all, they were a signature product of the Dragon Ball world, making such a reward plausible. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of its possibility. He focused intently on the display screen before him, not quite in front of him, but rather in his mind. How does one use this? A lottery? As his thoughts coalesced, the system's roulette began to spin, cloaked in gray, obscuring the rewards above. Ding! You have received a combat power reward of 300. The pointer came to a halt, illuminating a considerable section of the wheel, bestowing a reward of 300 combat points. While this may not be substantial, it is certainly not insignificant. The lottery cost 100 victory points, yielding 300 combat power, which translates to a conversion ratio of 3:1. Quite commendable. At that moment, the system's panel displayed combat power 35465. Victory points 1425. Skills Kaioken, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb. There remain 14 draws available, with a considerable portion of the wheel still grayed out, while the previously illuminated section for the 300 combat points now glowed brightly. With 14 draws, the minimum attainable is 4,200 combat points, assuming the lowest yield is 300. The draws commenced. The onlookers observed Sun Wukong, resting in the rejuvenation chamber, displaying a visage of fluctuating emotions, as though he might spew blood at any moment. "Father, why does your face appear so grim?" "Perhaps I am gravely injured." Sun Wukong replied, somewhat exasperated. "I must have encountered a fraudulent system." After 14 draws, he found that 8 of them yielded 300 combat points. And it was not until the 9th draw that he finally received a proper reward, 10 senzu beans. Indeed, senzu beans were among the rewards, albeit with a disappointingly low probability. After 15 draws, he had obtained only 1. The remaining rewards consisted entirely of combat points, 12 at 300, 1 at 1,000, and 1 senzu bean. Upon concluding the lottery, Sun Wukong experienced a tremendous surge in his combat power, bringing his total close to 40,000 points. As for the Senza beans, he refrained from consuming them immediately, given the numerous spectators. But Wukong, you have let that malevolent Saiyan escape. What if he returns? Bulma expressed her concerns. Her anxiety was palpable, especially since Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo had gone to train with King Kai. The technological prowess of extraterrestrial beings far surpasses that of Earth. They might possess devices capable of swiftly healing physical injuries. During the observation of the previous battle, it became evident that Saiyans were engaged in the trade of planets, discovering a planet with a hospitable environment, exterminating the native inhabitants, and then selling it at a premium to other extraterrestrial beings. As aggressive cosmic real estate agents, they must frequently engage in combat, and their involvement in planetary commerce likely exposes them to various civilizations in the universe, making access to rapid healing devices unsurprising. Bulma, the second daughter of the wealthiest man on Earth, Mr. Briefs, and a brilliant scientist in her own right, quickly deduced these possibilities. There is no need for concern. Vegeta is unlikely to return, Sun Wukong assured her. Furthermore, we must seek a spaceship to travel to Namek. Namek? Wait, Wukong. Are you referring to the homeland of the dragon god that those two Saiyans spoke of, Namek? Krillin interjected, astounded. Indeed, Namek is the homeland of the celestial deity, and the dragon is a creation of this divine being. It is plausible that Namek harbors its own dragon, potentially even more formidable than those on Earth. If Vegeta were to venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, the consequences would be dire. Sun Wukong refrained from disclosing that the Science Power level scouters also function as their communicators. Meanwhile, the cosmic overlord Frieza is undoubtedly aware of the existence of the wish-granting Dragon Balls on Namek, and in his quest for immortality, he will surely seek them out. The assembled group recognizes the strength of the dragon and the formidable nature of their adversaries. Should Vegeta acquire the Dragon Balls and fulfill his desires, he would return to Earth as an unparalleled force. However, the location of Namek remains a mystery, leaving them at a loss for how to reach it. Bulma felt a sense of despair. Without knowing its coordinates, locating Namek within the vast cosmos seemed utterly impossible. In the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai was present, and thanks to Goku's timely arrival, Din had not sacrificed himself. At that moment, the Supreme Kai was listening to their discussion. Is Namek truly your homeland, Supreme Kai? Do you know its whereabouts? Bobo inquired softly. The Supreme Kai shook his head. I seem to have bumped my head as a child and lost those memories. I only recall arriving on Earth and residing in a peculiar home in the clouds of Biter. As I matured and gained experience, I began to understand that it may not have been a true home, or perhaps not a home in the conventional sense. King Kai, the overseer of the Northern Galaxy and the one who taught Goku the Kaioken technique, was now aware that Frieza had traveled to Namek. Typically, deities embody goodness, while only the god of destruction is tasked with purging evil from the universe. King Kai understood that if Frieza were to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls, it would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of good and evil in Universe 7. As King Kai pondered this dilemma, he heard Goku's voice. King Kai, have you been listening? Do you know where this planet Namek is located? Of course I know. After all, I am King Kai, he replied. This is truly remarkable. We can hear his voice, Master Roshi remarked, scanning the surroundings but failing to see anyone. Is this indeed the esteemed King Kai? King Kai, everyone is eagerly listening. Please, enlighten us, Goku implored. Well, according to your Earth-S terminology, Namek is located at coordinates SW66, King Kai stated, as he took out a mallet and knocked out the mischievous monkey bubbles, continuing, and in the vicinity of SU-83, around 9045YX. Upon hearing these coordinates, Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. 99045YX. Bulma, do you understand? Krillin asked, somewhat perplexed. Wait a moment, let me calculate. Bulma hurriedly retrieved her computer and began inputting a series of incomprehensible equations. Chapter 11. Hold on, Bulma. Namek was once a beautiful planet, but it seems that a severe climatic anomaly long ago led to the extinction of the Namekians. King Kai continued to share the secrets of Namek. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. With everyone dead, how could there possibly be Dragon Balls? A Kairobe interjected while picking his nose. No sooner had he uttered these words than he was met with a sharp rap from Master Karen's staff. Hold your horses. I shall investigate Namek to ascertain the truth. The King of the Worlds murmured to himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, the tendrils atop his head suddenly pointed in a specific direction. Ah, over here. Remarkably, there are still fewer than 100 Namekians surviving, continuing to propagate. The king exclaimed with delight upon discovering that life still persisted on Namek. What? 100 extraterrestrials like Piccolo? A Kairobe responded in astonishment. The deep shadow cast by the Demon King Piccolo loomed large in his mind, leading him to involuntarily speculate that these 100 extraterrestrials might share a similar malevolence. The King of the Worlds reassured him, "Fear not. The Namekians are inherently a gentle race, much akin to the divine beings on your earth. It is likely that the Demon King Piccolo was influenced by malevolent earthlings before he ascended to divinity." "I see. So indeed, there are wretched individuals in this world." A Kairobe lamented. "Namek may still harbor Dragon Balls," Master Roshi intoned gravely. "If so, it stands to reason that Vegeta might journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, thereby making a formidable wish which would spell danger for Earth." Krillin nodded in agreement, his face etched with concern. Just as their worries mounted, Bulma interjected, "Naive, utterly naive. You may know where Namek is, but how do you plan to reach it? How to get there?" "Obviously, we shall travel by spaceship," Krillin replied. Bulma turned to him and said, "That is precisely why I called it naive. I calculated the time it would take to reach Namek using the world's most powerful engine developed by my father. The result is rather astonishing. 4,339 years and 3 months. We do need to live quite a long time to make that journey." The group gasped at the revelation. Such a lengthy duration implied that stopping Vegeta from acquiring the Dragon Balls was nearly impossible. At that moment, Krillin chuckled. "I don't think this is insurmountable. I recall the spaceship the Saiyan used to travel to Earth. It was far too small for more than one occupant. This suggests that the deceased Saiyan spaceship must still remain somewhere. At least one remains, right? If we can locate it and analyze its workings, perhaps a solution will present itself," Bulma said playfully, winking. Master Roshi contemplated for a moment before stating, "It likely lies in the eastern city, the very place the Saiyans first laid waste. I knew it would turn out this way. Look, we've stumbled upon a valuable find," Krillin declared as he produced a small square spaceship controller from his clothing. "See, it seems Vegeta merely pressed a few buttons to summon his ship. It must be a remote control." As soon as Bulma caught sight of the remote control, she swiftly snatched it up, beaming with delight. "Hee, it's done." The reason she opted not to use the Dragon Balls was that the current version had yet to be updated. A single individual could only be resurrected once, and each wish could only be granted singularly, with a cooling period of 1 year. It was only after a new deity ascended that the capabilities of the Eternal Dragon would be updated. Moreover, the original intent of the Divine Piccolo was to prevent humanity from becoming overly reliant on the dragon, suggesting that there were alternative ways to resolve their issues without troubling the dragon. Yachirobe had initially considered using the Dragon Balls to travel directly to Namek, but Master Karen explained that the Dragon Balls could not fulfill requests beyond the power of their creator. After scrutinizing the spaceship remote for a while, Bulma confidently declared, "I've figured it out. We can summon the spaceship with this remote." At that moment, the television abruptly broadcasted news that the Saiyan spaceship had been discovered by scientists, with a reporter on the scene stating that there were originally 2 ships, but one had suddenly taken flight. Indeed, it was the Saiyan spacecraft. Krillin recognized that what was shown on the television was the remaining Saiyan spaceship. Master Roshi furrowed his brow, saying, "This is troublesome. It's already been unearthed by the scientists." Bulma, with an air of amusement, replied, "I assent to this intriguing. Let us summon that ship with the remote Krillin found. Everyone will be astonished." Suddenly, Krillin interjected, "Are you sure about this?" Upon hearing this, Goku, lying in the healing chamber, exclaimed, "Wait, Bulma," ignoring Goku's call. Bulma confidently manipulated the remote, insisting, "Don't worry, I'm a genius. Just watch. A few beeps and we're good." Goku, in the healing chamber, felt a sense of resignation and thought, "Whatever, let it be. At least I still have my old spaceship from my childhood and the one that the Divine Piccolo used when he first came to Earth." Just as Bulma finished inputting the commands, the remote S-screen flickered and a piercing alarm blared. The group gazed at the spaceship on the television, unfamiliar with Saiyan technology, thus unperturbed by the alarm. However, Goku, lying in the chamber, felt a chill run down his spine, then shrugged it off, choosing silence. Suddenly, a yellow light began to flash on the Saiyan spacecraft, followed by a loud explosion. "Wow, an unidentified object just exploded," the host exclaimed as fragments scattered everywhere. The crowd was instantly taken aback, bewildered by the sudden detonation. Among them, Bulma was the most flabbergasted. She stared at the remote in disbelief. having just boasted about her genius, only to be swiftly humbled. What just happened? Was that the self-destruct button? What do we do now? Without that spaceship, we can't reach Namek. Our last hope has been severed. The comedic duo, Master Karen and the chubby Yachirobe, couldn't resist teasing her at that moment. It is your fault for bringing back such a peculiar remote control. Bulma swiftly deflected blame, directing her ire at Krillin. She would never admit that her reckless button pressing had led to the spaceship's self-destruction. It was a mistake that could never be attributed to her. Krillin, resigned to the situation, realized that reasoning with a woman was futile. After all, it was indeed Bulma's chaotic button pressing that had led to this predicament. Just as their argument escalated, an unfamiliar voice emerged from behind Bulma. Chapter 12, Krillin, don't do that. Hey! The sudden exclamation startled Bulma. Krillin turned to the newcomer and cheerfully greeted, "Ah, Mr. Bobo." At that moment, the dark-skinned Bobo stood outside the hospital window upon a flying blanket, while astonished patients on other floors gazed out, for they resided in a high-rise building of several stories. "Come with me, their SA spaceship," Bobo invited. Gasps of surprise filled the air. A spaceship? Only Sun Wukong, who lay in a recovery pod, remained unfazed, as Bobo was likely referring to the ship of the deity. "King Piccolo, is there really a spaceship, Mr. Bobo?" Bobo replied uncertainly. "That should be the spaceship, but I'm not quite certain. So I need someone to accompany me to investigate." Master Rashi, seeing Bobo for the first time, inquired with surprise, "Who is this?" The nearby Karin explained, "Mr. Bobo has been with the gods for quite some time, even longer than the current deities have been in the temple." Krillin, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Bulma, what?" Bulma was taken aback, observing Bobo's impassive demeanor, feeling a twinge of fear. After all, aside from Bulma, no one else was privy to the existence of the spaceship. Krillin clarified, "But this person poses no threat, right? Don't you think his gaze is rather ominous?" Bulma clearly harbored reservations. Krillin, exasperated by her concerns, retorted, "Mr. Bobo is a divine servant. How could there be any issues?" After much inner conflict, Bulma ultimately decided to assess the situation, cautiously boarding the flying carpet. She expressed her apprehensions, urging, "Take it slow, don't go too fast, I can't handle it." Once Bulma was settled, Mr. Bobo announced, "Then, let us prepare to depart." With that, their figures vanished in an instant, only to reappear at the world's end, the cloudy Zabit Highlands. "What is this place?" Bulma inquired, gazing around at the howling cold winds. "The cloudy Zabit Highlands." "Ah, the cloudy Zabit Highlands? Isn't this the end of the world?" "We arrived here in an instant." The biting wind compelled Bulma to instinctively wrap her arms around herself for warmth. Bobo offered no further explanation, focusing solely on locating the spaceship of King Piccolo. As they traversed a narrow valley, a structure resembling a four-legged insect came into view before them. "Is this the spaceship?" Bulma was uncertain and approached the peculiar structure to examine its material. It was not metal. Although it lacked metallic composition, it felt remarkably sturdy. Bobo explained that the deity had once awaited his parents here for over 30 years, lingering in the vicinity of this strange abode. Subsequently, the deity remarked that the dwelling was rather odd, not quite resembling a home, which led him to suspect it might be a spacecraft. As Mr. Bobo attempted to call out, "Piccolo," the spaceship suddenly emitted a sound akin to a hatch opening, and a circular platform descended. The platform was not particularly large, just sufficient for two individuals to stand upon, featuring a grid-patterned floor made of an unknown material. An entrance materialized, leaving Bulma astonished as she gazed at the platform. The two stepped onto the platform, and Bulma focused intently, questioning, "Is this truly the deity's home?" To reiterate would cause it to close. Piccolo and Mr. Bobo stood on the platform and spoke. The platform gradually ascended, and as the two entered the interior of the spaceship, automatic lights activated. Inside the vessel, the floor and surrounding walls were painted red, save for the white seat in the center and a control panel resembling a command center at the front. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this place resembled a spacecraft more than a home, as Bobo noted. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something and exclaimed, "That's right, the deity is a Namekian." The king of the worlds mentioned long ago that Namek was nearly destroyed due to climatic anomalies. So this must be the spacecraft that the deity used to journey to Earth. If this truly was a spacecraft, then the earlier statements would certainly make sense. Bulma began to search around, hoping to find some means to control the vessel. Given the climatic disturbances on Namek, the deity sought refuge on Earth, and his parents had initially intended to follow, but for some reason, they could not make the journey. Thus, this must indeed be a spacecraft. with a movable entrance that likely still possessed propulsion. After a thorough search, Bulma discovered a device resembling a controller in front of the seat. She pressed several buttons, but to her dismay, there was no response, which nearly frustrated her. How peculiar. Could there be a specific command? This vessel was not operated by buttons, and she struggled to comprehend. At that time, the Dragon Ball world, voice control systems had yet to emerge, and Bulma could not fathom that the spaceship might be voice-activated. After pondering for a while, she mused, could there be some sort of sensor? Bobo seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly said, sound? Indeed, like the entrance before. It operated through verbal commands. Bulma instantly grasped that the spaceship was voice-controlled, with the entrance serving as evidence. What language? Is it something akin to Piccolo's command at the entrance? Bobo questioned, somewhat perplexed. Bulma shook her head, rejecting that notion. Each command should correspond uniquely to its operation. The entrance utilized Piccolo's voice to activate. Thus, it could not be the same for the spacecraft's launch command. She then attempted to issue verbal commands in Earth-S language. Yet the spacecraft remained unresponsive. Unable to find a solution, she helplessly reclined in the driver's seat. Is it still not working? Is it a matter of language incompatibility? We must use the Namekian language, Bulma mused. Assuming Bobo did not comprehend, she elaborated, think back to the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and King Piccolo. When he spoke in that peculiar tongue, it must have been the Namekian language. After a moment of contemplation, Bobo asserted, if that is indeed the Namekian language, I can speak it too. Bulma, taken aback, sought confirmation once more, and upon receiving Bobo's affirmative response, she eagerly urged him to give it a try. Go on, attempt to make the spaceship take off. Let us first venture to Jupiter. Nodding, Bobo directed an incomprehensible phrase at the central white control panel. The controller appeared to receive the command, the screen flickered, and a series of beeping sounds ensued. Suddenly, the spaceship ascended sharply, and both Bobo and Bulma felt a weighty force pressing down upon them, causing them to slump to the ground. At that moment, the spacecraft had already breached the atmosphere, and the two, now seated on the floor, could only observe the stars receding beyond the window. In a fleeting moment, the vessel came to a stop. Bulma, momentarily dazed, exclaimed, have we arrived already? She rushed to the window, only to find, is this Jupiter? Incredible, splendid. With the issue of the spaceship resolved, Bulma was thoroughly satisfied as she rode back to the hospital on Bobo's flying carpet. Chapter 13. The Uncontrolled Power. The spaceship was unscathed, and it would take merely a month to reach Namek. Next, some internal modifications were necessary. Having encountered an advanced alien civilization, Bulma was impatiently drafting plans. The spaceship of the deity is controlled using the Namekian language, right? Could you assist me in transforming it to Earth-S language? Bulma pondered, uncertain. Well, I shall attempt it, but I cannot guarantee success. After studying Namekian technology, Bulma was astounded. It was far more advanced than Earth's, and even as a genius, she found it difficult to grasp immediately. If that fails, I could retrieve the spaceship I rode in during my childhood. It should still be around, along with Raditz' ship. If the core components remain intact, it could be usable. Sun Wukong provided a few instructions. Understood, rest assured. I am a genius, Bulma replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled, wary of her tendency to boast. Wukong, are you going alone? Krillin inquired, his concern evident. Sun Wukong smiled and responded, of course. There may be some dangers over there. If Krillin went, he could be in peril. While I can protect him, who knows if unforeseen events might occur. After a moment of internal struggle, Krillin ultimately expressed his unease. Wukong, I want to go too, though I may not contribute much. Having two of us means we can look out for one another. Sun Wukong regarded Krillin for a while, understanding the value he placed on friendship, and with a sigh, conceded, all right. Overjoyed by the affirmation, Krillin beamed with delight. Sun Wukong turned to little Gohan and said, you shouldn't go. It's too perilous. Stay at home. If you were to take little Gohan to such a dangerous place, Chi-Chi would surely go mad, not to mention that little Gohan had no inclination for battle. After a moment of inner turmoil, little Gohan finally spoke up, please, take me with you. The moment these words escaped his lips, Chi-Chi was instantly alarmed and rushed to little Gohan's side. Gohan, what kind of joke are you making? I'm not joking, little Gohan insisted, feeling uneasy about his father venturing alone to Namek. What nonsense are you speaking? You cannot go to such a treacherous place. Kiki esse angerflerd. Children should remain at home to study diligently, not wander into danger. Saying this, she disregarded Gohan's thoughts and dragged him back. Sun Wukong watched Chi-Chi's disappearing figure in silence. Indeed, Gohan was only 5 years old and had no love for fighting, so it was perhaps best this way. If he truly went, it would be challenging to look after him, and if anything were to happen, Chi-Chi would surely blame him. However, Chi-Chi was rather dismissive of her husband. He would need to find the time to properly educate her on that matter. Bulma intended to input Namek into the translator, but Sun Wukong suggested adding an artificial gravity system, ideally adjustable to 100G, due to the lack of materials for the Kai spaceship. Bulma and her father had no choice but to search for the spacecraft that Sun Wukong had used in his youth. When they found it, it was in a state of ruin, but fortunately, the core components remained intact. As Dr. Brief and Bulma commenced modifications on the Saiyan spacecraft, Sun Wukong was still undergoing treatment in the hospital. Yet, he remained terrified of needles. The mere sight of a syringe would trigger an uncontrollable instinct to recoil, as if it were an innate reflex. Master Roshi frequently visited Sun Wukong, primarily to engage in brief encounters with the nurse, while also studying the resilience of gluteal muscles against impact. Although each session left him with an allergic reaction resembling a series of red handprints on his face, he relished the experience. Chi-Chi also came to see Sun Wukong, knitting a sweater for little Gohan while tending to him. It was evident that Chi-Chi still loved Wukong, a sentiment he could feel. During this time, a group of reporters from a television station sought to interview him, but Chi-Chi promptly dismissed them, citing that Wukong was receiving treatment and could not be disturbed. 2 days after the battle had concluded, and with 28 days remaining until the Senzu beans matured, Sun Wukong lay in bed feeling quite unwell. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he retrieved a Senzu bean from his system inventory and popped it into his mouth. The doctor nearby noticed him consuming something and hurriedly admonished, "Hey, you're a severely injured patient. You cannot eat anything indiscriminately." However, Sun Wukong ignored the doctor, and the instant the Senzu bean was ingested, the torn muscles within his body began to mend rapidly. The bones, internal organs, and even the spirit of the individual seemed to be nourished by a warm and gentle energy, restoring the person to their peak condition. The aura surged instantaneously. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's deliberate restraint, the explosive energy would have collapsed the entire hospital. Nevertheless, even with control, some energy still overflowed, causing the surrounding doctors and nurses to gaze at Sun Wukong in astonishment, rendered speechless by the sight. Just moments ago, he had been gravely injured, yet now he was lively and animated, an utterly unbelievable transformation. Leaping from a healing chamber, Sun Wukong paid no heed to the astonished doctors beside him and retrieved the martial arts attire prepared for him by the King of the Worlds. Though he had only been hospitalized for 2 days, the mere act of lying idle without training left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. After all, he inherited the bloodline of the Saiyans, whose combative nature is etched into their very essence, and Sun Wukong, in particular, was a fervent martial enthusiast. Combat power, 72, 117. Victory points, 25. Skills, King of Worlds Fist, Turtle School Kamehameha, Solar Fist, Spirit Bomb, and 9 Senzu Beans. The recent battle with Vegeta had inflicted severe injuries. But after consuming a Senzu Bean, Sun Wukong's combat power surged to an astounding 72,000 points, an increase of nearly 80. It was evident that the more intense the battle, the more it could awaken the latent potential of the Saiyan race, prompting Sun Wukong to smile. Despite the remarkable leap in combat power, he felt a decline in his control over his strength. The enhancement occurred too rapidly, and due to external forces, his body struggled to fully adapt. During his earlier confrontation with Vegeta, his combat power, when utilizing the threefold King of Worlds Fist, had far surpassed Vegeta's. Yet he could only match him blow for blow. This was precisely because of the rapid surge in power that eluded his control. Reflecting on this, Qin Wu recalled how Mr. Popo had guided Sun Wukong in controlling his strength when he was younger. Perhaps he should seek out Mr. Popo at the Heavenly Temple. With this thought, Sun Wukong flung open the window, heedless of the astonished gazes of those around him, and leapt out, calling upon the flying Nimbus to soar towards the Heavenly Temple. The Heavenly Temple is where the Supreme Kai resides, perched high above the Korin Tower, initially accessible only by the Golden Staff. Atop the Korin Tower, there exists a groove perfectly suited for placing the Golden Staff, which, when extended, could pinpoint the exact location of the Heavenly Temple, as the temple is capable of moving freely and was once shielded by divine barriers. Ordinary aircraft would struggle to locate it. However, it later became a renowned tourist destination. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Sun Wukong immediately heard Mr. Popo's voice. Yukong, you've arrived. Chapter 14. The Discontent of Chi-Chi. Mr. Popo seemed to have been waiting for son Wukong's arrival, greeting him in a natural manner. Mr. Popo, I came here because... Son Wukong's words were cut short as Mr. Popo interjected. It is due to the rapid enhancement of your power that has led to a lack of control. I'm aware of this. Son Wukong chuckled inwardly, realizing that indeed, celestial beings possess remarkable abilities, seemingly able to delve into the innermost thoughts of others. Perhaps this is the essence of divinity. Or perhaps it is an innate talent of their kind. Master Bobo instructed son Wukong on the paramount importance of controlling one's chi, adjusting one's strength and state, remaining as tranquil as the sky, yet as swift as lightning, utilizing chi to conquer foes. Behold, exclaimed Master Bobo, producing a small bell. Son Wukong recollected that this was the very bell used during his childhood training for strength control. Back then, Master Bobo insisted that the bell must not ring during swift movements to deem the effort satisfactory. Moreover, this was merely the initial threshold. Master Bobo could assess an opponent's actions without even using his sight. It was akin to a rudimentary version of the supreme technique of effortless mastery. Thus, son Wukong remained in the Celestial Palace, continuing his childhood training. After 10 days, his mastery over his body had significantly improved, and one must admit that Master Bobo's training was indeed remarkably effective. Son Wukong could now freely control his breath, no longer releasing excessive power during explosive moments due to a lack of mastery. In the original tale, his initial use of the Kaioken X3 had devastated the surrounding environment due to insufficient control, resulting in a chaotic release of energy. Following his training, his transformations became silent and seamless. At first glance, it appeared as if he had weakened considerably. In truth, this was a testament to his enhanced control over power, allowing for a more concentrated force. Improved mastery of strength offered significant advantages in battle, enabling every ounce of energy to be utilized to its fullest potential. Akin to an aircraft engine extracting greater power from an equivalent mass of fuel. Concentrated chi granted his techniques greater potency. After a period of cultivation, son Wukong felt considerably revitalized and realized he had not returned home in quite some time. Thus, he bid farewell to Master Bobo and the celestial beings, embarking on his journey home atop his Nimbus cloud. At Bowsy Mountain, Chi-Chi was seated beside Gohan, diligently knitting what appeared to be a small sweater. Little Gohan, engrossed in his studies, was surrounded by stacks of materials towering above him. Upon seeing son Wukong's return, Chi-Chi huffed, Wukong, Gohan's dream is to become a renowned scholar. You must refrain from taking him to perilous places. Over the years, you have not contributed a single coin to our household, solely preoccupied with your martial pursuits. Gohan cannot follow in your footsteps. Little Gohan glanced over at their quarrel, attempting to interject, moving his lips, but ultimately remaining silent. Qin Wu understood that in the original narrative, son Wukong was indeed an ardent martial enthusiast, should he be tasked with farming. His fervor would likely leave the fields in disarray. He would often vanish unexpectedly to train with the KO. In her youth, Chi-Chi possessed considerable beauty, once a goddess in the Dragon Ball world. However, the burdens of family life had transformed her image into that of a middle-aged woman, characterized by her bun hairstyle and draped in earthy-toned shawls. The entire demeanor of the woman exuded an air of age, despite her true youthfulness. In fact, Bulma was even a few years older than Chi-Chi, yet she appeared remarkably youthful, largely due to her attire. Furthermore, with Goku often absent from home, Chi-Chi found herself channeling her love and expectations onto their son, Gohan. This excessive concern for her son, coupled with the disappointment stemming from Goku's absence, ultimately transformed her into a tempestuous and resentful figure. Goku chuckled, Chi-Chi, do not be angry, am I not back now? Chi-Chi, still harboring some irritation, retorted, even if you have returned, it won't be long before you leave again. As long as you do not take Gohan away, I have no objections to whatever you wish to do. In truth, Goku did not perceive any fault in Chi-Chi, with her husband missing and their son away. How could she manage alone? Chi-Chi stated that as long as Goku refrained from involving Gohan in perilous endeavors, she would not interfere with Goku's actions, a sentiment quite extraordinary for any typical household. This clearly indicated that Chi-Chi still held affection for Goku, and her initial choice to marry him stemmed from her admiration for his prowess as a world savior. Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King, was also a formidable figure. Perhaps she was already aware of the life that comes with marrying a strong man. Yet, she still chose to wed Goku. What else could this be but love? Goku smiled and said, Chi-Chi, I will find a way to contribute to the household. You have shouldered the burden of our family all this time, and I feel quite ashamed. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi felt a flicker of emotion and, her mood lightening, replied playfully, as long as you understand. Goku pondered for a moment and said with a grin, come on, let us go inside. Now, Chi-Chi's face flushed instantly. Saiyans were always so direct. Little Gohan watched anxiously as the two entered the house, recalling how the television had mentioned that parents often argued inside to shield their children from hearing. Yet, he could do nothing but pray silently for his parents to remain harmonious while he continued with his studies. Inside, Goku had already engaged in a profound conversation with Chi-Chi, who lay languidly, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. At that moment, Chi-Chi had changed into a fashionable nightgown. Her hair, previously styled in a bun, cascaded down freely. Her aura was a stark contrast to that of the day, radiating an elegant charm that nearly left Goku, also known as Qin Wu, spellbound. She could easily be mistaken for a pure goddess, rivaling even Android 18. In the original narrative, when Chi-Chi proposed at the World Martial Arts Tournament, she donned a similarly graceful appearance. And just a few years into their marriage, her beauty certainly had not diminished. Goku marveled at how much attire could transform one's presence. The disparity was indeed remarkable. Goku continued to discuss with Chi-Chi about parenting, reassuring her. Do not worry excessively about Gohan. He has his own thoughts. As parents, we merely need to guide him. Over-involvement may hinder his independence. Kiki nestled against Goku, nodding in agreement. In truth, what Chi-Chi yearns for is precisely such a life. One filled with the companionship of a husband and children, ordinary yet profoundly happy. However, she understands that her husband is not destined to remain tethered. He will inevitably face storms and rise to greatness. Sun Wukong is also aware that the world is fraught with calamities, and martial prowess cannot stagnate. Otherwise, the dream of a blissful existence remains but an illusion. While time flows serenely, there are always those who bear burdens and move forward. After reassuring Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong strides towards Gohan's room, where young Gohan is diligently studying. Dad, did you and Mom have a quarrel? Gohan inquires tentatively upon seeing the door open. With a gentle smile, Sun Wukong replies, no. How could your mother and I quarrel? I have convinced her that you can train in martial arts while studying. If you aspire to be a scholar, I shall support you, but you must also cultivate your body. A sound physique is essential. Gohan, somewhat understanding, nods and returns to his studies. Sun Wukong chuckles softly to himself. In the original tale, Gohan is portrayed as a peace-loving child, lacking the combative spirit typical of pure-blooded Saiyans. Perhaps it was a misjudgment on Sun Wukong and Piccolo's part to recognize Gohan's potential and select him as the primary force against Cell. Qin Wu refrains from pondering further. Perhaps there truly was no alternative. The original Sun Wukong might have believed he could perish, reasoning that Earth needed a protector, thus nurturing Gohan as his successor. Yet Gohan remains Gohan, never to become another Sun Wukong. Upon his return, Sun Wukong's daily routine revolves around self-cultivation and parenting, albeit in the context of martial training. According to Sun Wukong, even as a scholar, one must possess a robust physique to work efficiently. Initially, Chi-Chi disagreed, but after Sun Wukong's persuasion, she acquiesced. Chapter 15. A hero should not remain anonymous. Sun Wukong's family life is remarkably simple, although Baotou Mountain is vast. Providing ample food through hunting and agriculture, other familial expenses, such as Gohan's tutoring, housing, and transportation, require financial support. It cannot be labeled as poverty. For the Bull Demon King once bestowed a generous dowry, rendering their financial situation relatively comfortable. The family's lifestyle is manageable. Chi-Chi merely expresses dissatisfaction with Sun Wukong's frequent absences, leading her to claim financial hardship. Nonetheless, it is indeed true that Sun Wukong does not contribute much financially. The following day, Sun Wukong ascends to the skies en route to the West capital. As the East capital has already been destroyed by Babidi and has yet to be resurrected using the Dragon Balls, his aerial arrival instantly captures the attention of various media outlets, with numerous television stations eager to report. Mr. Sun Wukong, after defeating the extraterrestrials, will they return? As the hero who saved Earth, do you have anything to say? Questions cascade from the media, one after another, prompting Sun Wukong to smile and gesture for silence. Listen to me, everyone. After vanquishing the extraterrestrial beings this time, they shall not return. Rest assured, even if they do, I shall defeat them once more. The triumph over the malevolent aliens is not solely my achievement. It is a testament to the collective strength that you all have lent me, enabling me to conquer our foes. Thus, I am not the hero. Rather, we are all heroes together. Sun Wukong proclaimed with a resonant voice, stirring the hearts of those around him. Indeed, everyone contributed, ensuring that the hero did not stand alone in battle. At that moment, the king of dogs from the Dragon Ball realm, accompanied by his guards, arrived to pay his respects to this savior of the world. The king gazed intently at Wukong for a moment, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face as he pondered. Are you the child who once defeated the Demon King Piccolo? Upon hearing the name of the Demon King Piccolo, the crowd trembled, haunted by the memories of his terror. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded, neither confirming nor denying. The king of dogs wore a look of realization, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he remarked, when you triumphed over the Demon King Piccolo, I vowed to present you with the Earth Peace Medal, yet after the battle, you vanished. Now, having once again saved our planet, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. As a monarch, I find myself powerless against the formidable aliens. And for that, I am truly grateful to you, Wukong. Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile, as a citizen of Earth, it is my duty to act. The king of dogs responded, it is individuals like you, who cherish peace, that allow our world to remain secure. He then awarded Sun Wukong the Peace Medal and presented him with a peace prize of 100 million Sony. During the ceremony, he discreetly whispered to Wukong about a secret meeting at his palace. Although puzzled, Wukong agreed. Simultaneously, the television crew captured photographs, crafting the headlines of the day. The news of Earth's hero, Sun Wukong, spread like wildfire, elevating his fame to unprecedented heights, causing a global sensation. After the interview concluded, a throng of affluent businessmen, who had been awaiting Wukong, surged forward with clear intentions. They sought to have him endorse their products, while some magnates expressed interest in directly investing in a martial arts school led by Wukong. Endorsing products was acceptable, and there were numerous athletic brands eager for his association. A hero who has saved the Earth is a colossal source of publicity, a premier endorsement. Why should a hero remain in obscurity? Why must a hero depart without recognition or legacy? No, Qin Wu would not allow it. The peace that so many on Earth enjoy is due to his sacrifices. He may endure a humble existence, but he will not permit the masses to forget their heroes or those who have bled for them. Thus, he resolved to step into the public eye, to stand boldly, not as an anonymous figure, but as a recognized savior. Sun Wukong also wished to avoid the incessant questioning every time he used the spirit bomb. Who is this? Why help him? Even needing to rely on the notoriety of Satan to gather the spirit bomb's energy, why should that be? Why should a hero endure such indignities? No, it is unacceptable. Heroes have already shed blood. We must not allow them to weep further. The awards have been bestowed, and the Canine King, still present, gazes with a countenance of satisfaction upon the vibrant young man before him. The Earth is far from the peace one might envision. While both the eastern and western capitals flourish remarkably, a staggering 80 regions of the world remain in abject poverty. The 100 million Sony Peace Prize is, in fact, a sponsorship from affluent merchants. Previously, the Red Satin Army and the Short Flute Demon King, alongside other warlord factions, have emerged. Among them, the Red Satin Army was once the most formidable of these factions, though it has since been eradicated by a mysterious entity. Yet, numerous other factions continue to operate across the globe, displacing countless ordinary citizens. This time, the Canine King intends to leverage the formidable strength of Sun Wukong to intimidate those nefarious elements. Within the castle of the World King, in a clandestine office, the Canine King sits gravely, facing the relaxed Sun Wukong. Wukong, I have summoned you primarily to address some troublesome matters, the Canine King states solemnly. There are still regions in this world that are exceedingly impoverished and chaotic. The Earth is vast, and we are unable to manage it effectively. I hope you can intervene and resolve issues with some of the warlord factions. Rest assured, I can handle that, but what of my remuneration? Sun Wukong replies with utmost politeness. Though the Canine King possesses limited martial prowess, he embodies the will of humanity as a whole. Nonetheless, Wukong speaks candidly. Nothing in this world is guaranteed. To receive, one must be willing to give. As a ruler, the Canine King understands this principle and reflects before responding with difficulty. The government has not been lacking in funds, but we shall offer 100 million Sony as compensation for this endeavor. Sun Wukong nods thoughtfully and adds, the warlords must possess considerable treasures. The Canine King, assuming Sun Wukong desires the riches, quickly interjects, Those shall belong to you, provided you eliminate the malevolent forces. No. Sun Wukong counters, I would prefer that you dispatch individuals to collect them. However, I have one condition. The wealth must be utilized for local economic development. The Canine King, momentarily taken aback, then grasped Sun Wukong's hand with tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, I thank you on behalf of those who are suffering. Subsequently, the king summons the chief minister to present Sun Wukong with the locations of the identified warlords. Upon reviewing the information, Sun Wukong is astonished to discover that one of the warlords is from the homeland of Bu, the Demon King, which is also the birthplace of the reincarnated Bu. It is no wonder that a young boy like Bu would strive to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament, aiming to win the prize to bring food home. Additionally, another warlord resides in the homeland of Nam, explaining why Nam once faced such dire poverty that he lacked even water to drink. Sun Wukong acknowledges his understanding and rises. Preparing to depart, the Canine King hastily calls out to him, inquiring, do you require someone to accompany you? The journey is long, and traveling alone may present significant challenges. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, no need, it's nothing. Although he spoke thus, the king remained somewhat uneasy and dispatched a dozen supersonic fighter jets to trail Sun Wukong through the skies. Chapter 16, A World Lacking Peace. 2 hours later, Sun Wukong hovered above the territory of the first warlord. It should not have taken 2 hours. Yet Sun Wukong deliberately flew at a leisurely pace to accommodate the supersonic jets trailing behind him. On one of the aircraft, a burly man clad in military attire scoffed into the intercom. I truly do not understand how the king can place his trust in such charlatans. He merely knows a few tricks. To truly deal with the warlords, we must rely on our fighter jets. When he emerges looking like a fool, we shall descend and demonstrate to him what genuine strength entails. Naturally, Sun Wukong overheard these words. With a combat power exceeding 72,000, his hearing and sight were acute, and he could perceive even the slightest tremors in the air, let alone conversations. He chose to disregard these individuals. If he truly desired to eliminate them, a single strike would suffice. However, Sun Wukong refrained from acting, for he wished to continue living on Earth. Below, the warlords, clad in camouflage and donning black sand masks, emerged from their stronghold. Upon seeing Sun Wukong standing majestically above and the circling fighter jets, they were seized by panic, not because of Sun Wukong himself, but due to the hovering aircraft. At that moment, a colossal figure, nearly bursting through the door, stepped forth from the stronghold. Damn it! Is that the king's army? They dare to trouble me with just a handful of planes? Shoot them down. With a command, the sound of cannon fire erupted. Damn it! We must take cover, shouted the burly officer. What about that person? Someone beside him exclaimed in alarm. Forget his fate. If he perishes, that's his concern, the officer disdainfully retorted. The fighter jets swiftly scattered, fleeing in a chaotic manner. Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh, waving his hand to compress the air, creating a force akin to cannon fire that struck the incoming missiles. Boom! 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 In an instant, the sky was engulfed in a billowing cloud of smoke. Ha ha ha! A few aircraft think they can handle us? They are utterly naive. Do they now comprehend our might? The warlord shouted, gazing at the smoke-shrouded sky. What will we tell the king if that person dies? An anxious voice arose. If he dies, the king may blame us, and then it will be difficult to explain. Merely knowing a few tricks and seeking to show off. If he dies, it will be in vain, the burly officer snorted dismissively, preparing to command his troops to retreat. But just then, from the smoke, a figure burst forth, landing on the ground with a cloud of dust. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Who goes there? Stop! The warlord shouted. Sun Wukong, however, paid them no heed and continued to stride forward at a deliberate pace. The formidable warlord, drenched in sweat, sensed the malevolence of the approaching entity. He raised his heavy machine gun and unleashed a torrent of bullets towards Sun Wukong. The surrounding henchmen, emulating their leader, followed suit, recklessly expending ammunition. However, before the bullets could even graze Sun Wukong, they were shattered by the explosive white aura emanating from him. The warlord, his face contorted with disbelief, exclaimed, impossible. This cannot be real. What manner of sorcery is this? Yes, it must be an illusion. Bring forth the mortars. I shall obliterate this fiend. No sooner had he uttered these words than Sun Wukong appeared before him in an instant, seizing the machine gun and bending it with sheer force. He then delivered a powerful kick to the warlord's abdomen, sending him crashing through the wall behind him. Is this sorcery? You shall discern the truth for yourselves. Sun Wukong bellowed, his voice directed not only at the warlord, but also at the burly officer who displayed a distinct lack of reverence for heroes. After dispatching the leader, Sun Wukong wasted no time. He soared into the sky, pinpointing the precise location of the rebel force's malevolent energy, manifesting a luminous orb in his hand. The orb rapidly divided into countless beams of light, striking down the remaining rebels with the swiftness of arrows. The ordinary citizens, who had been coerced into servitude by the rebels, remained unharmed. The warlord's faction thrived by preying on the local populace, and none were innocent. Their demise was not unjust. Sun Wukong, embodying both his identity as the Monkey King and Qin Wu, showed no mercy. Meanwhile, the pilots of the fighter jets, witnessing Sun Wukong dismantle the warlord's stronghold on their screens, were left in utter astonishment. The burly officer's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. As Sun Wukong departed, soaring toward the next warlord's domain, he cast a fierce glare at the officer. The officer, drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably, felt an overwhelming aura of death that nearly caused his heart to falter. It was only when Sun Wukong's silhouette vanished into the horizon that he exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. Without waiting for the fighter jets, Sun Wukong hastened to the next warlord's territory, the homeland of Oob. After neutralizing the warlord, he noticed a plump woman fleeing the stronghold. He chose not to pursue her. Those who managed to escape were not inherently wicked. While mastering the spirit bomb, Sun Wukong had learned to sense malevolent energies. Those devoid of such aura would not fall victim to his energy waves. Next, he traveled to the homeland of Namu, resolving all matters before finally returning home. Within the palace of the King of Dogs, news had reached him that Sun Wukong had dealt with all known warlord strongholds. Although the King of Dogs was aware of Sun Wukong's formidable prowess, he was still taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his strength. "You are truly remarkable, Wukong. I am immensely grateful," the King of Dogs exclaimed, presenting Sun Wukong with a black card. The Royal Special VIP card contains 200 million Sony, usable worldwide. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists no distinction between nations. The entire planet is governed by a single royal family, led by one king. The black card features a circle at its center, embossed with the visage of a bearded dog head. Sun Wukong glanced at it and smiled lightly, saying, "No need for thanks. Feel free to seek my assistance in the future." The Dog King, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, of course. With that, Sun Wukong said no more and took to the skies. 3 days later, at Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi stared at the black VIP card and the substantial pile of cash Sun Wukong had brought back, utterly astonished. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Wukong, I did ask you to earn money for the family, but you mustn't resort to crime." Chi-Chi could not fathom any other means by which one could amass such a large sum of cash, along with a bank card purportedly containing 200 million. Sun Wukong replied with a casual smile, "Don't overthink it. This is my payment for endorsing a product. Didn't you see it on television?" Chi-Chi shook her head, too preoccupied to pay attention to the screen. At that moment, little Gohan was still studying in his room. Sun Wukong approached Chi-Chi and gently let down her bun hairstyle, softly saying, "You look beautiful like this. You needn't work so hard to support the family anymore." Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully chided, "Please, you're making me feel shy." They entered the house together, and little Gohan, with a battle power of 981, heard faint noises from his parents' room, which made him worry and mumble to himself, "Are Mom and Dad arguing again? Is it about our family's income? I must study diligently to become a scholar and help ease the family's burden." As he murmured, he focused even more on his studies. Chapter 17. The Explosive Onslaught. Earth in Crisis. Only 25 days remain until Bulma and her father complete the modifications on the spaceship. During this period, Sun Wukong remained diligent, training while accompanying little Gohan. Recently, Chi-Chi had undergone a transformation, becoming more gentle and considerate, her demeanor softened by her husband's presence. She paid greater attention to her appearance, shedding the dowdy image often associated with middle-aged women. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall, her smile warm and inviting, and even her tone had become tender. At lunchtime, Chi-Chi continued to take charge of the meals for her husband and son. It was not due to a lack of means to hire a chef, but rather a manifestation of her love for her family. She could have easily followed Bulma's example and entrusted the cooking to a cook, yet she chose to prepare meals herself, wanting Sun Wukong and little Gohan to savor the dishes made by her own hands. Watching her husband and son, content and full after their meal, brought Chi-Chi immense joy. After lunch, Sun Wukong, satisfied and burping, found that little Gohan had already retreated to his room to rest. There had been suggestions to invest in Sun Wukong's martial arts school, but he simply did not have the time. However, Krillin must possess some capabilities, otherwise he would not be compelled to work and provide for his family after marrying Android 18. It is regrettable that the strongest warrior on Earth, a martial artist capable of saving the world, has ultimately been reduced to a mere insignificant office worker. What kind of absurd logic is this? Krillin should be stationed at the martial arts dojo, without a doubt. Came House. Goku, you have arrived. You seem to be in excellent spirits and have grown significantly stronger, Krillin remarked, sensing Goku's astonishing energy from a distance. Had he not recognized the familiar aura, he might have mistaken Goku for a formidable adversary. Hey Krillin, Master Roshi. Goku greeted with a smile. Goku, I saw your advertisement. I truly envy you. Heroic savior of the world, Krillin said with a hint of nostalgia, recalling the days when their strengths were nearly equal. Suddenly, Goku's power surged tremendously, leaving Krillin feeling inadequate despite his unwillingness to accept it. Goku, a hero who has saved the Earth countless times, truly deserves the title. Noticing the envy and melancholy on Krillin's face, Goku reassured him. Who says that I am the only hero? Those who fearlessly sacrifice themselves and bravely combat evil are heroes as well. With a serious expression, he continued. You are one of them, Krillin. Krillin shyly scratched his head, hesitating as he replied, Oh, I'm not as great as you say. He then mentioned the potential investment in opening a martial arts dojo, but expressed doubts about his availability. I would like to invite you to serve as the master of the dojo. Of course, the compensation would be substantial, Goku said earnestly. Krillin initially felt elated, but soon became disheartened. Can I truly do it? He wondered. Master Roshi, the god of martial arts, despite his age and dwindling strength, had regrets about not being able to teach his disciples, as none of his students were inclined to spread martial arts. This was one of Master Roshi's great regrets. At this moment, Master Roshi encouraged Krillin, believe in yourself. You can do it. The rare and sincere praise from Master Roshi surprised Krillin, dispelling his doubts as he resolutely replied, All right. West City, the residence of Bulma, stands as the most prosperous area in the Dragon Ball universe. In stark contrast to the impoverished regions of South City and OOB's homeland, where people struggle for basic necessities and clean water, this place seems like another world altogether. Towering skyscrapers rise high, with a network of highways crisscrossing above. Various capsule vehicles and cars zip along these thoroughfares. Below, there are commercial streets, food districts, and toy stores, everything one could imagine. West City is vast, with skyscrapers dominating the skyline. Yet it is also small, housing merely 1% of the world population. Yet, this tiny fraction holds 90% of the wealth. Their money is hard-earned, and they certainly do not intend to waste it. With a faint smile, Sun Wukong remarked that establishing a martial arts school in the Western capital was indeed a commendable idea, and those who enjoy peace without effort should contribute their fair share. After all, what in this world can be deemed as a given? Nothing. Everything bears a price. Sun Wukong adeptly approached the reporters from the television station to announce his intention to open a martial arts academy. Instantly, the station erupted with excitement, heralding yet another sensational story. Recent news concerning Earth's heroes had garnered significant attention, with some journalists even uncovering a mysterious hero in remote regions who had resolved the strife caused by local warlords. Speculation arose about the existence of another formidable hero, while fervent fans of Sun Wukong insisted that it was he who was responsible, for Sun Wukong is indeed an earthly hero. Mr. Sun Wukong, is it true that you plan to open a martial arts school? Mr. Sun, what are your thoughts on the sudden emergence of a superhero in remote areas? Mr. Sun, were you involved in the mysterious events occurring in these distant regions? The reporters posed their inquiries, each question incisive, eager to unearth a globally sensational news story. Sun Wukong chose not to respond to their questions. Instead, he signaled for silence and declared, The martial arts school will indeed be established in the Western capital. However, I may be rather busy and may not have ample time to teach martial arts myself. This is my junior brother, a formidable martial artist and a disciple of the revered martial arts god, Master Wu Tian. At this introduction, the television staff was instantly ablaze with excitement. They were not oblivious to history. Long before, during the era of the Great Demon King, Master Wu Tian had already been a prominent figure, even earning the title of martial arts god. This title, singular in its distinction, spoke volumes of its worth. To the common folk, the distinction between master and disciple was clear. The master was always deemed superior. With Master Wu Tian's endorsement, Krillin gradually caught the attention of the media. In no time, various outlets reported, shocking, the disciple of the martial arts god re-emerges to open a martial arts academy. The earthly hero is astonishingly a disciple of the martial arts god. As the interviews continued, news concerning Sun Wukong and Krillin spread across the globe. Reactions varied. Some were joyous, others discontented. Some filled with rage, and others dismissive. Joyous were those whom Master Wu Tian had once saved. Discontent and anger arose from other martial artists who questioned, why should one among us claim superiority? Of course, Sun Wukong and Krillin remained oblivious to these sentiments. At that moment, Krillin, flushed with shyness, felt a sense of disbelief at the unprecedented praise he was receiving. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained remarkably composed. All of this was well-deserved. A bleeding hero cannot afford to weep. After saving the earth, must a hero retreat to obscurity, to a pastoral life? What a farce. It is a grand joke that those who shed blood and sacrifice should fade into anonymity while opportunists bask in wealth and recognition. Noble character and substantial wealth are not mutually exclusive. The principle of reciprocity has existed since the dawn of time. Just as the staff of the television station were poised to further inquire about Sun Wukong and Krillin, a celestial object resembling a meteor suddenly descended from the heavens, igniting dazzling sparks as it traversed the atmosphere. The crowd, enveloped in confusion, remained unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 18. The Indestructible Spirit Tree. It was Sun Wukong and Krillin who first sensed the impending danger. A malevolent energy had descended upon Earth. As the fiery object struck the ground with a thunderous roar, the sky darkened abruptly. In an instant, a murky yellow haze enveloped the planet, suffocating the essence of life. Flora withered en masse, skyscrapers cracked, and the earth parched. In the distance, a colossal tree erupted from the ground. Both Sun Wukong and Krillin were perplexed by this phenomenon. At that moment, in the heavenly temple, the deities were still alive, thanks to Wukong's timely arrival. They gazed sorrowfully at the towering tree, which appeared to be devouring Earth's vital essence. On Turtle Island, Master Roshi also sensed the disturbance, looking towards the immense tree beneath the distant sky. Meanwhile, at Mount Payaz, young Gohan was abruptly awakened from his slumber, yearning to find his father, Sun Wukong, but to no avail. Upon stepping outside, he glimpsed the great tree in the distance and speculated that his father might be nearby, prompting him to take flight. Unbeknownst to him, Chi-Chi, who had only just realized something was amiss, caught sight of Gohan soaring into the sky. Gohan, come back. You have tutoring lessons this afternoon. However, Gohan, with a battle power of 981, had already darted away, too far to hear Chi-Chi's frantic calls. In West City, just as Sun Wukong was grappling with the bewildering situation, the voice of King Kai echoed in his ears. This is the spirit tree. Once it takes root, it cannot be destroyed. It will siphon the Earth's life force and bear fruit, ultimately transforming the planet into a lifeless wasteland. Wukong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, beneath West City, numerous massive roots sprouted forth, resembling the tentacles of a demon. Skyscrapers were swiftly ensnared by these tendrils, which exerted tremendous force, shattering the structures. In an instant, the symbols of modern prosperity crumbled. On the streets, pedestrians scattered in panic, some screaming while others wept. The scene resembled an apocalyptic nightmare. Amidst the chaos, several individuals were fleeing when a deafening crash signaled the collapse of a building's wall. Despair gripped the onlookers as they beheld the imminent threat of the falling debris, rendered powerless to escape its wrath. Suddenly, a figure materialized, lifting the falling stones and casting them aside into an unoccupied area. It was Krillin. Thank you, exclaimed the fortunate onlookers who had narrowly avoided injury, expressing their gratitude towards him. The roots of the colossal tree continued their relentless assault, spreading towards other areas, threatening to engulf the crowd. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared, rescuing several individuals on the brink of being ensnared by the roots. With a swift series of energy blasts aimed at the roots, he attempted to strike, but as the smoke cleared, the roots remained unscathed. Indeed, could they be impervious to destruction? Sun Wukong murmured to himself. The spirit tree could not be vanquished by mere energy blasts. Not even with his formidable combat power of 70,000. Was Darius nearby? Sun Wukong sensed a potent and malevolent aura emanating from the direction of the giant tree, though he could not ascertain its source. The only way to obliterate the spirit tree would be to confront the tree's core with a vital energy blast. The spirit tree thrived on the essence of life, and only an energy blast of the same origin could ensure its complete annihilation. Everyone, do not panic. Quickly find a place to take refuge. Leave this troublesome matter to me. Sun Wukong bellowed, soaring into the sky towards the giant tree. The previously frantic crowd fell silent upon hearing the voice of their earthly hero. The King of Dogs Stabilization Forces, the local official organization, had also arrived and swiftly began to maintain order, arranging for an orderly evacuation. Amidst the tribulations of Earth, the King of Dogs managed to garner substantial public support. Demonstrating his sense of duty, the King of Dogs gazed in the direction Sun Wukong had departed, praying, "Sun Wukong, I entrust this to you." Meanwhile, Gohan had arrived near the giant tree, as the nearby Baozi Mountain allowed him to reach the area first. "Dad, where are you?" Little Gohan searched for his father's figure in confusion. At that moment, a man emerged from a hollow in the middle of the spirit tree, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, the only distinction being his dark skin. It was Darius. Accompanying him were several individuals, all clad in Saiyan battle attire, varying in appearance. The fierce and confident Amondo chuckled. "Once we consume the fruit of the spirit tree, even Frieza's galactic empire will stand no chance against us. Haha, it won't be long before the fruit ripens." Dai Zi, the cold-hearted prince of the Pukimpa dynasty from planet Kabacha, with his crew cut, remarked ominously. Meanwhile, the half-cybernetic Cacao and the resurrected brothers Riais and Lacase, once extinct beings from the Binsi race, stood silently, their gazes fixated on the unripe spirit tree fruit, which was still green, destined to turn red soon and reach full maturity. Darius paid no heed to the chatter surrounding him. His focus was fixed on the combat power detector before him. Such formidable power. Is this Kakarot's son? Darius mused, taken aback by the combat power reading of 981 displayed on the device. Aside from the royal lineage of Vegeta, the lowly warriors are born with a mere combat power of 10. Even after years of training, they barely surpass 100, while Gohan's combat prowess reaches an impressive 981. Contemplating this, Darl suddenly conceived an idea and took flight towards Gohan. Upon seeing the approaching figure, young Gohan exclaimed with excitement, "Daddy!" However, it didn't take long for him to sense something amiss. Although this individual bore a striking resemblance to his father, an aura of malevolence enveloped him. Instantly alert, young Gohan declared, "You are not my father." Darl's puzzled replied, "Father? I am certainly not your father. Nevertheless, it matters not. All low-class warriors look alike. Come with me. Within you lies immense potential. Join me, and you shall become the strongest Saiyan. Once the fruits of the tree of might mature, this planet will transform into a dead star. If you accompany me, I can ensure your safety." Darls and his legion have been traversing the cosmos in search of suitable planets to plant the tree of might, devouring its fruits to experience an immediate tenfold increase in power. "I'm a human from Earth, not a Saiyan," young Gohan retorted, somewhat irked, inadvertently swaying the newly grown tail behind him. Darls observed Gohan's tail for a moment before scoffing, "Not a Saiyan? Allow me to demonstrate whether you truly are one." With that, Darl swung a punch aimed at Gohan's abdomen, causing the young boy to feel a wave of nausea. Yet the assault was far from over. Darl then stomped down on Gohan. Concentrating a white energy sphere in his palm, he hurled it skyward. Let the heavens and earth collide. The white sphere erupted, expanding and emitting a blinding radiance. Darl seized the struggling Gohan, forcibly prying open his eyes to direct them toward the celestial sphere. "Let me see if you're indeed a Saiyan." Despite Gohan's relentless struggles, he could not escape, his eyes absorbing the synthetic moonlight's breath waves. His physique began to transform. Dark brown fur sprouted, enveloping his body, while beast-like fangs emerged, and his size rapidly increased. His gaze progressively lost its rationality. "Roar!" Gohan, now devoid of reason, bellowed. "Gohan!" At that moment, a distant voice called out. Chapter 19, Krillin's Crisis. In his frenzied state, Gohan opened his mouth and fired an energy blast at the newly arrived Goku. Boom! Having just flown in from West City, Goku was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was struck by the energy blast. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed. Owamuring, Kakarot. Yet, you are merely a low-class warrior with a combat power of 3,000. Upon Goku's arrival, Darls had already utilized his scanner to ascertain Goku's combat capabilities. He burst into hearty laughter. Gohan, now transformed into a colossal ape, possessed a battle power of 9,810 points, while Kakarot was merely a lowly warrior. This time, he would either perish or suffer grave injuries. At that moment, The horizon was shrouded in mist, obscuring visibility, while Goku remained in a state of suppressed energy. Dares had failed to notice any irregularities, merely assuming that Goku's power was feeble. In reality, Gohan, with his 9,810 battle power, posed no threat to Goku whatsoever. "Dares, you scoundrel!" Goku exclaimed in fury, realizing that trouble had befallen little Gohan immediately after his departure. At this juncture, Dares appeared to be a mere spectator, observing the father-son conflict with amusement, further inciting Goku's ire. In a fit of rage, Gohan lunged at Goku once more. However, the alert Goku effortlessly evaded his attack. "Goku, I'm here to assist you," Krillin exclaimed anxiously, having noticed Goku's continuous evasions. Just as he intended to lend a hand, the menacing Amando suddenly materialized before him. "Your opponent is me," Amando sneered, glancing at the readings on his scouter. "A battle power of 1,000. What a pitiful creature. One could extinguish you with a mere breath. But idleness breeds boredom, so why not indulge in a little play?" Amando chuckled coldly as he glided closer to Krillin. "Damn it!" Krillin fumed, blocked from aiding Goku, which only heightened his frustration. "Come, attack me. Let me witness your strength." Amando taunted. Provoked, Krillin was undeterred. He raised his hand and conjured his signature technique, the Kienzan. With a swift motion, the rapidly spinning disk of energy was unleashed, slicing through the void toward Amando. Amando, momentarily taken aback, observed as his scouter indicated Krillin's power had surged to 1770. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It was still merely 1770. Amando chuckled lightly and abruptly spun at high speed, generating turbulent waves of energy. The Kienzan, before even making contact, was obliterated by the oncoming force. Amando, once a notorious criminal who roamed the galaxy, had been captured by the Galactic Patrol and imprisoned on planet Nas. However, one fateful day, Dares attacked the planet, granting Amando his chance to escape and subsequently join Dares' army. During his time with Dares, Amando had consumed several fruits from the Tree of Might, elevating his power to an impressive 9,100. Additionally, his extensive combat experience from relentless battles enabled him to effortlessly counter Krillin's Kienzan. The principle of one force overcoming another is not without reason. No technique is flawless. Not even the all-slicing Kienzan. Seeing that his Kienzan had proved futile, Krillin charged at Amando, delivering a solid punch that connected with Amando's body. The collision of fist and flesh erupted in a thunderous roar, yet Amando merely smiled, seemingly unscathed. Klin, instead, felt a throbbing pain in his fist. It was as if his hand had struck steel when it collided with Amando, inflicting no harm, while he himself suffered from the recoil. Amando sneered. "Are you merely tickling me?" With that, his leg swept like a steel whip and struck Klin in the abdomen. Boom! The immense force sent Klin doubling over in agony. The disparity in strength was staggering. Following the sweeping kick, Amando showed no mercy. With hands clasped, he unleashed a devastating blow that drove Klin into the ground. The earth trembled as a massive crater formed beneath him. Oh, faible. Amando scoffed, deriding Klin's inability to withstand even a casual strike. Furious, Klin struggled to rise, but as soon as he regained his footing, he was struck by Amando's energy blast. The remnants of his clothing were shredded, leaving his upper body exposed, bloodied and gasping for breath, his spirit waning. Meanwhile, Son Goku continued his fierce battle with the giant ape form of Gohan from a distance. Dallas remarked with a hint of amusement, "Kakarot, I had intended to invite you into my legion, but it seems that no matter how hard you try, a lowly warrior like you will always remain insignificant. However, your son possesses remarkable potential. Once the fruit of the Tree of Might matures, I shall take him away from this planet. After all, we share kinship, and I understand your final wish." As Dallas finished speaking, Son Goku instantaneously increased his speed, appearing behind Gohan and unleashing an attack akin to a Keyblade, severing Gohan's tail. With the loss of his tail, Gohan's transformation began to fade. Yet his consciousness had not returned, and he plummeted from the sky. In that fleeting moment, Son Goku caught Gohan, Dallas, who had anticipated witnessing a tragic clash between father and son, instead observed Son Goku effortlessly resolving Gohan's giant ape form. Frowning slightly, he glanced at the monitor. The power level remained unchanged, which puzzled him. However, he quickly regained his composure. A mindless giant ape Saiyan was easy to defeat, and Son Goku, being an adult Saiyan, surely had experience in battle. How dull. Do not presume that this feat will enable you to overcome my legion, Dallas sneered, confident that even the weakest of his subordinates would easily overpower Kakarot. What did it matter if he had subdued the giant ape Gohan? He had tirelessly traversed the vast cosmos in search of suitable planets to cultivate the Tree of Might, and had already enjoyed the fruits of several. Each planet's fruit, when consumed for the first time, would exponentially amplify one's power. Subsequent consumptions would yield diminishing returns. Yet, even when weakened countless times, the fruits still possess the ability to enhance one's strength. Through this method, Dales has transformed from feeble, lowly warrior into a formidable powerhouse, boasting a combat strength of 100,000. The royal family of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, possesses merely 10,000 points of combat power. Yet Dales has already surpassed the limits of the Saiyans. He even feels that he might be on the verge of attaining the status of a Super Saiyan. As long as he consumes the fruit of the spirit tree from Earth, he is certain he will become a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Amando has effortlessly subdued Krillin, crushing him with overwhelming power. "Is this all you've got, bald head?" Amando remarked with a disdainful smile. "This level of strength is hardly enough to tickle me." With a smirk, he delivered a powerful kick to Krillin's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him. "Curse it!" Krillin spat blood, filled with resentment. When the Saiyans arrived, he felt powerless to assist, and now, faced with another formidable opponent, he still found himself unable to help. Frustrated, he glared at the energy ball before him, brimming with indignation. Bored, Amando declared, growing weary of the encounter. He gathered an energy sphere in his hand. The opponent's strength was so weak that even warming up was impossible. It was time to finish this. With that, the destructive energy ball shot forth like a supersonic projectile aimed at Krillin. However, this powerful attack was deflected by Goku, who had arrived in an instant, sending it soaring into the distant sky. Amando stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. His combat power detector had not reacted at all. Dales was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, chuckling, "Too weak. This is just too dull. Amando, deal with him." Amando nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I hope you're not as weak as that bald head. That would be utterly boring." No sooner had he spoken than Amando surged forward, launching a punch filled with tenfold power directly at Goku. Yet, Goku effortlessly caught the blow. In that instant, he retaliated with a kick to Amando's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream as Amando was sent hurtling through the air, resembling a dart, accompanied by a sharp crackle as his body sliced through the atmosphere. But Goku did not relent. He pursued Amando, delivering an elbow strike to his head mid-air. Blood sprayed forth as several of Amando's teeth were knocked out. Boom! The immense force of the blow sent Amando crashing into the ground, creating yet another deep crater. "Too weak. You can't even provide me with a decent warm-up," Goku retorted. At this moment, the other members of Dale's Legion watched in astonishment at the unfolding scene. How is this possible? Everything transpired so swiftly that even the combat power detectors could not register the events. Chapter 20, Goku's Domination. Amando was sent flying, and son Wukong rushed towards Krillin, who lay on the ground, bloodied and barely conscious. "Wukong, I'm sorry for being a burden." Krillin managed to extend his hand and grasp Wukong's, his voice trembling. He had already been resurrected by the Eternal Dragon once. Should he perish again, the Dragon of Earth would be unable to bring him back. Even if Namek held Dragon Balls, acquiring them would be a formidable challenge. Krillin felt death closing in, yet he held no fear. Only a profound sense of guilt for not being able to assist Wukong. "It's all right, Krillin. You've done remarkably well. Leave the rest to me," Wukong reassured him, producing a senza bean and placing it in Krillin's mouth. "I'm sorry," he added. As Krillin consumed the bean, his injuries healed almost instantaneously. "It's fine. You should take Gohan and leave," Wukong gently urged, standing tall and glaring at Dallas. Though he had only recently met Krillin, who could deny that he was a true brother to Wukong? In a lifetime, one may have many friends, but how many true brothers can one find? Meanwhile, Dallas activated his power level detector once more, furrowing his brow upon seeing it still read 3,000. Amando had consumed several fruits from the Tree of Might, boasting a power level of 9,100. Could it be that Earth-S warriors could manipulate their own power levels? When Krillin unleashed his ki burst, his power level had soared to 1770, a fact Dallas had witnessed. After a moment of surprise, he regained his composure. Some races in the universe indeed possessed peculiar abilities, yet such a trait alone could not defeat him. After all, his power level reached an astonishing 100,000, and he was on the brink of achieving the legendary status of a Super Saiyan warrior, far beyond the capabilities of lesser fighters. Damn it! How dare you defeat Amando? A member of Dallas's Legion surged forward towards Wukong, intent on eliminating him. Wait, Cacao, Earthlings are strange. Do not underestimate them. Attack together. Dallas commanded with authority. The warrior named Cacao hesitated briefly before nodding. Soon, the prince of the Pukimpa dynasty, Doeyes, along with the Rizlaka brothers who constructed the Dallas Legion spacecraft and armaments, converged towards Cacao. On the ground, Amando, having been injured by Wukong, yet still alive, rose and returned to his comrades. Wiping the blood from his mouth and licking the remnants from his glove, he bellowed, "Let us take him down together." Several Legion members charged at Wukong with incredible speed. They surrounded him from all directions, unleashing a flurry of fists and feet, their attacks fierce and relentless. Yet, Wukong effortlessly deflected every strike. Impossible. They are merely low-level warriors, he declared with unwavering confidence. Cacao, the second strongest of the Dale's Legion, was taken aback, his combat power reaching an astonishing 13,000, while Doeyes boasted 8,400. Even the Reslacase brothers, responsible for the Legion's technology, possessed a formidable 7,600. How could it be so arduous to contend with an insignificant creature wielding merely 3,000 in combat power? Just as their confusion deepened, Sun Wukong suddenly bellowed, his aura erupting like a tempest. 12,000, 24,000, 36,000, 45,000. Boom! A series of explosive sounds reverberated as the power detectors worn by Cacao, Amando, Doeyes, and the Reslacase brothers shattered. These detectors have been upgraded by the Reslacase brothers, capable of detecting combat power up to 70,000. Yet they exploded. What could this mean? Had the detectors malfunctioned? Cacao could not help but exclaim in disbelief. How could a mere low-tier warrior possess such immense power? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, several officers were simultaneously hurled away by an overwhelming force. Their bodies grazed the air with a piercing sound, hurtling like lightning into the distance. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong shouted, his hands clasped together as he unleashed a furious Kamehameha wave. As they were propelled backward, the immense force rendered them immobile. Cacao, the second strongest among them, struggled against the tremendous power, slightly slowing his backward trajectory, only to behold the approaching colossal energy wave. Even he sensed the intense aura of death emanating from it. A reluctant cry of defiance escaped his lips as he was entirely engulfed by the Kamehameha, his form contorting as the formidable energy dissipated into nothingness. With one adversary vanquished, the wave's energy remained undiminished, barreling toward the others, its overwhelming force mercilessly flattening them. No! They screamed in their final moments, their cries swallowed by the deafening explosion. Ding! Defeated Cacao, rewarded with 1,300 combat power and 130 victory points. Ding! Defeated Amando, rewarded with 910 combat power and 91 victory points. Ding! Defeated Doeyes, rewarded with 840 combat power and 84 victory points. Ding! Defeated Rez, rewarded with 760 combat power and 76 victory points. Ding! Defeated Lacase, rewarded with 760 combat power and 76 victory points. The system's victory rewards echoed, indicating that the adversaries had lost their capacity to resist. At that moment, Dales beheld the true combat power of Sun Wukong, 76,000. The power detector worn by Dales, akin to that used by the Jinyu Force, was not as prone to destruction. 76,000 combat power was indeed formidable among the Saiyans, yet he possessed a staggering 100,000, having touched the legendary Super Saiyan. After a moment of surprise, Dales chuckled lightly. "It appears I misjudged you. I hereby extend a solemn invitation for you to join my legion. Once the spirit tree takes root, it becomes indestructible. This planet is doomed. Let us conquer the universe together." Kakarot. At this moment, Krillin had already departed with the unconscious Gohan, allowing Goku to finally showcase his prowess. Goku laughed heartily. "All right, you can be the little brother, and I shall be the big brother. I will join your pathetic legion." With that, he extended a finger, forming a peculiar gesture, a look of derision upon his face. Although Dales was unfamiliar with Earth's culture, he sensed that Kakarot was mocking him. Veins bulged on Dales's forehead as he seethed. "I have sincerely invited you to join. Do not be ungrateful." As his words fell, Dales suddenly erupted with rage, a black-red aura surging forth, powerful enough to make the very void tremble. He then shot towards Goku like an arrow. "Double Kaioken," Goku shouted, unleashing a burst of crimson energy. 83, 000, 90, 000, 100, 000, 105, 000, 140, 000. Dale stared in disbelief at the battle power detector before him, his face a mask of incredulity. Damn it, the detector must be malfunctioning. How could Kakarot, a mere low-class warrior, possess such strength? Dale's could not fathom it. He had cultivated spirit trees on several planets and consumed numerous spirit tree fruits to barely reach 100, 000 battle power. How could Kakarot, a low-class warrior, possibly be so formidable? Impossible. You are just a lowly warrior. Dale's roared, suddenly raising his palm, unleashing a torrent of black-red energy waves directed at Goku. However, the fierce energy waves merely brushed against Goku's erupted aura before being repelled. Goku remained calmly suspended in the air, not even shifting his stance. How could this be? Dales was utterly confounded. On this feeble planet, how could a low-class warrior possess such overwhelming battle power? Under the tutelage of Mr. Popo, Goku had mastered the control of his power to an unprecedented level. He fully commanded the strength of the double Kaioken, currently in a state of maximum output. According to Dragon Ball lore, if one's battle power exceeds the enemy's by 30, one can easily overpower them. Thus, at this moment, Goku could effortlessly repel Dale's energy blasts with mere aura. Chapter 21. Son Goku will not regret. Swish! Goku's figure suddenly vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Dale's in an instant. With a swift motion, he struck Dale's fiercely in the abdomen. Phew! Dale spat out bile, doubling over in excruciating pain. His features contorted. Powerful. So immensely powerful. How could a mere low-class warrior be this strong? Dale's heart was filled with confusion, shock, humiliation, and disbelief. Goku huffed, a cold smirk on his lips. Is the detector malfunctioning? You shall find out for yourself. Unwilling to concede defeat, Darius unleashed a fierce aura and launched a frenzied assault on Son Wukong. The sound of their relentless clash echoed through the heavens, a cacophony of thunderous blows resounding in the air. At that moment, Krillin, who had already departed the scene with the unconscious Gohan, sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Wukong. Indeed, Wukong had grown increasingly formidable. A pang of envy stirred within Krillin as he sighed softly, recognizing his own impotence to assist his friend. As Wukong and Darius exchanged blows, at times separated by vast distances, they engaged in a flurry of combat, executing thousands of moves within mere seconds. However, Darius found himself in a most frustrating position, overwhelmed as Wukong's speed and strength utterly eclipsed his own. Gasping for breath, Darius longed for a moment's reprieve. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he raised his palm and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts with reckless abandon. The explosions reverberated, striking Wukong and enveloping the sky in a cloud of dust. Underestimating me leads to this. Darius laughed triumphantly, convinced that his energy blast would surely inflict significant harm on Kakarot. Yet, to his utter disbelief, as the smoke cleared, Wukong remained unscathed, his attire not even bearing a single tear. You have disappointed me, Darius, Wukong remarked with a cold smirk, vanishing in an instant to deliver a powerful punch to Darius's head. The force of the blow sent Darius careening through the air, blood spattering as he struck the spirit tree, leaving a shallow mark upon its hard surface. The resilience of the spirit tree, now marred by the impact, bore witness to the sheer might of Wukong's strike. Darius, consumed by frustration and anger, raised his hands, swiftly conjuring an energy ring that surged toward Wukong. This is my most powerful technique, Kakarot. If you dare, receive it. He bellowed, invoking the triple Kaioken. Wukong cast a cold glance, his aura flaring once more, enveloping him in a vibrant crimson energy. At that moment, the energy ring approached, and with a simple gesture, Wukong grasped it firmly. Impossible, Darius gasped, eyes wide with disbelief as Wukong effortlessly shattered the ring. As it disintegrated, a dazzling display of sparks erupted, and Wukong coldly remarked, "Is that all you've got? Damn it. If I could consume the fruit of the spirit tree, you would stand no chance against me." Darius roared, instinctively glancing toward the hollow of the spirit tree, where the fruit had begun to redden, ripening before his very eyes. Consuming the fruit of the spirit tree would amplify one's combat prowess by at least 5-fold. Should the Earth's energy prove sufficient, a 10-fold increase is not beyond the realm of possibility. After a moment of contemplation, Son Wukong realized that the combat power awarded by the system is equivalent to 10 times the strength of the defeated opponent. If Dales were to consume the spirit tree's fruit and experience a drastic surge in power, then vanquishing him would yield even greater rewards in combat strength. However, should Dales indeed experience a tenfold increase, bringing his strength to a staggering 1 million, the disparity between them would remain considerable. To gamble or not to gamble? A fleeting thought crossed Sun Wukong's mind. He would take the risk. Fortune favors the bold. Life itself is a gamble. Well then, go ahead and eat it. Let me witness the true wonders of the spirit tree's fruit. Sun Wukong provocatively challenged. Dales, I hope you do not come to regret this, he thought. A sly smile creeping upon Dale's face as he acknowledged the arrogance inherent to purebred Saiyans. Dale soared towards the hollow of the tree, where the fruit had ripened from a raw green to a luscious red. The fruit, roughly the size of a fist, bore a slightly spiny crimson skin. He plucked one and bit into it with fervor, greedily savoring the essence of the spirit tree fruit. As he swallowed, his muscles swelled dramatically, his aura skyrocketing. Any previous injuries healed instantaneously, restoring him to his prime. Sun Wukong glanced at the system display, which indicated Dale's combat power had surged to 800,000, a remarkable 8-fold enhancement from the fruit. The spirit tree's fruit was indeed extraordinary. 12-fold Kaioken. Witnessing Dale's soaring power, Sun Wukong activated the 12-fold Kaioken, nearing the limits of his capabilities, aware that any further increase could jeopardize his physical integrity. Dales, your demise is at hand. With that declaration, Dales vanished from sight, only to reappear before Sun Wukong in an instant. A tremendous force struck toward Sun Wukong's abdomen. He grasped Dale's fist, though not with the ease he had previously enjoyed. The 12-fold Kaioken elevated his power to 920,000, yet compromised his control significantly. Nevertheless, even the residual force was enough to astonish Dales. How is this possible? Dales exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that his full-powered punch, with a strength of 800,000, had been thwarted by Sun Wukong. I told you you're too weak. Despite the strain, Sun Wukong maintained his composure. Kakarot, Dales roared in anger, clearly infuriated by the repeated humiliation from a warrior he deemed inferior. A soldier can endure only so much. With a sudden burst of resolve, Dales broke free from Sun Wukong's grip, drifting into the distance. He clasped his hands together, arcs of electricity crackling around him as immense energy gathered, compressing and coalescing into his palms. Ha! Dales bellowed, unleashing a colossal wave of energy directed at Sun Wukong. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the sound of thunder resonated, a powerful energy unsettling the weather. Sun Wukong, undeterred, unleashed the Kamehameha with fervor. The clash of the deep crimson and azure energies created a spectacular collision, instantly igniting arcs of electricity and shaking the very earth. The two forces collided, forming a colossal energy sphere at their epicenter. Kakarot, Darius bellowed as the crimson energy wave surged, forcefully pushing back Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. The dark red wave relentlessly consumed the Kamehameha, advancing towards Sun Wukong. 13-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong roared, his power surging once more, amplifying the Kamehameha to tremendous proportions, which swiftly repelled Darius's energy wave. Darius, astonished, gazed at the returning Kamehameha, clinging to it with unyielding resolve. Yet, the impact of the Kamehameha was overwhelming. Despite Darius exerting all his strength, he was still forced backward. No, this is impossible. Darius's despairing roar echoed within the energy wave, culminating in a violent explosion as it collided with the spirit tree, causing a deafening rumble as the massive trunk trembled. Chapter 22, An Unexpected Reward. Leaves fell like rain. The immense force of the Kamehameha merely dislodged the leaves of the spirit tree, leaving the trunk unscathed. In that moment, gravely wounded, Darius cackled maniacally, its futile Kakarot. The spirit tree is indestructible. Earth will inevitably become a desolate star. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Despite his battle power soaring to 920,000, he was still unable to destroy the spirit tree. Just as he pondered this, the Kai's voice resonated. Wukong, utilize the spirit bomb. The energy of the spirit bomb is of the same origin as that of the spirit tree. Only a power derived from the same source can truly obliterate it. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, having considered this approach himself. Kai, please transmit my voice to all of humanity. Understood, Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hands to the heavens, his voice both calm and commanding. I am Sun Wukong. I now require your strength. Extend your hands and join me in saving the earth. His authoritative voice, amplified by the Kai-S transmission, resonated across the globe. Sun Wukong? The one who saved the Earth last time? Sun Wukong? Wukong. People from all corners of the Earth heard his voice. The planet, ravaged and desolate, with rivers dried up and plants withered, presented a bleak, apocalyptic landscape. Gazing upon the devastated Earth, the people's resolve hardened as they raised their hands toward the sky. They had faith in Sun Wukong, just as they had before. Those who had previously hesitated, seeing their companions raise their hands, joined in solidarity. The power of belief, hope, courage, and aspiration transformed into a brilliant white light, manifesting as energy that soared toward the distant horizon. At this moment, Krillin also heard Goku's voice and unhesitatingly raised his hand. Goku, we must obliterate the spirit tree. Father, give it your all. Gohan, who had regained his senses, raised his hand as well. A massive surge of energy emanated from their palms, soaring towards the heavens, drifting into the distant horizon. As the energy converged, a blue orb, the size of a basketball, gradually formed above Goku's head. He glanced upward at the basketball-sized energy sphere, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Was this all the energy of humanity on Earth? How could it be so small? Just how much had the spirit tree drained? He turned to face the spirit tree and bellowed, "Spirit tree, return your energy to me." With his roar, the leaves of the spirit tree rustled and trembled slightly, followed by a brilliant burst of pure white light erupting from it. The energy sphere that was ascending towards the sky expanded rapidly, soon growing to the size of 4 basketball courts. As Goku waved his hand, the energy sphere began to move slowly, its descent accelerating, taking on a spindle-like shape. Moments after the energy sphere collided with the spirit tree, a towering beam of light suddenly shot up from the base of the tree. The beam pierced through the trunk, soaring towards the crown, ultimately engulfing Dales and his spaceship as well. I refuse to accept this. I am a legendary Super Saiyan warrior. How could I possibly lose to Kakarot? Dales's desperate cry echoed amidst the light. A thunderous explosion resounded, causing the ground to tremble as if a dragon were turning in its slumber, making the entire Earth quiver. An overwhelming force of destruction radiated forth, its blinding glow akin to the blazing sun, illuminating the dim twilight of the planet. In this moment, it felt like the apocalypse, yet it also heralded a new beginning. Following the roar, the once towering spirit tree suddenly transformed into a brilliant white light, which exploded and instantly spread across the Earth. This was the very energy the spirit tree had drained from the planet, now returning to the barren lands, withered plants, and dying animals. The Earth was rejuvenated. The once desolate soil seemed to be revitalized by the spring rains, as new green shoots broke through the ground and rivers surged along their beds. The joyous and ethereal calls of animals resounded across the land, accompanied by the jubilant voices of humanity. In this moment, the Twilight Earth was reborn. Ding! Defeated Dales. Reward: Battle Power 80,000. Victory Points 8,000. Ding! Defeated the Spirit Tree. Reward: 10 Spirit Tree Fruits. The Battle Power reward of 80,000 was expected, but the reward for defeating the Spirit Tree caught Goku's attention, prompting a light chuckle. What a windfall! Indeed, one must strive in life. It was incredibly valuable. Now he had greater resources to contend with Frieza, for relying on anger to transform could lead to unforeseen accidents. Just as Goku reveled in his triumph, 2 figures approached from the distance. Goku, that was incredible. After sensing that there was no enemy presence, Krillin and Gohan returned to Goku's side. With a playful pat on Goku's back, Krillin joked, causing Goku to flinch slightly. "What's the matter, Goku?" Gohan asked with concern. "Are you okay, Dad?" Krillin added anxiously. "It's nothing, just the aftereffects of the Kaioken. I'm not dying," Goku replied, managing a strained smile. "Ha ha, as long as you're alive, I can relax," Krillin laughed heartily. In the world of Dragon Ball, as long as one was alive, everything was fine. Gohan, worried about Goku, attempted to assist him, but Goku gestured for him not to. Instead, he produced a Senzu bean, popped it into his mouth, and with a crunch, his injuries healed instantaneously, and his aura surged. Krillin stood nearby, eyes wide in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Incredible. Such a powerful aura. On King Kai's planet, Dend and the others learned about the situation on Earth through King Kai. Tien and Yamcha looked astonished, while Dend quietly moved to a nearby tree to meditate and enhance his abilities. Goku's strength was advancing at an astonishing rate. He needed to catch up and grow stronger as well. While the others marveled at Goku's rapid power increase, Den was already focused intently on his meditation. King Kai glanced at Den, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Goku retrieved a fist-sized red fruit from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Krillin, saying, "This is a fruit from the Tree of Might. It can enhance your power. You should eat it." Krillin was taken aback, exclaiming, "The Tree of Might fruit? Is this the fruit that Doria's just consumed? I can't accept this. You should have it since you defeated the enemy." Krillin had sensed the immense power surge when Doria's had eaten the fruit. Such a precious item must have been hard-won by Goku. Knowing that Goku would soon head to Namek and potentially encounter formidable foes, it seemed wiser for Goku to consume this vital fruit. With a gentle laugh, Goku reassured him, "It's all right, I have plenty." He then produced 2 more Tree of Might fruits, giving one to Gohan and keeping one for himself. After handing the fruit to Gohan, Goku took a bite of his own. As he consumed the fruit, his body underwent an astonishing transformation. His muscles expanded dramatically. His aura erupted like a pure white flame. Glancing at the system data, his battle power read 2, 585, 336. Victory points 8, 482. Skills Kaioken, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb, Senzu Beans X7. His battle power had surged to over 258 million. The Spirit Tree's fruit bestowed by the system proved to be significantly more potent than that cultivated by Dales. Upon consuming the Spirit Tree's fruit, Dales experienced an enhancement of 8-fold in his combat power, whereas the reward from the system granted a 10-fold increase. Klirin, standing nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment, while Goku was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Klirin stammered, "So powerful." He then lowered his gaze to the fruit in his hand. How much could this extraordinary fruit augment his strength? It felt like an utter waste to consume such a powerful fruit. Sensing Klirin's hesitation, Goku reassured him, "Go ahead. This is for you. There's no need to be courteous." Klirin glanced at Goku, then at the fruit in his hand, hesitating for quite some time before finally taking a bite. Chapter 23, The Indomitable Goku. Young Gohan, bewildered, observed Uncle Klirin consuming the fruit, fixating on the Spirit Tree's fruit in his own hand for a while before also indulging. As soon as they finished eating, a tremendous aura erupted from Klirin and Gohan, resembling a tangible, mist-like presence akin to a white flame ablaze. Goku cast a glance at the system's data. Klirin's combat power surged to 17,700, while Gohan's reached 9,810. Both had experienced a remarkable 10-fold increase in strength. "Incredible. Is this truly me?" Klirin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the aura emanating from him. Gohan, too, found himself lost in astonishment. "Gohan, can you feel it?" Klirin said excitedly to Gohan. Yes. My power has increased significantly." Gohan responded, his youthful voice ringing with delight. The two were enveloped in joy, astonished by the rapid enhancement of their abilities. Especially Klirin, who had previously regarded Vegeta and Nappa as monstrous in strength. Now, he felt confident that he could stand against Vegeta, although at this moment he remained unaware of the Saiyans' near-death instinct. Being powerful is certainly advantageous. Goku chuckled. With the crises facing Earth, avoiding conflict is not an option. Being stronger is beneficial. "Gohan, you should head back now. Your mother will worry about you." Young Gohan nodded and soared in the direction of the Capsule Corporation, disappearing in a flash of starlight. Once Gohan departed, Goku turned to Klirin with a smile. Now that Earth has just begun to restore peace, there are still many areas in need of assistance. Let us go and lend a hand. Absolutely. Just as they prepared to set forth, a large group of airplanes appeared in the distance. Most were official aircraft, some of which carried individuals wielding cameras. As the planes landed, King Dog emerged, tears streaming down his face, striding toward Goku. "Goku, you've saved Earth once more. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." He continued, "I heard you plan to open a martial arts school on behalf of the government. I would like to allocate a piece of land for you." Goku did not refuse, but instead expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much. This was well deserved." There was no need for modesty. Honesty was the best policy. Beside him, Krillin appeared utterly bewildered. Is there no attempt to deflect this? In his childhood, the turtle hermit had taught him that hard work brings sustenance. Yet now, Goku seems to have done no labor, and yet someone presents him with land to establish a martial arts school. Ignoring Krillin's confusion, Sun Wukong spoke eloquently to the cameras of the media. The sacred tree, a colossal entity planted by extraterrestrial beings on Earth, would siphon the planet's nutrients, rendering it a desolate wasteland. However, through our collective efforts, we successfully salvaged Earth. The heroism belongs to all humanity. Sun Wukong proclaimed, raising his fist toward the sky. Victory belonged to the entire human race, to the earth itself. This moment of Wukong's triumphant shout was captured by various news outlets, making headlines across numerous newspapers. In no time, the glorious deeds of Earth's hero became a topic of conversation over meals, filled with admiration, respect, and even reverence. The previous invasion by Vegeta and his cohorts had merely resulted in the loss of West City, with no witnesses nor video evidence. Many remained skeptical, believing the reports to be fabrications from obscure tabloids. When Sun Wukong gathered the spirit bomb, seeking their strength, doubt and hesitance prevailed. Yet this time, the devastation wrought by the planting of the sacred tree was a reality felt by all of humanity. The life-giving rivers ran dry, flora withered, the earth cracked, and a terrifying haze of yellow sand engulfed the landscape, reminiscent of an apocalypse. At this moment, a voice resonated, seemingly from the heavens, or perhaps from within their minds. It implored, "Grant me your strength, let's save the earth together." Desperate, the people took a gamble on this unknown figure, hoping he could indeed rescue their planet. As they offered their strength, weary and steeped in despair, a miracle unfolded. At the moment of the sacred tree's explosion, the earth trembled, felt by every inhabitant of the globe. Subsequently, countless radiant orbs descended upon the land, mountains, rivers, and meadows, breathing life back into the ailing earth. In that instant, all of humanity recognized the savior of their world, Sun Wukong, the god of martial arts, disciple of Master Wutian. Once the journalists concluded their photography, King Dog commanded his subordinates to shield the area, his face etched with concern. "Wukong, due to the immense destruction caused by the previous sacred tree, I hope you can gather the 7 Dragon Balls to restore the damaged edifices and revive the deceased of E-City." Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, reassuring him. "No problem, leave it to me." Though King Dog lacked significant combat prowess, he fulfilled his responsibilities diligently. In a world where individual strength could easily surpass national power, maintaining a semblance of peace for ordinary citizens is no small feat. Sun Wukong readily agreed, and a smile appeared on the otherwise troubled face of the Dog King. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they boarded the aircraft and departed. By the time the Dog King and his entourage left, evening was approaching. "Clin, I shall return home first. I will come to you in a couple of days regarding the martial arts school," Sun Wukong said, turning to bid farewell to Clin before soaring towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. As Sun Wukong ascended, he spotted Gohan returning early and promptly informed Chi-Chi of the day's events. Flying over Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong saw Chi-Chi waiting at their doorstep. A sense of comfort washed over him. In this tumultuous world, there was always someone awaiting his return home for a warm meal. That was enough. Below, Chi-Chi's face was etched with worry, but upon spotting Sun Wukong, she revealed a relieved smile and waved at him. As soon as Sun Wukong landed, Chi-Chi rushed over, tears brimming in her eyes, and embraced him. She harbored a fear of receiving news of his sudden departure from this world. He often embarked on perilous battles without a word. Yet, she understood that her husband could not refrain from fighting. Who else would defend the earth? In the past, she might have voiced her complaints, but now she refrained. Gazing at the delicate Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong chuckled softly. "It's all right. I am unscathed. You know my strength well enough, don't you?" He quickly planted a kiss on her cheek, causing her face to flush crimson. "You must be exhausted. I have prepared a delicious meal for you," she said shyly. At that moment, Sun Wukong's stomach let out an embarrassing growl. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he replied, "Let us go inside and eat." Upon entering the house, Sun Wukong was taken aback by the sight of a table brimming with an array of meat dishes, all prepared by Chi-Chi. He couldn't help but marvel at how challenging it was to sustain a purebred Saiyan. Thankfully, Chi-Chi herself possessed formidable combat skills among humans. Otherwise, it would be quite a feat. Of course, Bulma, being the world's wealthiest individual, could easily have servants do the cooking. Dinner was delightful. Chi-Chi, without a doubt Sun Wukong's wife, showcased exceptional culinary skills that perfectly suited his palate. After their meal, Chi-Chi took Gohan into the house to study. Young Gohan nodded obediently and entered the room to learn. As Chi-Chi exited Gohan's room, she glanced at Sun Wukong, who was lounging on the sofa to digest his meal. Shyly, she approached him and wrapped her arms around his, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Sun Wukong chuckled, realizing he was in for a long night. Chapter 24, Shenlong. Please grant my wish. The following morning, while Chi-Chi was still asleep, Sun Wukong stealthily rose from bed. Chi-Chi, feigning slumber, casually hooked her arm around his clothing, her eyes fluttering slightly. He gently removed her hand, tucking it back under the covers, and quietly stepped outside. Just as he exited the room, Chi-Chi opened her sleepy eyes and gazed longingly at Sun Wukong's fading silhouette. After leaving Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong flew directly towards West City, heading to Bulma's home. At this moment, Bulma's grand residence lay in a state of disrepair, ravaged by the extensive destruction wrought by the spirit tree, leaving no corner of West City unscathed. As he touched down, Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, greeted him with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Is that you, Goku? It's been ages. You've grown quite handsome. I thought you might marry our Bulma." With that, she approached and entwined her arm with Goku's, her soft warmth brushing against him in a teasing manner. "Goku, when shall we go on a date?" Goku chuckled, finding Bulma's mother as exuberant and open as depicted in the original tale. At that moment, a voice of discontent interrupted. "Mom, Bulma, what's the matter?" Mrs. Brief feigned ignorance of her daughter's outburst, continuing to cling to Goku's arm. Flushed with anger, Bulma strode over and pulled Goku's arm away. "Goku, are you looking for the Dragon Ball radar?" Goku nodded, and as Bulma grasped his arm, she lamented. "The devastation caused by the spirit tree is immense. Even my home hasn't escaped its wrath. You must find the Dragon Balls quickly and wish for everything to return to its original state." Goku nodded again, retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, and took to the skies. As Bulma's mother watched Goku's departing figure, she murmured, "What a pity, Bulma. Little Goku has grown up to be so handsome." Bulma, somewhat entranced, sighed, "Oh, how wonderful it would have been if my boyfriend had been Goku." Meanwhile, Goku, armed with the Dragon Ball radar, traversed the corners of Earth in search of the Dragon Balls. With the aid of the radar, Goku, whose battle power reached an astonishing 258 million, could quickly navigate the planet. The Dragon Balls were soon gathered. Once arranged, Goku called out, "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." As his words echoed, the sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning. Above the 7 Dragon Balls, brilliant golden sparks surged upward, gradually coalescing into the shape of a dragon. Shenron spiraled into view, his formidable claws extending with a sharp glint. His scales shimmered with a deep green hue, exuding an air of mysterious rhythm, reminiscent of the Eastern Azure Dragon, albeit with a slightly different coloration. Shenron slowly lowered his massive head, exuding an aura of immense authority, and proclaimed, "State your wish." This marked the first encounter for Qin Wu with the Dragon Ball Shenron, whose imposing presence was impressive, though he later became relegated to the role of a mere mascot. "Goku, please restore everything on Earth to the state it was in before Vegeta and Nappa arrived," he shouted fervently, ensuring that Vegeta and Nappa were not counted among Earth's inhabitants, thus perfectly sidestepping any complications. Shenron's crimson eyes flickered as he solemnly declared, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, Shenron suddenly transformed into a blinding flash of light, retreating back into the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls spun gracefully, ascending into the sky, only to suddenly disperse in 7 distinct directions. In the blink of an eye, they traced 7 streaks of lightning across the heavens, vanishing without a trace. Sun Wukong sighed softly, aware that the Dragon Balls would enter a cooling period for the next year, rendering them unusable. His own issue of viral heart disease remained unresolved, but he could await the intervention of the dragon on Namek. After fulfilling the king's commission, Sun Wukong set off towards Baozi Mountain. Meanwhile, in the eastern capital, a city once obliterated by Nab re-emerged in the world. People exchanged bewildered glances, confused, as they recalled having perished once, yet could recollect nothing further. In stark contrast to the disorientation of the eastern capital citizens, individuals from around the globe erupted in joyous celebration. The structures devastated by the divine tree had returned to their former glory. At that moment, the Dog King held a significant press conference in the capital, announcing to the world that the one responsible for restoring Earth and resurrecting the deceased was none other than Sun Wukong. Wukong, Wukong, Wukong. At this instant, the world erupted in fervor, as the name Sun Wukong resonated once more with all, including those newly revived in the eastern capital. Although they lacked vivid memories of their demise, they nonetheless retained the awareness of having died. Despite not having personally experienced the act of salvation, emotions are easily contagious, particularly when officially recognized. Under the sway of this excitement, they quickly came to believe that it was Sun Wukong who had rescued them, and indeed, this was the truth. In the eastern capital, shouts of adoration filled the air. 20 days hence, while Sun Wukong was enjoying a tender moment at home with Chi-Chi, his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from the Dog King, stating that the promised reward of land had been fulfilled after the dragon restored Earth. The Dog King not only honored his commitment by bestowing a prime royal plot in the western capital, but had also renovated the martial arts school as per Wukong's specifications. This alleviated many concerns. With the martial arts school completed, it required someone to oversee operations. The Turtle Hermit, now aged, preferred tranquility on Turtle Island over exertion. Sun Wukong respected this choice. After all, the elderly treasure peace and quiet, and he did not wish to impose. Upon landing on Turtle Island, Sun Wukong spotted the Turtle Hermit napping on a beach chair, with a languid old turtle nearby. Krillin diligently practiced, occasionally receiving guidance from the Turtle Hermit. Although Krillin's combat prowess vastly surpassed that of the Turtle Hermit, the latter's centuries of martial arts mastery far surpassed Krillin's mere years of training. In the realms of combat techniques, fighting styles, and strategic application, the Turtle Hermit remained leagues ahead. The esteemed Master Roshi sensed the presence of Sun Wukong from afar. Upon witnessing his descent, he greeted him with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Wukong, you have arrived." The old master appeared to be in good spirits, radiating the same vitality he once possessed. "What do you think? Might you consider visiting my newly established martial arts dojo?" With a chuckle, Master Roshi gently waved his hand in refusal, declaring, "I am too old for such endeavors. The world belongs to the youth." After sharing a light-hearted exchange, Sun Wukong did not press the matter further. However, considering that Master Roshi might feel lonely in solitude, he genuinely contemplated inviting him to oversee the dojo. From the saga of the Demon King Piccolo, it was evident that Master Roshi was a self-sacrificing warrior capable of sealing the formidable Demon King with the Mafuba technique. He embodied noble ideals and aspirations, sincerely wishing for Tien Shinhan, who had strayed from his path, to find his way back. Although Master Roshi may not possess the highest combat prowess, he is undoubtedly the revered god of martial arts. Sun Wukong, along with Qin Wu, held a deep respect and admiration for such a figure. Thus, he earnestly invited Master Roshi to take a position at the dojo, yet the old man, being somewhat stubborn, ultimately decided against it. "Come, Krillin," Sun Wukong called out, and the two of them erupted with energy, soaring into the sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lying on a beach chair, Master Roshi murmured somewhat forlornly, "The fledgling will inevitably become the eagle. The young hawk must venture forth to explore the world." The old turtle gazed at the horizon for a moment, shook his head slightly, and then lowered his head to drift into slumber. Chapter 25. The Obedient Gohan. Just as Master Roshi closed his eyes for a brief respite, a figure appeared in the distance, returning. Sun Wukong landed gracefully and presented a red fruit to Master Roshi, exclaiming, "Master, this is the fruit of the spirit tree, capable of enhancing one's strength tenfold." Master Roshi recognized the fruit, but was still somewhat puzzled, displaying a look of curiosity. Sun Wukong, noticing his expression, continued with a smile. The core philosophy of the Turtle School emphasizes the importance of engaging in exercise, enjoying life, eating well, studying diligently, and resting adequately. Martial arts are not merely a means to victory, but a pathway to transcend oneself. One must learn to think independently, to ponder deeply, and to apply knowledge practically. The pursuit of martial arts is not for the sake of fighting or proving superiority. Rather, it is about achieving physical and mental well-being and leading a meaningful life. No one understands this principle better than you. Therefore, I sincerely hope you can find time to visit the dojo and share these ideals with a wider audience. Master Roshi paused, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes reflecting a flicker of satisfaction and contentment. Without waiting for a response, Sun Wukong ascended into the air once more, heading towards West City. In the heart of West City, one could find Bulma's Capsule Corporation, along with a plethora of industries including aviation, transportation, and rocket engineering, accompanied by supporting sectors such as education, healthcare, and hospitality. Consequently, West City had become the most prosperous and affluent area within the Dragon Ball universe, where every inch of land was invaluable. In this bustling metropolis, where every inch of land is precious, Sun Wukong has established a martial arts academy, sprawling over 1,000 acres. In the world of Dragon Ball, where extraordinary combat prowess reigns, heroes who have saved the world either live in obscurity, engaging in menial jobs, or struggle to survive through hunting. While others manage fine in their solitude, Krillin faces a more daunting predicament. Having married Android 18 and welcomed a delightful daughter, he finds himself compelled to seek employment to provide for his family. Such a fate is not befitting of a hero, at least not one that Qin Wu would wish to witness. On the day of the Academy's grand opening, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped the event, attracting attention from various media outlets. The King of Dogs even bestowed an official plaque to the Academy. Inscribed in gilded letters were the four characters: God of Martial Arts Academy. The term God of Martial Arts refers to Master Roshi, and as Sun Wukong is his esteemed disciple, he is indeed worthy of the title. Bulma, being a childhood friend of Sun Wukong, also graced the occasion with her blessings. Known for her wealth, Bulma generously donated 10,000 power testing machines to Sun Wukong, the very same type used in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Though these machines are merely for ordinary practitioners, their presence is a mark of prestige. The Academy's infrastructure is comparable to other martial arts schools, yet it possesses its unique charm. During the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Sun Wukong passionately articulated the purpose of martial arts. He recalled how, in his youth, Master Wu Tian imparted wisdom. The pursuit of martial arts is not merely for combat or rivalry, but rather to cultivate a healthy body and mind, rendering life meaningful. However, he asserted that when confronted with malevolent individuals who misuse force, they shall receive a stern lesson. In the face of ruthless villains, we must bravely stand to protect our families. This encapsulates the essence of martial arts, to imbue life with greater significance, transcending mere physical fitness. As Sun Wukong concluded his speech, the audience fell silent, only to erupt into fervent applause. The ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded successfully, and the Academy officially began enrolling students. Numerous affluent merchants, drawn by Master Roshi's illustrious reputation and Sun Wukong's heroic deeds, flocked to the Academy. Some even offered substantial sums to secure admission, as being among the first to enroll conferred the honor of being a senior disciple of Master Wu Tian. Sun Wukong welcomed all applicants, regardless of their intentions towards serious martial training. The merchants' willingness to pay handsomely was appreciated, and he had no qualms about granting them honorary titles, should any of them engage in actions that tarnish the Academy's reputation. However, Qin Wu, Sun Wukong himself, would not hesitate to ensure their removal from the world. Conversely, for children from impoverished families, Sun Wukong not only waived fees but also provided them with support. Perhaps in time, they would emerge as the next generation of martial artists. Though their abilities may currently be modest, they could carry forth the legacy of the Turtle School. Naturally, Sun Wukong treated all aspiring students equally, with no favoritism. I want to enroll too. Don't push. I was here first. Let me sign up first. Confronted by the enthusiastic individuals eager to enroll, Krillin was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting a mixture of surprise and anxiety. However, upon observing the serene expression of Sun Wukong, he found solace. The fervor for martial arts among the crowd seemed to transport them back to their childhood, reminiscent of the grand era when the World Martial Arts Tournament was held. Following the conclusion of the registration, they proceeded to enlist several seasoned martial artists to oversee the training of the novice students. After all, it was impractical for Krillin to instruct every student alone. Once stability was achieved in due course, the mentorship would transition from the experienced to the new. Neither Sun Wukong nor Krillin wished to invest excessive thought into administrative matters, and Bulma was well aware of their inclinations. Consequently, a management team was dispatched from Capsule Corp to assist. The opening ceremony was brief yet successful, and they returned to Baozi Mountain in high spirits. By the end of the month, Sun Wukong received word from Bulma that the spaceship had been successfully modified. Young Gohan, eager to accompany his father, expressed concern for him. Initially, Chi-Chi was opposed to the idea, but after much persuasion from Sun Wukong, she reluctantly relented. She understood that her husband's decisions were ultimately unchangeable. With a worried expression, Chi-Chi cautioned, "Gohan is still young. Please do not let him venture into dangerous places, and ensure you return safely, Goku." With a gentle smile, Sun Wukong reassured her, "Do not worry, Chi-Chi. Our Gohan is quite strong now." He called out to Gohan, who was in the room, "Gohan, let us set off." A youthful voice responded with excitement, "Okay." As Gohan emerged, he carried a bundle of luggage prepared by Chi-Chi, containing study materials. Sun Wukong chuckled, knowing they weren't going on a vacation and that time for studying would be scarce. Nevertheless, he decided to bring them along to ease Chi-Chi's worries. At that moment, Gohan, having shed his unruly hair for a neat, youthful bob, appeared shy yet endearing. "Gohan, remember to keep up with your studies while on Namek, and be polite when you meet the aliens, understood?" Chi-Chi tirelessly instructed, to which Gohan nodded earnestly, his obedience almost astonishing. After some time, Chi-Chi embraced Gohan with reluctance before leading him to Sun Wukong. "Let us go," Sun Wukong and Gohan soared directly towards Korin Tower, where the magical Senzu beans had matured. Upon their arrival, Korin handed Sun Wukong a small pouch containing 7 Senzu beans. Previously, Sun Wukong had won 10 beans through a system lottery, consumed 3, and now acquired 7 more from Korin. Thus, he possessed a total of 14 Senzu beans, an extraordinary item. Indeed, the more the better. Before departing, Sun Wukong also instructed Yajirobe, who resided at Korin Tower, to oversee his martial arts school. At first, Kaioken was reluctant to agree until Sun Wukong proposed teaching at the martial arts academy, offering him the delightful prospect of savoring the exquisite cuisine of the Western capital daily. Upon hearing about the food, Kaioken readily acquiesced. However, he clarified that he would only oversee the proceedings and would not be responsible for imparting martial arts skills. Sun Wukong, unfazed, merely hoped that the young lad wouldn't treat the miraculous Senzu beans, essential for life, as mere sustenance. In the Western capital, at Bulma's villa, Krillin had arrived ahead of the others and was engaged in a discussion with Bulma about the spacecraft. The vessel had undergone significant transformation, expanding from a single-person sphere to a structure the size of a small house. Upon Sun Wukong's arrival, everyone greeted him courteously, but their attention quickly shifted to the young Gohan beside him, prompting uncontrollable laughter. "Ha, Gohan, what is that outfit? Are you going on a spring outing?" Krillin chuckled at Gohan's attire, unable to contain his amusement. Bulma, too, was stifling her laughter, her face flushed with mirth. Gohan, blushing deeply, hung his head in silence, feeling that Chi-Chi's choice of clothing was overly formal. While it might be fitting in a typical household, it was decidedly out of place among the boisterous martial artists, explaining why Bulma and Krillin were struggling to suppress their laughter. As the group exchanged banter, Dr. Brief descended from the circular Saiyan spacecraft with enthusiasm. "Wukong, what brings you here?" he inquired. Sun Wukong, puzzled, recalled Bulma mentioning that the ship had been refurbished. "Has it not been completed yet?" he wondered aloud. Chapter 26, Departure. Destination Namek. Sun Wukong questioned, "Is it the power system that is not ready?" Dr. Brief shook his head. "Or perhaps the artificial gravity system is still unstable." Sun Wukong ventured again, only to receive another negative shake. "Come inside and take a look," Dr. Brief invited. Upon entering the spacecraft, a massive pillar greeted them, adjacent to what resembled a control panel. Dr. Brief approached the pillar and explained, "This is the artificial gravity system, which I have perfected after a month of diligent work. Let me show you how to operate it." He tapped a few buttons on the control panel atop the pillar and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "This is set to 25 times the normal gravity. Simply press this confirmation button." Sun Wukong observed a red LCD button beside the display screen. Dr. Brief elaborated, "This artificial gravity system can be adjusted up to 150 times normal gravity. For an individual weighing 60 kilograms, that would equate to 75 tons. An ordinary person would be crushed under such pressure." Although Dr. Brief recognized Sun Wukong's extraordinary combat prowess, he was not an expert in this field of science and could not ascertain whether Sun Wukong could withstand such immense gravity. Having known Sun Wukong for many years and nearly having become his father-in-law, Dr. Brief could not help but express a measure of concern. With a smile, Sun Wukong responded, "Impressive. Truly, you're the world's foremost scientist. The artificial gravity system is indeed an extraordinary marvel of technology." Brief certainly lives up to his reputation as Earth's foremost scientist. However, there remains a significant disparity when compared to the esteemed biologist, Dr. Gero. They are scientists in vastly different fields and thus cannot be directly compared. After this, Sun Wukong remarked, "The artificial gravity system is complete. What issues could possibly remain? The power system?" Brief shook his head, sighing, "The technology of the Saiyans is truly astonishing. Although analyzing it required considerable effort, the power system has been flawlessly resolved. The coordinates of planet Namek have already been input into the computer, and we shall arrive in merely 6 days." Sun Wukong appeared puzzled, at which point Brief expressed his concerns. "The sound system has yet to be installed. To achieve the finest auditory experience, the placement of the speakers must be carefully considered." "Oh, right," Sun Wukong almost forgot. Brief was indeed something of a perfectionist, which explained why Bulma had informed him that the spaceship was ready for modification. Given Bulma's understanding of Sun Wukong, there was hardly a need for a sound system. With a light chuckle, Sun Wukong stated, "No need for installation. We must depart promptly." "Are you quite certain?" Brief pondered. Without music, the lengthy journey through space could become rather monotonous. "Truly unnecessary, rest assured." Sun Wukong once again declined, leaving Brief looking somewhat regretful as he walked away. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Gohan boarded the spaceship. Sun Wukong pressed the ignition button, and the vessel unleashed a gust of wind as it gradually ascended before abruptly accelerating, transforming into a shooting star that vanished into the horizon. Just as Bulma's mother approached with refreshments, she noticed the spaceship had already departed and remarked with a hint of disappointment, "How unfortunate. Little Wukong came all this way, and now he's gone so soon." On board the spaceship, Krillin exclaimed with excitement, "This is truly exhilarating." He then turned to Gohan, inquiring, "Gohan, have you really been wearing that outfit the entire time?" Gohan remained silent, setting down his luggage and retrieving a set of clothes from his backpack. These were not the Demon Clan attire of Piccolo, but rather garments akin to those worn by Sun Wukong. "My mother made these for me while I was at home," young Gohan stated with a hint of pride. Krillin was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "When did Chi-Chi change? That's quite rare indeed." In Krillin's memory, Chi-Chi had once been the type to abandon Sun Wukong in favor of rushing to Gohan. Now, not only had she consented to Gohan accompanying Sun Wukong into space, but she had also thoughtfully prepared clothing for him. It was a sight to behold, as if the sun had risen in the west. In response, Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Indeed, it was no easy feat to persuade Chi-Chi. The gravity of the artificial gravity chamber, even when set to 150 times Earth's gravity, posed little challenge for Wukong. However, for Gohan and Krillin, it was beyond their capacity to endure. Thus, the artificial gravity chamber was actually designed with Krillin and Gohan in mind. Sun Wukong smiled and encouraged, "Hurry and prepare. I shall activate the gravity system shortly." As he spoke, Sun Wukong approached the console and set the gravity to 10 times normal, allowing the two of them to acclimate. Krillin and Gohan wore serious expressions as the gravity system activated. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by the sudden weight. So heavy, Krillin struggled to lift himself. "This is really intense." Gohan gritted his teeth, laboriously bracing himself against the floor. His fighting power was nearly half that of Krillin's. After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, Krillin's battle power soared to 17,000, while Gohan stood at just over 9,800, an almost one-to-one disparity. Sun Wukong, however, remained unfazed. The tenfold gravity was akin to that of King Kai's planet, and he believed Gohan would soon adapt. Gradually, the two began to adjust to the increased weight and commenced their training. This tenfold gravity was similar to what Tien, Piccolo, and Yamcha were currently experiencing in their training. "You all need to work hard as well," he encouraged. Krillin, astonished, realized that the training Sun Wukong had undergone was under such immense gravity. No wonder his battle power had increased so rapidly. Upon hearing that his father trained in such a challenging environment, Gohan felt invigorated and committed himself even more. Children naturally aspire to follow in their parents' footsteps. Soon, Gohan acclimated to the tenfold gravity and started sparring with Krillin. With a sigh, Sun Wukong reflected on Gohan's remarkable potential, acknowledging him as the strongest individual with the most impressive adaptability. Previously, Gohan had practiced the special beam cannon taught by Piccolo, never having learned the Kamehameha technique. Sun Wukong felt a twinge of responsibility for not having introduced it to him sooner. He resolved to teach Gohan the Kamehameha technique, and Gohan, with his exceptional talent, grasped it quickly. The three engaged in intense training aboard the spaceship. Gohan, previously under Chi-Chi's strict supervision at home, was finally free to explore his potential. Although Gohan was not inherently inclined towards fighting, like any child, he yearned for his father's approval. At that moment for Gohan, the joy of training stemmed not from the exercises themselves, but from the time spent with his father, Sun Wukong. "Wow, Gohan, you're really impressive. I almost couldn't keep up with you," Krillin remarked, his face a mix of admiration and amazement at Gohan's rapid progress. Gohan humbly smiled and replied, "Uncle Krillin, you have so many techniques." However, he couldn't help but wonder about the fate of that Saiyan. Injured so severely, he might not have survived. Krillin pondered whether he could defeat that Saiyan now, considering how much stronger he had become. Meanwhile, a circular spacecraft sped through the cosmos like a shooting star. Inside, Vegeta lay on the brink of consciousness, relying on emergency life support to sustain his existence. How could this happen? He thought, reflecting on his dire situation. Vegeta's heart brimmed with resentment as he arrived on Earth, brimming with confidence, only to return in a state of utter defeat. For someone as proud as Vegeta, this was an unbearable humiliation, yet he had no choice but to accept his failure. The spaceship soared through the void, heading directly towards the planet occupied by Frieza's army. Inside the command tower of Frieza's legion, two minions were engaged in a game of chess. Suddenly, the system registered the signal of the returning spaceship, and an urgent alarm blared. What is approaching? Inquired one blue-haired minion, puzzled. Is it Lord Frieza? It shouldn't be. He just left, replied the other minion, anxiously glancing at the tower system screen. A circular object. It's a combatant. This signal belongs to Lord Vegeta. The blue-haired minion, in a panic, rushed to the side and contacted the personnel at the landing site. Strange, we haven't received any return message. What happened? He said. Hey, this is the observation room. Lord Vegeta has returned. Hurry to welcome him. Vegeta's sudden return, without any prior notification, likely indicated an urgent matter. They needed to greet him promptly. Otherwise, if Lord Vegeta were to unleash his wrath, the consequences would be beyond what these minions could endure. Death would leave them with no recourse for justification. Frieza's army had always revered the strong, showing little concern for the lives of minions. As three minions reached the circular cushioned landing area, they spotted a solitary circular spacecraft. Is that it? Why is there only one? Where's the others? One of the minions wondered aloud, gazing at the lone vessel against the sky. Boom! The spaceship collided with the circular landing pad, clouds of smoke erupting. The three minions stood rigidly, their expressions grave, awaiting Vegeta's emergence from the ship. As the smoke cleared, they found themselves waiting for an extended period without seeing Vegeta. The yellow-haired minion quietly voiced his concern. What is going on? Why isn't he coming out? Wait. The life signs are very weak, exclaimed another. What? Someone noticed the faint life signals from Vegeta and gasped. As the three approached the spacecraft, they were alarmed to discover that Vegeta was utilizing a life support device. This is bad. We need to get him to the medical room quickly. Realizing Vegeta's precarious condition, the three hurriedly opened the spacecraft's hatch and carefully assisted him out, rushing him to the medical facility. Inside the medical room, Vegeta wore a breathing mask, his body immersed in a healing liquid. Dressed in a combat suit, a bird-like medical personnel adjusted the parameters of the treatment chamber until Vegeta's vital signs stabilized, exclaiming, "All set." With a flash of purple light, the healing liquid receded, and Vegeta gradually regained consciousness, shaking his head. The hatch opened. You are healed now. You may open your eyes, the medical personnel announced. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, met by the anxious faces of the two minions beside him. It is truly unfortunate that the tail could not regenerate, the medical personnel explained as Vegeta emerged from the treatment chamber. With an air of indifference, Vegeta replied, "It matters not. It will eventually grow back." Turning to inspect his arm, he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength, feeling invigorated. This time, when facing Kakarot, he was certain he could defeat him. The mere thought brought a smirk to his lips. It seemed that Lord Vegeta had encountered quite a formidable adversary. The peculiar medical staff, while adjusting Vegeta's tattered battlesuit, remarked, "Even a battlesuit made of super rubber has been torn asunder. Thankfully, you have returned unscathed. This surely is not the result of a mere minor setback." What transpired on Earth? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression grew grave, recalling how he had been ruthlessly suppressed by an inferior warrior on Earth, causing him to grit his teeth in displeasure. The odd medical staff immediately sensed the discontent radiating from Vegeta, realizing he might have misspoken, and hastily fell silent, disinterested in dwelling on the matter. Vegeta donned a new protective suit and inquired of the medical personnel, "Is King Frieza present?" "No, he has just stepped out." "Has he grown weary of this planet?" The peculiar staff continued, "Lord Chi-Yu mentioned that you should visit the training room after your treatment. He has something to discuss with you." After a moment's hesitation, the medical staff conveyed Chi-Yu's message, knowing both Vegeta and Chi-Yu were not easily affronted. Tell him I have nothing to discuss with him," Vegeta scoffed, regarding Chi-Yu as merely a sycophant to Frieza, while he himself fought on the front lines daily, not someone who could be commanded at will. Moreover, considering that Chi-Yu's strength had once matched his own and that he had now grown significantly stronger after his near-death experience, what right did Chi-Yu have to command him? Having made his point, Vegeta strode out without a backward glance, intent on finding Kakarot to avenge his previous humiliation. However, the peculiar medical staff panicked, knowing that Chi-Yu was not to be trifled with. "If you are unafraid, I certainly am." Just as Vegeta exited, the medical staff noticed that Vegeta's power detector was still on the table. He hurriedly grabbed the device and chased after him, calling, "Lord Vegeta, you forgot your detector." Without turning around, Vegeta responded, "I have no further use for it. Consider it a gift." Huh? The medical staff was left bewildered. As Vegeta strode out from the treatment room, His mind lingered on the events that transpired on Earth. Tomorrow, he would set out for Earth, determined to leave them without a trace. Yet, perhaps he should first visit Namek. The Dragon Balls there might grant him eternal life. Once he acquired the Dragon Balls and wished for immortality, dealing with Kakarot would be effortless. Lost in his thoughts, Vegeta suddenly spotted an unwelcome figure. "Well, Vegeta, you seem to be in quite a predicament." Hehehe. A figure with purple skin, resembling a frog, mockingly remarked, "I have heard that Raditz and Nappa have perished. Who possesses such formidable power to vanquish the invincible Saiyan warriors? Step aside, Chiu. I am not in the mood to converse with you," Vegeta retorted disdainfully, striding past him. Suddenly, an arm was draped over Vegeta's shoulder. "Listen, King Frieza is quite irate about your unauthorized journey to Earth. The universe is vast. I shall go wherever I please, and he has no authority over me," Vegeta replied without a hint of fear. Chiu Yi's anger flared, his body trembling. He had intended to intimidate the arrogant Vegeta with a mention of King Frieza, yet it proved ineffective. Simultaneously, a question arose in his mind. How could Vegeta show no fear of King Frieza? It was indeed perplexing. Vegeta growled, "Remove your filthy hand." After a moment of contemplation, Chiu Yi regained his composure and retracted his hand, calmly stating, "However, Lord Frieza is magnanimous. He has already forgiven you for discovering something of value." "What?" Vegeta inquired, confusion settling in. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Could it be that Frieza had learned of the Dragon Balls? Chiu Yi continued, maintaining his calm demeanor. "King Frieza is exceedingly pleased. He may even attain immortality." "What? King Frieza has gone to Namek?" Scoffs. Indeed, as Vegeta had suspected, the most undesirable scenario had unfolded. Frieza was headed to Namek, where his aspiration to acquire the Dragon Balls and achieve immortality might very well be thwarted. No, it was highly likely to be thwarted. Damn it, does he know through the scouter? If Frieza succeeds, I shall be bound to serve him for eternity. Vegeta recollected that he had forgotten to turn off the scouter during his conversation with Piccolo, a grave oversight. It must be understood that the scouter was not merely a combat power detector. It also served as a communication device throughout the universe, allowing conversations to be monitored from any location. Chapter 28. Vegeta's ambition. Do you also wish to utilize the Dragon Balls for immortality? Forget it. After fulfilling his wishes, King Frieza will annihilate all Namekians. Chiu Yi arrogantly unveiled Vegeta's thoughts. Damn that scoundrel. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as he hurriedly dashed toward the spacecraft. "Hey, Vegeta!" Chiu Yi called after him. But as soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta's figure had vanished. If he did not hasten to Namek to prevent Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls, Vegeta would find himself in grave trouble. As he passed by the bizarre bird doctor, he pondered for a moment and turned back to retrieve the combat power scouter. Indeed, this device was essential. The scouter could serve as a locator. Without it, he would be unable to discern the direction of Namek amidst the vastness of space, nor could he sense Frieza's precise location. With the scouter in hand, Vegeta dashed out of the base, leapt into his spacecraft, and set course for Namek. As Vegeta departed without so much as a glance, Chiu Yi bellowed, "Vegeta!" Yet, Vegeta paid no heed to Chiu Yi, perceiving him merely as a sycophantic jester. The spherical spacecraft ascended, and Vegeta, donning his power-level scouter, declared with fierce determination, "I shall not allow you to succeed. That belongs to me." Having pinpointed the precise direction of Namek, he maneuvered the ship directly towards it. Meanwhile, within the spacecraft occupied by Son Goku, the artificial gravity system had been adjusted to 30 times Earth's gravity, a staggering 20 times heavier than the gravity previously experienced while training on King Kai's planet. A person weighing 60 kilograms would feel as though they weighed 18 tons. Yet this immense pressure posed no hindrance to Krillin and Gohan. Krillin, gathering his energy, lightly tapped the tips of his toes and instantly appeared before Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. Gohan stood firm, crossing his arms to absorb the blow, the sound of their collision resonating through the cabin. "Gohan, your progress is truly remarkable," Krillin marveled, recalling how he could initially restrain Gohan during their early training sessions. However, Gohan's rapid advancement had begun to overwhelm him. Indeed, he was a testament to the Saiyan bloodline inherited from Son Goku. As Krillin continued, he aimed a kick towards Gohan's head, resulting in yet another resounding impact as Gohan adeptly blocked the strike. Although they refrained from utilizing energy in their combat, relying solely on their physical prowess, It was evident that Gohan's fighting techniques had become considerably more refined, with Krillin also showing significant improvement. The ability to engage in agile combat under 30 times gravity was no small feat. Son Goku observed their skirmish while offering Gohan guidance, despite the rapidity of their movements. To Goku, it appeared as if they were moving in slow motion. Do not hesitate when throwing punches. Lift your legs higher and learn to exploit your opponent's weaknesses, he instructed. Gohan nodded and seized an opening, his right arm momentarily bulking up as he aimed a punch at Krillin's abdomen. Caught off guard by the ferocity of Gohan's strike, Krillin found himself unable to block and had no choice but to leap back in evasion. Just as he jumped, Gohan followed suit, executing a mid-air kick directed at Krillin's stomach. With Krillin's momentum spent from his retreat, he was unable to find his footing, and the confined space of the spacecraft limited his agility. Consequently, he received a solid kick, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Goku, I must say you are rather biased, Krillin complained, rubbing his abdomen, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Both fighters were now slightly breathless. Son Goku chuckled. I can't help it. Gohan is still young and lacks battle experience, so I must impose upon you to assist him in his training. After a prolonged session, he suggested, let us take a break. He approached the control panel and deactivated the artificial gravity system. With the gravity restored to normal, the two fighters relinquished their tension, their expressions instantly lightening. For Goku, however, the change was inconsequential. Even without harnessing his energy, the 30 times gravity was nothing but a trivial challenge for him. After a brief respite, Krillin and Gohan resumed their training. The following day on Namek, the verdant landscape bore the scars of a deep crater, within which the hatch of a spaceship stood ajar. Vegeta had arrived on Namek ahead of Goku and the others. Damn that Frieza. I shall not allow you to prevail, Vegeta declared gravely as he emerged from the pit. While donning his power scouter, he muttered to himself, the others besides Frieza are manageable, but confronting him directly is futile. I must first acquire the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality. He sighed, realizing he would need to utilize the scouter. Without it, locating Frieza amidst the vastness of Namek would prove challenging, especially since he had only recently mastered the technique of sensing energy and was still rather inexperienced. After tapping his scouter, it swiftly pinpointed Frieza's location. This way, Vegeta pondered, turning to stride toward Frieza's direction. Simultaneously, in a village on Namek, a Namekian resembling Piccolo lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any energy fluctuations. A minor soldier emerged from the Namekian's dwelling, cradling a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. I found it, Lord Frieza, he announced. Excellent, excellent. That leaves us with 3 more. Frieza piloted his baby carriage-like spacecraft toward the soldier. Following closely behind were 2 figures, one cradling 2 Dragon Balls and the other holding one. From the stars adorning the Dragon Balls, it was evident that the 7-star, 5-star, 3-star, and 2-star Dragon Balls had all fallen into Frieza's possession. The soldier handed the 3-star Dragon Ball to the pink creature beside Frieza. Hold on tight, Dodoria, Vegeta has his eyes on it as well, Frieza chuckled. At that moment, the green-haired beauty, Zarbon, detected a shift on his scouter. Lord Frieza, the tracker on Vegeta has just landed, he reported. Frieza appeared somewhat troubled. What shall we do about the traitorous Vegeta? Zarbon replied calmly. There is no need for concern. Koei should handle Vegeta. They have always been at odds, and their strengths are comparable, so Vegeta will not gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the freshly landed Koei activated his scouter and scoffed, Vegeta, there's nowhere for you to run. I found you. Vegeta, this is an order from Lord Frieza. Did you hear me? Vegeta, this time, I can kill you openly. With a series of beeping sounds, the scouter locked onto Vegeta's position, and Koei dashed forward, heading straight for him. Don't be ridiculous, Koei. Do you truly believe you can kill me? I'm waiting for you, Vegeta retorted disdainfully, having overheard Koei's words through his scouter. Open your eyes wide and take a good look at the detector. My combat prowess is evidently superior to yours. When Xiao Igong scanned the direction of Vegeta, he was astonished to find Vegeta's combat power was merely 10,000. Perhaps he had sustained severe injuries in battle, causing a decline in his strength. With such diminished power, he still had the audacity to provoke me. It was truly a path to self-destruction. Chapter 29, The Filthy Spark. Has the time finally arrived? So slow. Vegeta, observing Xiao Yi flying from afar, scoffed. Xiao Yi moved swiftly, darting past Vegeta and then suddenly ascending into the sky, turning to unleash an energy blast towards him. The ground was instantly blasted open, billowing smoke and flames rising into the air. Yet Vegeta merely leaped lightly, evading Xiao Yi's energy blast with ease. Vegeta effortlessly dodged the attack, and Xiao Yi showed no reaction. It was merely a casual probing strike. With a combat power of at least 10,000, Vegeta would not fall so easily. Xiao Yi turned to look at Vegeta in the sky, confidently stating, "At last, we rivals can settle this. However, your skills seem to have deteriorated. With such combat power, you are doomed." Overly reliant on the combat power detector, and having not engaged in frontline battles for an extended period, Xiao Yi remained oblivious to the fact that Vegeta had grown stronger than him. Disregarding Xiao Yi's taunts, Vegeta smirked and replied, "Rival, is it? Allow me to demonstrate a fascinating technique I learned from Earthlings." Is this a technique for fleeing? It seems you can control your combat power at will. With that, Vegeta began to gather energy, amplifying his aura. Control over combat power? Xiao Yi's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the detector's display. Could it be that Vegeta's power was not just 10,000? As Vegeta raised his aura, he coldly remarked, "Take a good look at my combat power with your detector." Beep, beep, beep. The combat power detector began calculating Vegeta's strength, and soon, the numbers appeared. "No, it's impossible. Your power was once on par with mine." Xiao Yi's forehead began to sweat profusely, his face a mask of shock. Momentarily unable to accept this outcome. 10,000, 19,000, 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. Fool! This is a skill I acquired through fierce battles on Earth. You, who have done nothing before Frieza, cannot compare me. Vegeta's combat power had surged to an astounding 22,000, yet he continued to amplify his aura. With a roar, the detector could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy and exploded. Simultaneously, Saiyan, who was observing the battle between Xiao Yi and Vegeta, found his detector also erupting. Doria, witnessing the event, inquired, "What happened, Saiyan?" "It may have malfunctioned." The detector indicated that Vegeta's combat power was around 22,000. The detector worn by Doria is antiquated, with a maximum detectable range of merely 22,000. Beyond this threshold, the device is prone to catastrophic failure. 22,000, indeed, it must be malfunctioning. Your detector is outdated. Allow me to examine it. Doria tapped his device, initiating a scan. However, the results astounded him. The expression on Doria's face caught the attention of Sabo, who inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" Doria, incrédule, répondait, "Impossible. Has my new model malfunctioned as well? It has reached 24,000. 24,000. Has his combat power surpassed ours? This cannot be. That individual should only possess a power level of around 18,000. Doria instinctively glanced toward Vegeta's direction, murmuring to himself, There is no need for alarm. Vegeta has been engaged on the front lines, and surely he has acquired some formidable techniques during his time on Earth," interjected Frieza. Given that Vegeta is frequently dispatched by him to conquer various planets, it is not surprising that his strength has augmented. However, before Sabo could finish his thought, Frieza interrupted. "It's merely 24,000. Together, you can easily manage it." Meanwhile, having heightened his energy, Vegeta was steadily approaching Choi. Choi recognized that he could not contend with Vegeta, as the disparity in their power levels was staggering. With each step Vegeta took forward, Choi instinctively retreated. "Wait, Vegeta, I have a brilliant idea. Let us collaborate. I can assist you. I have long harbored discontent towards King Frieza," he exclaimed. Vegeta, however, remained unconvinced and continued his advance. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Choi hastily added, "Isn't this advantageous? If we join forces, we can surely defeat Sabo and Doria." "Spare me your insipid lies. You're infuriating," Vegeta scoffed. "Trust me, Vegeta, King Frieza." Choi suddenly sidestepped, shouting towards Vegeta's rear. At the sound, Vegeta's instincts kicked in, and he pivoted to look behind him, yet found nothing amiss. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Choi rapidly condensed a ball of energy in his palm, glowing a fierce crimson like flames. "Fool!" Choi bellowed, raising his arm to hurl the volatile energy sphere at Vegeta. As he launched one, he ascended into the air, unleashing a barrage of fiery energy blasts. Each projectile struck the ground, resulting in violent explosions. As the last of Choi's energy blasts detonated, it illuminated the desolate mountains of Namek as if a second sun had risen, dazzling and blinding. As the dust settled, Choi found no trace of Vegeta and erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha, no matter how high your power level, you're finished after taking that hit. How naive." A disdainful voice echoed from behind Chio-E. He turned to see the unscathed Vegeta standing beside him. With a scoff, Vegeta remarked, "Only a fool like you would resort to such pathetic tactics. Truly disappointing." In an instant, Chio-E unleashed an energy blast, but before he could comprehend the action, Vegeta had already evaded it, his movement imperceptible to Chio-E. Vegeta bellowed, "With my battle power increasing, my speed naturally follows suit. Now you've truly angered me." Terror washed over Chio-Yi's face as he realized that defeating Vegeta was impossible. Perhaps fleeing offered a glimmer of hope. If he could reach King Frieza, he might escape unscathed. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Chio-E resolved to flee. Death was not an option. Just as Vegeta finished his proclamation, Chio-E turned and took off into the sky in a panic, intent on escaping to Frieza. No sooner had he ascended than an imposing figure appeared before him. Vegeta was in pursuit. Before Chio-E could react, a tremendous force struck his abdomen, shattering his battle suit made of super rubber. A fist-shaped indent formed on his midsection, propelling him backward with immense power. "Humph, perish!" Vegeta sneered, extending 2 fingers skyward. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blast, causing the airborne Chio-E to explode in a brilliant display of crimson fireworks. "What a filthy spectacle," he remarked. Chapter 30. The Traveler. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dodoria observed the battle with a scouter, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Vegeta's battle power is indeed 24,000. Chio-E was dispatched in an instant. "Nothing remarkable. Let us continue our search for the 5th Dragon Ball." Frieza scoffed, "Merely 24,000. I could crush him with a single finger." In a desolate expanse, after dispatching Chio-E, Vegeta pondered his next move. His presence was now revealed due to the scouter. And while Dodoria and Zarbon could be dealt with, Frieza posed a significant challenge. Communications from the scouter indicated that the Dragon Balls were ineffective until all 7 were collected. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta devised a plan. First, he would locate 1 Dragon Ball and conceal it. This strategy would thwart Frieza's efforts to gather all 7. "I shall collect 1 Dragon Ball first," he murmured. "When those fools gather 6, I will seize the opportunity to snatch it away. If I can successfully collect them all, eternal life will be mine, and defeating Frieza will no longer be a mere dream." Vegeta activated the scouter, seeking the location of the Namekians, and a smile crept across his face. "Once I eliminate Frieza, I shall be the strongest." With a series of beeps, Vegeta pinpointed the Namekians' location and, fueled by determination, ascended into the sky. At that moment, Goku's spaceship had been traversing the void for 6 days and was nearing Namek. The artificial gravity system has been set to an astonishing 100-fold, with Gohan and Krillin engaged in fundamental training. Both are gritting their teeth, enduring the immense strain of the gravity, their foreheads visibly bulging with veins from the exertion. Nearby, Son Goku is also participating in basic training, though he appears remarkably more at ease. 9997, 9998, 9999, 10,000. With such overwhelming gravity, combat training is beyond the capabilities of Krillin and Gohan. Upon completing their final sit-up, they collapse onto the ground, utterly unable to lift their necks, immobilized by the sheer force pressing down upon them. "You've done well," Goku reassures them, as he strides towards the control panel of the gravity system. Under 100-fold gravity, Goku effortlessly deactivates the system as if under normal conditions. The moment the gravity ceases, Krillin and Gohan begin to breathe heavily. Goku produces 2 Senzu beans and tosses them to them. After consuming the Senzu, Krillin feels an immediate restoration of his body and exclaims, "I truly envy you." Even under 100-fold gravity, Goku remains so relaxed. Just as Krillin regains his footing, Gohan consumes his Senzu bean, and an overwhelming surge of energy emanates from him uncontrollably. Ugh ugh ugh. Krillin is astounded, despite undergoing the same training. Gohan's power dramatically increases after each session, especially after consuming the Senzu bean. He can now distinctly sense Gohan's energy, which is significantly more potent than his own. Gohan beams with joy as he assesses his newfound strength, prompting Krillin to remark enviously, "Truly impressive. No wonder you're a Saiyan with Goku's lineage. Your progress is extraordinary." Goku glances at their battle powers, and the system indicates Gohan's power at 38,000, while Krillin stands at 26,000. Over the past 6 days en route to Namek, both Krillin and Gohan have adhered to a rigorous training regimen, utilizing Senzu beans to recover whenever they are utterly exhausted. Thus far, they have consumed 10 Senzu beans. while Goku has not needed a single one. Prepare yourselves, we are about to land on Namek, Goku announces. He then takes a Senzu bean and consumes it, ensuring he is at peak condition for the encounter with Frieza. At this moment, Goku's system displays battle power 2, 615,000. Victory points 8, 482. Skills Kaioken Kamehameha. Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb, Senzu Beans 3. Compared to 6 days prior, his battle power has only increased by 30,000. Progress in training becomes increasingly challenging as one advances. And at his current battle power, if he were not intentionally suppressing his energy, a hundredfold gravity would feel as if it were non-existent to him. During this time, Goku gradually comprehends the utilization of ki, realizing that by lowering his energy, his physical strength diminishes considerably. This elucidates why Vegeta, possessing a combat power soaring to 450,000, while activating his Saiyan passive ability, could be injured by Krillin, whose strength hovers around the 10,000 mark. Moreover, in Dragon Ball Super, after Goku's triumph over Frieza, his excessive complacency led to him being unexpectedly wounded by a mere laser gun. The spaceship glided gently towards Namek, adorned with its verdant halo. While Goku and his companions were engaged in bathing, changing clothes, and partaking in refreshments within the vessel's quarters, the spacecraft, resembling a shooting star, traversed the atmosphere of Namek. And as it neared the surface, for landing gears unfurled from its underside. As the ship descended slowly, these supports, akin to sturdy legs, stabilized its landing. The Saiyan spacecraft, having undergone modifications by Dr. Brief, was no longer reliant solely on its robust materials for a safe landing, unlike its previous iteration which lacked any deceleration mechanisms. While a compact fighter-S vessel could accommodate a single occupant, the larger ship that Goku and his companions occupied would be rendered utterly defunct if it attempted to land by sheer collision. As the hatch opened, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan stepped out. Just as they emerged, two figures soared through the distant sky, seemingly having spotted them, and altered their course towards the trio. Are they Namekians? Krillin pondered, confusion evident in his voice. No sooner had he spoken than the two figures drew closer. Their attire mirrored that of the Saiyans. Yet they were evidently not Saiyans. Krillin felt a twinge of anxiety as the shadows cast by Vegeta and his comrades lingered in his memory. Although he sensed the energy of these newcomers, their true strength remained inscrutable, amplifying his trepidation. Meanwhile, Gohan, drenched in perspiration, glared at the approaching figures, his teeth clenched in determination. The two figures, now within range, had detected the combat power of Goku and his companions through their devices. With their power levels barely exceeding 200, they, as Frieza's warriors, possessed strengths of at least 200. To them, Goku and his friends were nothing but powerless refuse. Ha ha ha, do you see? These beings are merely worthless trash, mere tourists. Allowing them to escape would be utterly dull, chuckled one of the aliens, adorned with cascading yellow hair. Let's first wreak havoc upon their spaceship. Indeed, replied the purple-skinned alien, raising his laser cannon. A radiant beam coalesced, and a yellow flash shot forth from the weapon, aimed directly at the spacecraft. Just as the luminous bolt was about to strike the ship, a figure suddenly materialized before it. A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Ha ha ha, how foolish, to block it with your body, scoffed one of the aliens, mocking the absurdity of using one's own flesh to shield against his laser cannon. Following this, the two extraterrestrials lunged towards Krillin and Gohan. At that moment, from the swirling dust, Goku emerged unscathed, delivering a powerful punch to the face of the alien with yellow hair. The extraterrestrial being soared into the sky, tracing a streak of lightning before crashing into a distant mountainside. The mountainside crumbled, swiftly burying him beneath the rubble. How could this be? The purple-skinned alien was filled with dread, yet upon checking his scanner, the readings remained at 200. Chapter 31. Encounter with Vegeta. Before the purple-skinned alien could fully comprehend his situation, Sun Wukong swiftly pivoted and delivered a sweeping kick. With a resounding thud, the alien was sent hurtling backward, akin to a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Defeated the enemy, gained battle power of 120, victory points 12. The system's reward echoed in the air. Meanwhile, in a village on Namek, Dodoria, who was assisting Frieza in gathering Dragon Balls, suddenly wore a grave expression. What troubles you, Dodoria? Inquired Frieza, noticing Dodoria's furrowed brow. Regaining his composure, Dodoria reported, Lord Frieza, the scouts you dispatched have been eliminated. It appears our adversary is no ordinary foe. Their battle power surged momentarily, and after dispatching our two comrades, their presence vanished once more. How peculiar! It should not be Vegeta. Indeed, the energy signature differs from Vegeta's. This power registers around 1500. When Sun Wukong overwhelmed the two extraterrestrials, his sudden burst of energy was merely around 1500, revealing little of his true potential. Thus, Dodoria's scanner could only detect a battle power of 1500, 1500. While it poses no threat to us, it is exceedingly rude. Should we encounter him again, let us eliminate him. At that moment, after dispatching the two aliens, Sun Wukong stowed the spaceship into a universal capsule. This product from the Universal Capsule Corporation could contain houses, vehicles, and various items within its confines. Sun Wukong mused that this was akin to a storage ring. No wonder the Universal Capsule Corporation is the foremost conglomerate in the Dragon Ball universe. Such technology is indeed cutting-edge throughout the cosmos. It is often said that the greatest scientist in the Dragon Ball world is Dr. Gero, for his androids 17 and 18 can easily overpower Super Saiyan forms. Yet, upon reflection, Dr. Brief's invention of the Universal Capsule is remarkably advanced as well. They are merely titans in different fields, without any hierarchy of superiority between them. After securing the spaceship within the capsule, Sun Wukong turned to Krillin and Gohan, saying, "You both are incredibly strong. Believe in yourselves." From their earlier reactions, it was evident that Krillin and Gohan were shadowed by their encounter with Vegeta. Though they could sense energy, they remained uncertain whether the aliens could conceal their power, leaving them unable to gauge their opponent's strength accurately. Only if the adversary surpassed them significantly could they ascertain the difference in power through energy sensing. With heads bowed and gritted teeth, Krillin and Gohan replied in unison understood. After offering some encouragement to the two, Sun Wukong began his search for the Grand Elder of Namek, a being capable of unlocking potential and enhancing combat prowess. With a slight focus, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. It was Vegeta. He sensed a familiar energy not far from his location, reminiscent of Piccolo, accompanied by about a dozen others, likely inhabitants of a Namekian village. Additionally, he sensed that Vegeta was rapidly approaching the area. Krillin inquired, "What is wrong, Wukong?" Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Nothing much. Just an acquaintance is nearby." "Ah, are you referring to Vegeta? He is here too?" Krillin's forehead broke into a sweat, feeling anxious. "Let's go take a look," Sun Wukong declared, propelling himself towards Vegeta's direction with a surge of energy. Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances before following suit. In the Namekian village, the villagers had gathered, confronting an alien, their expressions grave. Vegeta bellowed, "Hand over the Dragon Balls." "The Dragon Balls will never be surrendered to someone as wicked as you," responded an elder Namekian, clearly the leader among the villagers. Upon his arrival in the village, Vegeta had already slain several Namekians, and they were resolute in not yielding to such a villain. "Humph. Why waste words with you? Since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for what follows," Vegeta sneered, extending a finger as red energy coalesced into a small sphere. "Elder, be careful." A battle-ready Namekian suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the elder with closed eyes, seemingly resigned to his impending fate. Just as Vegeta was about to unleash his attack, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching. Turning his gaze, he beheld a figure streaking towards him like a meteor. "Kakarot, I didn't expect you to dare come here. I had intended to seize the Dragon Balls before seeking you out, but it seems you come to meet your demise first." At that moment, Sun Wukong remained in a suppressed state, and Vegeta could not discern his true power. He assumed Sun Wukong's strength could not have advanced faster than his own, and thus he began to taunt. Sun Wukong calmly responded, "Vegeta, I don't have time to play with you right now. Release these people. Who do you think you are to command me, the prince?" Vegeta retorted, enraged, and charged at Sun Wukong, eager to avenge past grievances. However, as Vegeta ascended into the air, Sun Wukong instantly teleported in front of him. How is this possible? How can Kakarot be so fast? Vegeta thought, caught off guard. Before he could react, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's face, and he felt an immense force collide with him. Boom! Vegeta was sent flying at an even greater speed than before, crashing into the ground, which instantly caved beneath him, creating a large crater. Vegeta gradually rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He instinctively wiped the blood away and glanced down. Blood? Damn Kakarot. Once again, Kakarot had drawn blood from him. Enraged, Vegeta charged forward once more, throwing a punch at Goku, only to find that Goku's figure had vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Goku appeared at his side, delivering a swift blow that struck like thunder, leaving only a blurred afterimage. The punch connected with Vegeta's shoulder, sending him flying once again. How fast? Gohan, can you see that? Exclaimed Krillin, having barely caught a glimpse of Goku's incredible speed. Gohan shook his head, unable to perceive his father's movements. Vegeta lunged forward, throwing another punch, but Goku had already shifted to Vegeta's side in the blink of an eye. It all transpired in a mere moment. Just as Goku landed his punch, Vegeta was still completing his strike. At that moment, the Namekian elder was utterly astonished, remarking, "How powerful!" Vegeta once again soared through the air, crashing into a mountainside, which collapsed with a resounding crash. Goku, watching Vegeta fly away, chuckled. "You're no match for me now. You're far too weak." Gritting his teeth, Vegeta struggled to rise, realizing that he was utterly outmatched by Kakarot. The disparity in their powers was monumental. He had exerted all his strength, yet Kakarot seemed to have barely tapped into even 1% of his potential. "TCH Kakarot. Just you wait," he muttered, dragging his injured body away into the distance. The system announced, defeated Vegeta, gained 2,400 power level, victory points 240. "Goku, are you really going to let him go like that?" Krillin asked with concern, having felt Vegeta's significant increase in strength when he had unleashed his full power. Allowing Vegeta to escape now would only create a formidable enemy for them in the future. Goku replied with a grin, "It's fine. If he comes back, I'll just beat him again." Vegeta is an excellent target for power boosts. I can't let such a great opportunity slip away. After 6 days of training on the spaceship, he had only increased his power level by 30,000, while defeating Vegeta had earned him 2,400 power levels. He couldn't imagine how much stronger he would become when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. How could he possibly let go of such a valuable source of power? "Vegeta is truly my benefactor," Goku mused, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the Namekian elder approached him, expressing deep gratitude. "Thank you for saving us." Chapter 32, The Dominant Frieza. Goku instinctively scratched his head, no need for thanks. After dealing with Vegeta, the remaining villagers began to emerge. Being inherently kind-hearted, they felt reassured upon sensing that Goku and his companions harbored no ill intentions. At this moment, Gohan, filled with joy and curiosity, approached the Namekian beings, who bore a resemblance to Piccolo, and greeted them warmly. Krillin, however, was still somewhat apprehensive towards Piccolo and stood cautiously, unlike Gohan's carefree demeanor. The elder of the Namekians, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. "Could I trouble you for a favor? We lack the strength to safeguard the Dragon Balls. Would you please help us protect them?" Goku did not hesitate to accept with a smile, saying, "Of course. Leaving the Dragon Balls here poses a dilemma. Frieza will inevitably find them." The elder replied, "Then I entrust this to you. This location has already been compromised. I must lead my people away immediately." At this point, the surviving Namekians began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. Goku calmly stated, "We, too, are ready to leave and seek the Great Elder." "The Great Elder?" The elder expressed surprise at Goku's intention to find the Great Elder, but did not deter him, believing someone as kind-hearted as Goku would not engage in any malevolent deeds. The elder smiled and said, "I must escort my people away, so I cannot accompany you. You may proceed in that direction." He gestured towards the distance. Goku nodded in gratitude and soared off in the direction indicated by the elder, while the elder waved amiably behind him. Meanwhile, Vegeta was en route to Frieza's spaceship. The formidable warriors aboard the spacecraft had already followed Frieza outside. At present, no one on the ship could rival Vegeta, who needed to return to the spacecraft for treatment. Although Goku's attacks were merely conventional punches and kicks, they had nonetheless inflicted significant injuries upon him. Now, he could only stealthily infiltrate the ship and utilize its medical facilities to tend to his wounds. On the other side, as Goku flew towards the residence of the Great Elder, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Upon scanning with the system, he detected a battle power of 530,000. Frieza, Krillin, and Gohan also sensed it at that moment. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "There's an extraordinarily powerful energy over there." Gohan nodded gravely in agreement. "Let's go see." Goku and the others turned around and flew towards the source of the formidable aura, landing discreetly rather than making a grand entrance, opting to proceed on foot. Despite Goku's current battle power of 610,000, he was aware of Frieza's ability to transform, and the immense aura emitted during his transformations would create a natural protective barrier. Piccolo had previously attempted to prevent Frieza from transforming, but his energy blast had been easily repelled by Frieza's overwhelming presence. Thus, he too was wary of taking risks. The group ascended a hillside, minimizing their own energy signature before peering down. In the village, Dodoria was clutching 2 Dragon Balls, with 2 more resting on the ground. Zarbon was absent, whereabouts unknown. Just as Krillin and Gohan peeked over the edge, Dodoria suddenly turned his gaze towards a mountaintop where they concealed themselves. Frieza inquired, "What is it, Dodoria?" There was nothing significant. A faint energy response emerged from beyond the cliff, but it soon vanished, likely the result of a small creature's presence. Just as Dodoria turned his head, Krillin and Gohan had already buried themselves in hiding. At that moment, Krillin, still shaken, murmured, "That was close. We nearly got caught." Within the village, a soldier, accompanied by a few subordinates, emerged from the Namekian residence, reporting, "Lord Frieza, we have located 5 individuals, though it seems the others have just departed. If you wish to avoid death, you had better come out quickly." Upon hearing this, 5 Namekians slowly emerged, their expressions grave. Among them were 3 elder Namekians and 2 who appear to be children. "Listen closely," Frieza began. "I am Frieza, and I am in search of your Dragon Balls. By the way, where have the others gone? From my knowledge, there should be 10 of you." Seeing the silence from the group, Frieza's patience began to wane. He raised a finger, gathering energy as he threatened. "Still silent? I shall have to kill you." A searing energy sphere coalesced at his fingertip as he grew increasingly impatient, his tail rhythmically striking the vehicle they were aboard, creating a cacophony of sound. Noticing that the others remained mute, Frieza dissipated the energy orb and spoke again. "All right then, speak." The elder among the Namekians hesitated for a moment before finally responding, albeit in their native tongue. Frieza, unfazed, interjected with a hint of amusement. "Do not use the Namekian language. Speak in a tongue we can comprehend. I am aware you are capable of it. The others have gone to work. Only we elders and children remain. Yes, see how simple it is to answer honestly, and you'll have no trouble. Now, continue answering my inquiries. Where are the Dragon Balls? I believe there should still be one here." "We do not know. We do not possess such things," the elder stammered, ultimately denying any knowledge. "Dodoria, what did the second Namekian we killed say?" Frieza inquired without turning his gaze. "The Dragon Balls are only entrusted to those recognized as true warriors," Dodoria replied. Upon hearing this, Frieza continued, "Indeed, that individual was quite obstinate, refusing to assist us. To compel his cooperation, I had to eliminate one of his companions before he finally spoke. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, created by the esteemed Grand Elder of this planet, now safeguarded by 7 elders. To acquire the Dragon Balls, one must demonstrate wisdom and strength to the elders and articulate a reason for their wishes. Only those deemed worthy by each elder may obtain a Dragon Ball. I yearned to follow his instructions, yet he claimed that individuals like me could never hope to possess the Dragon Balls. Thus, I had to kill him. Securing the first Dragon Ball proved to be an arduous task. The subsequent 3 were considerably easier, as they were all rather compliant." "Compliant?" the elder retorted through gritted teeth. "Do not spout such nonsense." "Indeed, the other elders will not so readily part with the Dragon Balls," added another older Namekian standing beside the elder. Frieza shook his head, declaring, No, I possess a method to ensure their compliance. Dodoria, demonstrate for them." Dodoria nodded in agreement, and in an instant, vanished from sight. The 3 elder Namekians were caught off guard. Dodoria reappeared beside the last elder and delivered a ferocious kick to his neck. Bang! The elder was propelled away by the sheer force, collapsing to the ground in silence. The remaining Namekians widened their eyes in horror. "How infuriating!" exclaimed another tall elder, charging towards Dodoria. "Wait!" The leading elder had barely uttered a word when it was too late. The tall elder unleashed an energy wave from his palm, aimed at Dodoria. However, Dodoria remained unperturbed. He tossed the Dragon Ball into the sky, lightly leaped, and evaded the attack. The energy wave missed its target but continued unabated, striking a nearby soldier into oblivion. Only when the tall elder realized he had struck a soldier did he notice Dodoria suspended in midair. Just as he recognized Dodoria, a crimson energy converged in Dodoria's palm, and a violent energy wave surged towards the elder. Sizzle! The elder had no time to escape and was annihilated on the spot. After dispatching the elder, Dodoria landed gracefully, catching the falling Dragon Ball with ease. Chapter 33, Gohan's Fury. This is outrageous. The kind-hearted Gohan was incensed at the sight before him. Having been mentored by Piccolo for a year, Gohan regarded him as a life guide and held him in deep respect. Yet now, As a fellow Namekian, the innocent beings were being slaughtered by extraterrestrial mercenaries. How could he not feel rage? Gohan, calm your breath. You will be detected, Krillin cautioned, noticing Gohan's fury. But if this continues... Gohan's words were cut short as Goku chuckled. Then let us go save them. Krillin was taken aback, and Goku continued, your current strength is formidable. After rescuing them, you can leave directly. They will surely send someone to intercept you. Remember to destroy their scouters. That way, they will be unable to locate the Namekian village. Without hesitation, Gohan seized the moment and charged towards Frieza and his cohorts. Caught off guard, Dodoria was suddenly ambushed by Gohan, who kicked him away, sending him crashing into a nearby building, which collapsed with a resounding crash. Although Gohan's battle power soared to 38,000, he did not unleash his full potential, merely opting for a standard attack. Nevertheless, Dodoria found himself in a precarious situation, his head bloodied and dazed, unaware of who had struck him. As the crowd remained momentarily stunned, Krillin suddenly burst forth, shouting, close your eyes. Solar flare, a blinding radiance as brilliant as daylight, erupted from Krillin's polished head, temporarily rendering Frieza and his allies sightless, save for a few Namekians. Quickly go, Krillin shouted, as the lone elder reacted swiftly, scooping up the two children and soaring into the distance. Once the elder had departed, Frieza's scouters were suddenly struck by energy blasts, leading to their destruction. Krillin exchanged a glance with Gohan, and they promptly vacated the scene. After their departure, Frieza, gazing at the now deserted area, grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, pursue them, Dodoria. Bring them back. Without the Namekians, he would be unable to locate the Dragon Balls on the vast Namek planet, especially since they lacked a Dragon Ball radar. Hurry, our mission is complete. We shall leave the rest to Goku. Krillin and Gohan swiftly caught up with the elder and the two young Namekians, departing together. At that moment, Dodoria had already closed the gap. Despite the blood trickling from his head, he remained confident in his ability to overpower the duo before him. This was due to his unwavering loyalty to King Frieza, and within the cosmos, apart from the Ginyu Force, his strength was indeed formidable. Fool, did you think you could escape? Dodoria bellowed, unleashing his energy once more to accelerate in pursuit. Carrying three individuals slowed Krillin and Gohan's speed, allowing Dodoria to rapidly close in. Dodoria unleashed a powerful energy wave, the orange-yellow blast streaking towards Krillin and Gohan with the force of destruction. Just then, a figure materialized, effortlessly waving a hand to deflect the energy wave as if it were a child's ball dismissed by an adult. Dodoria paused momentarily, then uncertainly queried, you are a Saiyan? Indeed, you are mistaken, came the response, recalling a Saiyan who bore a resemblance to the man before him, perhaps named Bardock. I care not who you are. Daring to obstruct me shall lead you to your demise. With that, Dodoria unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Goku, each one striking with explosive force. The elder, hearing the thunderous blasts, halted, expressing concern. He will be all right, won't he? Krillin reassured him, fear not. Goku is exceedingly powerful. Dodoria boisterously laughed, declaring, this is the fate of those who dare to impede me. Just as he prepared to depart, from within a cloud of smoke, an unharmed Goku emerged, delivering a powerful punch to Dodoria's abdomen. This seemingly ordinary punch bore extraordinary strength, akin to a mighty mountain collapsing, forcefully creating a gaping hole in Dodoria's abdomen. In that moment, he writhed in agony, expelling copious amounts of acidic saliva as he plummeted to the ground. Just as he was about to fall, Sun Wukong unleashed a ki blast from his palm, a sphere no larger than an orange, aiming it directly at Dodoria. Though the ki blast appeared to travel slowly, it was in fact swift, crashing into Dodoria in an instant. Then, centered around Dodoria, the ki wave abruptly expanded, enveloping him completely. The detestable Saiyan. At that moment, Dodoria was consumed by regret, anger, and disbelief. Perhaps, when he annihilated planet Vegeta, he should have eradicated every scattered Saiyan throughout the universe. Alas, that opportunity had slipped away. The ki wave did not explode upon enveloping Dodoria. Instead, it methodically eroded his body until he vanished without a trace. This was not some extraordinary technique, merely a standard attack, a typical ki blast, distinguished solely by Sun Wukong's combat power, which soared to 61 million, while Dodoria languished at a mere 20,000, a fraction of 1%. Ding! Dodoria defeated, gaining 2,000 battle points and 200 victory points. Sun Wukong did not glance back at the vanishing Dodoria. He turned and soared in the direction of Krillin, Gohan, and the others. Meanwhile, Saiyan, tasked with retrieving the detector from the spaceship, had returned to Frieza's ship. His detector had exploded. Searching for a village on the vast Namek was a near impossibility. Fortunately, there was a backup on board. However, upon his return, he was met with the sight of Frieza's soldiers sprawled across the ground in disarray. A severely injured soldier, still clinging to life, gasped. Vegeta, before he could finish his sentence, the soldier succumbed. As Saiyan stepped inside the ship, he was greeted by devastation. A quick survey revealed that all the medical equipment and detectors had been destroyed. Vegeta, Saiyan's forehead throbbed with anger. Not only had Vegeta returned, but he had also wreaked havoc. With no other choice, he utilized the emergency communication device aboard the ship to contact Frieza's planet, summoning the Ginyu Force and instructing them to bring detectors. Having completed this task, Saiyan set off once more towards Frieza's location. Upon landing at the village where Frieza was stationed, Saiyan discovered that not a single detector among Frieza's forces remained intact. They were all in ruins. Saiyan, weren't you supposed to retrieve the detector? Where is it? Frieza demanded. Vegeta took advantage of our absence and returned to the ship, destroying the healing pods and detectors. Saiyan replied, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet Frieza's eyes, burdened by the failure of his mission. Smack! Frieza's tail inadvertently struck the spacecraft. A look of displeasure crossing his face. After a brief silence, he spoke. I underestimated Vegeta. Have you contacted the Ginyu Force? Yes, I have made contact, replied Zabo, his voice imbued with newfound confidence. In a situation devoid of alternatives, he had reached out to the Ginyu Force without delay. Excellent. Now, search for any nearby villages. Frieza instructed. Zabo nodded in acknowledgement and turned to depart in search of a settlement. After issuing his orders, Frieza's gaze fell upon the scattered Dragon Balls on the ground, his eyes glinting as they slowly levitated, following him to the location of the ship. Frieza surged forward with the swiftness of a comet, generating powerful shockwaves that cleaved through the surrounding water and rock as if they were mere parchment. The surface of the sea remained disrupted, as though an invisible barrier stood resolutely, preventing the waters from mingling. Meanwhile, Zabo had barely taken flight when Frieza had already vanished, their speeds vastly disparate. At that moment, while searching for a village, Vegeta sensed a formidable energy. That power belonged to Zabo. The opportunity to strike had finally arrived. A smirk crept across Vegeta's lips. Freshly emerged from the healing pod aboard the ship, he felt invigorated, his battle power having surged to 27,000. In contrast, he knew Zabo's power was merely 21,000. With a confident edge of 6,000 over Zabo, who was unaware of Vegeta's intentions, he was certain he could best him. Zabo, still oblivious to Vegeta's plans, scanned the area as he approached Frieza's location. If only he had a scanner, locating a village would be a breeze. Despite his vigilant search during flight, the vastness of Namek was daunting, with barren mountains stretching as far as the eye could see, devoid of any signs of habitation. Suddenly, he spotted a distant light rapidly approaching. It was Vegeta. As the figure drew nearer, Zabo recognized his old rival. Long time no see, Zabo, Vegeta remarked playfully. Finally, I have the chance to catch you alone. It hasn't been easy. Ha ha, Vegeta, you're overly confident. Your battle power is only 24,000, Zabo retorted. Vegeta, unfazed, chuckled in response. You're merely flattering Frieza, you pitiful waste with a power of 21,000. Vegeta, why do you betray Lord Frieza? Zabo inquired. Betrayal? How absurd, Vegeta scoffed, nearly amused by the question. It's quite simple. I have long found that scoundrel Frieza intolerable. I only serve him out of fear of his strength. Since it is now possible to attain eternal life. Vegeta's words were abruptly interrupted by Sabo, who inquired, are you referring to the Dragon Balls? Indeed, it was the Dragon Balls that could manifest such a reality. In this world, only they possess the power to achieve this feat therefore. The Dragon Balls must never fall into Frieza's hands. Even Vegeta, instinctively, thought that he would not grant them to Kakarot, let alone to Frieza. Yet this was merely a fleeting thought. Vegeta declared, I shall not allow Frieza this opportunity. Once I obtain eternal life, I will inevitably defeat Frieza one day. Foolish. Do you truly believe that eternal life would enable you to conquer King Frieza? Sabo retorted. However, if you could hand over the scouter to me now, the benevolent King Frieza would not hold it against you, considering your past contributions. Although Sabo was aware that Vegeta had already betrayed Frieza, he recognized that Vegeta was the only one in possession of the scouter, and he hoped to negotiate with him. At that moment, he attempted to placate Vegeta. Yet Vegeta did not acquiesce. Instead, he mocked. What a pity to have lost the scouter. Do you desire it? As he spoke, Vegeta removed the scouter. Sabo presumed that Vegeta had ultimately succumbed to fear of Frieza and chuckled. You are wise to recognize this. Opposing King Frieza leads to dire consequences. What Sabo did not anticipate was that Vegeta would shatter the scouter before his very eyes. Huh, dream on. Sabo, infuriated by this act, shouted, Vegeta, you seek death. Vegeta, unyielding, coldly replied, after countless battles, my power surpasses your wildest imagination. In response to Vegeta's provocation, Sabo, rather than becoming enraged, laughed, you are exceedingly naive. The power of King Frieza is unfathomable. Vegeta, growing impatient, responded, I have no time for idle chatter. I have long known that Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta out of fear of the Saiyans' might. Allow me to demonstrate what the Saiyans are truly capable of. Sabo, unfazed, retorted, naive. Only a united front of Saiyans can pose a threat to King Frieza. What can one solitary warrior accomplish? Who knows? What could happen? Vegeta scoffed. In the next instant, Vegeta's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Sabo. Reacting swiftly, Sabo threw a punch backward, but Vegeta effortlessly caught his fist, rendering Sabo immobile. With a fierce shout, Sabo was suddenly hurled into the sky, his body propelled by tremendous inertia, traveling a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. However, in the next moment, Vegeta vanished again, prompting Sabo to quickly reposition himself and create distance. Once at a safe distance, Sabo aimed his palm at Vegeta, realizing that one hand could not contain the power he was about to summon. He steadied himself with the other hand. In an instant, a crimson energy coalesced into a massive arrow, which surged forth, hurtling towards the suspended Vegeta. A wave of energy surged forth like a thunderous bolt, cleaving through the void and tracing a broad, luminescent arc in the air, directed towards the hovering Vegeta. The immense inertia of the energy wave forced Sabo to stagger backward, a testament to its formidable power. Yet, astonishingly, this wave, imbued with a sense of annihilation, was effortlessly swatted away by Vegeta with a single hand. In Sabo's astonished gaze, the energy wave followed a graceful arc, ultimately plunging into the distant ocean. Moments later, an incandescent sphere erupted from the sea, resembling a second sun. In the blink of an eye, it detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic blaze that soared toward the heavens. The earth trembled as rocks shattered and the ground quaked, the entirety of Namek seemingly vibrating with the force. The violent energy birthed a mushroom cloud at the epicenter of the explosion, the shockwaves propelling debris several miles away. Yappo, undeterred by the flying rubble, gritted his teeth in disbelief, exclaiming that it had been repelled. Meanwhile, Goku, en route to the Grand Elder's residence alongside Krillin and Gohan, discerned the distant clash of power. Incredible. Two formidable forces are colliding. Who is Vegeta battling? Krillin pondered, recognizing the familiar energy signature as Vegeta's. Yet the identity of his opponent remained elusive. It was likely one of Frieza's minions. Goku mused, chuckling to himself, realizing that Vegeta might be recklessly challenging an elite adversary once more. Most likely, it was Sabo, though Sabo's ability to transform posed a significant threat, making it plausible that Vegeta could be overwhelmed. Goku couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Vegeta, who had likely just recovered, convinced of his newfound strength, only to find himself in dire straits. Such was the fate of the perennial second best. Shaking his head, Goku dismissed the thought and continued with Krillin and Gohan toward the Grand Elder's abode. At that moment, Vegeta and Sabo were locked in combat, with Sabo being relentlessly pushed back. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist connected with Sabo's face, drawing forth a trickle of purple blood from his injuries. Following the strike, Sabo, gritting his teeth, launched a counterattack, his legs darting forward like arrows, delivering a flurry of rapid kicks. The speed of his assault rendered his legs nearly indistinguishable. Nevertheless, Vegeta effortlessly evaded Sabo's strikes. What has happened? For someone of Sabo's caliber, his movements appear almost stilled. Chapter 35, Vegeta Under Siege. The relentless barrage of missed attacks left Sabo fatigued, allowing Vegeta to seize the moment. Suddenly, he vanished from sight only to reappear above Sabo, delivering a powerful kick reminiscent of a dragon's tail, sweeping through the air, striking with tremendous force. Sabo was sent crashing downwards, the overwhelming strength propelling him toward the ground. As he struggled to regain his footing, he looked up only to find that Vegeta had already rocketed to his side. Yet, as he stood, he found himself alone. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, he was suddenly struck from behind, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. The immense inertia propelled Sabo face first into the ground, carving a deep gash into the earth beneath him. It was a scene of utter disgrace. Vegeta erupted into laughter, sneering. Do you lack even the ability to retaliate? Huh. Huh. This should have been the moment of his defeat. Yet Sabo laughed. A disdainful, triumphant, fearless laugh. Slowly rising to his feet, Sabo remarked, tinged with a hint of joy and affirmation. Not bad. You've made considerable progress. But do you truly believe this will be enough to vanquish me, Vegeta? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sabo turned, challenging. What? Do you possess the strength to defeat me? Do you really think you can? Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Sabo's bravado as mere bluster, akin to the empty threats of Chiu-E. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sabo calmly retorted, You're right. Vegeta taunted. Huh, what a delightful joke. Yet Sabo remained unfazed, his expression remarkably serene as he slowly continued, Before you perish, I shall reveal the reason this power lies dormant within me. To unleash my true potential, I must transform, but those who have witnessed my transformation are no longer alive. Vegeta smirked dismissively. Transform? Like a Saiyan? You're merely spouting nonsense out of desperation. His years within Frieza's army had taught him that no one had ever claimed Sabo could transform. Attempting to intimidate him? Impossible. I do not require a transformation like a Saiyan. It is merely an augmentation of my power. With an elegant flick of his verdant hair, Sabo grinned malevolently. A power of absolute strength. Allow me to demonstrate. Vegeta, succumbing to his prideful tendencies, found no thrill in overwhelming force and refrained from attacking, allowing Sabo to transform. No need for your prompting. I shall show you now. As he spoke, Sabo's breaths grew labored, and suddenly he extended his limbs, muscles swelling dramatically, not just in his arms and legs, but throughout his entire physique. Even his handsome visage morphed into a monstrous, lizard-like appearance, rendering him grotesque. Vegeta gasped in shock. What is this? With a cold smirk, the transformed Sabo declared, I am not merely altering my appearance. Prepare to be astonished by the power I now wield. No sooner had he spoken than the fearsome Sabo lunged at Vegeta, propelling himself with the force of cannonball, driving his knee into Vegeta's abdomen. The sound of the impact echoed violently. The abrupt ferocity of the assault momentarily destabilized Vegeta, and in that instant, a massive hand followed suit, crashing against his face. Vegeta was thrust to the ground by the overwhelming force, his face indenting painfully upon impact. The joy he'd felt moments ago was swiftly replaced by the harsh reality of pain as he experienced the bitter taste of defeat. However, Sabo did not relent. Instead, he swiftly charged towards Vegeta, executing a high kick that sent him soaring into the air. Vegeta, caught off guard, had barely processed the impact when another assault came. Seizing Vegeta's foot, Sabo propelled himself forward, using the momentum to slam Vegeta back onto the ground. The searing pain forced Vegeta to grit his teeth, astonished by Sabo's formidable power post-transformation, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Just as Vegeta opened his eyes, intent on fighting back, a pair of rough hands grasped his face as if he were a mere plaything. The monstrous head of Sabo collided violently with Vegeta's forehead, causing blood to spatter. Again and again, the brutal strikes rained down upon Vegeta, eliciting agonized cries. After 5 or 6 relentless blows, Sabo finally relented. Damn it, how could I possibly lose? Faced with Sabo's overwhelming strength, Vegeta's indomitable spirit surged forth. With a fierce eruption of energy, he broke free from Sabo's grasp. No sooner had he escaped than Sabo, like a rocket, charged at him once more. Unyielding, Vegeta rushed toward Sabo as well. Their fists and feet clashed, creating thunderous echoes across the sky, the speed of their attacks generating a devastating spectacle. Yet, it soon became apparent that Vegeta was at a disadvantage. Sabo landed a kick squarely on his chin, followed by a devastating energy wave. The energy wave bore down on Vegeta like a massive lead ball, forcing him downward. Just before impact with the ground, Vegeta gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to shake off the energy wave. As it veered off its original trajectory and struck the ground, an explosive sound erupted, creating a deep crater. The force of the shockwave propelled Vegeta several meters into the air, but before he could catch his breath, Sabo launched another assault from above. Sabo's palms thrust forward repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon the beleaguered Vegeta. He had no choice but to flee, evading the onslaught. Behind him, the energy blast struck the ground, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Once Zebo's attack ceased, Vegeta turned to unleash his own energy blast. Though it was not particularly powerful, it was the best he could muster in his current state. Yet, Zebo effortlessly deflected it, sending it off course. Immediately, Zebo retaliated with a powerful energy blast that rocketed towards Vegeta, who, unlike Zebo, could not afford to deflect it and instead scrambled to evade. A seasoned warrior, Vegeta quickly realized that he could not withstand the speed and force of this energy wave. He barely managed to dodge it, but in the next moment, Zebo, like a shooting star, appeared before him, delivering a crushing knee to his abdomen. Vegeta let out a pained scream as his body was propelled backward by the immense force. Spiraling out of control, Zebo chuckled, declaring that no matter how fiercely one resists, victory would elude them. The two resumed their fierce entanglement, energies colliding with such ferocity that even the air quivered. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity when Vegeta was exhausted, Zebo ensnared his neck and arms, taunting him with the superiority of his power compared to their previous forms. The immense force nearly suffocated Vegeta, who found himself in the throes of despair. Chapter 36. The Dismal Defeat of Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta was not one to yield easily. Despite being restrained, he fought back valiantly, repeatedly elbowing Zebo in his vulnerable ribs. The pain forced Zebo to relinquish his grip, granting Vegeta a moment to breathe. This is impossible. I have grown stronger on Earth, Vegeta thought, struggling to stay airborne. Filled with defiance and confusion. In the next moment, Zebo launched another assault, his fists and feet raining down upon Vegeta's face, culminating in a powerful blow that sent him crashing down. I shall not allow you an easy escape. As Vegeta plummeted, Zebo grasped him once more, unleashing a surge of energy that accelerated his descent. After a brief flight, having accumulated significant gravitational force, Zebo abruptly released Vegeta. Freed from restraint, Vegeta fell like a meteor, transforming into a streak of light that struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater. The rapid descent ignited the earth in a blaze, reminiscent of a genuine meteorite impact, as the violent shockwave ravaged the surrounding land and rock. Simultaneously, Goku and his companions, en route to the Grand Elder, sensed the cessation of the energy clash between Vegeta and Zebo. Krillin lamented, "Finally, it seems over." The energy was overwhelmingly powerful, perceptible from such a distance. He then voiced his concern, "I wonder who emerged victorious, though it would be ideal if they both sustained heavy losses, relieving us of worry." Meanwhile, Gohan, indifferent to the battle unfolding, reveled in play with the child from Namek, his joy palpable in the presence of a peer. The elder, observing the delight shared between Dandy and Gohan, wore a smile of contentment. At that moment, Zebo gazed at the crater, pondering, is this truly the end for Vegeta? No sooner had he uttered the words than the rocks within the pit crumbled under the impact, and seawater rushed in. As the waves engulfed the crater, Vegeta remained conspicuously absent. Zebo remarked slowly, "No movement. It appears he is drowned." After a moment of observation, he reverted to his handsome form, scoffing, "What a waste of time. I was forced to adopt this hideous appearance." With that, he decided to report back to King Frieza. Just as Zebo departed, a barely conscious Vegeta emerged from the emerald waters, crawling onto the shore and gasping for air. The protective suit, crafted from super rubber, is in tatters at this moment. "Zebo, I shall not concede defeat. I will grow stronger and vanquish both you and Frieza. The Dragon Balls shall not fall into anyone else's hands." No sooner had he uttered these words than Vegeta fainted. Simultaneously, deprived of the locator, Frieza opted to deploy more soldiers to search for the village on Namek amidst the vast universe. A warrior from Frieza's army, characterized by yellow skin and sharp fangs, suddenly spotted smoke rising from the ground below as he soared through the skies. He descended to investigate and discovered a village, though the structures lay in ruin, bearing the scars of destruction, with the Namekians scattered lifelessly across the ground. What transpired? We have yet to strike, and the entire village is already obliterated. Suddenly, he noticed one Namekian still clinging to life, albeit gravely injured, struggling to crawl. This battle-hardened Namekian crawled toward the river beside the village, where the Dragon Balls had been concealed after the Saiyans' assault. He was determined to retrieve them. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of evil. However, he had scarcely moved when a figure appeared before him. What happened? Who did this? The battle-worn Namekian, believing he had found a savior, gasped. The Saiyans took the Dragon Balls. Before he could finish, the Frieza soldier realized, so it was Vegeta after all. The Namekian's voice was too faint for the soldier to catch. At that moment, the soldier's frustration peaked. The Dragon Balls had been taken by Vegeta, and failing to retrieve them would surely anger Lord Frieza. Damn it, useless. A blast of energy was unleashed, extinguishing the Namekian's life, and the soldier turned to soar back toward Frieza's spaceship. Upon entering Frieza's chamber, an announcement resonated. Lord Frieza, Sabo requests an audience. Enter. Have you found the village? Frieza inquired. Sabo, visibly anxious, replied, No, I did not find it, but I have dealt with Vegeta. Oh, is that so? Sabo, it has been quite a while since you transformed, hasn't it? Is Vegeta still alive? I did not confirm, but even if he lives, he is gravely wounded, Sabo explained. Frieza's ire flared, and he spoke rapidly. Why did you not confirm this? Sabo, flustered, hastily elucidated. That's because he fell into the water. What if he escaped by diving? Surely you detest getting wet, which is why you did not check. Moreover, it was rather hasty of you to kill him so soon. What if he concealed the Dragon Ball somewhere? Upon hearing this, Sabo had a moment of realization. I am truly sorry. I shall go confirm this immediately. At present, Frieza and his cohorts possess neither detectors nor equipment capable of locating the Dragon Balls, yet they are aware that Vegeta is in pursuit of them. It is highly probable that Vegeta will independently discover the Dragon Balls and subsequently conceal them from their reach. Frieza, perturbed by this possibility, is in a state of agitation. At that moment, the earlier warrior returns and hastens to report to Frieza in a distressed manner. Lord Frieza, we have located a village, but it has been ravaged. It must be the work of Vegeta. Upon hearing this report, Sabo suddenly remarks, Indeed, the Dragon Balls have been hidden by Vegeta. Learning that the Dragon Balls are concealed by Vegeta infuriates Frieza, and at that instant, a soldier at the entrance exclaims, There is a surviving villager. But I have dealt with him immediately. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Sabo feels a chill run down his spine, realizing the folly of the soldier's actions. Frieza's gaze turns icy. You have slain the rare witness. With that, Frieza's eyes blaze with fury, and the soldier at the entrance screams before being obliterated into dust. I detest impulsive actions and the thoughtless behavior of fools. Sabo's pupils constrict at the implication of Frieza's words, which are unmistakably clear. Bring Vegeta to me at once. I hope he is still alive. Do you understand, Sabo? Sabo nods vigorously, responding promptly, and hastily departs to locate Vegeta. Chapter 37. Goku's potential is the greatest. Meanwhile, Son Goku follows the Elder's guidance and arrives at the Grand Elder's abode. It stands majestically atop a mountain, devoid of any surrounding soil, save for a solitary house. Though it is a lone structure, it is grander than the homes of other Namekians. As soon as Son Goku lands, a figure emerges from the house, a warrior-type Namekian. The warrior stands calmly, exuding an air of authority and severity. He coldly inquires, Who are you? What brings you here? His expression, devoid of emotion, conveys an undeniable and formidable presence, reminiscent of the stoic yet warm-hearted Piccolo, almost like a twin brother. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaims joyfully, mistaking the warrior for Piccolo due to their striking resemblance. The warrior, noticing Gohan's enthusiastic greeting, reveals a hint of tenderness amidst his stern demeanor, stating indifferently, I am not Piccolo, my name is Nail. Although his voice is detached, it carries a newfound patience and gentleness compared to his initial tone. The warrior-type Namekians inherently possess a nurturing instinct towards the young, as they are a fracture type, akin to worker bees in a hive. While they wield formidable combat abilities, they cannot reproduce, and their sole purpose, apart from battle, is to care for the larvae. Brother Nail, they're not bad people. At that moment, Dandy, who had hurriedly arrived from behind, called out anxiously, aware that Neru was the personal attendant of the Grand Elder, the mightiest warrior on Namek. A confrontation with Goku and his companions would spell disaster. Upon seeing Dandy, the cold demeanor on Neru's face softened, revealing a hint of friendliness as he apologized. I am sorry. I did not realize you were good people. Goku replied with a smile. It's all right. We are here to seek the Grand Elder's assistance. Just then, the Elder along with another child from Namek arrived. The Elder implored, Neru, let them in to see the Grand Elder. As Neru hesitated, an ancient voice resonated. Allow them to enter. The voice carried a sense of impending dusk, as if it could fade away at any moment. Goku understood that their time was limited. Inside the chamber, as Krillin was about to explain, the Grand Elder gestured for silence, saying, Come forth, let me glimpse your past. Krillin exchanged glances with the Elder and Goku, and with a sense of reassurance, they stepped forward. The Grand Elder gently placed his hand on Krillin's bald head and closed his eyes. Moments later, he spoke with a tone of relief. I understand now. You may take the Dragon Balls. He continued, the enemies you face are exceptionally formidable. My time is nearly up, and should I pass, the Dragon Balls will vanish. You must act swiftly. Neru and the Elder wore solemn expressions, for the inevitability of death was unchangeable. The Grand Elder added softly, you are all exceptionally kind-hearted individuals. As my life draws to a close, I cannot assist you extensively, but I can help unlock the potential within you. That is the only aid I can offer. Will unlocking our potential shorten your lifespan? Inquired the kind-hearted Gohan, unable to restrain his curiosity. The Grand Elder chuckled, no, it will not. Placing his withered hand on Krillin's head, Krillin awkwardly remarked, I probably have no potential, considering I've trained diligently for many years. Before Krillin could finish his thought, a powerful white aura surged from him like a geyser. Surprised and delighted, Krillin exclaimed, how incredibly strong. Is this truly me? Next was Gohan. When the Grand Elder's hand touched Gohan's head, he suddenly gasped, startling Neru, who quickly asked, what is it, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder shook his head, signaling that he was fine, murmuring, it is astonishing to discover such immense potential. I cannot fully unlock it all, only a fraction. As soon as he finished speaking, a torrent of white energy erupted from Gohan, overwhelming everyone present and rendering them breathless, except for Goku. Each person widened their eyes, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, even halting their breaths momentarily. How impressive! Krillin swallowed hard, filled with envy. Goku glanced at the system, noting that both Gohan and Krillin's combat power had significantly increased. Krillin's combat power has surged tenfold, while Gohan's has astonishingly increased nearly 20-fold. According to the system's observations, Krillin now possesses a combat power of 300,000, whereas Gohan's power is even more remarkable, reaching an astonishing 760,000. Gohan truly embodies the pinnacle of individual strength within the Dragon Ball universe, showcasing unparalleled potential. At this moment, Gohan has regained his composure. Upon sensing the surge of energy within him, he cannot help but joyfully rush over to share his elation with his companion. Dandy. Next is Son Goku, whose combat power has now reached an impressive 610,000. However, he is uncertain about the extent to which the Elder can augment his strength. The Elder places his hand upon Goku's head, offering no elaborate commentary. Goku is acutely aware that Gohan represents the ultimate potential in the Dragon Ball realm, and he acknowledges that his own potential cannot compare. With a sigh of resignation, Goku reflects that possessing potential without the willingness to exert effort is ultimately futile. Talent, if not harnessed, will inevitably fade away. After a brief moment, a faint white aura begins to emanate from Goku, resembling the wispy smoke that rises when a candle is extinguished, subtle yet present. Although Gohan and Krillin's auras are more substantial, Goku's presence seems slightly diminished. Both are somewhat astonished by the subdued response. Yet, internally, Goku is brimming with excitement, as his strength has witnessed a monumental leap. At this juncture, the system displays combat power 5,239,951, approximately 5,24 million. Victory points 8,946. Skills Kaioken, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb, Senza Beans X3. His combat power has doubled, now standing at 5,24 million. Despite the significant increase, the aura he exudes does not reflect overwhelming intensity. At this moment, Goku feels a sense of gratitude towards Mr. Popo. Without his guidance, even with an increase in power, he would struggle to fully control his abilities. Had he not intentionally restrained his energy, the unleashed force would have obliterated everything in the vicinity. The enhancement is evident. Yet, Goku feels a twinge of confusion regarding the modesty of the increase. Doubling his power seems rather low. Were Krillin to realize that Goku's doubled power equates to nearly 100-fold increase for him, he would surely be envious. A doubling results in a combat power of 262 million. After some contemplation, Goku finds solace in the situation. Although the multiplier is modest, the numerical value is substantial, a considerable gain. After Goku departs with the Dragon Balls, Neru expresses his admiration, remarking on the extraordinary potential of that young human child. Meanwhile, the usually reticent Elder slowly shakes his head, stating, no, that Saiyan named Son Goku possesses true potential that is unfathomable. Chapter 38. The Instrument of Ascendancy, Vegeta. Upon exiting the Elder's presence, Goku and his companions acquire 2 Dragon Balls, the 4-star ball, and the 1-star ball. The Dragon Ball radar indicates that the remaining 5 have gathered together, undoubtedly collected by Frieza. However, Sun Wukong was reluctant to confront Frieza directly, although his combat power had soared to a staggering 24 million. Frieza's ultimate form boasted an astronomical combat power exceeding 100 million, while Frieza's initial form possessed a mere 530,000 in combat strength. It was well known that during transformation, he entered a state of overwhelming dominance. Furthermore, it was likely that Frieza consistently suppressed his energy to facilitate control over his power and minimize exertion. Sun Wukong deemed it far too reckless to approach him head-on. After contemplating his options, he sensed the surrounding energy and turned to fly in another direction. Krillin and Gohan, though somewhat perplexed, followed closely behind with the Dragon Balls in hand. Simultaneously, Saiyaman, following Frieza's orders, set out to locate Vegeta. At that moment, he was filled with trepidation. Should Vegeta perish, no one would be able to retrieve the Dragon Balls concealed by him. The thought of incurring Frieza's wrath was terrifying. As this notion crossed his mind, cold sweat broke out on Saiyaman's brow, and he surged towards the location of the previous battle. Before long, he arrived at the scene of the clash and exhaled in relief upon spotting Vegeta lying on the ground. However, his relief was not yet complete. If Vegeta were dead, he would share the same grim fate. Saiyaman approached Vegeta and checked for his breath, finally feeling at ease when he confirmed that Vegeta was alive. "You truly have a remarkable fate, Vegeta." Just as Saiyaman was about to lift Vegeta, he suddenly noticed a distant glimmer. Before he could collect his thoughts, the light had arrived. "Are you a Saiyan?" Saiyaman inquired, bewildered. However, upon seeing Krillin and Gohan behind Sun Wukong, he couldn't help but laugh. Dragon Balls! How splendid!" To his astonishment, while he had been diligently searching for the Dragon Balls, they had come to him unbidden. Overwhelmed with joy, he looked at Sun Wukong and declared, "Hand over the Dragon Balls. They belong to Lord Frieza." Sun Wukong, dismissive, retorted, "These are my Dragon Balls. When did they become the property of the Ice King? You dare to refer to the esteemed Lord Frieza as the Ice King?" Saiyaman was incensed. How could anyone dare to defy Lord Frieza and insult him so brazenly? Ignoring Vegeta, consumed by fury, Saiyaman suddenly expanded in size, transforming into a monstrous figure, disregarding any concern for his appearance. He unleashed a furious roar, charging towards Sun Wukong with singular intent to shatter and tear apart this oblivious Saiyan. Saiyans were nothing but lowly monkeys, and they should have been eradicated long ago, instead of being allowed to continuously provoke them. Saiyaman swung his fist with the speed of lightning. Boom! Empowered by his transformation, Saiyaman's fist landed solidly against Sun Wukong's face. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming astonishment engulfed Sabo as he witnessed Sun Wukong directly absorb his punch with his face. Not only that, but Sabo also felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if he had struck the hardest substance in the universe. Infuriated, Sabo roared, launching a relentless barrage of fists and kicks towards Sun Wukong, who remained steadfast in his position. The sound of violent impacts echoed around them, and while Sabo was left gasping for breath, Sun Wukong appeared utterly unfazed, showing no sign of resistance. Suddenly, Sabo surged into the sky, pushing forward with his palms as energy blasts rained down upon Sun Wukong like a torrential downpour. Boom! The ground was soon enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke, while Sabo continued to wheeze. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he brought his hands together, forming a basketball-sized sphere of energy, which he hurled at Sun Wukong. At that moment, a hand emerged from the smoke, effortlessly flicking the energy ball away, annihilating it without allowing for any chance of rebound. "What?" Sabo exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that even his most powerful energy ball had been extinguished. Before he could collect his thoughts, a figure appeared before him like a specter. Bang! A thunderous impact resounded, and though he did not see the action, Sabo felt a fierce punch land squarely in his abdomen. In shock, he slowly looked down to see a gaping hole in his protective gear. The next moment, his vision faded to white as he plummeted into the river of green luminescence. The very river he despised most, which had now become his final resting place. Ding! Sabo defeated, gaining 2,900 combat power and 290 victory points. After vanquishing Sabo, Sun Wukong descended from the heavens and walked over to Vegeta's side, producing a Senza bean. "Wait, Wukong, you aren't actually going to save him, are you?" Krillin said in astonishment and confusion. "Why not?" Wukong replied. Krillin, gritting his teeth, hesitated momentarily before sighing. "Well, it's fine. After all, you'll defeat him again." Initially, Krillin intended to intervene, but he realized that Wukong was the type of martial artist who thrived on worthy opponents. Without them, he would be severely distressed. He increasingly recognized the immense strength of the Saiyans, whether it was the previous Vegeta or the current Wukong. Even Gohan's prowess surpassed his own. For a martial artist, lacking an opponent is the greatest sorrow, and as Wukong's comrade, Krillin understood this all too well. Ultimately, he relinquished his attempts at persuasion. Son Wukong placed the Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth and gently patted him, prompting Vegeta's instinctive response to swallow it. In an instant, Vegeta opened his eyes, visibly rejuvenated, as the pallor of his face regained its color. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of energy erupted forth. Awakening, Vegeta, now fully aware, discovered that all his injuries had completely healed. Looking up, he was startled to find Wukong standing before him. He sprang to his feet in alarm, retreating while bellowing, "Kakarot." However, he soon calmed down, for he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, stronger than ever before. Although he was uncertain of the cause, it was undoubtedly a positive development. "Kakarot, your time has come," Vegeta roared, launching himself towards Goku like a rocket. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was sent hurtling backward at an even swifter pace than before. Like a cannonball, he collided with a distant mountainside, which crumbled in a thunderous collapse. Oh dear! How tragic! Krillin turned away, unable to bear the sight of such devastation. Vegeta, in a state of utter disarray, found his recently restored body battered once again. Even Krillin could not bring himself to witness Vegeta's pitiful condition. Days from his encounter with the mountain, Vegeta wondered who had struck him, as he had seen nothing. Ding! Defeated Vegeta gained combat power. 8,000 victory points. 800. Goku glanced at the system notification with a mischievous grin. Indeed, Vegeta had proven to be quite advantageous. He had just pondered how to increase his combat power without sustaining severe injuries, and instantly thought of the perennial rival, Vegeta. Such a highly gifted and resilient opponent was a prime choice for Goku's purposes. A perfect tool for leveling up Vegeta. Chapter 39, The Unlucky Goku. With a defiant roar, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness after the impact. Goku approached him, producing another Senzu bean and placing it in Vegeta's mouth. As Vegeta consumed the bean, his strength surged rapidly, his wounds healed, and his broken flesh mended, restoring him to his peak condition. However, upon waking, he gritted his teeth in anger. He glared at Goku, and after a moment's reflection, Vegeta abandoned any notion of resistance, disdainfully remarking, "Humph, don't think that just because you saved me, I will be grateful." Despite his newfound strength post-recovery, Vegeta was no fool. He recognized that he was still no match for Goku. The disparity was too vast. Vegeta turned, unleashing his aura, and ascended into the sky without a backward glance, his movements fluid and seamless. As he departed, he could not resist taunting, "Kakarot, your life is mine. I will defeat you eventually." Goku, now back with his team, shook his head, bemused by Vegeta's stubbornness. If you can't win, then you can't win. Why the bravado? Yet, it was precisely this indomitable spirit that secured Vegeta's place as the second male lead in the Dragon Ball universe. Gohan possessed great potential, but shunned conflict. Ultimately relegated to a background role. Watching Vegeta's vanishing figure, Goku felt a pang of melancholy. Why leave so soon? Let me have another go. He had hoped for one more encounter, but alas, Vegeta was too astute and had fled too quickly. Upon witnessing Vegeta's recovery and the subsequent rise in his combat power to 120,000, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. Free combat power? Who would refuse such a gift? A child might make choices, but for him, it was a matter of wanting it all. After careful contemplation, he decided to set aside his thoughts for the moment. As he faced a pressing dilemma, even after vanquishing Vegeta, he barely attained a battle power of 8,000. In the past, this figure would have been considered remarkably high. However, now 8,000 felt utterly negligible, akin to a drop in the ocean. At that moment, the system displayed battle power 5, 250, 851, 5, 25 million. Victory value 10, 0, 36. Skills Kaioken, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb, and 2 Senzu beans. The scant 2 remaining Senzu beans were far from reassuring news, though he found solace in the fact that his victory value still stood at 10, 0, 0, 0. He pondered whether his current battle power would suffice against Frieza. Soon enough, Goku arrived at a conclusion. It would not suffice. Even with the Kaioken at 30 times, his power would barely reach around 1.5 billion. However, The strain of the Kaioken on the body was immense, and excessively high multipliers would result in a waning control over his strength. In the original narrative, during Goku's first encounter with Vegeta, he employed a threefold Kaioken, and based on his battle power at the time of 7,000, that translated to a mere 210,000. Conversely, Vegeta's battle power was only 180,000, less than Goku's. Yet Goku still faced a formidable challenge to emerge victorious. Following his recovery from severe injuries, Vegeta's power surged to 240,000, allowing him to effortlessly defeat Kaiotsu. The Dragon Ball lore stipulates that a power exceeding the opponent's by a factor of 30 results in utter domination, although Goku's threefold Kaioken only surpassed Vegeta's by 17. The difficulty of his victory was evident, underscoring the overwhelming burden the Kaioken placed upon the body, inhibiting the full expression of his battle power. Thus, Goku surmised that even activating the 30-fold Kaioken would likely not grant him an advantage against Frieza. After a moment of reflection, Goku glanced at Krillin, who trembled under Goku's gaze, an involuntary shiver coursing through him, prompting a sneeze that he found perplexing. "How odd," Krillin muttered. Goku shook his head, concluding that even if Krillin were to perish, he would not be incensed to the point of transformation, as their bond was not as profound as it once was. Perhaps a lottery is in order, he mused. Given that he had exhausted his Senzu beans, he might as well summon 1010 for a little exploit of glitches. Upon opening the lottery page, he was momentarily taken aback. The once fully illuminated lottery wheel was now engulfed in chaos, obscuring his vision, much like his initial lottery experience. Goku decided to give it a try, and as the wheel began to spin, it suddenly came to a halt, illuminating the formerly chaotic section as if the clouds had parted to reveal golden sunlight. Ding! You have received a battle power reward of 3,000. He was filled with curiosity and tried again, his eyes widening in delight at the outcome. A single draw yielded 3,000 battle power, truly generous. However, his contentment quickly waned as he noted the depletion of his victory value. He had lost 1,000 points. This is akin to a 10-fold draw. 1,000 attempts divided into 10, each with guaranteed rewards. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth in silence, acknowledging the challenge. "Very well, you are quite the strategist," he thought. Klein observed the shifting expressions of Sun Wukong, who oscillated between elation and gritted teeth. Unwilling to concede defeat, Sun Wukong resolved to try once more, this time with 1,000,000,000 attempts. The wheel began to spin again, and the illuminated segment representing 3,000 battle points loomed above him like the sword of Damocles, as if the pointer could halt at any moment, delivering a heavy blow. As the pointer gradually came to a stop, one segment lit up, and Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the guaranteed reward, he would be content. For him, 3,000 battle points were no different from a mere token of appreciation. Ding! You have received 10 celestial beans. The appearance of celestial beans sparked joy within Sun Wukong, for they represented the most substantial reward. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The segment for the celestial beans was significantly larger than before. Previously, the celestial beans had only appeared after all segments were illuminated, occupying an exceedingly narrow space, akin to a mere crack. Now they spanned 2 fingers wide, clearly enlarged. At that moment, the wheel only illuminated 2 segments, one for the celestial beans and the other for 3,000 battle points, with the latter dominating the majority of the area. An idea struck Sun Wukong. Once the victory points exceeded 10,000, the system unveiled new rewards, reminiscent of a lottery draw. Having completed one round, one would advance to the next, often yielding even more lavish rewards. Naturally, the cost would also escalate. Sun Wukong found this reasonable, as with increased battle power, it was inconceivable to exchange a mere 100 victory points for enhancements amounting to hundreds of thousands or even millions of battle points. Equal exchange, after all, is a universal principle. With this understanding, Sun Wukong resolved to try once more, silently affirming to himself, "I am certainly not the most unfortunate one." Once again, he landed on the 3,000 battle points. Sun Wukong gasped in frustration, feeling a wave of indignation as he consecutively tapped for 3 more attempts, only to receive battle point rewards each time. For consecutive draws yielded nothing but battle points, the sole distinction being that one of the rewards amounted to 5,000 battle points. Damn it! Sun Wukong felt the urge to curse the system, but alas, the system was not sentient and remained unresponsive to his inner turmoil. Chapter 40. The arrival of the Ginyu Force. After 6 draws, the wheel illuminated another segment. At this point, Sun Wukong had expended 6,000 victory points, with over 4,000 remaining. While only one exceedingly narrow gap on the wheel remained unlit, he felt a mix of joy and disappointment. The joy stemmed from the fact that not all rewards were 3,000 battle points, while the disappointment arose from the uncertainty of whether he could secure the ultimate prize with only 4 draws left. Uncertainty lingered on the planet Namek. Surrounded by lush greenery and picturesque scenery, Sun Wukong walked while silently contemplating the lottery as the wheel began to spin once more. However, during the final draw, he was astounded to see the last segment illuminate with a resplendent golden glow. The pointer came to an unwavering halt in a narrow area, reminiscent of a needle's eye. Suddenly, a golden card appeared before him, and upon closer inspection, a wave of joy surged within him, akin to the long-awaited rain nourishing parched earth. As the golden light dissipated, a card revealing Super Saiyan Level 1 emerged. To his astonishment, it was indeed the Super Saiyan transformation, and his heart brimmed with elation. He had struck a monumental victory. This transformation marked an era, a pinnacle of power. While the Kaioken technique could significantly amplify combat strength, it imposed a heavy toll on the body. Conversely, the Super Saiyan transformation bore no such detriment. The contrast was evident. I knew I wasn't the darkest. Sun Wukong chuckled softly to himself. Krillin, puzzled, inquired, Wukong, why are you smiling so joyfully? Krillin, unaware of the specifics behind Wukong's merriment, joined in the laughter, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Grand Elder on Namek, Neru wore a troubled expression. The wise and compassionate Grand Elder kindly remarked, if you wish to assist them, then do so. Neru's gaze shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, no, my duty is to protect you, Grand Elder. As his homeland faced invasion from malevolent beings, who ruthlessly slaughtered his fellow Namekians, he felt a profound sense of regret for being unable to act as the strongest warrior on the planet. The Grand Elder shook his head, choosing not to press further, but instead turned to Tian Tian, gently saying, come here, Tian Tian, I shall unlock your potential, enabling you to assist them. The Namekians, being a benevolent race, could not idly stand by while others fought to save their planet. Tian Tian, a supportive Namekian, might not possess overwhelming combat prowess, yet he was an exceptional healer. As Tian Tian approached the Grand Elder, the Elder's warm, massive hand softly rested upon his forehead. In an instant, a white aura surged forth like a torrent, rippling waves reminiscent of fierce flames. Tian Tian's latent potential was awakened. Overwhelmed with excitement, he expressed his gratitude and swiftly departed towards Sun Wukong and the others. Even if he could not wield great power as an Namekian, it was his duty to aid the esteemed guests like Sun Wukong, rather than remain a passive observer. The Grand Elder watched Tian Tian's retreating figure, akin to a setting sun casting its final rays upon the horizon, and a look of contentment graced his face. For him, the prosperity of the younger generation represented the fulfillment of his deepest wishes. As the Grand Elder guided Tian Tian towards his latent potential, he discovered that Tian Tian possessed remarkable abilities and was a genius in the creation of Dragon Balls. With external battles and Tian Tian's internal support, Namek would not succumb to endless turmoil after his demise. It was destined to witness the resurgence of its glorious civilization. Thus, he smiled, a smile of heartfelt contentment. At that very moment, 5 circular spaceships descended upon Namek. These vessels, designed specifically for warriors, did not land gently, but rather crashed forcefully onto the desolate terrain, creating 5 deep craters. As they emerged, Ginyu exuded a formidable and aggressive aura. The surrounding beasts, avians, and large fish fled in terror, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult for them to breathe. Ginyu Force, you have arrived, Frieza chuckled softly. Raikum, Berta, Jisoo, Guldo, Ginyu Force. At the command of Captain Ginyu, the remaining 4 elite members responded in unison, striking a pre-rehearsed, albeit awkward pose, which caused Frieza's face to flush with embarrassment, rendering it almost unbearable to witness. Thank you very much, Lord Frieza. Please inform us of our mission, they inquired. Locate that traitor Vegeta. He has hidden the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Frieza remained unaware that Vegeta's 4-star Dragon Ball had already been intercepted by Goku, mistakenly believing it was still concealed by Vegeta. And make sure to give that traitor a sound thrashing. Leave him with just enough breath to bring him here. I need him to reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. As Frieza spoke, Jinyu, sporting black, pointed horns, activated the scouter to pinpoint Vegeta's exact location. This task is straightforward. Our scouter has already detected Vegeta's movements. He appears to be not far from here. A sinister smile crept across Jinyu's face, his purple skin enhancing his malevolent appearance. Upon checking Vegeta's battle power, Jinyu noted it was 30,000. The corner of his mouth curled upward, while 30,000 was indeed formidable. It paled in comparison to his own capabilities. Nearby, the red-skinned, white-haired Jisoo handed Frieza a green box containing the latest model of the scouter. Well done. Jinyu nodded at his fellow teammates, who synchronously shouted their battle cry. Jinyu Force. Fight! Then, they unleashed a powerful aura, slicing through the air like supersonic missiles, tearing through the sky with astonishing speed. The awkward battle cry and entrance left Frieza drenched in cold sweat, utterly mortified by the spectacle. Prior to this moment, as 5 spaceships approached planet Namek, Vegeta became acutely aware of the presence of the Jinyu Force. Standing atop a mountain peak, he awaited their arrival with quiet anticipation. Each time he grew stronger, Vegeta was imbued with unwavering confidence. Despite lacking a scouter to ascertain the exact measure of his power, he found himself astonished by his own potential. Thus, he resolved to confront the Jinyu Force. Even if he were to be defeated, as the Prince of Planet Vegeta, he would never seek refuge from the inferior warrior, Kakarot. He would rather face death than submit. Consequently, he had no choice but to engage in battle. There was no alternative. At that moment, 5 piercing sounds sliced through the air, heralding the descent of the Jinyu Force before Vegeta. A wave of tension washed over him, for this was the elite among elites. Captain Jinyu, with a mocking demeanor, greeted him. Well, Vegeta, long time no see. Ha. The other members of the Jinyu Force erupted in raucous laughter, showing no regard for Vegeta and mercilessly ridiculing him. Clenching his fists in fury, Vegeta's eyes burned with rage. Chapter 41. Keep your distance, you pest. Simultaneously, as the Jinyu Force drew near planet Namek, Goku was already aware of their impending arrival. 5 powerful auras were approaching. Who else could they belong to but the Jinyu Force? Krillin and Gohan sensed the energy as well, anxiously scanning the distant horizon. Such formidable energy. Who could it be? Krillin expressed his unease, not due to inferiority in strength, but rather the anxiety that accompanied encounters with unfamiliar foes. He lacked confidence in his abilities, unaware that aside from Namekians and Earthlings, the warriors under Frieza's command seldom concealed their power levels, nor did he know if the enemy had any transformation trump cards. Having witnessed the transformation of Zarbin, he was acutely aware of the significant boost in combat power that followed. Gohan nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. They are indeed powerful, but I feel I can hold my own. Goku chuckled softly. Of course you can, thanks to the Elder's awakening of your latent potential. Your battle power has reached an impressive 760,000, surpassing even Frieza's initial form. Krillin expressed his concerns. I wonder who is coming. It truly worries me. Who else could it be but those generous points? Goku replied with a grin. Those 5 auras are rapidly converging towards another powerful presence, which should be in the direction of Vegeta. Let us go and see. With that, Goku unleashed his energy and soared towards Vegeta's location. His penchant for battle was unmistakable. The prospect of facing a formidable adversary excited him. Krillin, shaking his head in resignation, followed closely behind, oblivious to the fact that Goku was primarily eager to accrue victory points. Vegeta stood alone before the Jinyu Force, and Jinyu sneered, Vegeta, I advise you to be sensible and surrender the Dragon Balls. Perhaps we could treat you with a modicum of gentleness. The implication of gentleness was a severe beating. Jeez could not resist interjecting, but Jinyu quietly admonished him. Don't be so explicit. Vegeta scoffed. You will never obtain the Dragon Balls. I have hidden them away. So, you refuse to cooperate. Jinyu's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. Merely a waste with a power level of 30,000. We shall beat him and then torment him until he confesses. The speaker was Buddha, known for his incredible speed, a tactic frequently employed during their invasions of other planets to seize treasures. Those subjected to their torment often began with defiance, but invariably ended up pleading for mercy. Vegeta is mine. Good had long harbored a disdain for Vegeta, but having worked under Frieza, he had lacked the opportunity to act. Now that Vegeta had betrayed Frieza, Good felt confident that even if he accidentally killed him, no one would object. He was certain that the ability to pause time had always been one of the Jinyu Force's trump cards, a secret known to very few. Eager to engage, Good stepped forward, poised to confront Vegeta, but Vegeta barked, "Get lost, you foul-smelling wretch." Good, as if having been exposed, flushed with embarrassment and anger, ready to charge at the audacious Vegeta when suddenly someone seized him from behind. Good, Vegeta is not someone you can handle. Damn it, I finally had a chance to kill him. Good remained confident, but Lickum, who held him, chuckled, "I'll leave you the final blow." Good pondered for a moment, conceding, yet still could not resist taunting Vegeta. Do you know how Planet Vegeta was destroyed? It wasn't due to a meteor impact. It was annihilated by Frieza himself. He despises your kind of monkeys. Unable to physically confront Vegeta at the moment, Good found pleasure in provoking him, relishing the sight of others' frustration and helplessness. I've known that all along. It doesn't matter. I couldn't care less. Vegeta's indifference made Good's disappointment evident. Since you refused to surrender the Dragon Balls, we shall have to beat you to within an inch of your life and take you back for questioning. What a pity. Jinyu shook his head, feigning regret, though his face betrayed excitement. Captain Jinyu, this isn't fair. You've already entered the fray. What were we supposed to do? Jeez complained, and Buddha echoed his sentiments. Jinyu sighed, "Fine, you may go first." With that, Buddha lightly tapped the ground and instantly materialized at Vegeta's side. How about that? Too fast for you to even react. I am the fastest in the universe. The fastest in the universe? Don't make me laugh. Vegeta had previously harbored uncertainty regarding his own strength. But when the Jinyu force stood before him, he realized that, aside from Jinyu, the others were unequivocally no match for him. However, to avert the risk of being besieged by all five of them, coupled with the legendary ability of Guldo to manipulate time, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Otherwise, he would have dispatched them long ago. With a derisive scoff, Vegeta vanished from sight. Bart, taken aback, wondered where he had gone. How could anyone be faster than him? In that moment of astonishment, Vegeta reappeared behind Bart, delivering a thunderous punch that struck Bart's back with the force of cannonball. No one anticipated that Bart would lose in speed, succumbing to Vegeta. With a resounding crash, Bart was propelled towards the Jinyu force, soaring over his comrades before crashing into the mountainside, which crumbled in the wake of his impact. All eyes were fixed in shock as they watched Bart struggle on the ground, attempting to rise, but his injuries were too severe. After spitting out a mouthful of purple blood, his eyes dulled, and he ultimately succumbed. As the crowd remained in stunned silence, Vegeta's figure abruptly vanished again. "Be careful," Jinyu barked, but just as everyone pondered the warning, Guldo felt an inexplicable lightness in his body, followed by a chilling sensation at his neck. Confused, he suddenly beheld his headless form standing still while his head soared high above. At that moment, Guldo, being of a special race, retained consciousness even as his head and body were severed, much like a cockroach. Damn Vegeta! Guldo's severed head fumed with indignation, but Vegeta had no intention of sparing him. He crushed Guldo's head beneath his foot, exclaiming, "Your stench is nearly suffocating." Guldo was utterly vanquished. With that, Vegeta felt a wave of relief. His combat prowess was on par with Jinyu's, and if he had been ensnared by Guldo's psychic abilities during battle, it would have posed a significant headache. Although he had never witnessed Guldo employ his powers, Vegeta was determined not to grant this pest an opportunity. Chapter 42. Do not steal my kill. How could Vegeta be so formidable? JIS glanced at his scouter. Vegeta's combat power remained at 30,000, yet JIS could not perceive Vegeta's movements. It was worth noting that JIS, an elite warrior with a combat power of 50,000, was second only to Captain Jinyu. "Fool! My sudden surge in power cannot be detected by your scouter," Vegeta scoffed. "Guldo is dead. Now it is your turn. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength." With that declaration, Vegeta unleashed a furious roar, a tempestuous and potent aura erupting forth. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, Vegeta's combat power surged rapidly. Jeez's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, unable to fathom that this was the same Vegeta they had previously bullied. Vegeta's combat power ultimately peaked at 120,000, ceasing any further ascent. Yet even this mere number incited profound awe. Even the formidable Jinyu, leader of the Jinyu force, found himself sweating profusely, though he quickly regained his composure. "Just 120,000, he conceded. "I acknowledge your strength, but do not be so naive as to believe that this power can vanquish me." With a furious roar, Jinyu leapt into action, launching a powerful punch toward Vegeta, who, refusing to be passive, vanished from sight. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, their shapes disappearing, only to be followed by a thunderous clash. The mere collision of their fists and feet produced a cacophony akin to a mountain collapsing, reverberating through the barren soil of planet Namek. The shockwaves uprooted the parched earth, gradually forming a deep crater at the point of impact. Purple and blue energies roared and clashed, stirring the very air into a quivering frenzy. Jinyu and Vegeta battled from the ground to the underground, then burst forth into the sky, colliding fiercely once more amidst the void. How swift! I cannot perceive their figures, Jeez murmured in awe, utterly unable to discern the movements of Jinyu and Vegeta. The two streaks of light collided and separated, then collided again, with Jinyu skillfully evading to send Vegeta flying. He concentrated an energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Vegeta's face. Vegeta chuckled softly. In the split second before the energy sphere struck him, he swatted it away with his hand. The sphere, flattened like a rubber ball, soared off into the distance. It disappeared beneath the horizon, and the next moment, a searing and tumultuous energy erupted upward, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The explosion generated colossal waves that surged 1,000 meters high. After a brief silence, both warriors resumed their fierce engagement, streaks of light colliding once more, the sky resonating with continuous thunder. Far away on a spaceship, Frieza, as scouter, blared an alarm. He glanced at it in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, Vegeta's combat power is indeed 120,000. What on earth is happening? Could that legend be true?" The legend spoke of a super Saiyan emerging every 1,000 years, possessing overwhelming strength. It was precisely this fear that prompted Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta. Terrified of the Saiyan race's escalating power and the potential emergence of a super Saiyan who might topple him, the tyrant of the universe. Now, witnessing Vegeta's rapid rise in power, he couldn't help but recall that legend. It seems I must intervene personally. Frieza levitated slowly, and in the next instant, a deafening sonic boom erupted, a massive cloud of sound blossoming forth. Meanwhile, as Goku sensed the absence of two energy signatures from the Ginyu Force, he nearly erupted with expletives. Damn it, they VE kill my comrades again. Had it not been for Vegeta's worth, the sheer act of claiming kills would have been sufficient to lead to several fatalities. Reflecting on this, Goku reassured himself. It's nothing, just a minor adversary. At most, it will yield a few thousand in battle power and a couple of hundred victory points. It's all right, I'm not disheartened. Yet, how could he not feel the weight of disappointment? They all belong to me. Meanwhile, Vegeta was locked in a fierce struggle with Jinyu, their powers evenly matched, rendering the outcome uncertain. Just after colliding with Vegeta, Jinyu's scouter emitted an alarm, signaling a flicker of starlight in the distance. Vegeta turned to see Goku approaching effortlessly through the air, his demeanor relaxed. Upon spotting Jinyu unscathed, Goku exhaled a sigh of relief. Recognizing Jinyu as an elite adversary not to be wasted by Vegeta, Jinyu, puzzled at first, broke into a grin upon noticing the Dragon Balls cradled in Krillin and Gohan's arms. Ah, the Dragon Balls. Perfectly 2 in number. We need 7 to summon the dragon. Frieza possesses 5, and here we have 2. Huh? Hey, you two kids, hand over the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Jinyu set aside his battle with Vegeta, his primary objective now being to seize the Dragon Balls from the person before him. Jinyu checked his scouter, which read a battle power of 1,000. Those kids also hover around 1,000? Where did this trash come from? Did Vegeta really entrust the Dragon Balls to this fool? How foolish. If he had hidden them away, Jinyu wouldn't have been able to find them easily. But now, this person has unwittingly brought the Dragon Balls to him. G.I.'s Riku, go and seize the Dragon Balls. With Jinyu's command, G.I.'s and Riku charged towards Krillin and Gohan. Fools! Vegeta scoffed, and in the next instant, a thunderous clash echoed as G.I.'s and Riku were sent hurtling back at an even greater speed than they had approached. Before they could make a move, Goku appeared beside them like a specter, delivering a punch and a kick that sent G.I.'s and Riku flying. They crashed to the ground, skidding along the surface, the sheer force propelling them to roll like stones thrown across water. G.I.'s and Riku distinctly heard the sound of their bones fracturing, pain piercing deep within. Blood surged uncontrollably from their mouths. Jinyu watched in shock as his subordinates were sent flying, bewildered by the appearance of yet another Saiyan. After a moment, he found Goku's face oddly familiar, yet could not recall where he had seen him before. He glanced at his scouter, but the readings still displayed 1,000. Damn it! The scouter is malfunctioning, Jinyu grumbled in frustration. Without accurate power readings, he could not gauge the true strength of his opponent. Yet, Gi's and Riku's effortless defeat indicated an undeniable threat. Vegeta was already troublesome enough. Now another challenger had emerged. At that moment, Goku hovered calmly in the air, raising his hand towards the two in the distance. Without employing any particularly extraordinary techniques, he slowly coalesced two energy orbs and hurled them towards the two individuals. The energy orbs shot forth with a piercing howl, swiftly reaching Jisoo and Rikumu. Just as they managed to rise with great difficulty, they were struck squarely in the face by the oncoming energy blasts. Boom! The ferocious energy instantly engulfed them, distorting their bodies as a thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens. The epicenter of the explosion erupted in a column of light, within which Jisoo and Rikumu's forms were gradually obliterated until they vanished into nothingness. After the detonation, only one member of the Jinyu force remained, Jinyu. Chapter 43. Explosive Unleashing. Frieza approaches. Ding. Defeated Jisoo. Awarded combat power of 5,000. Victory points of 500. Ding. Defeated Rikumu. Awarded combat power of 4,000. Victory points of 400. The system's reward notifications echoed. At that moment, all gazes turned in horror towards the distance, as an overwhelming and violent aura surged forth at alarming speed. This aura was filled with a furious intensity, as if it sought to consume everyone in its path. Krillin and Gohan instinctively took a few steps back, feeling a profound discomfort from the oppressive presence, their legs trembling involuntarily. Frieza arrived aboard his iconic spaceship, descending with great haste. Vegeta, long time no see. I never expected you to grow this powerful, Frieza remarked with a gentle gaze, extending an invitation. Vegeta, why not return to my service? I can overlook the mistakes you made in the past. As a cosmic real estate mogul, Frieza had always valued talent. Had it been otherwise, Vegeta would have long since met his demise at Frieza's hands. Frieza feared the Saiyans, but more so, he feared the unity of the Saiyans. As for the legendary Super Saiyan, Frieza dismissed such tales, believing that no race in the universe was more formidable than his own Frost Demon lineage. This conviction formed the foundation of his authority as the Emperor of the Cosmos, save for that one deity lost in sweet slumber. Huh, who would want to serve you? I've had more than enough of you. Oh, what a pity. Frieza's tone dripped with an oppressive malice, his gaze growing cold, losing its earlier warmth. I despise traitors the most. I shall torment you to death slowly, and none shall escape. Prepare to meet your end, finally showing your true colors. Are we? If you believe you can easily defeat me now, you are gravely mistaken. Oh, I expected you to say something more profound. It seems you have forgotten my terror. I will ensure that you remember. In an instant, Frieza's fury erupted, radiating a violent aura. As the very ground of Namek trembled, debris defied gravity and soared into the air, while an invisible shockwave centered around Frieza surged outward, causing the breath of all present to catch in their throats. Vegeta was immediately drenched in cold sweat, while Krillin and Gohan stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? They never anticipated such overwhelming power. Unable to contain their astonishment, both exclaimed about Frieza's formidable strength. Frieza, having already revealed his prowess, raised his palm toward Vegeta and unleashed a barrage of energy waves akin to devastating lasers. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions resonated, shrouding the void in a cloud of dust and debris. At that moment, Jinyu shifted his gaze to Goku. He and Vegeta were evenly matched, capable of engaging in an exhilarating battle, but the unexpected presence of a Saiyan whose strength was unknown muddled the situation, inciting Jinyu's irritation. What aggravated him further was the arrival of King Frieza himself, indicating that his mission had not been flawlessly executed, which he perceived as a slight against his dignity. Veins bulged on Jinyu's forehead as he ceased to focus on the clash between Vegeta and Frieza, coldly demanding, "What is your name?" "Goku." "Very well, Goku. Since we didn't finish our earlier skirmish, come and entertain me." Jinyu cared little for the fate of his comrades. Their demise was merely a consequence of their inadequacy. At that moment, all he desired was to revel in the thrill of combat. With a roar, Jinyu unleashed a vast aura. "You are a Saiyan, aren't you? Cool. Let me witness your strength." In response to Jinyu's taunts, Goku was more than willing to oblige. Without the earth-shattering transformation, everything appeared deceptively mundane. A wispy aura emanated from Goku, which soon ignited like a gas flame, enveloping him in a fierce blaze of energy, radiating with blinding intensity. The readings on Jinyu's scouter skyrocketed, indicating a battle power of 530,000, only for the device to shatter explosively. The figure of 530,000 was the upper limit of the scouter's detection capabilities, signifying that Goku's power had surpassed that threshold. Frieza's scouter also exploded, the unexpected detonation causing him to turn his head in surprise. Cold sweat trickled down Jinyu's brow as he gasped in disbelief. I can't fathom it. Is this truly your real strength? No wonder Geese and Raikum were unable to prevail. How can a Saiyan be so powerful? Could it be that you are a Super Saiyan? Goku chuckled. Super Saiyan? No, I'm not. I am merely an ordinary Saiyan. Impossible. You must be lying. How can a mere Saiyan possess such immense power? Jinyu shouted frantically, his excitement palpable. Goku chuckled lightly and replied, if you plead for mercy, perhaps I might let you go. Let me go. A Super Saiyan is supposed to be a brutally warlike warrior, the strongest in the universe. Jinyu pondered for a moment, realization dawning upon him. So that's it. You are not a Super Saiyan yet. I see now. It all makes sense. Jinyu broke into a sinister laugh, leaving Sun Wukong bewildered by the absurdity of the moment. Shouldn't fear prevail in such a situation? The unusual behavior hinted at something sinister. Cautiously, Sun Wukong observed. As Jinyu continued, how could I not laugh? To encounter someone as formidable as you brings me immense joy. With a malevolent grin, Jinyu enveloped his fist in a purple aura and suddenly struck his own chest. A resounding boom echoed as his battle suit and chest were pierced, purple blood gushing forth. Jinyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath faltering significantly. You are not a Super Saiyan, yet I find your robust physique quite appealing. With a sudden, furious roar, his aura erupted, causing a tempest to sweep across the sky, shaking the very earth beneath. The clouds retreated rapidly as if fleeing from a typhoon, sending the Namekian frogs and dinosaurs into a frenzied escape. Frieza, with a flick of his tail, sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, smirking as he mused. It seems I may acquire a powerful and loyal subordinate. The impact of Vegeta's fall sent a jolt through the air. At this moment, Jinyu's power surged to its zenith as he bellowed, transfer. Yet in that instant, Sun Wukong unleashed a double Kaioken, his battle power soaring to an astonishing 52 million, breaking free from Jinyu's telekinetic grasp. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared, clutching a Namekian frog. As Sun Wukong returned to his original position, Jinyu shouted, change. A beam extended from Jinyu's mouth, racing towards Sun Wukong. This was Jinyu's signature move. The Soul Exchange. Chapter 44. I was careless and did not evade. Sun Wukong had anticipated Jinyu's intent. The initial casting of the skill was glaringly evident. Quick-witted, he hurled the frog in his grasp, allowing the beam to connect with it. No, how could this be? No, don't. Jinyu's furious protests fell on deaf ears. Once the exchange commenced, it could not be halted. The souls of the frog and Jinyu were simultaneously expelled, traversing the beam's connection and swapping places. With a flash, Sun Wukong found himself holding a frog, while Jinyu's body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Sun Wukong chuckled. A fox of 1,000 years, what tales are you weaving? Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was short-lived, as Frieza overwhelmed Vegeta with his immense power, ultimately piercing Vegeta's limbs with several deadly energy blasts. Frieza scoffed. Useless fool, unable even to execute a successful ambush. His gaze fixated on Sun Wukong, who held Jinyu, his expression dark and menacing as he commanded, release him. Though Jinyu's failure is certainly detestable, he has nearly become a mere figurehead, grasping the transformed Jinyu, who has taken on the form of a frog. Goku wears a broad grin. In this moment of playful mischief, he points at Jinyu and exclaims, bang. Frieza, infuriated, bellows, how dare you? The frog Jinyu, startled, hastily closes his eyes, yet nothing transpires. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. Now that you've become a frog, you shall no longer commit any malevolent deeds. I have no desire to stain my hands with innocent lives. Upon hearing this, the frog Jinyu wipes the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. While Frieza, gritting his teeth, gradually calms down. Do you want it back? Here you go. Goku tosses the frog Jinyu towards Frieza, but an unforeseen event unfolds. Goku suddenly narrows his eyes, and the frog Jinyu explodes in an instant. A small cluster of crimson petals blossoms in the air. Ding! Defeated frog Jinyu. Acquired Jinyu superpower. Goku's eyes gleam with excitement. Superpower? In the realm of Dragon Ball, various forces exist, including magic, superpowers, ki, and diverse skills. Skills can be learned, such as instant transmission from the Yard Rats and fusion from the Namekians. Superpowers, however, are innate talents, encompassing the creation abilities of the Namekian race. During the training period of Piccolo and Gohan, Piccolo once conjured a long sword and clothing for Gohan. This indicates the bounty of the reward. Goku contemplates. What is Jinyu's superpower? Exchange? That seems somewhat trivial. With a spirit of experimentation, Goku employs the system's reward card, and an indescribable force swiftly integrates into his being. Suddenly enlightened, Goku realizes the truth. Yet why was there no combat power reward? Pondering this, he gazes downward, where Jinyu is happily foraging for insects on the ground. Frieza, noticing Goku's focus, assumes that Goku would not act against Jinyu, who has lost his threat. However, once again, an enraging incident occurs. Goku abruptly raises his hand and unleashes an energy sphere towards the original form of Jinyu on the ground. The sphere hurtles forth, striking Jinyu. As the explosion resonates, the system's reward notification echoes. Ding! Defeated Jinyu. Obtained combat power of 12,000. Victory points of 1,200. At this moment, Frieza is truly enraged. His tail thrashing the air with a tremor, coldly declaring, "Do you understand the consequences of provoking me? Surely, you do not naively believe my combat power is merely 530,000. Goku chuckles lightly, gradually floating towards Frieza, as if they share a telepathic connection, both descending towards the ground. As Goku saunters before Frieza, the latter suddenly feels a sense of familiarity. Just then, the fallen Vegeta struggles to rise, laboriously uttering, "Kakarot." Kakarot. Frieza suddenly recalled. You are the son of Bardock. He remembered the destruction of planet Vegeta, the scene of Bardock leading several Saiyans in a desperate resistance, confronting Frieza's army in the stratosphere, a memory that still haunted him. Despite their defeat, the Saiyans were fiercely tenacious, refusing to yield even in death. Had this race not been annihilated, how formidable they would have become. This thought filled Frieza with dread. It was utterly foolish to let even one Saiyan escape. Why not simply cower in fear to avoid trouble? On the ground, Vegeta, in awe of the immense energy emanating from Goku, murmured, "Has Kakarot finally transcended his limits?" At this moment, Frieza, having lost all patience, coldly declared, "Are you prepared to meet your end?" Oh, no sooner had he spoken than Frieza instantaneously appeared before Goku, his tail whipping like a steel whip aimed at him. Too slow. Goku chuckled softly, his figure flickering and vanishing, only to reappear behind Frieza in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful kick. Just as Frieza sensed Goku's presence and turned to retaliate, he was met with a forceful blow to his cheek. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Frieza could distinctly feel his face contorting, blood flowing. Then, time resumed its normal course, and the tremendous inertia propelled Frieza backward like a flash of lightning, crashing against a mountainside, breaking through it, and tumbling down several peaks before finally coming to a halt. As Frieza returned to the fray, he felt a warm trickle on his face, wiped it away, and glanced at his hand. Blood. Frieza was utterly enraged. He had never bled in his life, and now this Saiyan had inflicted a wound upon him. Furious, Frieza pointed a finger at Goku, unleashing a death ray imbued with wrath. You are far too complacent. However, Goku simply waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the powerful beam. Boom! The ray arced away, striking a nearby hill and causing it to collapse. Frieza gritted his teeth and gathered energy once more, launching numerous rays from his fingers toward Goku. Yet, Goku stood his ground, repeatedly swatting the energy blasts away. Countless energy spheres were sent flying. Some struck the mountainside, others veered into the river, and a few narrowly missed Krillin and Gohan, causing them to break into a cold sweat. How could he deflect them all? At that moment, a bloody Vegeta suddenly laughed. Frieza, it's time you showed some real skill. This guy is precisely what you fear the most. Struggling to rise, Vegeta continued. Indeed, it is the legendary, strongest warrior in the universe, the Super Saiyan. Frieza, your demise is inevitable. For Frieza, nothing was more loathsome than hearing others speak of the Super Saiyan in his presence. Frieza, with a grim expression, unleashed a swift ray of energy from his finger and coldly remarked, "You should know this, Vegeta. I detest tedious jokes." Goku stood by unperturbed while Vegeta, gritting his teeth, seemingly expending his last ounce of strength, spoke with great effort. Listen closely, Kakarot. Your parents and my father were slain by Frieza. Planet Vegeta did not perish due to a meteorite impact. It was Frieza's doing. We Saiyans obeyed him without question, completely at his command, yet everyone else perished. Tears of resentment flowed from Vegeta, pouring out all his dissatisfaction, anger, and humiliation in that moment. Please, you must defeat Frieza. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king wore a grave expression. Yamcha, anxious, exclaimed, "What is happening on Namek? Vegeta is on the brink of death." King Kai replied, "What did you say?" His words astonished Kairatsu and Yamcha. In their minds, Vegeta was the strongest being they had ever encountered, and the notion of him nearing death was utterly unbelievable. Indeed, he was easily gravely injured by Frieza, obeying his commands only to be betrayed and defeated. "It is truly tragic," King Kai said solemnly. Tien could not help but ask, "Is Frieza truly such a terrifying foe? He has touched what should not be touched and offended those who should not be offended. Dreadful. Even Goku would find him a formidable opponent." What about Goku? The two expressed their deep concern for him, with a fervent determination to defeat Frieza. Lying on the ground, Vegeta resembled a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Yet he stubbornly declared, "Please defeat Frieza with the hands of Saiyan." Goku, calm in demeanor, approached Vegeta, understanding that such a proud individual was not merely unwilling to accept the deaths of his comrades, but had been manipulated by Frieza, feeling utterly powerless. However, this was also a chance for Vegeta to gain clarity about his own strength and how to progress further. "Fool, what are you doing? Hurry and defeat Frieza. I do not require your pity." Vegeta noticed Goku approaching with a senzu bean in hand. Goku, slightly irritated, retorted, "Stop your nonsense and eat it." Ignoring Vegeta's struggles, he forcefully placed the bean in Vegeta's mouth. Frieza, perplexed and curious, observed Goku's strange actions. In the next moment, under Frieza's astonished gaze, Vegeta's pierced body began to heal, the wounds ceasing to bleed, and his energy surged. This scene infuriated Frieza, who clenched his teeth. Although he could not sense energy, he could still perceive that Vegeta had regained considerable strength. The Saiyans were indeed formidable adversaries. At this moment, the system indicated that Vegeta's combat power had surged to 450,000, a significant increase. Indeed, experiencing the brink of death had led to a remarkable restoration of strength. Vegeta gradually rose to his feet, while Goku, with a smile, remarked, "Since you have so earnestly requested my assistance, I shall defeat Frieza on your behalf." "Humph." Vegeta scoffed dismissively, turning away haughtily, disregarding Goku's playful banter. He assessed his own power and, upon comparing it with that of Goku and Frieza, realized that he still fell short against Frieza. He coldly stated, "I'll let you off this time, but next time, luck won't be on your side." Although sensing energy cannot unveil an opponent's true power, a close-range perception still allows one to gauge the general strength of their aura. With an air of pride mixed with seriousness, Vegeta turned and walked away, leaving the battlefield to Goku. Observing the two of them, seemingly passing the responsibility to one another without a hint of regard for him, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza felt a surge of irritation, exclaiming, "You truly do not take me seriously. Transform, Frieza. In your current state, you cannot defeat Kakarot." A voice emerged, revealing that Vegeta had approached Krillin and Gohan. "Transform?" Krillin and Gohan exchanged puzzled glances. Vegeta continued, "Since you will inevitably transform sooner or later, why not do it now? Let us witness your true form." "Oh ho, you seem to know quite a bit. In that case, I shall grant you the privilege of seeing it. But I assure you, I won't be as gentle after my transformation. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is not something one gets to witness easily." Frieza added, "When I attacked the Saiyan planet Vegeta, I had no need to transform to achieve victory." He turned his gaze toward Goku, smirking ominously, "Do not let fear consume you." With a thunderous roar, Frieza unleashed a blinding radiance, causing the ground to tremble once again. A blood-red aura surged forth, and his battle suit, unable to withstand the overwhelming power, shattered like glass, sending shards flying in all directions. With a whoosh, a clean cut appeared across Vegeta's face, as if a fragment had inadvertently grazed him. Both Krillin and Gohan were left speechless, stunned by the spectacle. As the fragments of the battle suit hurtled toward Goku, they disintegrated upon nearing him, shattered by the explosive energy. Frieza's transformation continued, his body rapidly expanding, heights soaring, and his black horns thickening and curving menacingly. "I can hardly believe it. I've fantasized about battling such a monstrosity." Vegeta could scarcely comprehend the magnitude of Frieza's power post-transformation. In his perception, Frieza's energy had more than doubled. "This is truly a nightmare," Krillin murmured in terror. As the brilliance faded, Frieza completed his transformation, taunting, "Why endure such suffering when you could simply be my subordinate? Enough of this nonsense." With a cold snort, Sun Wukong swiftly appeared beside Frieza like a ghost. What? Just as Frieza regained his senses, he was struck in the abdomen by Sun Wukong's fist, collapsing to the ground and expelling a torrent of acidic fluid. In his second transformation, Frieza was no match for Sun Wukong. Vegeta murmured, "Kakarot, has he truly become a Super Saiyan?" At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly laughed and said, "Frieza, you still have 2 transformations left. Hurry up, I don't have much time to play with you." Frieza, somewhat irked, had never been injured in his second form before. He bellowed, "Then so be it. I shall oblige you." The roar echoed once more as a deep crimson aura enveloped Frieza, his power surging and his form beginning to change. He could still transform. Vegeta's face was filled with shock, while Krillin, though astonished, expressed his confusion. But there doesn't seem to be much change. Fool. Just feel the disparity in his latent power compared to before. It's like 2 different beings. As Frieza continued to transform, Vegeta turned to Sun Wukong and shouted, "Kakarot, what are you waiting for? Quickly, eliminate Frieza." Vegeta was anxious. If Frieza completed his transformation, they might all perish. He hastily ascended into the air, palms together to gather energy, and suddenly unleashed a strike towards the transforming Frieza. The formidable energy of the transforming Frieza was overwhelming. As the energy blast made contact, it collided with an impenetrable barrier, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent it flying away. Chapter 46, Transformation, Super Saiyan. Damn it, Vegeta had exerted all his strength. Yet he could not inflict any harm upon Frieza. This sense of impotence filled him with rage. At that moment, Frieza had completed his transformation, his expression once again calm. However, Sun Wukong, still impatient, remarked, "I told you not to waste time." Sun Wukong was genuinely annoyed, but thinking of the rewards from the system, he held back and added, "Use your final form directly, or I will kill you." Oh, what grandiose words. Yet, in the next second, Frieza, once again questioning his existence, was struck in the abdomen and knelt on the ground in agony, curling up like an overcooked river shrimp. "Damn you, wretched monkey. If you wish to die so badly, I shall grant your wish. The bloodline of the Saiyans must be utterly severed. I refuse to believe in such absurd legends as the Super Saiyan being the strongest in history." Though Frieza spoke thus, he could not deny that Vegeta's resurgence after near death had made him stronger. Behold the ultimate power, more terrifying than death. Frieza roared once more, his scales beginning to crack under immense energy, causing the surrounding atmosphere to undergo a transformation. Dark clouds gathering ominously, shrouding the void as thunder rumbled. The earth trembled violently, as if the entire planet were quaking. The volcanoes on planet Namek, stirred by a surge of ferocious energy, awakened from their slumber, spewing forth torrents of molten lava. This spectacle resembled the harbinger of the apocalypse. After a brief silence, a blinding radiance erupted from the center where Frieza stood, and as the brilliance faded, a petite figure hovered silently in the void. "Apologies for the wait." Frieza's courteous words were laced with a chilling undertone. Goku cast a glance at the system's data, revealing Frieza's combat power had escalated to an astonishing 1.2 billion. Indeed, Frieza was a monster. Vegeta's breath momentarily ceased. He was astounded that Frieza's third transformation could unleash such formidable energy. Frieza, with a sinister grin, taunted, "So are you frightened? Why not submit early to spare yourself this suffering?" Yet, Frieza soon experienced a pang of regret as Goku's hair began to sway without wind, transitioning gradually from black to gold, stabilizing in its new hue. The ground cracked anew, thunder rumbled in the skies, and a cataclysmic aura suddenly erupted from Goku's being. At that moment, the system displayed the data. Vegeta, in disbelief, murmured, "The legends are true. The Super Saiyan truly exists." But what is that transformation he undergoes? Combat power, 263, 592, 550, approximately 263. 6 million. Victory points, 6136. Skills, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb, Telekinesis, Senzu Beans 11. Power level, 60. Maximum burst, 158, 150, 000, 263, 592, 550. The system introduced a new term, power level, which was merely 60. Goku understood. His initial transformation into a Super Saiyan was naturally unrefined. During the Cell Saga, Goku sought to surpass Super Saiyan 2 by allowing his body to acclimate to Super Saiyan 1. thereby achieving a breakthrough. In the Majin Buu saga, Goku could have defeated Buu in his Super Saiyan 3 form, but the excessive energy consumption, coupled with the inherent flaws of Super Saiyan 3, prevented him from attaining full power to conquer Buu. Thus, it becomes evident that the strength of a Super Saiyan hinges on the mastery of this state. Often, in the early stages of transformation, when control is minimal, each metamorphosis triggers cataclysmic reactions. In later stages, as the body adapts to the transformation, changes occur instantaneously and silently. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Goku's power still surpassed Frieza's 1.2 billion by 30-fold. Frieza observed Goku with a perplexed expression, lost in contemplation. A Saiyan can transform into a great ape, but could this be the Super Saiyan? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Impossible. No way. Frieza roared, abruptly extending his arms, unleashing a crimson wave that surged outward, lifting a massive stone from the ground. With a swift gesture, the boulder hurtled towards Goku. Is this telekinesis? With a light chuckle, Sun Wukong raised his hand, and an imperceptible ripple swiftly expanded, causing the enormous boulder hurtling towards him to come to an abrupt halt in midair. How is this possible? Frieza, filled with uncertainty, gritted his teeth, realizing that his opponent possessed super abilities, seemingly surpassing his own. The two engaged in a silent contest of strength as the boulder stirred up a series of transparent waves. Suddenly, an immense force caused the boulder to shatter explosively into countless fragments. In an instant, a cloud of dust obscured the sky, while a gentle breeze swept across the grassland, dispersing the swirling debris and revealing Frieza's face, which was etched with fear. Arrogance must have its limits. You cannot possibly triumph over me. Frieza roared defiantly. Even if you become a Super Saiyan, it will make no difference. His eyes were blood red, madness evident in his expression as he pointed a finger at Sun Wukong, unleashing a crimson death ray with ferocious intensity. The death ray surged forth for over a minute, casting a brilliant scarlet glow across the horizon. The booming sound echoed relentlessly, while thick smoke intertwined with flames surged through the void. Breathing heavily, Frieza hovered in place, and after a moment, as the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong's figure emerged, his serene face devoid of even a speck of dust. His attire remained unscathed. Frieza's assault had inflicted no harm whatsoever upon him. Frieza's fury ignited, accompanied by a hysterical growl, as arcs of electricity crackled around him, merging with searing energy. With a strike fueled by rage, Frieza could not fathom that he had failed to even graze his opponent's clothing. After all, he was Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, a symbol of strength, malice, and invincibility. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere monkey? The explosive energy collided with Sun Wukong, yet it merely touched the outer layer of his aura before erupting into a violent explosion. The shockwave produced by the blast did not harm Sun Wukong. He remained steadfast, hovering above the ocean's surface. Frieza relentlessly bombarded Sun Wukong with energy blasts, and, after unleashing dozens of attacks, he brought his hands together to concentrate a powerful strike aimed at Sun Wukong. The sky illuminated with the brilliance of a second sun, an explosion of energy that expanded relentlessly, annihilating everything in its path, rivers, mountains, and all else. As the smoke dissipated, a massive whirlpool formed on the ocean surface, the furious waters spiraling into the vortex. Is this all your strength? Sun Wukong raised his hand and shouted, unleashing a wave of energy that sent Frieza hurtling backward, as if propelled by an uncontrollable force. Just with the sheer momentum of his aura, he managed to push Frieza back. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly and dashed forward, a thunderous explosion echoing as Frieza's cheek was suddenly struck by an elbow. His form retreated rapidly, slicing through the air with a series of sharp sounds, barely managing to halt himself. Yet, Sun Wukong appeared before him once more, delivering a powerful fist to Frieza's cheek. The resounding impact reverberated like thunder across the sky, and the two began to engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Ultimately, Frieza was bested by his adversary, crashing to the ground with the force of a meteorite, a thunderous explosion echoing through the air. This overwhelming sense of helplessness left Frieza feeling utterly frustrated. Stealthily, he merged his fingers, gathering crimson energy, and with a shriek, unleashed a piercing beam of light. The luminous projectile penetrated Goku's neck. However, before Frieza could revel in his apparent victory, Goku's form began to dissipate like a mirage, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. How could he have evaded it? The death beam, the the swiftest and most penetrating of his abilities, had somehow been dodged. Chapter 47. Coward. In a fit of rage, Frieza lashed out like a rabid dog, firing death rays aimed at Goku, all of which were effortlessly avoided. The potent beams struck the Namekian landscape, producing a cacophony of explosions. Infuriated, Frieza bellowed, "If I hit you, it's over." Goku calmly replied, "Then let us see you try." "What did you say? Are you jesting?" Frieza, gathering power, unleashed a fierce beam, which Goku did not flinch from. It struck him squarely on the forehead. Yet, the formidable ray merely caused Goku to tilt his head slightly, leaving no trace of injury. Frieza trembled in terror at this sight, demanding, "Who on earth are you?" "Clearly, I am Goku, the Super Saiyan from Earth, here to defeat you." At that moment, Frieza had to concede that Goku was indeed a Super Saiyan, his strength surpassing that of the wicked demon. On the ground, Vegeta watched in disbelief, his expression dark, yet he could not deny that Kakarot had outpaced him, transforming into a Super Saiyan first. If Kakarot can do it, so can I. I am Prince of Planet Vegeta, the genius Vegeta. With determination, Vegeta resolved to follow suit. In the air, Frieza fell into contemplation, grappling with the humiliation of being toyed with by that insufferable Saiyan. It was an unimaginable nightmare. "You're finished, Frieza." Goku's calm words pierced Frieza's ears, resonating like a death knell. "I am Frieza." A surge of dark red energy erupted from him as he coalesced a sphere of thick, blood-like energy. Goku similarly unleashed his aura, the collision of golden and dark red energies causing the earth to tremble and awakening dormant volcanoes. Suddenly, Frieza constricted his energy, hands coming together, forming a concentrated energy sphere. "You fool, I shall not perish. The one destined for death is you. I can survive even in the depths of space. But what will become of you, Saiyans? You shall vanish along with this planet." The crimson energy sphere suddenly expanded, crackling with lightning as it descended towards the surface of planet Namek. With a ferocious and overwhelming force, the attack struck the ground, and Frieza bellowed with laughter, "Foolish creature. Await your demise alongside this planet." The fiery sphere penetrated the earth, creating a profound, shadowy chasm that plunged directly to the core. Torrents of molten lava erupted onto the surface, disrupting the magnetic field of Namek and unleashing bizarre atmospheric phenomena. Goku, with a chuckle, remarked, "Frieza, resorting to annihilating the planet when you cannot defeat me? You disappoint me greatly. You lack the courage to face me honorably." His expression hardened, resembling the piercing frost of a polar winter. "I have lost interest in this game." "Kamehameha," he declared, clasping his hands together as an azure energy surged violently towards Frieza, who was forced to evade swiftly. The Kamehameha narrowly missed Frieza, soaring into the sky, and a deafening explosion echoed after a brief silence. "How dare you claim disinterest in battling me?" Frieza seethed with fury, charging at Goku once more, the sounds of their combat resonating across the heavens. Goku roared. The waves of his psychic energy spread at a breathtaking speed, momentarily halting the rapidly advancing Frieza. Frieza, taken aback by the potency of Goku's psychic abilities, realized they surpassed his own, though he knew he could break free, at most, to be trapped for mere seconds. Just as Frieza prepared to unleash his energy to escape, Goku appeared mysteriously beside him, striking downwards with a force akin to a meteor colliding with a planet. A resounding crash echoed as Frieza's face absorbed the impact, reminiscent of thunder roaring through a stormy night. Frieza transformed into a streak of lightning, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, retreating backwards. Goku, with a powerful stomp as if on solid ground, propelled himself towards the retreating Frieza, the air crackling with explosive energy. In the blink of an eye, Goku materialized before Frieza, gathering the azure energy with both hands, poised to unleash. He shouted, "Kamehameha." Just as Frieza approached, he completed, "Jay." The Kamehameha, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, hurtled towards Frieza. With all his might, Frieza barely managed to intercept the ferocious energy of the Kamehameha, its scorching force singeing his arm to charred blackness. With Goku's fierce cry, the Kamehameha surged dramatically, engulfing Frieza in a torrent of boundless and searing energy. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, resembling a radiant sun's detonation. Damn it, I, Frieza the Great, have been bested by a mere Saiyan monkey. Frieza's despondent wail resonated from within the luminous sphere. Ding. Defeated Frieza. Earned combat power of 12 million. Victory points 1. 2 million. Ding. Defeated Frieza. Obtained planet destruction. Ding. Defeated Frieza. Acquired death ray. Ding. Defeated Frieza. Obtained Frieza's cells. The system's reward notifications echoed continuously, and Sun Wukong glanced around, overwhelmed with joy. What a tremendous gain. Truly, as the ultimate boss, the rewards are indeed bountiful. This journey has been worthwhile. After the explosion, Frieza, dragging his broken body, slowly floated in the air. His aura utterly depleted, with one hand and one foot severed. Ah, Frieza, you still cling to life, demonstrating remarkable vitality. How infuriating. How could I possibly lose to a mere Saiyan monkey? I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Frieza roared, dragging his battered form toward Sun Wukong once more. Frieza, I no longer have the inclination to continue this battle. The rewards are secured, and I have savored the thrill of combat. There is no reason to linger here any longer, nor will I show mercy to my adversary. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. With an impassive expression, Sun Wukong concentrated golden light at his fingertips, and the death ray swiftly pierced through Frieza's limbs. How detestable! How detestable! Frieza lay helplessly on the ground, his anguished cries filled with humiliation, resentment, and indignation, reminiscent of Vegeta's final moments. The wheel of fate has turned. This time, it is Frieza's turn to face retribution. At this moment, the core of Namek was devastated. Phenomena abounded, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared continuously, and numerous volcanoes erupted, teetering on the edge of explosion. Sun Wukong realized that time was running short. He abandoned Frieza and flew away without looking back. Chapter 48, Homeward Bound. King Kai suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Tien, anxious, inquired, "What is it?" Wukong won. King Kai's joy intensified. Wukong was his prized pupil, and his opponent was the ever-troublesome cosmic tyrant, Frieza. King Kai had always been at a loss against Frieza, who had powerful allies, including the mightiest destroyer of Universe 7. In the past, when Frieza destroyed planets, King Kai merely turned a blind eye, knowing he couldn't defeat him. Now that his long-standing worry had been resolved, how could he not rejoice? On Namek, Sun Wukong was uncertain whether Frieza was truly dead. If Frieza had survived and sought revenge, would he not be more of a benefactor than an enemy? At this moment, the system displayed combat power 863, 592, 550, 863,592,550. Victory points 1, 206, 136. Skills: King Kai Fist, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb, Telekinesis, Planet Destruction. Death Ray, Senza Beans, X11. Power Level, 25. Ultimate Burst, 21, 590, 000, 863, 592, 550. Upon vanquishing Frieza, he acquired a base combat power of 12 million and an astounding one, 2 million victory points. This was an unparalleled fortune. Never before had he reaped such lavish rewards. However, the mastery over power has once again diminished, yet overall strength has seen an enhancement. This is inconsequential, as diligent training will restore it in due course. Sun Wukong pondered, eager to ascertain whether the lottery page had introduced any enticing new items. Upon entering, he discovered that the system had undergone an upgrade and the lottery feature was temporarily suspended. Well, it matters not. Vegeta, upon noticing Sun Wukong's return to the team, scowled and inquired, "Kakarot, has Frieza been vanquished?" Sun Wukong chuckled softly. "Perhaps he still lives, reserved for your next triumph over him." "You are far too merciful," Vegeta huffed, his countenance darkening as he chose to remain silent. Dandy, timidly hiding behind Gohan, felt a modicum of comfort in Gohan's presence. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power stood at 450,000, while Gohan's was a formidable 760,000. As the foremost individual warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, his potential was indisputable. Meanwhile, the volcanoes on Namek erupted once more, causing the ground to tremble. Sun Wukong quipped, "Vegeta, this planet is on the brink of destruction. Would you consider relocating to Earth?" "Oomph." Sun Wukong continued, "Should you refuse to come to Earth, you shall never attain the form of a Super Saiyan, nor will you ever surpass me." After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta replied with pride, "Very well, I accept your proposition. It is solely for the purpose of one day defeating you." "Ha! You are welcome to challenge me at any time." Sun Wukong was well aware that the proud Vegeta would never allow a lower-class warrior to surpass him. A little provocation was all it took to hook him. This was indeed the most industrious rival in the entire Dragon Ball universe, a vital asset for power enhancement. and he could not afford to let him slip away. Krillin turned to Dandy and said, "Dandy, let us now seek out the 7 Dragon Balls and resurrect everyone." On Frieza's spaceship, the minions had already been dealt with by Vegeta, leaving the interior of the vessel deserted. Utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, the remaining 5 Dragon Balls were swiftly located. With Dandy chanting a series of Namekian incantations, the dragon Porunga materialized. Compared to the Earth's Shenron, Porunga bore a more Western aesthetic, with a dragon's lower body and a humanoid upper body. He could grant 3 wishes, and his capabilities were not vastly different from those of the Earth's dragon. Porunga's authoritative voice resonated. Without a doubt, Sun Wukong recognized it as the customary preamble. Leaning close to Dandy, he whispered, "When making our wishes, the first should be to resurrect all Namekians who met with accidental deaths since Frieza's arrival on Namek. The second, I sustained severe injuries in battle. Grant me a wish for eternal health. The third, relocate everyone on Namek, save for myself, to Earth." In the realm of Dragon Balls, the dragons possess certain loopholes. Accidental deaths can be resurrected, and illnesses can be cured. Yet those who succumb to natural causes cannot be revived, as it is deemed a natural death. The Grand Elder is akin to an expiration of life, resulting in natural death. Wishing to revive those who died unexpectedly effectively circumvents the inability to resurrect the Namekians slain by Vegeta, thus exploiting a rule akin to a bug in the dragon system. Vegeta's ears twitched, yet Goku paid no mind to whether he had heard. After all, in a year, he would succumb to a heart disease. Furthermore, he would soon make Earth his permanent residence, granting him the liberty to make wishes annually, indulging in whatever he desired. However, it seemed that once someone acquired a spouse, they often forgot their once fervent longing for immortality. Indeed, none could escape the law of true fragrance. As Dandy uttered a string of mysterious words, the formidable eyes of the dragon Porunga gleamed ominously. The Namekians who had perished on planet Namek rose in solemnity. Yet before they could comprehend the situation, their forms abruptly vanished. Simultaneously, Goku felt a lightness in his body, as if some discomforting entity had been extracted, akin to a splinter being removed from a finger, bringing forth a wave of relief. Vegeta gazed at his gradually vanishing silhouette, then turned to the seemingly unperturbed Kakarot, exclaiming, "Kakarot!" But scarcely had he uttered the name when he too disappeared from sight. In West City, the Namekians, along with Krillin and Gohan, materialized in the abode of the affluent Bulma. Vegeta, still poised with an outstretched hand, suddenly recognized his location on Earth, where Krillin and Gohan regarded him with expressions of astonishment. Vegeta scanned his surroundings, crossing his arms in a haughty manner. Krillin voiced his concern. "I hope Vegeta won't cause chaos on Earth." Gohan shook his head, reassuring him, "It's fine. My dad is a Super Saiyan." Vegeta moved aside, observing the bustling West City, and suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "Ha ha ha, with Kakarot absent, Earth belongs to me. I shall annihilate you all and wish for eternal life with the Dragon Balls. Then, Kakarot will be no match for me." Krillin, wearing an expression of resignation, replied, "See, I feared this would happen. There's no way I'll let you succeed." Gohan shouted, swiftly delivering a kick to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. At that moment, the roar of an aircraft echoed, prompting everyone to turn their heads. Bulma piloted the aircraft towards them, landing gracefully before the group. Meanwhile, Goku, still lingering on planet Namek, observed the departure of his companions. Recalling the direction of the Ginyu Force's spaceship, he leaped into the air. With a battle power already soaring to 27 million, Goku shot forward. Reaching the site of the Ginyu remnants in the blink of an eye, he swiftly entered the spacecraft, and the rudimentary controls soon revealed themselves to him. Pressing the launch button, the ship ascended slowly, hurtling towards planet Yardrat. He was determined not to miss the opportunity to master such a skill as instant transmission. Chapter 49. The Truth, Frieza's Conspiracy. On Earth, as Bulma disembarked from the aircraft, she caught sight of Vegeta with his gravity-defying hair amidst the crowd. She suddenly found him somewhat handsome, fitting her ideal type. "Elder Namekian," someone cried out anxiously. At this moment, the Grand Elder lay on the brink of death, his lifespan nearly exhausted. He gazed upon the playful children of Namek, a softened light flickering in his weary eyes. His gaze finally settled on an elder within the crowd, and he spoke slowly, "Mori, extend your hand." The elder named Mori, taken aback, stepped forth from the throng. The Grand Elder clasped Mori's hand and entrusted him with a solemn charge. "From this moment forth, you shall be the Grand Elder. I believe that soon the Dragon Balls will once again radiate their brilliance. The Dragon Balls must be used wisely. Yes, I understand. Mori replied earnestly, I implore you. May peace eternally reign over Namek. The Grand Elder's voice faded along with his diminishing form, leaving the crowd engulfed in sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. Yet life must continue. Mori, inheriting the Grand Elder's wishes, stifled his grief and declared, My friends, the Grand Elder is no longer with us. We, the remaining ones, must unite and strive for everlasting peace. The crowd fell silent. The Dragon Balls had already granted 3 wishes, and with the passing of the Grand Elder, they temporarily lost their power, turning to stone. Although the newly appointed Elder Mori could restore the Dragon Balls, it would require time. After much contemplation and hesitation, Mori spoke. I apologize, but once the Dragon Balls of Namek are revived, we plan to find a suitable planet to relocate to. Until then, we must find a place to settle. Before Mori could finish, Bulma enthusiastically interjected, Then stay at my house. Would that not inconvenience you? Mori replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bulma assured him, Not at all. My house is quite spacious, and with so many of us gathered, if seen, it would surely cause quite a stir. Realizing the truth in her words, Mori acquiesced. Then I shall entrust you with our accommodation. After deciding on the Namekian's lodging, Bulma suddenly turned, her gaze landing on Vegeta, who was leaning against a tree. With a playful tone, she said, You should join us too. After all, you won't have to pay for lodging, and I will treat you to a feast, surely. You can eat as much as Goku. However, she added with a teasing lilt, though I am quite charming, do keep any inappropriate thoughts to yourself. Bulma's exuberance left Vegeta flustered, and he awkwardly retorted, What a lowly woman. With a consensus reached, the group agreed to stay at Bulma's home. Despite having heard that her house was large, they were still taken aback by its opulence upon arrival. Meanwhile, Gohan, who had been procrastinating on his homework, was hesitant about returning home when Chi-Chi approached. Upon Chi-Chi's arrival at Bulma's residence, everyone found themselves questioning their own perceptions. Was this truly Chi-Chi? Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over a delicately embroidered chi-pao, which accentuated her exquisite curves. Her refined features exuded a mature charm, perfectly balanced with a hint of bashfulness. It was not until Gohan timidly called out, Mom, that they all came to the startling realization that this was indeed Chi-Chi. It is no wonder that the crowd fails to recognize her. At this moment, Kiki has undergone a significant transformation. Her relationship with Sun Wukong has flourished, bringing her daily joy and a vibrant spirit that dispels the mundane aspects of life, endowing her with an undeniable allure. Gohan, lowering his gaze, dares not meet Kiki's eyes. Yet instead of rebuke, he is met with gentle reassurance. It's all right, you can make up for it later. This response leaves Gohan momentarily astonished, unable to fathom the kindness. And then he joyfully takes Kiki's hand, exclaiming, Let's go home. Although he is indeed a child, Sun Wukong has made Kiki realize that criticism does not foster improvement. Encouragement does. Time swiftly passes, and another month slips by. Gohan, shall we go out to play? Dondi, seated beside him, expresses his boredom. Gohan shakes his head, replying, I can't. I still have homework to finish. After a moment's thought, he adds, When can we use the Dragon Balls? Dondi ponders, probably in about 2 months. Really? Isn't it supposed to take a year? Gohan inquires. That's because Namek has only 108 days in a year, Dondi chuckles. How delightful. By then, Dad can return too. Though Gohan remains uncertain of the reasons behind Sun Wukong's absence, he still harbors concern for his father. Hey, let us go out and have fun. Bulma's house has so many exciting things. Gohan agrees, swiftly completing his homework. The 2 children, sharing a wealth of common interests, find joy in discussing fascinating toys and delightful games, or even in a simple game of tag. Kiki watches the 2 figures disappear into the distance and calls out, Gohan, remember to come home for dinner. Okay. A month later, Sun Wukong lands on Yardrat. Upon arrival, he is struck by a sense of existential doubt as he surveys the desolate landscape of yellow sands and ruins, nearly convincing himself that he has arrived on a deserted, abandoned planet. Upon further sensing the area, he realizes the presence of numerous astounding energy signatures, confirming that he has not erred in his journey. The sunlight on Yardrat is far from bright. The sky is perpetually shrouded in a gray mist, resembling frosted glass, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, the void before Sun Wukong ripples, and 3 extraterrestrial beings with long ears and pink heads materialize before him. It dawns on Sun Wukong. Instant transmission. Had he not possessed significant strength, he might not have even perceived the air's disturbance. which is also indicative of Yardrat's relatively low combat power. Despite this, Frieza has dispatched the Ginyu Force to conquer this planet, underscoring its importance to him. The alien beings chatter incomprehensibly, leaving Sun Wukong awkwardly to ask, "Do you speak Earth language? I cannot understand you." After exchanging glances, the three extraterrestrials finally respond, "Who are you?" with a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong realizes he can now communicate normally. In the original tale, Sun Wukong arrived at this place, where he was treated for his injuries by the benevolent inhabitants of the planet Adrat. Here, he mastered the art of instantaneous movement. He was initially perplexed by the language barrier, but his concerns proved unwarranted. The technological advancements of others far surpassed those of Earth, making their proficiency in the Earth language rather unsurprising. Sun Wukong chuckled and explained, "I have come to explore the universe. However, my spacecraft unexpectedly ran out of fuel, necessitating an unplanned landing here." The kind-hearted Adrat aliens readily accepted his explanation. "Greetings, I am Gamora." He introduced himself, gesturing towards the tall, slender Yayatur, and the balding Gyuder beside him. "You have arrived at the right place. Our planet is renowned for its abundant energy stones, a prominent source of energy in the universe, specifically sold to other planets as fuel for spacecraft." Sun Wukong understood, realizing why Frieza would target this seemingly desolate place. Although it appeared barren, the planet held astonishing wealth, much like certain oil-rich desert nations. Truly, there is no gain without effort. Chapter 50. The Marvelous Abilities of the Adrat Aliens. The spacecraft from Bulma's home took 399 years to traverse from Earth to Namek. In contrast, the Frieza Force's specialized combat vessels required merely 6 days. Such efficiency could not be achieved with basic fossil fuels. In the original tale, Bulma from the future invented a time machine, accumulating enough energy to return to the past over 10 years. This illustrates that the energy in this world is not reliant on simple fossil fuels or electricity. If relying on electricity, one would expect the super warriors to generate power at hydroelectric plants. Clearly, even Earth does not resort to such primitive energy conversion methods. In this context, the energy stones on Adrat are undoubtedly among the finest fuels in the universe. Otherwise, why would Frieza, as a cosmic real estate mogul, dispatch his elite enforcers, the Ginyu Force, to conquer this barren planet? Moreover, the inhabitants of this planet possess the ability of instantaneous movement. Without sufficient incentives, such efforts would be futile. Sun Wukong could not help but admire Frieza's foresight, as energy and territory have always been the focal points of conflict. Whoever controls energy holds the key to growth and power. Contemplating his future studies in instantaneous movement, Sun Wukong recognized the importance of maintaining amicable relations. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "If I were to replenish my spacecraft's energy, how many energy stones would be required, and what would the cost be?" Yayatur approached Sun Wukong's spacecraft. Observing it for a moment before responding, "We can indeed provide energy for your vessel. However, it is not a matter of currency. What we seek are various resources. As you can see, our planet has become exceedingly desolate due to centuries of overexploitation, necessitating alternative resources for sustenance." Sun Wukong suddenly attained clarity. Realizing the truth in his thoughts, without a benchmark, currency is merely worthless paper. In the grand transactions of the universe, bartering remains the most effective method. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and admitted there are no resources. A kindly smile graced the face of Ayaturi as he responded. "The nearest royal city is currently hosting a combat tournament organized by the Grand Elder. The victor shall receive a planet-class energy stone, though it is primarily a symbol of honor. Our planet boasts numerous formidable warriors, so claiming the championship is no trivial feat, however. Simply participating guarantees a small fragment of energy stone, sufficient to power your spacecraft." Combat tournament? Upon hearing this news, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is said that the Yadarat people possess an array of peculiar skills, with instantaneous movement being just one of them. Sun Wukong was eager to witness this for himself, especially since mastering instantaneous movement would require a year, time he did not have to spare. With a gleam in his eye, he accepted the invitation and followed the 3 Yadarat beings to the royal city. The royal city, in stark contrast to the desolation outside, resembled a greenhouse, with high-tech transparent membranes shielding the city from the frigid winds and swirling sands. The architecture was grand, with towering spires reaching for the heavens. The streets were filled with Yadarat beings, their their faces alight with joy as they congregated toward the common destination, cheers echoing throughout. Under the guidance of Gamora, Sun Wukong registered for the tournament and leaped onto the high platform. Another Yatarat competitor ascended the platform as well, chattering in a rapid, unintelligible manner before suddenly extending his hand, sending invisible ripples through the air. Sun Wukong found himself momentarily immobilized. Superpower? How intriguing. With a mere thought, he easily dispelled the binding of the superpower, and to his astonishment, he sensed that his own abilities had seemingly intensified. Unlike Ki, which can be cultivated, superpowers are innate racial gifts. Sun Wukong speculated that this might be attributed to the cells of Frieza. Breaking free from the restraint, he noticed the Yatarat being, clearly taken aback, regained composure just in time to see Sun Wukong's fist hurtling towards him. Whoosh! The Yatarat being vanished from sight in an instant, and Sun Wukong found himself grasping at air. Unlike high-speed movement, which transitions from point A to C with an intermediate space, instantaneous movement bypasses the process entirely, transporting one directly from A to C. Although the opponent had disappeared, Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure, noting that the combat power displayed by the Yatarat being was merely 1,500. For Sun Wukong, whose combat power exceeded 10 million, this was indeed a feeble strength. However, it was not entirely insignificant, or else the Jinyu force would not have been dispatched. Shortly after the Yatarat being's disappearance, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a disturbance in the air behind him. Instinctively, he turned and executed a swift spin, his right fist crashing forward with force. Bang! The Yatarat being had not anticipated such a rapid response from Sun Wukong and was struck by the unexpected assault, tumbling off the platform. A startled cry escaped as he fell to the ground, though fortunately, he was uninjured. It was merely a friendly match, but it served its purpose. More importantly, Sun Wukong wished to ascertain whether the system's judgment would indeed take effect. Moments later, a chime echoed, defeated the enemy, gained 120 combat power, victory value 12. Indeed, as long as one was deemed victorious, rewards would follow. However, to Sun Wukong's disappointment, the anticipated teleportation skill did not drop. He glanced at the fallen hydration and pondered. Could it be that skills do not drop from foes of lesser caliber, not elite monsters? With a spirit of experimentation, Sun Wukong swiftly vanquished 5 more opponents, and predictably, the outcome was rather unexpected. All yielded 120 combat power. Sun Wukong was left speechless. If there were no elite monsters on Adrat, it would take him a year to learn teleportation here. Damn! Sun Wukong cursed inwardly. The system is truly frustrating. At that moment, a burly hydration leapt onto the stage. You are formidable. You possess the qualifications to compete for Adrat, the adversary proclaimed. Adrat, the planet-sized energy stone, sparked Sun Wukong's interest, especially upon seeing the system display the opponent's combat power at an impressive 50,000. This was no ordinary foe, nearly akin to a preliminary boss. Unfortunately, he had encountered a novice like himself, rendering the village's bosses ineffective. No wonder Frieza dispatched the Jinyu force. Evidently, strong beings existed on Adrat. After all, how could one guard the mines without strength? Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance, a sense of anticipation coursing through him as the Saiyan blood within him seemed to awaken, igniting excitement in the face of a worthy adversary. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward, the rocky ground shattering beneath him like an arrow released from its bow. As he neared his opponent, the hydration suddenly extended his hand, causing Sun Wukong to falter momentarily, a dark yellow aura enveloping him as he was ensnared by psychic power. Suspended in midair. This technique again, Sun Wukong used, it was significantly stronger than those before, the binding force quite formidable. After immobilizing Sun Wukong, the adversary vanished, only to reappear above him in an instant, delivering a thunderous blow. Boom! Sun Wukong was smashed into the ground, dust swirling around him. As Gamora averted his gaze in trepidation. Yet like a carefree spirit, Sun Wukong stood up with a grin. Not bad, just the right amount of pressure for a massage. Huh, what an amusing fellow. The hydration chuckled lightly, admiration evident in his tone. Strong beings always respect one another, especially among benevolent races. Huh, the hydration shouted, his form splitting into two, relentlessly attacking Sun Wukong. Yet, he merely stood there, unmoving. Sun Wukong smiled and remarked, splitting? A commendable skill. But your energy has halved after the division. Bang! The relentless barrage of fists struck Goku, Yet he remained unfazed, not even a hint of rage rising within him. Chapter 51. Is Goku getting married? After a full minute of relentless punching, his robust opponent, the Ardatian, was left breathless, his two clones gradually fading before merging back into a singular form. You are the strongest adversary I have ever encountered, Marloshu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his form suddenly expanding to an immense size, reminiscent of the techniques used by Piccolo during the 23rd martial arts tournament. His towering figure blotted out the sunlight, casting a shadow that left the spectators below in sheer astonishment. Raising his colossal foot, the dark silhouette enveloped Goku, and Marloshu brought it crashing down. Boom! A tempestuous wind erupted, sending the audience reeling in chaos. Marloshu laughed heartily, apologies, but the championship is mine. The commotion surged as the crowd erupted in fervent discussion. Wow! Marloshu is truly formidable, yet the traveler's strength is also impressive. Indeed, but alas, he still falls short before the mightiest on our planet. How enviable, Marloshu! Winning the championship means he can wed the Grand Elder's daughter. At that moment, Goku remained oblivious to the fact that the champion not only earned the title of the Ardatian Star, but also the hand of the Grand Elder's daughter. Suddenly, someone in the crowd noticed something and shouted, "Look!" The audience turned abruptly towards the direction indicated. Without warning, an overwhelming force lifted Marloshu off his feet, leaving him off balance and causing him to tumble. Boom! A cloud of dust billowed, enveloping the entire combat arena, and Marloshu hastily reverted from his transformation to avoid being thrown out of the ring. As the dust settled and he rose, he spotted Goku across from him, grinning as he extended a finger, atop which rested a small energy sphere, no larger than a pinky. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot forth, and Marloshu sensed impending doom. He attempted to teleport, but having just transformed, he was not quick enough to lock onto Goku's energy. Boom! The energy sphere struck true, sending Marloshu flying off the platform. Ding! Defeated Marloshu, gained combat power, 5,000, victory points, 500. Ding! Defeated Marloshu, reward, instant transmission. The system's rewards brought joy to Goku. The drop rate for elite foes was indeed high. The victor is Goku. The referee's voice echoed in the now silent arena, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Goku! 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 At that moment, on the grand viewing platform above the arena, an elderly figure emerged. It was the Grand Elder of Ardit. The crowd spontaneously quieted, and the Grand Elder, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "Let's welcome our champion to the stage, for he shall marry my daughter immediately." On Ardit, the custom is to act swiftly. Even marriage occurs in haste. Goku, however, stood bewildered, thinking, what? Marriage? He turned his head to glance at Gamora, who expressed her envy, exclaiming, "Originally, the martial arts competition was designed to select a husband for the eldest elder's daughter. I simply did not anticipate that Mr. Sun Wukong would be this formidable. The eldest elder's daughter is renowned as the most beautiful woman on our planet." Her words were imbued with admiration. At this moment, Malash also approached, congratulating, "I truly envy you for being able to marry such a beauty." As he spoke, a complex expression of envy and regret crossed his face, akin to a diligent gardener who, after nurturing a cabbage to maturity, finds it suddenly claimed by another. As Malash spoke, all eyes turned in unison towards the figure emerging slowly behind the eldest elder. The most beautiful woman? Sun Wukong pondered, but upon seeing the so-called beauty, he was suddenly struck by a chill. This was hardly a beauty. Her large, unappealing eyes fluttered, adorned with exaggerated false eyelashes, and her lips painted a bold crimson. The most shocking moment was when the eldest elder's daughter cast a flirtatious glance at Sun Wukong, sending shivers down his spine. He hurriedly darted behind Malash, exclaiming, "There's no need. I'm already married. I am not suitable. Malash is more fitting." The eldest elder, puzzled, repeated the question several times, but before he could respond, Sun Wukong shook his head vehemently, thus narrowly escaping a predicament. Phew, how fortunate! Even someone as mighty as Sun Wukong felt a sense of surviving a calamity. Malash, in disbelief, asked Mr. Sun Wukong, "Is it true? Are you truly willing?" Before he could finish, Sun Wukong hastily replied, Yes. I believe you and the young lady are a perfect match, clearly destined for a harmonious union." Upon receiving this affirmation, Malash excitedly grasped Sun Wukong's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much. I have nothing to repay you with. However, if you desire, I can teach you the art of teleportation." Malash was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he continuously thanked Sun Wukong. At that moment, the eldest elder's daughter was also overjoyed, shedding tears of happiness. She glanced at her father, who sighed and shook his head, resignedly saying, "Go ahead." The young lady promptly leapt down from the high platform, joyfully rushing towards Malash, embraced tightly under the envious gazes of thousands of spectators. It was as though, amidst the vast cosmos, they had found a soul companion to share their lives with, banishing solitude and establishing a home. It was only later that Sun Wukong realized that the young lady had not been casting flirtatious glances at him, but rather at Malash. They had grown up together, but were forced apart due to the eldest elder's opposition. The elder intended to use his daughter to select the nation's bravest warriors, seeking a powerful son-in-law to safeguard the mines and fend off enemies. For the eldest elder, the identity of a son-in-law was inconsequential. What mattered was strength. And Sun Wukong fit that criterion perfectly. Well, Sun Wukong simply could not appreciate the eldest elder's daughter's beauty. He could only express his lack of understanding while maintaining his respect. However, he ultimately secured the prize, the planetary energy stone, the Star of Adratlat. After the wedding concluded, Marlox approached Sun Wukong, beaming with joy. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He sought Wukong for a serious matter, to impart the skill of instantaneous movement. Initially, Wukong contemplated declining, yet he found himself torn. Although he had mastered the art of teleportation, there might exist other undisclosed secrets. After some reflection, he acquiesced. Marlox elucidated that one must first sense the aura of the other person, noting that the time required to perceive this aura lengthens with increasing distance, the farther the teleportation, the longer the duration needed. He added, "I have a little trick. By bringing your fingers together, you can enhance the efficiency of aura perception. This is my exclusive technique." As Marlox demonstrated by joining his fingers and pointing them toward his forehead, Wukong understood, but soon expressed his concern. Would this not be cumbersome during combat? After all, such a motion is quite conspicuous. If an adversary falls for it once, they are unlikely to be deceived a second time. Marlox chuckled. It is not always necessary to do so. In battle, once the opponent's aura is locked onto, one can teleport without any overt movements. Wukong nodded, merging his fingers to sense the aura. Marlox advised, "Calm your mind. Do not rush. It took me 3 years to master this." Just as he uttered those words, Wukong's figure vanished with a whoosh, only to reappear moments later, holding a scarf. Marlox then remarked, "You have just mastered the technique." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was startled by Wukong's sudden disappearance and reappearance. Chapter 52, Vegeta's Existential Doubt. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the royal city, Gamora questioned the reliability of his own eyes. He had distinctly seen Sun Wukong, yet in the blink of an eye, he vanished, along with the scarf meant for warmth. Could be instantaneous movement. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Even those with considerable talent require at least 2 years of study to master such a skill. It cannot be that simple. Observing Wukong's back-and-forth movements, Marlox immediately discerned that he was employing instantaneous movement and was astonished at how swiftly he had grasped it. "Mr. Wukong, have you really mastered it so quickly?" His eyes widened, and his speech became hesitant. Yet, he had to concede that Wukong's talent was extraordinary. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief that Wukong had abandoned the Grand Elder's daughter. Otherwise, he would have been in a precarious situation. Unbeknownst to Marlox, Wukong was keen to distance himself. Having acquired the skill, Wukong was eager to depart from Adratlat, primarily because the cuisine of this planet was far from palatable. After teleporting beside Gamora and returning the scarf, Wukong informed him of his intention to return home. Gamora reluctantly bid farewell to the formidable extraterrestrial, gifting him a distinctive garment from Gamora's own planet. After Sun Wukong donned his attire, he approached the spacecraft, fingers poised as if wielding a sword, searching for the direction of Earth according to his recollections. He pondered that Gohan, currently on Earth, possessed an impressive battle power of 760,000, making him seemingly easy to locate. Yet, after an extended search, he found nothing. Gohan must have suppressed his energy signature, rendering him undetectable, especially given the vast distance from Earth. After a moment of concentration, he finally discerned 2 formidable energy signatures heading towards Earth, 2 Namekians. The energies were clashing intensely. One belonged to Piccolo, and upon closer inspection, the other appeared to be Nail. What could have instigated their conflict? Fixing his focus on the energies, Sun Wukong steadied himself against the spacecraft and instantaneously vanished from his spot. On Earth, in West City, In Bulma's backyard, several elderly Namekians had gathered. Din and Gohan were nearby, cheering them on. Go, Uncle Piccolo! Go, Brother Nail! Piccolo, momentarily composed, then surged forward like a thunderbolt, delivering a punch towards Nail, who responded in kind with equal fervor. The collision of their fists resonated through the skies with a thunderous boom. Both transformed into streaks of light, their energies colliding, creating an incessant cacophony. Nail suddenly thrust his hand forward towards Piccolo, who swiftly countered, seizing Nail's arm. A pure contest of strength ensued, their fingers intertwined, pushing against one another with such might that sparks of energy crackled around them. Not bad at all, Piccolo remarked. I hear you are the strongest warrior among the Namekians. Nail, straining under Piccolo's immense force, replied, I once believed that to be true, but I never anticipated a Namekian as powerful as you existing in this world. Below, Bulma interjected, Hey, stop it. This is a city. She then resumed, leisurely sipping her drink with her mother. The two warriors exchanged glances and simultaneously released each other's hands, descending to the ground, sharing a knowing smile of mutual respect. Piccolo and Nail had engaged in a purely physical bout, eschewing energy attacks, merely indulging their curiosity and the urge to spar lightly. Just as they touched down, a figure appeared between them, clad in peculiar attire. The two warriors suddenly became aware and instinctively adopted a combat stance. However, Piccolo quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer, exclaiming, Goku? What brings you here? Ha ha, I've just returned. Goku replied. Gohan, delighted by his father's return, dashed over and leapt into Goku's embrace, asking curiously, Dad, why didn't you come back with us? Goku smiled. I went to Yardrat and spent some time mastering their instant transmission technique. What's instant transmission? Piccolo inquired, intrigued. Look, as the words fell, Sun Wukong suddenly vanished, only to reappear the same spot, a baseball cap in hand. Meanwhile, Klin, instructing his disciples at the martial arts school, felt an inexplicable chill on his polished bald head. Reaching up to touch it, he realized his hat was missing. Nearby, teacher Wu Qian was guiding his students, and despite his idle state, he had decided to intervene, albeit with a hint of interest in the beautiful female students. 6 or 7 disciples sat reverently on the ground, their expression solemn, especially a middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle who seemed utterly engrossed, as if fearful of missing a single word. Teacher Wu Tian, have you seen my hat? Clint inquired. Hat? I believe I just saw Wukong return to take it, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished, Wu Tian replied. Clint muttered, ISNT Wukong still in the universe? You must have misseen, teacher. Unbeknownst to Clint, Wu Tian had not erred. Sun Wukong had indeed returned and taken his hat. At Bulma's residence in West City, a rare look of astonishment crossed the usually indifferent face of Piccolo. So that's it. Indeed, a remarkable skill. Kakarot, you have finally returned. Come, let us duel. A voice filled with urgency echoed. Vegeta, sensing Sun Wukong's energy, burst through the spaceship's door, eager to witness his rival's Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong glanced at the system, noting Vegeta's battle power at 680,000. A commendable improvement, yet still far too slow. A mischievous grin crept across his face as he contemplated. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure vanished. Vegeta, suddenly alert, scanned his surroundings but found no trace of Wukong. Just then, Wukong appeared behind him and with a swift motion of his right foot, struck out. The tremendous force sent Vegeta hurtling like a shooting star, crashing into a tree in Bulma's backyard. The tree, wide enough for 3 to embrace, toppled with a thunderous crash. However, Vegeta sustained minimal injury. More than the physical pain, he was astonished by Sun Wukong's speed, realizing he had not perceived Wukong's movement at all. Vegeta couldn't help but doubt. Had Wukong's power widened the gap between them so drastically? If not, how could he have failed to see his actions? Growing increasingly frustrated, he pounded the ground with his fist, gritting his teeth. Kakarot, just you wait. I will become a Super Saiyan. I am Prince Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed his energy and vanished into the unknown distance. Without a doubt, Sun Wukong understood that Vegeta was off to train in some secluded wilderness. This is precisely what is needed. Without a little provocation, how could Vegeta evolve into a formidable force? Sun Wukong silently encouraged him. Chapter 53, Planet Yardrat. Sun Wukong strolled forward, inhaling the fresh air of Earth, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The air on Earth is indeed refreshing, while the atmosphere of Planet Yardrat always carries a hint of earthy aroma. As I strolled along, a melodious voice suddenly broke through the tranquility, laced with urgent concern. Wukong, you're back, Bulma exclaimed, hastily setting down her drink and rushing over to embrace son Wukong. In a hushed tone, she expressed, I was so worried about you. Clad in a casual dress, her warm form pressed closely against him, emanating a unique charm that balanced maturity and shyness, which enveloped him entirely. The distinctive fragrance of her hair invigorated his senses. After a moment, Bulma finally released him, her expression still tinged with worry. I heard from Krillin that you encountered formidable foes on Namek. I'm relieved to see you safe. Wukong chuckled. Frieza was indeed a formidable opponent, but it's all right. I've defeated him. That's wonderful news. I knew you would be fine, she replied, recalling their journey from their first encounter on the 4-star ball to facing the Red Ribbon Army and the Demon King Piccolo. Through it all, this boy had never let her down, except for that one time at the martial arts tournament. Mrs. Brief, with a twinkle in her eye, cheerfully chimed in, "Ah, little son, you've returned. Bulma has been quite worried about you, mentioning your name daily." Bulma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Mom, Wukong is a married man. Please don't say such things." "Oh dear, my apologies." Mrs. Brief giggled, covering her mouth. "By the way, Bulma, I have something for you." Wukong presented the Yardration Energy Stone to Bulma, who exclaimed in delight, "Wow, what a beautiful piece of jewelry. Is it for me?" The stone, roughly the size of a fist, was not particularly large, but radiated vibrant hues reminiscent of a ruby, adorned exquisitely. At first glance, it resembled a natural, top-tier gemstone. Although the energy stone held little significance for Wukong, he believed Dr. Brief and Bulma would find it intriguing, given its reputation as a planetary-grade energy mineral. With a smile, he explained, "This is a specialty energy stone from Yardrat. I thought it might be useful for you, so I brought it back." "What? It's just an energy stone? Though it's so pretty," Bulma replied, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. Wukong was puzzled. As a leading scientist, she should have been fascinated by this alien novelty. However, he chose not to press further, and added, "My spaceship was left behind by the Jinya Force, and it contains some energy stones, albeit of average quality. You can take those for research too." Upon handing her the spaceship remote, Bulma impatiently took it, turning away while casting a sidelong glance at Wukong, accompanied by a slight huff. The girl's moods shift so rapidly. Just moments ago, she was fine, and now she seemed to have changed entirely, leaving Wukong somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the newly appointed elder of Namek approached with a beaming smile and expressed heartfelt gratitude. "We truly thank you. Without your triumph over Frieza, we might have faced a dire fate." "Oh, it was merely a trivial matter," came the humble reply. No, we genuinely owe you our thanks. There is no need for that. You are the kin of the divine beings and our friends." Upon hearing this, Nail's expression turned grave as he lamented, "It is entirely my fault for being too weak to assist." With his head bowed, a look of remorse crossed his face. As the mightiest warrior of Namek, he felt utterly helpless in the face of Frieza's army, forced to watch as they slaughtered his compatriots. His shame deepened after meeting Den, realizing that Den's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Despite being proud of his title as the foremost warrior, he had grown complacent in his training. The title was nothing more than an empty accolade, leaving Nail with a profound sense of guilt. The Grand Elder, seemingly aware of Nail's inner turmoil, offered reassurance. "Your duty is to protect the Grand Elder. You have done your best, and that is what matters." Speaking of which, how is the Grand Elder faring? Incroyable Son Goku. The new Grand Elder, Muri, revealed a sorrowful countenance and responded softly. The Grand Elder passed away on that very day. "Life and death are the natural order of things. Please accept my condolences." Wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, Muri added, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Goku." Choosing not to dwell on the somber topic, Son Goku turned to Den and remarked, "You've certainly grown stronger since returning from King Kai's realm." Den's usually frosty demeanor softened into a smile. "Of course, your strength has also escalated. How could I possibly fall behind? By the way, son, your aura is truly terrifyingly powerful," Den observed. With a grin, Son Goku replied, "I have gained a tremendous amount during my journey on Namek." At that moment, the system displayed his statistics: normal battle power, 17, 277, 571. Victory points, 1, 206, 708. Skills, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Spirit Bomb. Psychic abilities, Planetary Destruction, Death Ray. Instant transmission, 11 Sins of Beans, 7 Spirit Tree Fruits. After defeating Door and consuming the Spirit Tree Fruit, Son Goku's normal battle power soared to 2, 580. 000. over 100-fold increase from his earlier strength. His journey on Namek had indeed been fruitful. The former Grand Elder had helped him unlock his potential, boosting his battle power by 610,000, and with the elimination of several minor foes, he had amassed over 30,000 additional points. His most significant gain was from the battle against Frieza, awarding him a staggering 12,000 in battle power. Truly, who could be called evil in such a scenario? The looming crisis facing Earth hung over Son Goku like the sword of Damocles, compelling him to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Those who cannot dictate their fate will inevitably be governed by it. However, it is rather despicable that you have been secretly honing powerful skills in outer space without us knowing. With a cold demeanor and an expressionless face, Den stood silently, while Sun Wukong awkwardly expressed his apologies, stating, "I'm truly sorry. The abilities of the Yardratians are just exceedingly practical." He then added, "By the way, here is something for you." Sun Wukong produced a fruit from the Tree of Might and tossed it to Den, who caught it and inquired, "What is this?" "You'll find out once you eat it," replied Sun Wukong. He then retrieved another fruit and threw it to Neru. The two examined the fruit from the Tree of Might before simultaneously placing it into their mouths. The instant they consumed the fruit, their bodies ignited with an intense energy, akin to a furnace ablaze, radiating a powerful aura that left the gathered Namekians speechless in astonishment. Den and Neru, equally astounded, gazed in disbelief at the surging energy enveloping them, acutely aware of their newfound strength. After a brief silence, Neru clenched his fists and solemnly said, "Thank you, Mr. Wukong." "It's nothing," Wukong replied. "Now you possess the power to protect Namek. But remember, external strength is not a lasting solution. True strength must come from one's own efforts." Neru nodded in agreement, deeply contemplating his words. Chapter 54. The rapidly rising power of Yamcha. What incredible strength! Den marveled, astonished. Is this the fruit of the Tree of Might? Its effects are astonishing. During the battle with Dor, Den had learned from King Kai about the fruit's capacity to enhance power, but he had never anticipated such remarkable results. Neru calmly remarked, "Such a miraculous fruit must be rare indeed. Mr. Wukong, instead of keeping it for himself, generously bestowed it upon me. This act of kindness will forever be etched in the hearts of my Namekian kin." Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "I owe it to Elder Guru's assistance, as well as to Krillin and Gohan for guiding my potential. Otherwise, I would have been unable to defeat Frieza. I should be the one expressing my gratitude. It's unfortunate I couldn't thank Elder Guru properly." Sun Wukong sighed, and Neru gently lamented, "Elder Guru is a selfless and admirable elder. He chooses to assist you because you are all virtuous individuals. In truth, aiding you is also a benefit to us. Regardless, Mr. Wukong, the gratitude my Namekian tribe feels towards you is everlasting." Sun Wukong nodded and checked the combat power of both individuals through the system. Den's combat power stood at 620,000, while Neru's was at 420,000. Den had trained under King Kai and possessed a diligent disposition, resulting in him having a higher combat power than Neru at that moment. However, it still seemed rather low. Sun Wukong chuckled and remarked, "Neru, you must have sensed it as well. Your energy is considerably weaker than Den's." Neru nodded and replied, "This recent calamity on Namek has awakened me. To better protect my kin in the future, I will hold myself to a higher standard." With that, Neru turned towards Den with a smile, saying, "Don't become complacent. Be wary of being surpassed by me." Den, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, "The one who should be cautious is you. Be careful not to fall too far behind me." Sun Wukong paid no heed to the subtle rivalry between the two, instead casting his gaze around and inquiring, "Den, Tin, Kairatsu, and Yamcha, have they returned?" Yamcha had indeed come back, and Krillin had invited him to teach at the martial arts school. As for Tien and Kairatsu, they were still training under King Kai. Sun Wukong nodded. He had intended to invite Yamcha to teach at the school himself, but had not yet found the opportunity. However, with Krillin's invitation, the outcome was effectively the same. In the original narrative, Yamcha, who had a penchant for leisure, had never held a steady job and lived a solitary, impoverished life running a small martial arts dojo. One must admit that in the world of Dragon Ball, the powerful seem to have little regard for money, spending as much as they earn. Having Yamcha teach at the dojo was indeed a splendid idea, providing him with minimal constraints, as he would only need to guide his students during his free time. After gathering some information, Sun Wukong decided to visit the dojo and turn to Gohan. who was still playing with Dend, saying, "Gohan, I'm heading to the dojo." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. At the West City Dojo, there was a constant flow of people, bustling with excitement, the sounds of training echoing through the air. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong noticed Krillin and Yamcha engaged in a deep conversation, completely oblivious to his sudden appearance behind them, partly due to Sun Wukong suppressing his energy to the barest minimum. Krillin's puzzled voice broke the atmosphere as he complained, "It's strange. Where did my baseball cap go? Hey, Yamcha, have you seen my cap?" Yet, Yamcha remained indifferent, not responding until Krillin shook his shoulder, prompting him to snap back to reality. "Yamcha, what are you so lost in thought about?" Krillin asked with curiosity. Yamcha displayed a conflicted expression, gazing up at the brightly lit dojo, and replied nonchalantly, "I had a quarrel with Bulma." Krillin, slightly troubled, inquired, "Why do you two always argue?" Yamcha sighed. "She is too domineering, always dismissing me, criticizing me for not being strong enough, not putting in enough effort. But I'm trying my best. I just can't catch up to Goku and the others." Hearing this, Krillin lowered his head, lamenting, "There's nothing to be done. The Saiyan bloodline is simply too powerful. But I don't want to give up either. I still want to continue training under Master Roshi." He then added, "You two have been together for over a decade. Can't you show a little understanding towards one another?" Yamcha fell silent, not responding. How could one not feel the love or lack thereof? At that moment, he simply felt weary. As the two were conversing, Krillin suddenly felt something placed atop his head. He reached up and touched it, his cap. Realizing what had happened, he turned around to find Goku standing right behind him. Krillin exclaimed with excitement, "Goku, you're back," but quickly grew puzzled, asking, "How did my cap end up with you?" At that moment, Yamcha also noticed Goku's presence, and, his face lighting up with joy, exclaimed, "Goku!" Sun Wukong nodded, producing a fruit from the Tree of Might and tossing it to Yamcha, saying, "Eat this." Clint immediately recognized the fruit, exclaiming, "Isn't this the fruit of the Tree of Spirit? Yamuti, this is a remarkable treasure." Without further ado, Yamuti consumed the fruit. The moment he finished, he felt a tremendous transformation within his body. His aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming and searing energy flooded every inch of him, as if on the verge of bursting forth. His aura cascaded over its confines, rushing out like a torrent. Yamuti was astounded, exclaiming, "This power is incredible." The force erupted forth, causing the entire martial arts dojo to tremble. The students present, caught off guard, were knocked down by the vibrations, glancing back at Yamuti in bewilderment. After a moment, Yamuti reigned in his energy, and the tremors gradually subsided. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air, followed by a sharp crack. Master Roshi approached slowly from a distance. A distinct palm print emblazoned upon his face. Sun Wukong chuckled. Master Wutian is still as mischievous as ever. At that moment, a middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle stepped forward, and Sun Wukong recognized him instantly. Wasn't this his future father-in-law, Satan? He had also come to the dojo. Satan respectfully bowed to Master Wutian, asking earnestly, "Master Wutian, how can one become an exceptional martial artist?" Master Roshi, shedding his usual playful demeanor, replied calmly, "Ordinary training can hone your perception, your punches and kicks, your physique, and your mind. However, to tap into deeper layers of power, one must look inward, contemplate, and transcend oneself." As he spoke, Master Roshi turned his gaze towards Yamuti, adding, "This wisdom applies to you as well." Upon hearing this, Yamuti nodded resolutely. Indeed, Sun Wukong thought, having Master Roshi at the dojo was the right decision. Master Roshi was a magnificent teacher, a noble martial artist, somewhat lecherous, yet never compromising his principles, always considering the welfare of his students. Unlike Master Crane, who directly imparted ultimate techniques, Master Roshi had never bestowed such secrets. Even Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was derived from his own insights. It wasn't that Master Roshi hoarded knowledge, but rather that he taught his disciples how to be independent and become competent martial artists. Only through practical application could one develop a unique style that suited them best. Klin created the Spirit Slash, Tien Shinhan invented the Ki Blast, and Sun Wukong devised the heaven and earth penetrating fist, drawing upon the essence of the Kame House style. Sun Wukong also grasped the full power mode of Super Saiyan within the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks, who had also entered the chamber, were heading in the wrong direction. Vegeta was slightly better off. He realized that the muscular form of Super Saiyan was merely power gained at the expense of speed, rendering it meaningless if one could not hit the enemy. In the pursuit of Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong was the frontrunner, a fact that owed much to Master Roshi's generous teachings. Chapter 55. Vegeta cannot escape the law of true fragrance. The middle-aged man, with an explosive hairstyle, upon hearing the words, became elated as if he had discovered a treasure. He bowed deeply to Master Roshi and then stepped aside to practice his martial arts. Beside him stood a small girl, about the same age as Gohan, her face etched with seriousness as she diligently practiced her fundamentals. Tiny beads of sweat formed on her youthful visage, yet she showed no signs of faltering in her determination. "By the way, Goku, when did you return?" Krillin inquired, somewhat puzzled. It was evident that Goku had previously ventured alone into the cosmos, and now he had returned silently, having seemingly appeared right behind him. Yamcha shared the same confusion. Goku replied with a smile, "I just got back today." Krillin remarked, "You must have significantly improved your strength during your training in the universe. Despite being so powerful, you continue to work tirelessly. As for me, I lack motivation. I merely wish to find a girl I like to marry." "You will find her." Goku reassured him before saying, "I must be on my way." Goku formed a sword-like gesture with his hand, pointing to his forehead. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances at Goku's peculiar action, and in the next instant, Goku vanished from their sight. Krillin and Tien stared in astonishment. Did Goku just disappear? Incredible. That wasn't merely a visual effect from high-speed movement. He truly vanished. Yamcha nodded. "I can't sense his energy at all. Under such circumstances, by lowering his energy pressure, he has exceeded our perception range." Goku must have acquired new skills during his time in the universe. His dedication is remarkable. Even at his current strength, he continues to strive for improvement. At that moment, Master Roshi finally spoke. "This is because Goku possesses a pure heart devoted to martial arts." Unbeknownst to Master Roshi, Earth would soon face numerous adversaries, and it was imperative to grow stronger. Goku understood well that within reach lies the truth. Meanwhile, in an unknown, desolate area of Earth, a dejected Vegeta stood atop a naturally formed stone pillar, gazing vacantly at the sky. He remained unmoved by the swirling sands and howling winds. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of frustration, grappling with the question, why could Kakarot transform into a Super Saiyan while he could not? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a formidable energy that shattered the stone pillar, the only thing keeping him grounded, causing it to collapse. Suspended in the air, Vegeta suddenly sensed something and turned sharply, delivering a powerful punch. A dull thud echoed as he exclaimed, "Kakarot, what are you doing here?" Goku responded with a grin. "Of course, I used instant transmission." With a scoff, Vegeta remarked, "Just by looking at your peculiar attire, I can tell you visited Yardrat. Though their combat prowess is limited, they wield many strange techniques. It seems you have indeed mastered their unusual moves." Vegeta let out a cold snort, his haughty demeanor unmistakable as he declared, "Do not presume that your current superiority grants you the right to gloat. I shall surpass you in due time and bring you down with great force." Goku chuckled heartily, replying cheerfully, I understand. Merely making a loud noise without action is rather dull." Vegeta's face flushed crimson with indignation, eager to retort, yet finding himself at a loss for words. The sight of the proud Vegeta in such a predicament prompted Goku to stifle a laugh. Goku then produced a fruit from the Tree of Might and tossed it to Vegeta. "What is this?" Vegeta questioned, puzzled. "It is a fruit from the Tree of Might. Consuming it will amplify your strength tenfold," Goku explained. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta returned the fruit to Goku, scoffing, "I do not require it. I shall defeat you solely through my own power." Once more, Vegeta's pride flared, leaving Goku in a slight quandary. Waiting was not an option, and he felt compelled to take action. Suddenly, Goku released his restraint, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth, transforming the sky into a tempest of thunder and lightning. With shimmering golden hair and azure eyes, a golden aura enveloped him, the immense energy causing the very ground to tremble. "You wished to witness a Super Saiyan, did you not? Here I stand before you. Now, show me your resolve," Goku declared coolly. At that moment, Vegeta was taken aback by the overwhelming might rooted in place. Incredible! This power surpasses even that displayed on Namek. Is this truly Kakarot's current strength? Fear coiled around Vegeta's throat like a venomous serpent, sending chills down his spine. "Kakarot!" He gritted his teeth and roared, finally breaking free from the instinctual terror, launching a fierce punch at Goku. One blow after another fell like a torrential downpour, each strike raining upon Goku. Yet, Goku merely extended a single finger, effortlessly intercepting all of Vegeta's attacks. Bang! 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 The sound of violent impacts resonated as Vegeta gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength, yet failing to inflict even a scratch upon Goku. After nearly 5 minutes of relentless assault, Vegeta was left panting, while Goku remained composed, handling the onslaught with remarkable ease. It was akin to an infant attempting to strike a fully grown man. Goku found Vegeta's stubbornness somewhat endearing. Indeed, when one lacks strength, even their desperate frustration appears charming to others. Suddenly, Vegeta leaped backwards, hands clasped together, unleashing a barrage of energy waves that surged toward the suspended Kakarot. He was employing the Prince S technique once more. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed repeatedly, deafening and reminiscent of thunderclaps in the pitch-black night. The energy waves generated thick clouds of smoke, intertwined with flames, momentarily obscuring the sky. Vegeta, panting heavily, suddenly unleashed a tempestuous surge of energy that swept away the thick smoke engulfing him. He quickly shielded his eyes as the fierce gale forced him to stumble backward. Once the storm subsided, Goku stood unscathed in the void, but in the next instant, he vanished. Damn it, where's Kakarot gone? Vegeta frantically scanned his surroundings, only to be struck by an overwhelming force from behind, sending him hurtling through the air like a shooting star, crashing into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered instantly, yielding to the tremendous impact and forming a deep crater. Vegeta, reeling from the force, coughed blood as Goku descended gracefully before him. How long do you think it will take for you to surpass me? You will only find yourself falling further behind. Each word pierced like a sharp needle, igniting Vegeta's nerves. He clenched his teeth in silence, yet his eyes betrayed him, revealing a flicker of self-doubt. Goku produced a fruit from the Tree of Might, extending it toward Vegeta. After a moment of hesitation and inner turmoil, Vegeta seized the fruit and bit into it fervently. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goku chuckled lightly, affirming the unassailable truth that no one can escape the allure of irresistible temptation. Chapter 56. Old Bai's Super Saiyan Transformation. Vegeta's muscles swelled dramatically, emanating a deep rumble as his energy surged to new heights. Flames of power erupted forth, enveloping him in a terrifying whirlwind that radiated outward. The tempest, akin to a typhoon, rushed towards Goku, but abruptly dissipated, as if it had collided with an unyielding fortress, which stood resolute. After a brief pause, Vegeta beheld the energy radiating from him, clenched his fist in sheer delight. Though it was a simple gesture, a profound resonance echoed in the air. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Krillin, still training in the dojo, simultaneously sensed the potent energy from Vegeta, as well as Goku's presence. What a terrifying aura Vegeta possesses, Krillin remarked with resignation. Yamcha exhaled in relief, stating, "There's nothing to be done. The Saiyan talent is simply unparalleled." Master Roshi, gazing at the burgeoning energy in the distance, spoke thoughtfully. Martial arts is the pursuit of the impossible. It is the journey of self-discovery and transcendence, never given easily. Yamcha and Krillin nodded in agreement. Those two auras seem to be clashing. Let us go see. I want to witness Goku's Super Saiyan form S power with my own eyes, Yamcha suggested. Krillin nodded, and the two took flight, their minds in perfect sync. Master Roshi did not follow, but instead watched the duo's retreating figures, murmuring, "The era of the foremost martial artist has come to a close." Just then, a graceful and alluring mature woman passed by, her figure captivatingly enchanting. The gaze of the turtle hermit was involuntarily drawn towards the scene, and his hand instinctively reached out, when suddenly a woman's scream pierced the air. A resounding slap echoed. At that moment, Vegeta, having consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha! My potential is truly the strongest. Kakarot, behold the true prowess of a genius." Goku shook his head in resignation. The skies had cleared, the rain had ceased, and Vegeta felt invigorated once more. With a triumphant shout, Vegeta leaped into action, unleashing a power-packed punch that sliced through the air with astonishing force, its might gleaming like a sharpened sword. Goku, however, remained as calm as a still lake, unfazed. To him, Vegeta's assault resembled nothing more than a feeble attempt to cleave through solid steel with mere parchment. "What's the matter, Kakarot? Are you too frightened to move?" Vegeta brimmed with confidence, feeling his strength swell nearly tenfold, convinced he could finally best Kakarot and redeem his past failures. Yet, At that moment, Goku nonchalantly extended a single finger. Boom! Vegeta's fist collided with an invisible barrier, as immovable as the fabric of reality itself. No matter how vehemently he roared in rage, it proved futile. How is this possible? My strength has surged so greatly. Why? Why? Vegeta seethed with frustration, struggling to comprehend how he, a prodigious warrior and the most gifted of planet Vegeta, could be so effortlessly dominated. His battle power at birth had soared to 1,000, while Kakarot's was a mere 2, a staggering disparity of 500 times. Yet now, Kakarot was effortlessly overpowering him. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta sprang backwards, creating distance between them. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a fierce surge of energy that skyrocketed in intensity. Final flash. The searing, tempestuous energy burst forth, accompanied by a roar of fury. Faced with this overwhelming wave of energy, Goku remained unperturbed. He extended his hands, effortlessly absorbing the oncoming tempest. As if plucking it from the air, the energy, pliable like dough, was crushed and manipulated at his will, until, with a decisive motion, it erupted in a dazzling display akin to a magnificent firework. The explosive radiance scattered across the barren wasteland, illuminating the desolate terrain, the silent sky, and the astonished visage of Vegeta. Sensing Vegeta's growing exasperation, Goku remarked with a smile, "Vegeta, I never expected you to be so ineffectual. Even after consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, your strength remains so feeble. Are you truly the genius of Planet Vegeta? How pitiful! A so-called genius warrior being surpassed by a lower-class fighter. If I were you, I'd rather end it all." His words, delivered with calmness, pierced like the icy winds of the Arctic, chilling Vegeta to the core and igniting the flames of his indignation. A temperature of 37 degrees. Yet such frigid words escape your lips. How infuriating! At this moment, Vegeta's face darkened, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his pent-up rage seemed to be on the brink of eruption. Observing this, Goku remarked, "In truth, you rather enjoy working under Frieza, don't you? You relish in slaying and tormenting the weak, lost in your own delight. Have you forgotten that your father and all the inhabitants of planet Vegeta perished at Frieza's hands, while you stood powerless? You call yourself the prince of all Saiyans, yet you cower in the face of the Ginyu Force's taunts, clinging to the faded glories of the past, finding pleasure in reminiscing. How pitiable! Enough! Enough!" A moment later, Vegeta was consumed by fury, unleashing his aura with reckless abandon. A tempest erupted around him, sharp as a blade, sweeping violently in all directions. The once clear sky turned ominous, a suffocating weight pressing down as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Thunder rumbled ominously. Vegeta's eyes turned white, and his already spiked hair began to shimmer, transitioning from black to golden. The white aura dissipated, replaced by a ferocious golden flame, burning fiercely. At that instant, for brilliant star-like beams pierced the distant horizon. Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha had just arrived, immediately sensing the overwhelming and suffocating power. Is that Vegeta? What has happened to him? Is he about to transform into a Super Saiyan, just as Goku did? They speculated, astonished by the earth-shattering energy. Boom! 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 Lightning cracked across the sky. Multiple bolts, each several meters wide, descended with ferocity, shattering the desolate stony expanse below. Vegeta had broken his constraints and transformed into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, he stood with golden hair and azure eyes, his golden aura blazing intensely. Goku, with a satisfied grin, exclaimed, "Vegeta, quite impressive. Come, let's engage in battle once more." Yet, there was no response, no reply. After successfully transforming, Vegeta's anger seemed to dissipate. He cast a complex glance at Kakarot, abruptly reverted from his Super Saiyan form, and turned to depart in silence. Goku, sensing urgency, called out, "Vegeta, wait. Let us fight. I just said so many provocative things. Aren't you angry?" "Oomph." Vegeta scoffed, desiring victory over Goku. Yet not foolish enough to engage in a battle he knew he could not win. With that, he soared away without a backward glance. Alas, what a waste of my spirit tree's fruit, Goku lamented inwardly, regretting his earlier bravado that had inadvertently revealed too much of his strength, scaring Vegeta off. Truly a loss. Nevertheless, Goku reassured himself that Vegeta would inevitably seek him out for a duel in due time. However, the recent battle revealed a curious anomaly to Sun Wukong. The system had not provided him with a power assessment. What could this mean? Chapter 57. training relentlessly in the 300x gravity chamber. Vegeta had departed, and Sun Wukong had reverted from his transformation. At this moment, Piccolo and the others soared to Sun Wukong's side, with Piccolo inquiring what prompted Vegeta's sudden transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong responded with a smile. It was due to his anger. Such fury can propel a Saiyan on the brink of their limits into a Super Saiyan form. Piccolo nodded in understanding. No wonder. As the pinnacle of intelligence within the Dragon Ball universe, Piccolo immediately grasped that the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan lay in overwhelming rage. Ah, I see. So you intentionally provoked Vegeta to elicit that transformation, Krillin realized, recalling that Sun Wukong was not one to deliberately embarrass others. Vegeta, being the second smartest in Dragon Ball lore, comprehended this as well, which is why he walked away without a backward glance. Unable to triumph in battle, Vegeta had no recourse. Having surpassed Super Saiyan, Vegeta's strength had grown immensely. Yamcha expressed his concerns. That fellow has become even stronger. Surely he won't engage in mischief? Sun Wukong reassured him, no need for worry. Vegeta's current focus is on me. Until he defeats me, he is unlikely to cause any harm. How enviable. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, considering that, as a being devoid of the nose, he lacked the ability to transform and rapidly enhance his power. Alas, no matter how hard we train, we cannot attain such formidable strength, Yamcha lamented, having witnessed the Super Saiyan transformations of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, which only served to diminish his confidence further. Too powerful. At that moment, Piccolo, with a stern expression, turned and flew away silently, declaring, "It matters not what you think. I shall not concede." With that, his figure vanished like a shooting star into the horizon. Sun Wukong's intention in seeking out Vegeta was to encourage his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and with that goal accomplished, he saw no reason to linger. Although he felt a tinge of regret that Vegeta did not initiate a duel with him, Sun Wukong secretly resolved to appear weaker next time, allowing Vegeta to believe he could secure a victory. After all, one must bait the hook to catch the fish, right? Yet, Sun Wukong found it perplexing that the system had not calculated his battle power. Previously, rewards were granted only when an opponent was defeated or brought to the brink of death. In his encounter with Vegeta, he had held back, primarily aiming to provoke Vegeta's transformation. Nonetheless, the concept of the brink of death itself was rather ambiguous. What exactly constituted being on the verge of death? Was it merely hanging on by a thread, or complete incapacitation? Such questions remained unanswered. After pondering for a moment, Sun Wukong activated his instant transmission. Witnessing his sudden disappearance, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha were left astonished. Is this instant transmission? How astonishing. We can no longer sense Sun Wukong's energy. Indeed, the three exchanged remarks. While Sun Wukong had already arrived in West City, in the city of West, at Bulma's residence, as twilight descended, Gohan and Dandy were engaged in playful banter. Nearby, a colossal crane was hoisting the spaceship of the Ginyu Force, which Goku was aboard. Bulma and Dr. Brief were orchestrating the operation. Goku strolled over to Gohan, chuckling, "Gohan, it's time to head home for dinner." The young Gohan nodded obediently, grasping Goku's hand and waving farewell to Dandy. "Come play again tomorrow," Dandy lamented at their parting, to which Gohan assented. In an instant, Gohan felt the surroundings whirl past him, and before he knew it, they were home. As Bulma directed the crane's operations, she caught sight of Goku and intended to greet him, only to see his figure vanish, prompting her to mutter in irritation, "Honestly, he didn't even say goodbye." The spaceship was successfully hoisted, and Bulma cautiously pressed the remote control button. Fortunately, the ship did not explode this time. With a hiss, the spacecraft hatch opened, releasing a plume of white steam. As the vapor dissipated, Bulma noticed several small, finger-sized crystals resting beside the seats. They were a dark red hue, shimmering with flickers of fire, although they paled in brilliance compared to the radiant flames of the planet Yardrat. The Ginyu Force's spaceship was the most advanced model, unlike the older version Goku had traveled in during his youth. Dr. Brief marveled, what a breathtaking advancement in technology, upon noticing the ruby-like energy mineral on the seat. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, "What is this?" Goku explained that it was an energy mineral used to power the spaceship. Energy mineral? Dr. Brief's interest was instantly ignited as he picked up the mineral and examined it closely, feeling a surge of fascination. Capsule Corporation was involved in energy-related ventures, and with their own developed spacecraft, energy was indispensable for cosmic navigation. After studying it for a while, Dr. Brief exclaimed, "This is an unprecedentedly powerful energy source." He then shook his head, remarking, "Unfortunately, its purity is only 99, mixed with various impurities that are difficult to remove. The more advanced the technology, the greater the pursuit of material purity." It was akin to the production of single-crystal silicon for chips, where ensuring high-quality silicon wafers demanded a purity level of 999,999 or even higher, with impurities reduced to levels of 10 to the power of 9. While examining the energy mineral, Dr. Brief suddenly noticed the yard rat star pendant hanging around Bulma's neck, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that an energy mineral? Incredible! Its purity must be at least 999999999. Bulma, could you please let me cut it open for research?" Bulma glanced at the yard rat star on her chest and hurriedly declined. "No," Dr. Brief, puzzled, responded, "but that's an energy mineral, a substance not found on Earth. It's a beautiful gem. I have plenty in my warehouse. Please, allow me to study it." He could not comprehend that Bulma had once carelessly given away a diamond worth 1 billion Sony when she was a child, and that their warehouse was brimming with various gemstones. After all, this was Sun. Bulma's face flushed crimson, and she found herself at a loss for words, resolutely insisting, "In any case, it's absolutely impossible." Dr. Brief, unable to resist his daughter's whims, was left with no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, Vegeta descended from the sky with a resounding thud, his expression stern as he strode towards the two. "Hey, old man, prepare a gravity chamber with 300 times the gravity immediately." Dr. Brief, upon hearing this, found himself in a quandary. But at 300 times, a weight of 60 kilograms would have to endure 18 tons of gravity. That would destroy the body. "Stop your prattling and do as I command," Vegeta bellowed, his rage erupting. The ensuing tempest unleashed a violent wind that shattered the ground, creating a 1-meter-wide circular pit. Vegeta's sudden outburst startled both individuals. After a moment, Dr. Brief relented. All right, I understand." Chapter 58, Gohan's Uncertain Future. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Gohan had returned home. Instant transmission truly was a miraculous skill, allowing one to traverse vast distances silently. At that moment, Chi-Chi leaned against the windowsill, resting her head in her hand as she gazed outside, her clear eyes shimmering with profound longing. Her inky black hair, illuminated by the sun, refracted a radiant glow, cascading naturally while a low ponytail secured the back, showcasing her gentle demeanor. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Goku felt that Chi-Chi's complexion had improved significantly. Her exquisite face glowed with delicate warmth. She wore a chi-pao imbued with traditional elegance, enveloping her form and accentuating her enticing curves. Her proportions were a feast for the eyes. She exuded an air of grace and composure that made Goku reflect that perhaps the Chancellor could not be entirely blamed for his actions. Suddenly, sensing something, Chi-Chi turned around and was taken aback to find Goku standing right behind her. The moment she laid eyes on him, tears welled up in her eyes as she rushed into his embrace, playfully chiding, "Goku, you're finally back." Chi-Chi's soft, warm body leaned gently against Goku, an indescribable, delightful fragrance enveloping him, nearly rendering him speechless. Just then, Goku's stomach let out a low growl. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Chi-Chi softly said, "You must be hungry, right? I'll go prepare something delicious for you." Goku nodded, indeed yearning for the delectable cuisine of Earth, for he had found the food of planet Yardrat rather unpalatable. It was purely a case of being unaccustomed. The culinary delights of Earth had even captivated the god of destruction and the angel Whis, let alone those lovingly prepared by his wife. The kitchen soon resonated with the sounds of clattering utensils as Chi-Chi busied herself, perspiring yet radiating a smile filled with happiness. Sun Wukong wished to assist, but upon grasping a single egg, he inadvertently exerted too much force, resulting in the egg shattering instantly, yolk and white spilling across the floor. He was promptly pushed out by Chi-Chi, who scolded him in irritation. Well, Sun Wukong had not anticipated the fragility of the egg. It crumbled under the gentlest pressure, akin to attempting to pinch a piece of tofu that disintegrates upon the slightest touch. The clanging of pots and pans echoed, and the kitchen was filled with the tantalizing aroma of freshly prepared dishes. With nothing to occupy his time, Sun Wukong pondered briefly before turning to leave, intent on procuring some wild game. Bowsy Mountain sprawled expansively for miles, sparsely populated, with the only discernible household being Sun Wukong's. The scenery was picturesque. Though visibility was limited at dusk, It was a land rich in resources, a veritable paradise far removed from the city's hustle and bustle. Upon reaching the vicinity of Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong stood by the tranquil river, attuned to the atmosphere. After identifying his target, he raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy towards the shimmering surface of the water. Boom! The water erupted, and a fish, comparable in size to a small truck, was propelled into the air. Its sharp teeth suggested it was a carnivorous creature. Thud! The fish landed on the ground, thrashing wildly. Sun Wukong approached, flicked his finger, and with a resounding thump, the fish was rendered unconscious. He hoisted the fish over his shoulder and turned back towards the dimly lit path he had come from. Below lay Baozi Mountain, gradually enveloped in the cloak of night. Baozi Mountain was desolate, with only a handful of dwellings, yet it exuded warmth thanks to a single brightly lit home, awaiting his return. Much like a lighthouse guiding wayward ships back to shore amidst the vast ocean, Sun Wukong, too, had a place to look forward to returning. Though he had lived there for many years, it bore signs of wear. The walls, the roof, and the aged furnishings within all exuded an aura of a bygone era. While it was not a mansion, it was sufficiently comforting. "Wow, what a massive fish!" exclaimed little Gohan as Sun Wukong arrived at his doorstep. The sheer size of the fish was indeed striking. "Tonight, we feast on grilled fish," Sun Wukong declared with a grin. "Gohan, come help me start the fire." He inserted a sturdy pole through the fish from mouth to tail and planted it in the ground. Little Gohan nodded earnestly and raised his hand, sending forth a wave of energy towards the prepared firewood. Bang! The flames erupted fiercely, soaring high into the night. "Gohan, be mindful of your strength," Sun Wukong quickly intervened, raising his hand to temper the blaze. Had he not acted swiftly, they might have ended up with charred fish. "Haha, my apologies. I've been struggling to control my strength lately," Gohan admitted sheepishly, scratching his head, as the flames crackled and the enticing aroma of the fish wafted through the air. Sun Wukong recalled that Gohan's combat power had soared to an impressive 760,000, a feat not achieved through rigorous training. Naturally, he was still unaccustomed to such power, which could easily spiral out of control. He himself had experienced similar challenges. Thus, he had requested Gohan to ignite the fire. Had he done himself, it might have resulted in a catastrophic explosion. The entire Baozi Mountain may well be lost. Just moments ago, while fishing, he was exceedingly cautious, merely releasing a wave of energy towards the surface of the water, utilizing the residual force to stun the fish. Had he struck directly, the fish would have been reduced to mere pulp, leaving nothing to consume. "Wukong, come to dinner." The gentle call of Chi-Chi resonated, and the family joyfully began their meal. Chi-Chi quickly filled her stomach, while Sun Wukong and Gohan continued to devour the dishes with great enthusiasm. Sun Wukong had to concede that Chi-Chi's cooking was exquisitely suited to a Saiyant's palate. The table was laden predominantly with meats, rich in protein, perfect for those who engage in prolonged training. Once Chi-Chi finished her meal, she quietly lingered by the side, gazing at Sun Wukong with a look of contentment. Upon noticing his bowl was empty, she promptly refilled it, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. After dinner, Sun Wukong and Gohan reclined on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky, while Chi-Chi busied herself in the kitchen, washing the utensils. As for why Sun Wukong did not assist her with the dishes, it was simply because he had been promptly shooed away the moment he entered. With so few bowls in the house, whether steel or porcelain, his mere touch would shatter them. The night sky over Baozi Mountain was breathtakingly beautiful, far removed from the towering buildings of the city and the swirling smoke. The night sky appeared exceptionally clear, filled with countless stars. Of course, there was no moon. Sun Wukong felt it was essential to guide Gohan, particularly since Gohan was not inclined towards studying. One could only imagine the tears of Goku. "Gohan, what do you wish to become when you grow up?" Little Gohan paused in contemplation, then naively replied, "Mom says I should study hard. Only scholars can earn money." "And what do you enjoy?" "I love nature and adorable little animals." Sun Wukong nodded. This was indeed the mindset typical of a child at that age, then continued. "But if some villains were to come and harm the animals you cherish, destroying the beautiful nature, what would you do?" "Then Daddy would defeat them," Gohan innocently stated. "But fathers will eventually grow old. If one day I'm no longer around, will you still rely on your own strength?" Gohan pondered this, and with a hint of distress, replied, "I don't like fighting, nor do I wish to bully others. I just want to protect the beautiful nature." Sun Wukong chuckled. "That's not bullying. Strength is not inherently evil. It depends on how it is wielded. Allowing evil to run rampant is the true sin." Using your strength to vanquish wicked foes is also a form of protection. Little Gohan nodded, somewhat understanding, while son Wukong sighed. It was indeed perplexing that one whose battle power equated to their anger levels should possess such a gentle disposition. Truly, life can be capricious. Chapter 59, Bulma's Sister Ties. As returned, the night was as dark as ink. Son Wukong and Gohan descended from the rooftop after a brief conversation to take a bath. The items within the house possessed a distinct sense of age. Even bathing required heating water. Could a wave of energy be used to heat water? Son Wukong dared not attempt it, for fear of a disastrous explosion. Reclining in the bath, the warm water enveloped son Wukong, granting him an unparalleled sense of comfort, as if every pore in his body had opened wide to indulge in the bliss. Meanwhile, in the West City, at Bulma's residence, Dr. Brief exhibited exceptional efficiency, promptly modifying the large spaceship that son Wukong had previously piloted, upgrading the artificial gravity system. The maximum gravity now reached an astonishing 300 times. Inside the spacecraft, Vegeta clenched his teeth, veins on his forehead pulsating like coiling earthworms, beads of sweat cascading down like a relentless stream. Under the weight of 300 times gravity, Vegeta was subjected to an immense pressure of 18 tons, a dual torment for both body and spirit. Initially, he engaged in standard training, sit-ups and push-ups, though commonplace. Each repetition was an excruciating ordeal for him. Yet, he gritted his teeth, driven by a singular ambition: to surpass Kakarot. Following the adaptive training, Vegeta commenced with physical movements. Practicing punches and kicks, his motions akin to an elderly person performing Tai Chi in the park, achingly slow. Kakarot, just wait and see. I will surpass you. With every punch he threw, the searing pain of torn muscles surged forth, compelling him to clench his jaw tighter. He remained in his ordinary form, having attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, which felt significantly easier, but he believed that it would not yield the desired training results. Vegeta's sole focus now was to swiftly outstrip son Wukong. Time flowed like an arrow, and half a year quietly slipped away. The following day, son Wukong awoke from his slumber to find Chi-Chi nestled beside him, her delicate nose gently rising and falling in a rhythmic breath, exhaling like the fragrance of orchids. A soft blush lingered on her cheeks from the previous day's warmth, her hair cascading about her shoulders like an enchanting neighbor girl, her charming eyelashes fluttering with a captivating grace. Though son Wukong was reluctant to rise, the embrace of comfort could be a silent killer. A man's aspirations lie beyond the confines of gentle warmth. Why linger in the nostalgia of such tenderness? Stepping outside, he found Gohan already awake, playfully engaging with a small bird at the doorstep. The melodious chirping captivated the ever-curious Gohan. Gohan, it's time to practice. Only upon hearing his father's call did Gohan redirect his attention from the little creature. At the uncharted expanse of Baozi Mountain, son Wukong braced himself against a colossal boulder, which weighed no less than several tons. In this moment, he remained in his standard form, even suppressing his energy. He lowered his ki to fortify his physical prowess. Beside him, little Gohan emulated his father, straining to lift a boulder that was minuscule in comparison, a difference of 100-fold in size. Gohan, only by enhancing your physical strength can you adapt to an even greater energy. Understood, Gohan replied, his face flushed and strained as he struggled with the weight. Son Wukong, laboring under the immense boulder, executed a deep squat while continuing to speak. Previously, when you unleashed your ki wave, you nearly lost control of your power due to your body not yet fully acclimated. Under such circumstances, true strength cannot be realized. Although son Wukong currently struggles to contain his own might, as a pioneer, he remains qualified to guide Gohan. Ideally, power should be wielded with effortless grace. Precise control is the secret to conserving energy and enhancing output. One should be able to lift an egg without crushing it. The Super Saiyan form is indeed formidable, boasting a standard combat power multiplied by 50, yet it too demands energy. The Kaioken technique similarly expends stamina, but carries the drawback of inflicting a debuff upon oneself. It's akin to a venom that reduces one's defense by 10 while increasing attack by 5. The Kaioken momentarily ignites one's ki, amplifying its consumption rate to elevate offensive capabilities. Son Wukong, in a reckless attempt, once tried to combine Super Saiyan and Kaioken, nearly leading to his own demise. No wonder the Kaioken fell out of favor. It is taxing even for a body as resilient as his. Strictly speaking, Kaioken is a clever skill, while Super Saiyan denotes a transformation state. Both enhance combat prowess, yet their effects differ. Super Saiyan consumes energy, whereas Kaioken consumes life force. Furthermore, Sun Wukong's previous Super Saiyan transformations were not at full power. During the past 6 months, he has focused on increasing his stamina, striving to adapt to the Super Saiyan transformation. He aims to solidify his foundation, enhance his endurance, resilience, and combat techniques. These three elements are interdependent. Yet Sun Wukong particularly wishes to bolster his resilience, especially after witnessing a Super Saiyan injured by a laser gun. What a bizarre reality. Only by fortifying his foundation can he progress to full power mode, and from there, explore the path to the second transformation of Super Saiyan. At noon, Chi-Chi prepared a sumptuous meal and brought it to the two. "Gohan, it's time to eat," she called gently. After a long day of training, the father and son were ravenous, their eyes gleaming with hunger. As soon as Chi-Chi set the dishes before them, they devoured the meal with the ferocity of tempest, leaving no trace behind. The scene resembled a typhoon's aftermath, utterly desolate. Of course, they only consumed what lay before them. Chi-Chi's portion remained untouched, as her appetite was not as vast as that of a Saiyan. Once they finished, Chi-Chi returned indoors while Sun Wukong and Gohan leisurely reclined on the lawn, enjoying a moment of respite. It was now their midday break, and after an hour, it would conclude. Sun Wukong took little Gohan to the riverbank for fishing, relishing the tranquility of the moment. This was a lesson learned from Master Roshi, embodying the essence of the turtle school, to train diligently, sleep well, and play joyfully. It was through the core principles of the turtle school that Sun Wukong repeatedly found pathways to transcendence. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence in West City, in the gravity chamber, Vegeta exerted himself under an intense 300 times the normal gravity. Dr. Brief had prepared a dozen robots for him, designed to rebound energy waves. Vegeta unleashed an energy wave, which was caught by one robot and relayed to another with increasing speed. Suddenly, one of the machines redirected the energy sphere back at Vegeta. Caught off guard, he was struck directly by his own energy blast. A deafening explosion ensued, leaving Vegeta bloodied and battered. Yet, the thought of cockroaches spurred him on. He gritted his teeth against the pain and rose to continue his training. Outside the spaceship, a girl slightly more mature than Bulma remarked playfully, "If he trains so recklessly, won't he blow up our house? Who knows? He always ends up injuring himself," she continued. "By the way, Tai, weren't you gathering materials in space? What brings you back?" Chapter 60. The Peculiar Machines of Capsule Corporation. On the second floor of the Brief residence, the girl leaned casually against the railing, her eyes sparkling with vivacity, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of winter sunlight. She sported a refreshing short haircut, her exquisite features and skin as smooth as fine cream. Clad in a stylish jumpsuit paired with a black short-sleeved t-shirt, she exuded an air of competence and grace. Tai spoke. "Gak said the one who defeated the cosmic tyrant Frieza is on Earth. I'm curious to know who it might be." Gak, the galactic patrolman, resembled Ultraman, though he was certainly not one. Bulma sighed deeply. "That person is named Son Goku." Tai's eyes lit up with excitement. "Can I meet him? I'm truly intrigued by his story. If possible, I'd love to include him in my latest novel." She continued. "And what about this Vegeta? He is said to be the prince of planet Vegeta, once a formidable villain who destroyed many planets. However, his recent goal is to surpass Son Goku, so he shouldn't be up to any mischief anymore." Bulma pondered, hesitating over what she knew about Vegeta. "Oh, the prince. To surpass the Son Goku you mentioned. He often ends up battered and bruised. He truly is relentless. That unwavering spirit would indeed make him a fitting protagonist for my novel," Tai mused, torn between choosing Son Goku or Vegeta. She turned to Bulma with a mischievous grin. "Bulma, who would you choose?" Bulma was momentarily taken aback by her sister's sudden inquiry. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the spaceship erupted violently. Bulma hurried downstairs, anxiously calling out, "What are you doing? Are you trying to blow up my house?" Upon reaching the ground floor, she was stunned to find the spaceship completely shattered and Vegeta nowhere to be seen. After a thorough search, she eventually located the injured Vegeta among the wreckage and took him for treatment. The following day, at Paoju Mountain, in that nameless, desolate mountain, Sun Wukong and Gohan engaged in a fierce battle. The essence of the turtle school, play well, rest well, and train well, proved to be invaluable. Over the course of 6 months, his mastery over power had significantly increased, with his Super Saiyan energy soaring to an impressive 80 and full power tantalizingly within reach. His combat prowess as a Super Saiyan had reached an astonishing 690 million. The balance of work and rest may seem slow, yet in reality, it is quite swift. Indeed. Slow can be fast. Sun Wukong couldn't help but recall Vegeta, arguably the most diligent fighter in the Dragon Ball universe, although Piccolo also put forth considerable effort. While Piccolo typically meditated to enhance his ki, Vegeta relentlessly trained in the gravity chamber. Yet Vegeta's rate of advancement still lagged behind that of Sun Wukong. With a sigh, Sun Wukong mused that one should not push oneself too hard. Haste makes waste. At that moment, young Gohan had ceased his homework, for the notion of completing his assignments was simply out of the question. Sun Wukong refrained from unleashing his full power, while Gohan, brimming with determination, relentlessly attacked. The sound of their clashes resonating like a hammer striking the wall. Gritting his teeth, Gohan continued to pummel Sun Wukong, who deftly evaded the strikes with the ease of a leisurely stroll, displaying remarkable agility. Sun Wukong aimed to enhance his physical resilience, having minimized his ki. Yet Gohan still struggled to land a hit. The natural instinct cultivated through years of training rendered him beyond Gohan's reach, compounded by Gohan's relative lack of combat experience. Suddenly, Sun Wukong vanished, only to reappear behind Gohan, exclaiming, "I'm right here." With a swift, iron-like sweep of his leg, he landed a powerful kick on Gohan's back, catching him off guard and sending him stumbling. The key to Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan lay in his fury. "I know that, but I simply cannot muster the anger," he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Regaining his composure, he pressed on, launching a flurry of lightning-fast punches and kicks. Yet they amounted to nothing against the elusive Sun Wukong. As Gohan grew increasingly desperate from his futile attempts, he suddenly leaped back, raising his hands to his forehead, and shouted in fury. A blinding light flickered as a beam imbued with destructive energy surged towards Sun Wukong. The aura of this attack made Sun Wukong acutely aware of a looming danger. What irked him further was that Gohan had resorted to using the Demon Flash, rather than the more effective Kamehameha. Admittedly, the latter was not without its drawbacks. Its lengthy charge time and overt execution made it easy for enemies to anticipate. In contrast, the Demon Flash required a shorter charge time and boasted considerable power. Indeed, it had the potential to bring down Frieza in his full form. Though that was Frieza at power level 10, it nevertheless underscored the potency of such a technique. The beam tore through the air, arriving in an instant. Sun Wukong released the suppression of his aura, channeling energy into his hand. His palm shimmered with a radiant glow as he swept his hand, sending the magical flash soaring away. The beam traced a vast arc, hurtling towards a distant, desolate mountain. Moments later, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the peak. Sun Wukong could not help but marvel. Indeed, he was an adrenaline warrior, and when angered, his power surged tremendously. However, he pondered whether this explosion would harm anyone. Gohan, exerting himself to the fullest with a magical flash, was now breathless. Sun Wukong chuckled with satisfaction. "Not bad. You made progress. At this rate, you will surely transform into a Super Saiyan." Young Gohan, buoyed by his father's praise, beamed. "Really? Can I truly surpass Daddy?" "Of course, but you must be tired. Let's call a day for practice." When it comes to children, praise is far more effective than criticism, and Sun Wukong never missed an opportunity to commend Gohan. Life continued as usual. Chi-Chi prepared a sumptuous feast, and after the father and son dined, they reclined on the soft grass for a brief rest. What Sun Wukong was unaware of was that the recent magical flash had nearly harmed someone, a hunter. While hunting on the desolate mountain, the hunter suddenly witnessed a meteor streaking across the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion that unleashed a fierce wind, propelling him several meters away until he collided with an unfamiliar machine, coming to a halt. Miraculously unscathed, the hunter stood up, astonished to find behind him a bizarre machine resembling an egg. Indeed, it was an egg, akin to those laid by his pigeon. The machine, supported by 4 sturdy legs anchored to the ground, held the egg-shaped body firmly in place, its glass dome scorched with a large hole. The side bore the emblem of the Capsule Corporation, along with the number 1. Though the hunter did not recognize the machine, he immediately identified it as a product of the Capsule Corporation. Despite the glass dome being damaged, the machine itself remained intact. Unable to bear the thought of such a fine device lying in waste, the hunter dialed the Capsule Corporation to report the incident. Chapter 61. The Forgotten World of Dragon Ball No. 3. A few days later, Sun Wukong contacted a construction company, intending to upgrade his home, particularly the kitchen. which still relied on firewood for cooking. The modest abode on Mount Bowsy was small, just a single story, and he contemplated expanding it to include a second floor. Though situated in a remote, mountainous area, electricity was essential. In the past, he had been unable to afford it and had to rely on firewood. Now, with the establishment of his martial arts school and some prize money in hand, he found himself financially comfortable. With a grand gesture, Sun Wukong decided to install a dedicated power line directly to his home. Money was meant to be spent. With electrical appliances, he thought that Chi-Chi would no longer need to toil so hard and could enjoy a life of luxury. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he glanced to the side, where Chi-Chi was tidying up, humming a little tune as she worked. In the past, they had spent little time together, and although many disapproved of Chi-Chi, believing she interfered with Gohan's growth, turning him into a less capable version of himself, Sun Wukong cherished the moments they shared. Even Sun Wukong, who previously harbored no affection for Chi-Chi, has come to realize over time that she is remarkably well-suited for him. Her beauty is captivating, and her culinary skills are commendable. While Sun Wukong would never admit that it was the delectable food that won him over, he is undoubtedly swayed by the comforts that come with a full stomach. Initially, he mistook Chi-Chi's improved complexion for an illusion. However, it became evident that once one finds contentment, their vitality transforms in a literal sense. As he was directing renovations, Sun Wukong's phone rang. Indeed, the Dragon Ball world possesses telephones. Hello, is this Wukong? We recently received a call regarding a peculiar machine discovered at a capsule company. Can you guess what it is? Instantly, a phrase flickered in Sun Wukong's mind. I guess. I'm just a child, I guess. Is it a time machine? The voice on the other end fell silent for several seconds. Sun Wukong continued. Is it a machine resembling an egg, adorned with the capsule company's logo? On the other end, Bulma exclaimed excitedly, yes, yes. How did you know? Without further elaboration, Sun Wukong replied, I'm on my way. As Chi-Chi observed Sun Wukong's vanishing figure, she hurriedly approached, and he reassured her with a smile, I'll be back shortly. Save dinner for me. In the very next moment, he appeared at Bulma's residence, where she and Dr. Brief were examining the strange machine before them. Bulma, in a state of astonishment, remarked, This is incredible. The machine bears the logo of the capsule company, yet we don't have such a product. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that this machine can traverse time. Sun Wukong glanced at the classic egg-shaped design, the four-pointed supports, and, most importantly, the glass dome melted by high temperatures. There was no doubt about it. It was a time machine from the Dragon Ball world. Bulma expressed her disappointment. However, the energy of this machine is depleted, and the fuel it requires is a substance not found on Earth. Then, with a spark of pride, Bulma declared, but this one T stumped me. I realized that the energy stones from Yardrat that you brought back can serve as fuel for the time machine. Hee, I'm truly a genius. By configuring the energy ore in this manner, then that way, and finally adjusting it like this, it can be transformed for use as fuel. As Bulma rambled on excitedly, Tais walked in. With her long, curvaceous legs, she approached confidently, stopping beside Sun Wukong. I've heard you were the Saiyan who defeated Frieza. Wow, that is impressive. I've always enjoyed tales of heroes' adventures. Could you share one with me? Perhaps the saga of your rivalry with Frieza? Tais' expression was one of curiosity, almost bordering on gossip. Sun Wukong replied, As for rivalries, I cannot say there were none. Frieza once obliterated our planet Vegeta and took my father's life. As Sun Wukong revealed the truth, Tais slowly spoke. To my knowledge, the Saiyans were once a warlike race, and numerous civilizations across the cosmos met their demise at the hands of the Saiyans. Thus, they faced extinction. At this moment, Bulma felt somewhat displeased, as Sun Wukong had neglected her presence. In irritation, Bulma exclaimed, Hey, Wukong, are you even listening to me? Oh, Bulma, what did you say? Sun Wukong replied, seemingly oblivious. Bulma, feeling weary, sighed and said, It's nothing. However, there is something important I need to tell you. The energy stone from planet Yardrat that you brought back holds significant value for our Earth's technology. Therefore, my father and I have decided to grant you a 2% share in Capsule Corporation as compensation. 2%? Sun Wukong's eyes brightened instantly. Despite its modest size, it represented a colossal global conglomerate, the foremost financial entity in the Dragon Ball universe. As long as Capsule Corporation remained afloat, those shares would be invaluable. During their conversation, Dr. Brief had already replaced the shattered glass dome of the time machine with a pristine new one. The once dilapidated time machine now looked rejuvenated. Bulma exclaimed with excitement, Wukong, the time machine is repaired. Shall we venture into the future? Sun Wukong agreed. That sounds good. They moved the time machine outside, boarded it, and it slowly ascended, vanishing with a swift whoosh. In the Dragon Ball World 3, a realm forgotten by time, lay the most tragic timeline within the entire Dragon Ball universe. Sun Wukong succumbed to a viral heart disease. The Z warriors were all slain by androids, and tragically, even Trunks met his untimely end. At this moment, Dragon Ball World 3 lay in ruins, with shattered buildings strewn about. The echoes of explosions reverberated continuously. Thick smoke mingled with flames, casting a heavy haze over the sky. In this vast city, not a single soul could be found. Such was the fate of the apocalypse. Before a dilapidated, lowly structure, a young man wore a smile that starkly contrasted with his surroundings as he tinkered with the time machine. This was the dashing, yet unassuming Trunks. He sported shoulder-length purple hair, and his resolute face bore a gentle, yet determined gaze. Clad in a faded blue denim jacket over a black t-shirt, he exuded a striking charm. His lower half was adorned with athletic pants, and a long sword was slung across his back, presenting him as a modern-day swordsman. As he adjusted the machinery, a shadowy figure with a tail emerged from the dark corner, the flickering flames of the street casting an elongated silhouette against the wall, reminiscent of a demon. With a creaking sound, the figure approached, announcing itself with an ominous tone, Cell. Suddenly, Trunks became aware, turning around to find Cell glaring menacingly at him from mere inches away. Instantly, he unsheathed his sword, bracing himself for confrontation. Cell's distinct voice echoed, Trunks. What manner of creature are you to know my name? Trunks exclaimed, utterly astonished that this being could speak and was aware of his identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cell, an artificial being created by Dr. Gero. My evolution to perfection was originally intended to require the presence of androids 17 and 18. However, since you have obliterated them, I have come to eliminate you and travel through time to an era where the two androids exist. Cell, an android created by Dr. Gero? Trunks pondered, bewildered, realizing he was unaware of the existence of such a creature. Having painstakingly acquired the blueprints for androids 17 and 18 and utilizing a remote to deactivate and destroy them, he now faced an even greater threat. The power emanating from Cell was formidable, surpassing that of the two deranged androids. Trunks was engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, uncertain if he could escape this perilous encounter. At that moment, he couldn't help but wish that Mr. Goku were still alive. Without further ado, Cell lunged at Trunks. Just then, a figure shot in from the distance. Before he could react, Cell was struck with tremendous force, crashing into a nearby wall, which shattered upon impact. Emerging from the debris, Cell was horrified to find the deceased Goku standing before him. Goku, I thought you were dead. Chapter 62. Confiscation of Cell's instruments of crime. Trunks was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Goku, his expression one of disbelief. Cell brushed off the dust from his body and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Goku, I heard you perished from illness. I lamented not being able to kill you myself. Yet here you are, alive and foolishly come to meet your demise. Created by Dr. Gero, Cell possessed power that eclipsed both androids 17 and 18. At that moment, his internal metrics confirmed that he far surpassed their capabilities. With the knowledge that android 17 could easily defeat a Super Saiyan. Confident in his superiority, Cell was certain he could vanquish Goku. Now, Cell set forth to execute Dr. Gero's command to eliminate Goku. I initially intended to slay Trunks, then utilize the time machine to journey to another dimension and absorb androids 17 and 18. But it seems I no longer need to do so. Your energy is quite impressive. Android 17 and 18 would stand no chance against you, but I am far stronger. With a mighty roar, Cell's power surged. In the world of Dragon Ball, many had perished at the hands of the tyrannical androids 17 and 18, while the majority had been absorbed by Cell himself. Now at the peak of his strength, a violent tempest swirled around him, uprooting the battered walls of the streets with devastating force. Goku, surrender, and I shall grant you a swift death. You will become my sustenance. He exclaimed joyfully, his elongated, pointed tail swaying before him, greedily eyeing Goku. It was as if one were gazing upon a succulent morsel, tantalizingly close. Kaioken, Son Goku. The moment those words fell, Cell's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth beneath him as he surged forward with the swiftness of an arrow. Skimming the surface. In the blink of an eye, Cell was upon Goku, the sharp end of his tail poised to pierce directly at Goku's front. The tail, akin to a steel whip, sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, exuding a lethal aura. Just as the elongated spike was about to embed itself within Goku's form, Trunks cried out urgently, Mr. Goku, be careful. No sooner had he spoken than Goku was impaled by the long protrusion, leaving Trunks Agape overwhelmed by shock. Cell smirked with satisfaction, affirming that Dr. Jiro's data had not misled him. Goku had been vanquished by his own hand. Yet, in the next instant, Cell sensed something amiss. Goku's form began to waver and dissolve into nothingness, an illusion. With a flash, Goku executed instant transmission, reappearing behind Cell. A golden aura erupting around him like a flickering bonfire in the pitch darkness. Cell was instantly engulfed by a tempest of raw energy, propelled several meters down the ravaged asphalt. What? The data was incorrect? Rising from the ground, Cell's face was a mask of disbelief. His power soared to 5 billion. While Goku's combat strength was recorded to be a mere 5 billion. Logic dictated that he should have annihilated his opponent effortlessly. How could this be? As Cell racked his brain for answers, a sudden, searing pain shot through his back. Goku had teleported behind him, seizing the long spike of his tail and yanking it with ferocity, severing his weapon. Realizing the peril, Cell leapt back, retreating with urgency, as green liquid dripped from the severed tail onto the ground. He glanced at the stump, which writhed ominously, accompanied by a low growl, as the spike began to regrow. Trunks, astonished, exclaimed, "What manner of creature is this, capable of regeneration?" It was merely a fusion of Piccolo's cells. Goku cast the severed tail aside, which twitched on the ground like a lizard's tail in its death throes. No sooner had he spoken than Goku vanished once more. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Cell felt a piercing pain in his abdomen as Goku's fist struck him with brutal force, the intense sensation forcing him to double over, expelling copious amounts of green liquid. Before Cell could comprehend the assault, Goku spun with an uncanny speed, delivering a swift kick that collided with Cell's jaw, sending him hurtling skyward like a projectile. Cell soared through the air, a streak of lightning. On the ground, Goku pressed his palms together, gathering a deep blue energy, the Kamehameha. As he uttered the final syllable, Goku vanished, only to reappear beneath the soaring Cell in an explosive flash. A look of dread spread across Sheru's face as he sensed death drawing ever closer. However, Sun Wukong's movements were astoundingly swift, leaving him no time to react. Gong! Sun Wukong exclaimed the final syllable, unleashing a surge of ferocious energy that engulfed Sheru entirely. Damn it! Damn it! Within the radiant waves, Sheru's unwilling roar echoed as the overwhelming energy constricted him, twisting his body into a pretzel before he ultimately exploded. As Sun Wukong landed, he cast a glance at the writhing tail on the ground, which seemed to be struggling to form a new body. With a flick of his finger, he launched a miniature version of the superplanetary destruction bomb, consuming the growing tail spike. Ding! Sheru defeated, earning a combat power reward of 30 million and a victory value of 3 million. Impressive, Mr. Wukong. Trunks, witnessing Sun Wukong's prowess, transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, bubbling with excitement. At that moment, Bulma, who had been hiding in the corner, rushed out, her face lit with relief as she exclaimed, "This monster is truly terrifying." "Thank goodness Wukong is here." "Wow, who is this handsome young man?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued upon seeing Trunks' purple hair. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Trunks, somewhat bewildered, recognized her as his mother, but noted her youthful appearance and changed attire. He failed to realize that this was Bulma from the past. "Huh? Did you just call me what?" Bulma pointed incredulously at herself, her expression one of disbelief. Trunks quickly realized his slip and stammered, "I misspoke." Not adept at lying, he was easily discerned by Bulma's keen eyes. This only intensified Bulma's curiosity as she persisted. "I can't believe I have such a handsome son. Now tell me, who is your father?" Trunks' face flushed crimson. After a moment of hesitation and turmoil, he finally confessed, "I've never met my father. He was killed by an android when I was very young. All I know is his name, Vegeta." "What? Vegeta?" The revelation of the last 3 words struck Bulma like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly astonished. Chapter 63. Dragon Ball World 3, The Revived Z Warriors. Trunks felt his face heat up. He was uncertain if revealing this would affect the future, but it was too late to take back his words. Sighing, Bulma, looking disheartened, remarked, "What on earth happened to this world? How could it be destroyed like this? Where's Wukong?" A barrage of questions followed as Bulma urgently sought the truth about their world. Trunks glanced at his youthful mother and shook his head. "Mr. Wukong passed away from a viral heart disease a year after returning from space." As he spoke, Trunks instinctively glanced up at Sun Wukong. "Dead?" Bulma momentarily fell into a daze, grappling with the notion that someone as formidable as Sun Wukong could succumb to an illness. She couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Sun Wukong, who, with an untroubled demeanor, flashed a grin at Bulma. Instantly, Bulma's expression darkened, her delicate features tinged with anger. Did he not hear that he would succumb to viral heart disease in a year? How could he still be smiling? Clenching her fist, she struck Sun Wukong's torso, but he remained unscathed, while her own hand throbbed with a numbing ache. Sun Wukong wasn't truly oblivious. He had long since resolved his bodily afflictions through the Shenron's intervention, unbeknownst to Bulma. Rubbing her slightly reddened hand, she inquired with a hint of confusion. What about the other warriors? Trunks replied mournfully, everyone else, except for me, has been killed by the androids. What? They're all dead? Bulma found this hard to accept. Despite the differences in their timelines, she felt a deep sorrow. They had played together since childhood, embarked on countless adventures, and united to defeat the Red Ribbon Army. Those cherished memories had accompanied her throughout her formative years. How could she not grieve? Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards the ravaged streets, filled with overwhelming emotion. This world was indeed brutal. The Sun Wukong of the third timeline had perished, the Z fighters had all fallen, and the Dragon Balls had turned to mere stones with the demise of Piccolo, losing their divine power. He pondered and asked, what about Namek? It still possesses Dragon Balls. Perhaps we could find them and make a wish. Trunks shook his head. That's not possible. The location of the new Namek is unknown and he hesitated, finding it difficult to voice the next thought. And what? Please tell me. Bulma urged anxiously. And my father, Vegeta, has killed many Namekians. They would never assist me. As he spoke, Trunks lowered his head in shame, resembling a remorseful child. Bulma patted her disheveled hair, momentarily at a loss for words. What more could be said? If the new Namek had Dragon Balls, perhaps they could resurrect everyone, and this timeline wouldn't have to be so tragic. After a moment's reflection, Sun Wukong declared, the new Namek must have Dragon Balls. I will go seek them out. He added, I will also bring back a new Supreme Kai, so the Earth Dragon can be summoned again. Trunks, filled with joy, exclaimed, really? Thank you so much, Mr. Wukong. Leave it to me. Sun Wukong pointed to his forehead, closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a brief moment, opened them with a smile. I've found it. Trunks, puzzled, wondered what he meant. In the next instant, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, leaving him wide-eyed with astonishment. What just happened? Don't worry, that's Wukong's instant transmission technique. He is probably already on Namek now, she explained, gazing towards the horizon, though the haze obscured any view. Indeed, Mr. Wukong was as formidable as the legends described. Trunks couldn't help but reflect on how his mother often recounted tales of her adventures alongside Mr. Wukong, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, vanquishing the malevolent organization, participating in the inaugural martial arts tournament, defeating the second incarnation of Piccolo, and traversing the Namekian realm, awakening the Super Saiyan form to conquer the cosmic tyrant Frieza. These tales have significantly shaped Trunks' childhood, providing him with a rare source of joy. His mother often lamented that had Mr. Goku still been alive, the world would not have fallen into its current dire state. Trunks developed an insatiable admiration for the legendary Goku and, upon finally meeting him, found that the reality truly lived up to the legend. Bulma nodded in agreement, her face illuminated by a smile. With Goku around, all would certainly be well. Turning to Trunks, Bulma inquired about the androids and the peculiar creature they had just encountered. The androids, as they proclaimed, were humanoid weapons created by Dr. Gero, specifically designed to eliminate Mr. Goku. However, it remains a mystery why they were sealed away until 12 years ago. By that time, Mr. Goku had already succumbed to a viral heart disease, leaving the androids without their target, leading them to wreak havoc upon humanity. The Z fighters, compelled to protect the Earth, faced them in battle, ultimately meeting their demise, including Trunks' father, Vegeta. As Trunks recounted this tragic tale, tears silently cascaded from his eyes, only to be stubbornly wiped away, observing the handsome 17-year-old before her. Bulma felt an overwhelming sorrow, unable to fathom the extent of devastation that had befallen their future world. She gently patted Trunks' broad shoulder, offering him solace. With a wistful tone, Bulma reflected, did Vegeta also perish? It is hard to believe that the one who nearly brought about Earth's destruction would ultimately die in its defense. What kind of person was my father? Trunks asked, having lost his father at the tender age of 3, with no memories to draw upon and little discourse from his mother regarding Vegeta. Bulma appeared troubled, contemplating for a moment before responding. Vegeta was an arrogant and proud individual, consumed by thoughts of training, cultivation, and surpassing Goku. Trunks listened intently, as these were revelations his mother had never shared with him. The two continued their conversation leisurely as they made their way to their temporary abode. Meanwhile, on the new Namek, Elder Guru beamed with joy, proclaiming, "Goku, the Dragon Balls have been gathered." Goku smiled and nodded, and with Elder Guru's melodic incantations, the eternal dragon appeared, granting their wish. With a flash of crimson light in its eyes, the dragon declared, "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." In an instant, the dragon withdrew into the Dragon Balls and vanished without a trace. Guru sighed, expressing his dismay at the events transpiring on Earth, stating, "It is truly lamentable. We are unable to assist you further." Shaking his head, he displayed a somber countenance. Goku reassured him, "It's all right. By the way, where is Dandy?" "I am here." Dandy emerged from the crowd of Namekians, responding, "Would you be interested in traveling to Earth to assume the position of the Supreme Kai?" Goku extended the invitation, adding, "Gohan should have also been revived, and you can enjoy your time together." Upon hearing of Gohan's resurrection, Dandy's spirits soared, and he nodded enthusiastically. After all these years, he longed for his childhood companion. As this wish was fulfilled, the Earth and the Dragon Ball World 3 underwent astonishing transformations. Countless individuals emerged from the rubble and crumbled buildings, including those whose shattered bodies were reconstituted by the dragon. Suddenly, they appeared on the streets. The humans slain by the androids had returned to life. Though they had perished, their memories remained intact. At this moment, an outpouring of suppressed emotions erupted. Some of the crowd shouted with exhilaration, while others wept uncontrollably, and some embraced strangers with unrestrained joy. In the sky, a beam of golden light pierced through the gloom, illuminating the dark and oppressive world. In a desolate ruin, a warm breeze swept through, and a faint sound emerged as the debris trembled. Subsequently, a hand broke through the earth. A figure crawled out from the ruins, its left hand severed, and its face marred by terrifying scars, nearly exposing bone. Chapter 64. The Resurrected Gohan, regaining his left hand. In a temporary dwelling, there existed an underground laboratory with limited space, consisting solely of Bulma and Trunks' rooms, along with a large experimental lab. Within the laboratory, equipment was haphazardly piled to one side, and the stained floor bore the unmistakable marks of years of use. The only researcher present was the Bulma from the future timeline. When Trunks returned to the lab with the youthful Bulma, the future Bulma was left in shock, her wrench clattering to the ground. Gazing at her young, vibrant self, she was overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on the passage of time that had left her with a head of gray hair. 17 years may not have seemed so harsh, yet the survival fears instigated by the androids, the loss of loved ones, and the passing of childhood friends had ultimately led to her silver strands. With her heart full of sentiment, her lips moved as if to speak to her past self, but the words that escaped were dry. "Did you arrive via time machine? If I am not mistaken, you must have discovered the remnants of the time machine in the past, and used the coordinates from it to arrive in the future." She was certain, for only she could construct such a device. Without the machine's coordinates, locating this timeline would have been impossible. The time machine now in Trunks' possession had been meticulously calibrated by her, pinpointing the exact moment Goku returned from planet Yardrat. Identifying a specific moment in the vast river of time was no simple endeavor. The youthful Bulma nodded, her curiosity piqued. Such a sophisticated instrument. It is hard to imagine it was developed in such an environment. She surveyed the lab, noting the absence of other researchers, the chaotic arrangement of various equipment, and the outdated devices that had been in use for over a decade. The machines bore the Capsule Corporation logo. Indeed, these were the very devices from her own research facility, with which she was intimately familiar, having spent countless hours immersed in the lab. It is hard to fathom that groundbreaking technology could emerge in such a dire environment. In the future timeline, Bulma discreetly dabbed at the moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes, glancing at the chaotic laboratory, and sighed. Ever since Goku succumbed to viral heart disease, the Earth has fallen into despair. I often ponder that if Goku were still here, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Thus, I dedicated myself to research and ultimately developed the time machine. Today, I intended for Trunks to deliver the medication for viral heart disease to the past to save Goku, but I did not expect you to arrive first. Mom, Mr. Goku is here too. Trunks interjected eagerly. Really? Is that true? Goku has come. The future Bulma felt a rush of astonished joy. The Goku she had longed for had finally arrived. Yes. I was just about to return to the past to deliver the medicine to Mr. Goku when I was ambushed by a monster. That creature claimed to be an android created by Dr. Gero, and it was incredibly powerful. I was no match for it, but fortunately, Mr. Goku arrived. Otherwise, I might have. Upon hearing this, the future Bulma covered her face in tears, exclaiming, I never imagined that besides androids at 17 and 18, Dr. Jiro would have created yet another android. Thankfully, Goku came. Trunks was her only family in this world, and the thought of losing him too was unbearable in this grim reality. At that moment, the air shimmered, and Goku suddenly appeared before them, accompanied by a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. The future Bulma gasped in astonishment, her voice trembling. Goku, is it really you? She hurriedly tidied her hair. Her tone fragmented. Look at you, still so youthful while I have aged. By the way, Trunks, did you give the special medicine to Goku? It suddenly dawned on Trunks that the events of the day had been so overwhelming, and upon encountering Goku, he had forgotten this crucial task. He frantically searched his garments and finally produced the medication for viral heart disease, handing it to Goku, who smiled and said, Did you really prepare a special medicine? Thank you so much. Although he had already wished for good health through the dragon, he did not want to disregard Bulma's intentions. So he accepted it to ease their worries. Mr. Goku, Trunks said anxiously, eager to learn the outcome of his wish. Of course it was successful. Goku replied with a grin. Before anyone could fully rejoice, Goku continued. However, Piccolo, Ten, Vegeta, Krillin, and Chaozu cannot be revived. The Goku of this timeline was unable to resurrect them either, as he had died from illness, and the dragon cannot restore those who have died of natural causes. Hearing this, the future Bulma's expression grew somber. Why? Trunks asked, his voice filled with urgency and confusion. Yes, why can't they be brought back, Goku? The young Bulma inquired. Perplexed. With a serene expression, Sun Wukong remarked, Among the Z warriors, only Gohan has been resurrected. The others, having perished for too long, have already been reincarnated and cannot return. I once found it peculiar that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong could return to participate in a martial arts tournament. Yet the Z warriors, after meeting their demise, seemed indifferent to the world of Dragon Ball 3. It was only during the wish-making in the background that I realized they had all been reincarnated. Upon hearing this news, silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere turning somber. Please accept my condolences. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. He had traversed time to the world of Dragon Ball 3 to provide it with a perfect conclusion, but alas, fate had other designs. In the future timeline, Bulma shook her head, finding solace in her words. Wukong, you have done enough. It is all right. Although she spoke of it being all right, it was evident to everyone that a veil of sorrow lingered in Bulma's eyes. Her father, mother, and all her friends had perished in battle. To claim she was untroubled would be a falsehood. Just then, a panicked voice echoed from the secret laboratory. Trunks, Trunks. The dismembered Gohan suddenly appeared, and upon seeing Sun Wukong, he stood in stunned disbelief for quite some time, struggling to accept the reality before him. After a moment of cautious confirmation, he ventured, Father, is it truly you? You have returned? Gohan had mistaken this Sun Wukong for his deceased father. Sun Wukong shook his head, clarifying, No, I am Sun Wukong from the past, not from this timeline. Hearing this, Gohan's expression fell. He understood the impossibility of the situation. The Dragon Balls could not resurrect those who had died of natural causes or illness, as such deaths were simply the conclusion of a life cycle. With Gohan's return, Dandy and Trunks were filled with immense joy. After they exchanged pleasantries, Sun Wukong spoke. Piccolo and the others have reincarnated due to their prolonged absence from this world. You are the only one who has returned. But fret not, for I have brought Dandy with me. He shall be the new Kaioken, and the Dragon Balls will regain their former power. He then presented a mystical bean to Gohan, saying, Here, take this. Gohan gazed at the bean in his hand, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind. The android seemed to possess knowledge of all the Z warrior supplies, severing their hopes even before they could embark on their journey. It had been a long time since he had seen a Senza bean. Otherwise, his severed arm would have healed long ago. Lost in contemplation, Gohan wasted no time in consuming the bean. Chapter 65, The New Kaioken Dandy. The moment he swallowed it, Gohan felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. His left arm twitched, and accompanied by his roar of fury, it rapidly grew back. The formidable restorative power of the Senzu bean even mended the deep scar on his face, restoring him to his former handsome self. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Gohan beamed with joy, flexing his limbs and exclaiming, Thank you, Father. Sun Wukong chuckled softly and retrieved a red fruit, tossing it to Trunks and Gohan, saying, This is a fruit from the Tree of Might. Consuming it will significantly enhance your strength. The fruit of the spiritual tree exhibits varying degrees of attenuation based on the strength of the individual consuming it. While the exact enhancement remains uncertain, it undoubtedly offers some increase. The two individuals held unwavering trust in Sun Wukong and promptly consumed the spiritual fruit. At the very moment of ingestion, they both felt a cataclysmic transformation within their bodies, as a searing white aura surged forth, erupting like a pillar of flame, radiating brilliance. A vast and potent energy coursed through them, causing their muscles to swell abruptly, producing resounding thuds akin to thunder. The entire laboratory trembled as dust from the ceiling was dislodged, falling upon them only to be incinerated by the overwhelming energy. It was truly astonishing, a display of immense power. Gohan felt a moment of disorientation, quickly followed by an exhilarating tightening of his fists as he reveled in the surging strength within him. Trunks, too, wore a look of sheer delight. What incredible power! Sun Wukong observed that their increase in strength was not overly significant, approximately a twofold enhancement, but they benefited from a high baseline. Their usual combat prowess was nearly equal, hovering around 4 million. Now, it had doubled to 8 million, and their transformation into Super Saiyans soared to over 400 million. Once their excitement subsided, Sun Wukong inquired, "After Piccolo's demise, why did you not seek refuge in the hyperbolic time chamber of the heavenly realm? A year spent inside equates to a year in the outside world. Is Korin still alive?" Sun Wukong pondered, curious about the fate of the Z fighters, as the Dragon Balls had lost their potency, yet the heavenly realm persisted in bubbles. As a divine servant, should excel at concealing his presence, given that even young Sun Wukong had been under his tutelage. The androids could not locate the heavenly realm, and Sun Wukong was somewhat unfamiliar with the particulars regarding Master Korin. The Korin Tower was immobile, typically situated beneath the heavenly realm. "What is this hyperbolic time chamber?" Trunks inquired, perplexed. Gohan reflected for a moment before shaking his head. "The hyperbolic time chamber, I believe I heard Uncle Piccolo mention it, but I was unaware it was within the heavenly realm. Ever since Uncle Piccolo passed away, the heavenly realm has been lost to us. Master Korin was attacked by the androids and has perished, and the supply of senzu beans has vanished." Sun Wukong suddenly grasped the situation, realizing that since the death of the Supreme Kai, bubbles must have concealed the heavenly realm, rendering it inaccessible, and Korin had also fallen victim to the androids, explaining the dire circumstances of the future world. "We should venture to the heavenly realm. We can bring Dandy along. Once Dandy ascends to the role of Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls of Earth should become usable once more." As Sun Wukong spoke, he extended his hand in search of Bubbles' energy signature, but after a considerable time, he found nothing. Upon seeing Sun Wukong shake his head, Gohan anxiously inquired, "What is wrong, Dad? I am attempting to locate Bubbles' energy, but I cannot find him." Sun Wukong sighed. "Could he already be dead?" Bulma interjected, unable to contain herself. "It is unlikely. Bobo, being a divine servant, has lived longer than the deities themselves, so he should not perish so easily. There exists only one possibility. He has concealed the temple of the gods." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong remarked, "Karin Tower has been restored by the Dragon Balls. Let us pay a visit. Perhaps we can locate the temple through Karin Tower." Although Trunks and Gohan did not fully comprehend Sun Wukong's intentions regarding the temple, they chose to trust him and followed as he soared through the skies. This left the young Bulma and her future counterpart exchanging glances in a moment of silence. Karin Tower, situated in the sacred land of Korin, is guarded by the local indigenous tribe. However, the expected guardians, Bora and Upa, were conspicuously absent, ascending swiftly alongside the towering Karin Tower. Sun Wukong and his companions soon reached the summit, which revealed an oval-shaped circular chamber. A figure, all too familiar, stood beside the white stone railing, grinning with a cat-like face. As the deity of Earth, Korin had also been resurrected by the Dragon Balls. As for why Piccolo had not returned, it might be related to the distinction between innate and acquired deities. The Earth's deity is an acquired one, whose lifespan does not extend, necessitating a successor upon natural death. As soon as Sun Wukong landed, Korin inquired, "Are you here in search of the temple?" Indeed, the sage seemed to possess all knowledge, sparing Sun Wukong the need to elaborate. With a smile, he continued, "The temple of the gods has become elusive." Korin meowed softly, explaining, "This is because the temple and the mortal realm exist in two distinct dimensions. Conventional methods will not suffice. Take this." With that, Korin produced a red staff. "Is this the Rui Bang?" Sun Wukong asked. "Indeed, with it, you can pinpoint the temple's location." Nodding, Sun Wukong accepted the Rui Bang, aware of how to wield it. He ascended to the pinnacle of Karin Tower inserting the staff into a groove, and shouted, "Rui Bang, extend." The staff trembled momentarily, then suddenly shot upwards, reaching the unseen heights of the clouds. Sun Wukong signaled to Trunks, Gohan, and Dandy, and together they soared into the sky. At the Temple of the Gods, Bobo was taken aback upon seeing Sun Wukong after such a long absence. After a prolonged silence, he exclaimed, "Sun Wukong, I thought you had perished." Sun Wukong merely smiled and remained silent. Even a deity does not possess omniscience. At the very least, Bobo was unaware of his return from the past, which was understandable, as his divine position did not encompass the manipulation of time, a domain reserved for angels like Whis or the Supreme Kai. After observing for a moment, Sun Wukong queried, "After all these years, why has the Temple of the Gods not appointed a new deity?" Bobo replied, "The gods of Earth must be selected from Earth itself. However, due to the rampage of the androids, I concealed the deity, allowing access only through the Rui Bang from above Karen Tower. With the previous destruction of Karen Tower, naturally, no one could locate the Temple of the Gods." Sun Wukong nodded and smiled, saying, "I have brought you a new celestial being. However, not just anyone can ascend to the heavens. One must possess sufficient kindness and formidable strength." Before Bobo could finish speaking, Dandy emerged from behind Sun Wukong, tears welling up in his eyes as he murmured, "A celestial being?" Dandy's green visage radiated kindness, and his two charming, swaying antennae evoked memories of the celestial beings of yore, causing him to shed tears uncontrollably. Sun Wukong patted Dandy on the shoulder, saying, "What do you think? No one is more suited to be a celestial being than Dandy, and he can also restore the Dragon Balls to their former glory." Dandy nodded obediently, exclaiming, "Yes, I am the genius of the Dragon Balls from Namek, capable of upgrading them. In the future, the Dragon of Earth will be able to grant 3 wishes, and there will no longer be any restrictions on the number of people who can be resurrected each time." Upon hearing this, Gohan and Trunks leaped with joy. Bobo wiped away his tears and exclaimed with delight, "Of course, it is possible." Chapter 66, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Having resolved the matter of the candidates for the Earth's celestial being, Sun Wukong inquired once more, "Is the hyperbolic time chamber still operational?" Bobo nodded, "Yes. But if you intend to train there, it is quite perilous. Most individuals cannot endure for long within. Indeed, I plan for Trunks and Gohan to train there, and I shall join them." Seeing Sun Wukong's unwavering determination, Bobo hesitated to voice his concerns but ultimately refrained. "Let be settled then. Please, Bobo, prepare us some food. And do ensure there is plenty of meat." Sun Wukong turned to Gohan and Trunks, saying, "Let us return to prepare." The two nodded in agreement, and soon Sun Wukong and his companions returned to their previous abode. However, Sun Wukong first escorted Trunks back, then vanished, only to reappear with an elderly Chi-Chi by his side. Chi-Chi, under Gohan's protection, had managed to delay death and could thus be revived by the dragon. In the laboratory, the young Bulma was engaged in a discussion with her future self regarding the design principles of the time machine. Both were geniuses. One was a youthful, quick-witted prodigy, while the other was an aged, experienced intellect. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice the arrival of Sun Wukong and the others. "Bulma, we plan to train for a day in the hyperbolic time chamber at the Celestial Palace. It will be quick, and there should not be any dangers at this time." Sun Wukong chuckled. "That sounds good. In truth, these two children have learned through trial and error. No one has formally taught them combat. It is fortuitous that you are here to impart martial arts to them," the elder Bulma remarked wistfully, while she spoke of teaching martial arts. Her true desire was for Sun Wukong to linger a while longer, even if just to see him. After bidding farewell to the two Bulmas, Sun Wukong once again took Trunks and Gohan to the Celestial Palace, bringing along some change of clothes. They're destined to spend a year in the Spirit Time House, where a single year equates to merely a day in the outside world. During their absence, Dandy has ascended to the position of the ancient deity. Now, he leans on a staff, adorned in a pristine white robe, exuding an air of divine authority. Upon the arrival of Sun Wukong, Dandy offers a benevolent smile to the trio, while Mr. Bobo interjects, "Follow me. I must warn you, the Spirit Time House is not a place for prolonged stays. The environment within is exceedingly harsh." As Sun Wukong walks, he observes his surroundings, which bear a striking resemblance to his memories. Although this is his inaugural visit, an inexplicable sense of familiarity envelopes him. Trunks and Gohan, both newcomers, were expressions of bewilderment, unaware of the nature of the dangers Mr. Bobo alluded to. After a brief moment, Mr. Bobo leads the trio to the entrance of a modest room, framed by unadorned wooden doors and surrounded by stark white walls. A clock hangs above, indistinguishable from those found in their homes. Upon arriving, Trunks and Gohan feel ever more perplexed. Is this truly the Spirit Time house? It appears rather unremarkable. Mr. Bobo opens the door, revealing an expanse of blinding whiteness within, devoid of any discernible boundaries. You may enter now, but remember, do not linger too long, he cautions. Yes, we understand, Sun Wukong replies nonchalantly, ushering his two companions into the Spirit Time house. The moment they step inside, a flash of white light envelopes them, and the surrounding void begins to tremble violently, as if the very fabric of reality is transforming. After a brief interval, they find themselves on a small platform. Gazing ahead, they are met with an infinite expanse of white, utterly featureless. Sun Wukong stretches his limbs, exuding a sense of confidence as he guides the bewildered pair toward a nearby resting area. The resting area is furnished simply, featuring 3 beds, a bathroom, and a kitchen with several large ceramic jars neatly arranged in the corner. This is not a vacation. This is a training ground, he asserts, familiarizing the two with their surroundings. He points to the clock suspended at the entrance, which appears to be malfunctioning, the hands frozen at a particular mark. However, he understands that this is not broken. Rather, it moves at an exceedingly slow pace. This clock synchronizes with the outside, Sun Wukong explains. When the clock completes a full rotation, it signifies that we have spent a year inside. We must exit after 1 year. Thus we must seize the time for our training. But there are no formidable foes on Earth at present. Is our training truly necessary? Gohan hesitantly inquires, his weariness of battle surfacing. I do not belong to this timeline and shall not remain here for long. Therefore, the duty of protecting Earth falls to you. Gohan, you possess remarkable strength and untapped potential. Believe in yourself. Reflect upon the sacrifices of Piccolo, Ten, Kaiotsu, and Krillin. So many have perished before you. As my son, I cannot permit you to remain so complacent. You must strive diligently to protect the Earth. Mere acquiescence will not bring about peace. It is through strength that the foundation of world harmony is established. Even if you wish to avoid conflict, the enemy will not relent in their aggression simply because you choose not to fight. With heartfelt sincerity, Goku urged Gohan, who nodded earnestly, while Trunks, with a resolute expression, declared, "Let us commence without delay." With that, they leaped into the vast, white expanse, Gohan closely following. Wait, Goku interjected, just as the two landed with a resounding thud. I hadn't finished my warning, he continued, perplexed. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, with daytime temperatures soaring above 100 degrees and nighttime plunging below freezing. You must continuously circulate your energy to protect your bodies. Otherwise, you cannot endure this environment for long. Gritting their teeth, Trunks and Gohan unleashed a brilliant white aura, slowly rising to their feet. It was at this moment they comprehended why Bu had cautioned them about the dangers within. No sooner had they regained their footing than the sky darkened ominously, and bolts of lightning struck, scorching the ground with black marks. A searing whirlwind rushed towards them, causing their auras to flicker and forcing them to retreat. Goku shook his head, igniting a golden flame around him, and leapt into the white plaza, dispersing the violent winds with his overwhelming energy. There is no time to waste. Let us begin our training. Seizing the opportunity to hone Trunks and Gohan, Goku too found a moment to refine his own abilities. With the aid of the system, his combat prowess surged rapidly, yet his control over that power had diminished. His peak battle strength had reached an astounding 36 billion, but he could only harness 40 of that, approximately 945 million, falling short of achieving full Super Saiyan power. The energy emanating from him indicated that most of it dissipated during its release, preventing him from achieving true restraint. The full power of a Super Saiyan should embody a return to simplicity, akin to the moment when Goku exited the hyperbolic time chamber, his hair golden, yet devoid of any outward energy. That is the essence of full Super Saiyan power. However, he understood that this was a challenging feat transforming into Super Saiyan. His energy surged like an ocean, making precise control exceedingly difficult. It was akin to wielding a pair of chopsticks over a meter long. Attempting to grasp a mung bean at the tip, no matter how hard one tried, the tips would tremble slightly. The longer the chopsticks, the more pronounced the quivering, rendering control increasingly arduous. Yet therein lies the intrigue, a worthy subject for study. Relying on the system is ultimately a crutch, far inferior to the fruits of one's own labor. Though admitting this may seem ungrateful, it was indeed his conviction. Chapter 67. The year has passed. Goku returns. Time flows like a river, once gone, cannot be reclaimed. The year is drawing to a close. Trunks and Gohan join forces, unleashing a fierce onslaught against Son Goku. They strike from both sides like two imposing iron gates, or like torrents of water encircling him, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Their relentless assault descends like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoes through the skies. Their fists strike with the force of cannons. Their legs whip forth with extraordinary ferocity. The two, having made significant progress over the past year, managed to force Son Goku back. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, Son Goku remains calm and composed, navigating the barrage with the ease of a leisurely stroll. "Not bad, you two little rascals," he exclaimed suddenly, raising his energy without a hint of strain. Trunks and Gohan perceive his strikes as overwhelmingly powerful, imbued with the might of thunder, compelling them to retreat further. Burning attack. Trunks suddenly leaps back, placing his hands together before his chest, swiftly executing his signature move. A golden energy coalesces, forming a volatile sphere of power that shoots forth from the convergence of his thumbs and forefingers. In a fleeting moment of Trunks' preparatory motion, Gohan, fueled by rage, charges towards Son Goku, unleashing a barrage of ki blasts at close range, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Once Trunks announces his technique, Gohan retreats swiftly, their teamwork exhibiting remarkable synergy, one on offense, the other providing support. The preparation time for the burning attack is but a fleeting instant, yet it carries a distinct initiation gesture. In battles among masters, victory can often be determined in an instant, prompting the duo to adopt the most prudent strategy. Accompanied by Trunks' fierce shout, a multitude of radiant spheres, brimming with light, hurtles towards Son Goku. Though the spheres are not particularly large, about the size of a basketball, their speed is astonishing, reaching Son Goku in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 The sky reverberates with the sound of violent explosions, shaking the entire hyperbolic time chamber. The tremors reaching the outer realms of the Divine Palace. Bubbles and Dandy, seated together sipping coffee, are startled by the sudden quaking, causing their coffee cups to shatter, spilling liquid and shards across the floor. Such terrifying power, Dandy observes, astonished by the commotion within the palace. Bubbles, his dark visage inscrutable, begins to clean up the broken pieces, replying, "Indeed, their progress is remarkable." Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks and Gohan are panting heavily. Merely defending against Son Goku's relentless assault has proven to be an arduous task. Under such circumstances, managing to alternate their attacks is no small feat. Well done. You force me to use 100% of my power. As the smoke dissipates, Son Goku remains unfazed, suspended effortlessly in the air, enveloped by a circular, mirror-like energy shield. Crack, crack, crack. A fissure appears on the energy shield, soon followed by 2, then 3, until it shatters like a fragile glass mirror, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanish into the void. Trunks and Gohan, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, are exhausted. Yet Son Goku continues to exude an air of calm composure. Gohan chuckled. "Father, please stop deceiving us. You clearly haven't exerted your full strength." Son Goku furrowed his brow, responding, Gohan, your cleverness is misapplied in battle, rather than undermining your old man." He feigned innocence, adding, "It was genuinely perilous earlier. I had to summon all my might just to withstand it." "Ha ha! We believe you, we believe you." The master and his disciple exchanged knowing smiles. Goku pondered, "Why is it that my grand gestures go unappreciated?" The promised affection from elders to their juniors, a simple gesture meant to evoke excitement for days. Yet it seems absent from my reality. Time was drawing near. It was time to venture out, but first, a bath was in order. Goku caught a whiff of his own scent and nearly retched. At that moment, Trunks and Gohan also realized their own odor, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Stripping off their sweat-soaked, odorous training uniforms, the trio found solace in the bath. The warm, perfectly tempered water enveloped their weary bodies, soothing their fatigued limbs and cells, which seemed to emit blissful sighs of relief. A tingling sensation coursed through them like a gentle electric current, causing involuntary shivers of comfort. Gohan suddenly felt that the scene before him was somewhat surreal. After fleeing for over a decade, enduring humiliation and hardship, he had never experienced such relaxation. The luxury of bathing peacefully and engaging in light-hearted conversation made him feel as though he had a sturdy support behind him, as if the world could crumble around him, yet still find solace in the strength of a towering pillar. It allowed him to momentarily set aside the weight of saving Earth. He gazed absent-mindedly at Goku scrubbing his back, a soft look in his eyes, which soon transformed into determination. He understood that this tranquility was fleeting. His father would inevitably return to his original timeline. However, there was still Trunks. Turning to Trunks, he noticed him shyly lowering his gaze. Goku observed the two with a hint of astonishment, wondering if something peculiar had awakened within them. "No way. That cannot be." Clearing his throat, Goku declared, "Gohan, the responsibility of protecting Earth shall henceforth rest upon your shoulders. You should venture out more, perhaps find a partner, marry, and have children. So Chi-Chi has something to occupy her time. After all, she is the only one left at home, feeling lonely, with the world just beginning to recover. Some would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to cause chaos. Utilize your power to safeguard the populace, but most importantly, help our family find a suitable match." Gohan nodded resolutely, understood. "Father, I will do my utmost to protect Earth." Goku's expression darkened immediately. "Was I not instructing you to safeguard the planet? It was about finding a partner." He sighed, realizing that no Saiyan had ever been quite normal in that regard. After their bath, dressed anew in fresh training uniforms, they felt invigorated, as if reborn. Unlike when they first entered, Trunks had matured considerably. His handsome face now bore a more resolute expression, while Gohan had transformed from a carefree youth to a radiant young man with a gleam of determination in his eyes. Another notable distinction is that all three individuals possess golden hair. As the door to the time chamber swung open, Mr. Popo had been awaiting their arrival outside. Expressing his surprise, "I never anticipated you would linger on the surface for so long." Suddenly, he detected an ethereal aura emanating from Sun Wukong, imbued with a hint of divine authority, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wukong, have you approached that realm?" Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Soon, but not just yet. It may require a specific opportunity." Trunks and Gohan exchanged bewildered glances. After bidding farewell to Dandy and Mr. Popo, the trio soared downwards along the Korin Tower towards the earth. The howling cold wind whipped around them, yet as it reached Sun Wukong, it parted as if it collided with an invisible barrier, while he remained inconspicuous, exuding an air of profound restraint. "There must still be many dinosaurs left on Earth," Sun Wukong remarked, turning to Trunks. Trunks responded, "Indeed, vast areas remain inhabited by numerous dinosaurs, which the androids have no interest in hunting." "Then let us indulge in some wild delicacies today," exclaimed Sun Wukong, and with that, he suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of light. Trunks and Gohan exchanged a knowing look before swiftly following suit. Chapter 68. Life is meant for feasting. I eat, 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 and eat. In the desolate wasteland, the bleak wind, accompanied by swirling dust and sand, howled, echoing through the vast expanse of jagged cliffs and strange forests. A congregation of prehistoric dinosaurs gathered on the ground, slowly advancing in search of sustenance, stirring up thick clouds of dust behind them. A flash of light arrived and abruptly halted, the air erupting in a thunderous sound due to the immense inertia, followed by two more streaks of light. Sun Wukong observed the colossal dinosaur below, its belly rumbling with hunger. "Not bad," he said, swallowing hard. "I will catch one. You two should refrain from joining, as you are still unable to perfectly control your strength. One misstep, and there will be nothing left to eat." Positioning himself beneath the dinosaur, Sun Wukong began to deliberate. There were many triceratops, all of substantial size. Which one should he select? He dismissed the older ones as too tough and the smaller ones as unworthy, for he did not believe in excessive exploitation. Just as he was pondering, a fearsome dinosaur suddenly burst forth from behind a boulder, baring its sharp teeth in a menacing roar, followed closely by two others, charging towards the herd of triceratops. Upon hearing the roar, a signal of impending attack, the triceratops began to flee, with the younger ones sprinting ahead, while the adult dinosaurs lagged behind. Herbivorous dinosaurs could never outrun their carnivorous counterparts, and soon, several mature triceratops were overtaken by the fearsome Tyrannosaurus rex. After a few savage struggles, they fell powerless to the ground. The brutal reality of nature's predation unfolded before him, and Sun Wukong shook his head, sighing internally, recalling the adage, "The weak have no rights, the strong devour all." It was not that he felt pity for anyone. Rather, he recognized that the laws of nature dictate survival of the fittest. In an instant, Sun Wukong materialized beside the robust head of a Tyrannosaurus rex, delivering a sharp blow that rendered the colossal creature's eyes devoid of life as it collapsed heavily to the ground. sensing the formidable presence of the individual before them. The two other voracious dinosaurs immediately recoiled in terror, howling in fright as they fled. "Don't go. I had no intention of harming you," Wukong called out. But they were already retreating, and he shrugged, deeming it a waste to keep them around. His attention shifted to the several incapacitated triceratops below, and with a wave of his superpower, a transparent ripple emanated, lifting their massive bodies into the air and propelling them toward Trunks and Gohan. "Mr. Wukong, are we dining here?" Trunks inquired. "No, we shall return home for our meal," Wukong replied, though the idea of authentic roasted meat was enticing. He yearned for a well-cooked feast, which promised superior flavor. The trio soared through the sky at remarkable speed, the sound of slicing air resonating around them. Despite their rapid pace, the scenery below moved languidly. They observed figures bustling on the ground, as people diligently restored the ravaged buildings, exuding an air of vibrancy and life. Their temporary abode, discreetly concealed within the remnants of a dilapidated structure, was now meticulously cleared by son Wukong and his companions. Transformed into a tidy platform where cooking utensils and a kitchen were neatly arranged. Chi-Chi was in charge of preparing the accompaniments, and the elderly Bulma had joined her, having learned to cook for herself in the wake of the oppressive presence of the androids. A far cry from her former habit of directing servants while rarely stepping into the kitchen. Naturally, the younger Bulma was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts and refrained from assisting. Son Wukong set aside the dinosaur tail he had been rinsing and approached Chi-Chi, who was busily working in a corner, smiling as he said, "Let us do this together." Chi-Chi's aged visage lit up with surprise and alarm as she hurriedly protested. No, be careful not to break anything. It's fine." Son Wukong reassured her with a gentle smile, confidently picking up an egg and cracking it against the bowl, allowing the yolk and white to slide down the sides. "I have complete control over my strength now. I won't break anything." "Really, I can't argue with you." Chi-Chi sighed in resignation, though her tone betrayed a hint of joy as she tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and returned to her tasks. Bulma cast a wistful glance before turning to Trunks with a smile. "Hey, why are you still sporting that golden hair? Doesn't it tire you out?" Trunks vigorously scrubbed the dinosaur's coarse skin, looking at his young mother with a grin as he replied, "Not really. Mr. Wukong says it's part of our training. I don't understand, but if Wukong says it's fine, then it must be." At that moment, Gohan rose from his work, cheerfully exclaiming, "Phew, I've finally finished washing." He wiped the sweat from his brow, noting that working was more exhausting than training, as controlling his power in Super Saiyan form was no simple task. "Oh, I haven't finished yet, Gohan." Trunks couldn't help but complain. "Why are you taking so long?" Gohan hurled the dinosaur into the sky, effortlessly grasping Trunks' heroic sword, deftly slicing the creature with a few swift motions. It was only when Chi-Chi finished preparing the meal that both families gathered at the table. As they beheld the abundance of protein laid before them, Goku's stomach growled in anticipation, prompting him to seize a generous piece of thigh meat and indulge heartily. Trunks and Gohan, not to be outdone, eagerly joined in the feast. However, in his haste, Goku choked on his food, frantically pounding his chest in distress. Quick-witted Chi-Chi promptly handed him a glass of chilled beverage. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Goku accepted the drink and downed it, narrowly escaping the peril of choking, which elicited laughter from all around. As dusk descended and night enveloped the surroundings, Goku and Gohan found themselves atop the roof, engaged in profound conversations about life. Goku preferred this elevated space, feeling it brought him closer to the stars, instilling a sense of tranquility. Gohan, despite being only slightly younger than Goku, stood by, embodying the innocence of youth. They exchanged numerous thoughts, including tales of a formidable pink, starfish-like antagonist that would awaken from the earth. Goku candidly informed Gohan of the enemy's strength, admitting that he currently was not a match for this creature, which was pure evil incarnate, endowed with the ability to recover infinitely. Upon hearing this, Gohan furrowed his brow. But Goku, with a reassuring smile, urged him not to worry and to have faith in himself. Gohan, with unwavering determination, declared, "I will not disappoint my father." Goku smiled with satisfaction, affirming the sentiment. He had mentioned the infinite stamina to motivate Gohan. Yet he understood that without evolving into Super Saiyan 2 and subsequently into the mysterious form, Gohan would indeed face a being of limitless endurance. The realization struck. If one's attacks were outpaced by the enemy's recovery, it amounted to an infinite struggle. To alleviate Gohan's burden, Goku presented him with the remaining 10 Senzu beans, encouraging him softly, "Do your best." Gohan recognized this as a farewell, and tears shimmered in his eyes. Goku chuckled. "It's all right, I will return." This was not a mere platitude. He genuinely intended to come back. Without bidding farewell to Trunks or Chi-Chi, Goku and the young Bulma boarded the time machine, vanishing from their place. Shortly after their departure, Chi-Chi emerged from the shadows, tears silently streaming down her face. Chapter 69. Turbulence in the Time Tunnel. Within the time tunnel, slender beams of light resembled white fissures retreating into the distance, evoking an aura of profound mystery. Goku refrained from saying goodbye to Chi-Chi, Trunks, or the future Bulma, as he dreaded witnessing the pain of parting. After all, he did not belong to this timeline. Offering hope only to shatter, it was undeniably excruciating. Bulma, with her gaze lowered, seemed lost in thought, and Goku, opting not to pry, withdrew into contemplation, focusing on the rewards of this journey. This journey into the future has yielded significant rewards. His base combat power has surged by 30 million, now reaching an impressive 47,270,000. More importantly, through the utilization of the Spirit Time Room in this temporal realm, he has mastered the full power form of Super Saiyan 1, with only a single step remaining to attain Super Saiyan 2. Yet, this seemingly trivial step feels as insurmountable as a chasm. Despite his relentless efforts, he finds himself unable to penetrate that elusive barrier. As if he senses something amiss but cannot identify its nature, he reaches out, only to discover that there is nothing tangible to grasp, leaving him in a state of discomfort. For now, he can only hope for a fortuitous opportunity or await the right moment to arrive. Perhaps, akin to the teachings of Master Roshi, by simply eating well, exercising diligently, and enjoying life, he may indeed succeed. However, exerting excessive effort may lead to a fate similar to Vegeta, who, despite his tireless dedication, remains perpetually behind. Were it not for his general recollection of the narrative, he might mistakenly believe that Super Saiyan 1 represented the pinnacle of power, unaware of the higher realms that lie ahead. Goku cannot help but admire the pioneering spirit of that illustrious Goku, a true martial arts master of his generation. As his thoughts meander, a sudden flash of white light interrupts him. He observes the temporal tunnel before him quivering violently, and moments later, the time machine begins to tremble, steadying the swaying Bulma. He inquires, "What is happening?" "We may be encountering temporal turbulence. We might be swept into another timeline," she replies. The passage quakes once more, the disruption of time causing the machine to shake violently, when suddenly an inexplicable force collides with the vessel. The time machine is thrust from the river of time, and as their surroundings turn white, they find themselves in an unknown expanse. Before long, the time machine plummets and tumbles several times upon hitting the ground. Bulma, eyes tightly shut, clings to Goku, instinctively lowering her head, burying herself in his broad chest. At that moment, Goku is equally preoccupied, his gaze darting around as the scenery shifts. Once the machine stabilizes, he realizes that he is cradling two soft forms. Bulma's frightened demeanor resembles that of a delicate young girl. Although Goku knows he should act gallantly, the cramped confines of the time machine prevent any movement. He can only allow Bulma to remain nestled in his embrace. After a considerable time, Bulma regains her composure, her cheeks flushing a deep red as she hurriedly pushes Goku away, exclaiming, "I'm fine now." Fumbling to open the circular glass dome atop the machine, they emerge into the open air. Goku glances around at the familiar surroundings and remarks, "This must be Earth." "Indeed, it is Earth," Bulma replies. "But I cannot ascertain the exact point in time. I need to check. Please help me upright the time machine. I will determine our current timeline." Goku steps forward, effortlessly righting the machine, and Bulma exclaims, "Having a reliable companion is truly convenient." She steps on Goku's shoulders, leaps into the time machine, and begins manipulating the controls with a flurry of keystrokes. As I glance at the date, August of the year 764, I realize that 4 months have elapsed. 4 months? Sun Wukong begins to ponder. Could it be that today marks the day Frieza seeks vengeance upon Earth? Sensing the energy around him, he detects 2 formidable auras emanating from the east, presumably belonging to Frieza and his father. Additionally, several other energies are present nearby, which he surmises to be the Z-Warriors along with Vegeta. Although Vegeta is currently on Earth, there is no assurance that Frieza's combat prowess has remained constant. Over time, he has altered far too many factors. Much like a butterfly flapping its wings over the Pacific, a series of events could culminate in a catastrophic hurricane. To be prudent, Sun Wukong states, "Bulma, please store away the time machine." "What?" Oh, although uncertain about the situation, Bulma complies, pressing the switch on the side of the time machine and entering the safety code. With a resounding boom, a capsule materializes. After Bulma secures the capsule, Sun Wukong places a hand on her shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanish. Unbeknownst to them, before their return, the Z warriors on Earth have already convened, discussing strategies to confront the impending threat. Vegeta stands proudly among the crowd, disdainfully scoffing, "Humph, they are merely the defeated subordinates of Kakarot. I could eliminate them all by myself." Vegeta, do not be overly confident, warns Piccolo, his expression tinged with concern. Frieza returns for vengeance, undoubtedly well prepared, and he's accompanied by an aura even more potent than his own. Piccolo's apprehension deepens, especially after witnessing Frieza's transformation. He fears that Vegeta facing two adversaries alone is perilously reckless. "If only Goku were here, we stand no chance against Frieza," Krillin mutters, grit teeth reflecting his frustration. He then sighs in resignation. Goku and Bulma have vanished somewhere in the time machine. "Never mind, you can wait for Kakarot here. I shall confront Frieza alone." With that, Vegeta rises and takes to the skies, convinced that he too can defeat Frieza using the Super Saiyan form, just as Kakarot would. Having achieved the Super Saiyan transformation, Vegeta dismisses the need to conceal his energy as he soars through the heavens. "Really, how can he be so reckless?" Krillin laments. "We should follow him," Piccolo calmly suggests. "Indeed, his solo venture is far too perilous," agrees Tien, while Yamcha, after a moment of contemplation, clenches his fist and resolutely declares, "All right, I shall go as well." In a desolate area, Frieza and his father, King Cold, disembark from their spacecraft, only to be met with the urgent beeping of the battle power detector. Frieza taps the device, a smirk gracing his lips as he exclaims, "Ho ho ho, the insignificant ants of Earth have come to meet their demise." With a glimmer of intrigue, he adds, "Oh, Vegeta is also on Earth? How delightful." King Cold, activating his own scanner, chuckles with a battle power of merely 1,000. "What a pathetic race. Do you truly believe that the legendary Super Saiyan is present here?" "Father, it appears that Earthlings possess a peculiar ability to manipulate their combat prowess. Yet, even with such skills, they remain incapable of challenging the two of us." "Ha ha, indeed. Our lineage is the mightiest in the cosmos." Chapter 70, Frieza, Bear with my greatness. As Frieza and his son laughed arrogantly, a streak of light approached from afar and halted before them. Frieza's smile faded, and with a sinister tone, he remarked, "Vegeta, I never expected you to dare come here. Have you not suffered enough on Namek? Even if Goku were to arrive, he would not stand a chance against us, let alone you." In the face of Frieza's taunts, Vegeta remained unperturbed, instead responding with a smirk. "Frieza, Kakarot has been far too merciful, allowing you to linger on. However, I shall show you no mercy. In but a fleeting moment, I can bring you to your end." "Oh ho, how truly terrifying." Frieza mocked. "Is this what you wish to hear?" "Ha ha, Vegeta, if your intention was to amuse me, consider it accomplished, though it will only lead to your more gruesome demise." Frieza's smile vanished, his eyes glimmering with a chilling ferocity. "If it were Goku, I would relish the chance to toy with him a bit longer." "Frieza, do you truly believe that Kakarot is the sole Super Saiyan?" Vegeta clenched his fists and, with a fierce exclamation, unleashed a golden aura. A sense of foreboding washed over Frieza as he sensed the powerful energy surge, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. "Huh!" Vegeta bellowed once more, his energy erupting forth, transforming his dark locks into a brilliant golden mane, standing defiantly upright. Frieza instinctively took several steps back, suddenly recalling the harrowing duel with Goku, a memory he loathed to revisit. Kurd looked at the retreating Frieza with a hint of trepidation, then turned to Vegeta and remarked, "Is this the Super Saiyan? It does not appear particularly extraordinary. It is merely a change of hair color." At that moment, the void beside Vegeta quivered slightly, and without turning, Vegeta called out, "Kakarot, you have arrived too late." Goku replied with a smile, "Not too late, just in time." Upon seeing Goku's arrival, Frieza became visibly agitated, stumbling and falling to the ground. Goku, with his golden hair shimmering, appeared unassuming, unlike Vegeta, who radiated an explosive energy. Yet, Frieza felt an even more perilous aura emanating from Goku. Not a sensed energy, but rather an innate perception of danger shared by all sentient beings. Is that not the mighty Frieza seated upon the ground? I thought you sought revenge. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Are you up to the task?" Goku remarked, just as he prepared to engage. However, Vegeta stepped forward, positioning himself before Goku, and declared, Kakarot, this one is my prey. Understood, understood. What you seek is vengeance, and so do I. It is merely a matter of revenge. You are too lenient. So be it. Sun Wukong mused inwardly. Lenient? Is long-term investment commendable? Such naive fools, rushing forth to provide experience, are truly a fortunate gift. Putting aside his concerns, Sun Wukong gestured towards Karud, beckoning him with a flick of his finger. You, come here. How infuriating, this detestable Saiyan monkey. Frieza seethed with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging like writhing worms. He raised his palm and unleashed a death beam towards Sun Wukong. Frieza, your opponent is me. Vegeta roared, his form shifting as he appeared mysteriously before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Vegeta's assault was executed with such swiftness that Frieza could only defend with both hands. Boom! The moment he managed to block, a tremendous force surged forth, causing the ground to cave in beneath him. Frieza, where has your arrogant demeanor as the Cosmic Emperor vanished to? Vegeta chuckled, sweeping his foot in a horizontal arc. With a thunderous crash, akin to a bolt from the blue, Frieza was struck and sent flying, crashing into a nearby boulder that collapsed under the impact. Sun Wukong observed the clash between Vegeta and Frieza. Amused, Old Bay has finally turned the tide. As he spoke, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Karud sensed the shift and, in the next instant, found Sun Wukong appearing behind him. Karud was taken aback, astonished at Sun Wukong's astonishing speed, which was beyond his perception. Raising his hand, he gathered an energy orb and turned to unleash it. Sun Wukong effortlessly caught the incoming energy sphere, smiling lightly at Karud before swallowing the energy orb whole. Ha ha ha! What a fool to consume my attack! You're doomed, Karud proclaimed triumphantly. Boom! A dull thud resonated as Sun Wukong burped, grinning. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Karud's smile vanished, his face freezing into an expression of dread. Don't celebrate too soon, Karud bellowed, extending his finger as a blazing miniature sun coalesced. Let it perish alongside this planet. The small sun rapidly expanded, now resembling a colossal sphere of scorching light, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Repetitive tactics, quite dull. I could do that too. Sun Wukong extended a finger, releasing a tiny light orb that, in an instant, magnified exponentially, transforming into a planet-destroying bomb far larger than Karud's sun, which he consumed effortlessly. At this moment, despair enveloped Karud, and he recalled the warnings of his ancestors. The Saiyans are the natural adversaries of the Frost Demon clan. A wave of fear washed over him, compelling him to retreat, yet Sun Wukong remained unhurried, casting his gaze towards the ongoing battle between Vegeta and Frieza. At this moment, Vegeta and Frieza were engaged in an exhilarating battle, with the former Cosmic Emperor being mercilessly ravaged by his own subordinate. Frieza's eyes bulged with fury, his teeth clenched tightly. Just as he attempted to retaliate, he was struck with a heavy blow, purple blood seeping from the corner of his eye, rendering him unable to fully open it. With a desperate cry, Frieza unleashed a violet aura that exploded outward, forcing Vegeta back. He then clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy blasts. At this point, he had lost all reason, hell-bent on annihilating Vegeta. Frieza, spare yourself the effort. Such an assault has no effect on me, Vegeta declared, soaring into the air as he waved his hand repeatedly, deflecting the raging energy blasts that came hurtling toward him, sending them crashing to the ground. The earth around them crumbled with each impact, the very fabric of the void trembling. Towering rock formations were flattened, billowing smoke and flames rising to engulf the sky. While Vegeta remained unscathed. You are truly weak. Even with one hand tied behind your back, you are no match for me, Vegeta proclaimed loudly. Frieza's eyes were ablaze with indignation as Vegeta suddenly closed the distance, delivering a formidable punch. Frieza, realizing the imminent danger, quickly turned and countered with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying tempest centered around them. The energy clashed violently, even producing arcs of electricity. And for a moment, they seemed evenly matched. However, Vegeta suddenly smirked disdainfully, his aura surging anew, his strength multiplying instantly. With a slight bend of his arm, he straightened it with a sudden force, propelling Frieza away with immense power. Frieza transformed into a streak of light, shooting skyward like a cannonball. Goku's eyes lit up. Now was the moment. With a flick of his finger, a massive planet-destroying blast elongated into an elliptical shape, hurtling toward Kyorin and Frieza. The planet-destroying blast surged forward, reaching Frieza and his son in an instant. Faced with overwhelming terror, they were compelled to muster all their strength to withstand the onslaught of energy. But the blast potential was so great that it relentlessly pushed them backward. Damn Saiyan monkey! How could I possibly perish beneath my own technique? Frieza seethed with rage, realizing that his signature move was now being wielded against him. Kyorin, too, exerted all his might, yet they continued to be forced back, both reddening with effort and drooling in desperation. Observing Frieza and his son struggling to resist, Goku smiled faintly and abruptly extended his palm. An invisible ripple emanated outward, amplifying the energy blast, which then pressed Frieza and his son down onto it, propelling them into the sky. Boom! 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 Moments later, the heavens echoed with a cataclysmic explosion, the orb of light swelling and then erupting, obliterating the once mighty Frieza into nothingness. Ding! Defeated Frieza, gained combat power of 17 million. Victory points of 7 million. Ding! Defeated Kyorin, gained combat power of 18 million. Victory points of 8 million. As the sound of the system's combat power reward echoed, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed an object within him, akin to glass, emitting a cracking sound, signaling the loosening of a barrier in his realm. Furthermore, he felt as though something within him was beginning to transform, a phenomenon both mysterious and extraordinary. Kakarot. Frieza is my adversary, Vegeta huffed irritably. Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling. Apologies. My sincerest apologies. During the battle, it was an unintentional mishap. I truly did not mean to. Yet inwardly he mused, indeed, it was deliberate, a calculated blunder. When one cannot defeat an enemy, why not engage in a group assault? Who says one must adhere to chivalric codes? Besides, Sun Wukong has never been one to abide by rules, having dealt with Frieza and his progeny. Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward Frieza's spacecraft, where remnants of his forces lingered. He let out a soft chuckle and soared toward the vessel. Meanwhile, on the other side, hooray, we triumphed. This is splendid, Krillin exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Frieza and his son are truly formidable. Their terrifying aura still sends shivers down my spine. Thank goodness for Wukong's presence. Yamcha exhaled, relieved as if casting off a heavy burden. Indeed, witnessing their terror firsthand reveals how insurmountable they are with our current strength. Tien Shinhan lamented with a shake of his head and a resigned sigh. I cannot fathom how Wukong fought against such monsters on Namek. Krillin chuckled. Well, it is beyond our control. After all, Saiyans are a warrior race, and no matter how hard we chase, we cannot catch up to Wukong and the others. Saiyans possess inherently immense combat power, and with their transformation abilities, they become even more formidable. Who can we hold accountable for this? Despite being a Saiyan, Wukong has worked incredibly hard. One should not dismiss his efforts merely because of his heritage. Piccolo undoubtedly held great respect for Wukong, recognizing him as a worthy opponent. Attributing Wukong's achievements solely to his lineage did not sit well with him. Upon first encountering Raditz, another Saiyan, Piccolo acknowledged his strength, but as he himself grew stronger, he realized that the Raditz of the past was quite feeble. Even among Saiyans, Wukong's martial prowess remains unrivaled. This cannot be explained by mere bloodline. While the group engaged in idle chatter, Wukong and Vegeta cleansed the remnants of Frieza's influence and returned to their companions. Wukong, where's Bulma? Krillin inquired. Didn't She accompany you to the future? Why is she absent? Sun Wukong replied. Oh, I just escorted her home. The place was far too perilous. Hey, everyone! A cheerful voice called out, prompting everyone to look up and see an aircraft gradually descending, with Bulma aboard, waving at them. Once the aircraft came to a halt, Sun Wukong smiled. Bulma, didn't you go home to repair the time machine? What brings you back? I was worried, so I came to check on you all. I'm relieved to see everyone is safe. On Bulma's somewhat mature visage, a sweet smile emerged, akin to the gentle spring breeze that melts away the frost of winter. Radiating warmth. With me around, everything is fine, chuckled Sun Wukong. The diminutive Frieza is hardly worth mentioning. Beside him, Vegeta let out a soft huff, seemingly miffed that Sun Wukong had claimed the victory he desired. But Sun Wukong feigned ignorance. At that moment, the void suddenly rippled, and Vegeta, alerted, gazed towards the horizon. An egg-shaped machine materialized out of thin air, slowly descending. A young boy with elegant purple hair stepped out, carrying a distinctive sword upon his back. Trunks emerged, staring at the group in a daze, and after a moment, he slowly inquired, Where is Frieza? Already dealt with. Son Wukong replied with a smile. Trunks, with an expression of realization, chuckled. Ah, as expected of Mr. Sun Wukong. Why are you not the least bit surprised? Trunks asked, puzzled. Sun Wukong responded, Trunks, thank you for bringing the heart medication. Upon hearing this, Trunks widened his eyes, and Sun Wukong continued, follow me. Ascending to a secluded corner, Sun Wukong placed his hand upon Trunks' head. Do not speak. Thus, it became clear that the future world remained unchanged, still plagued by two androids. And Bulma had thoughtfully sent him with the medicine. After a moment's pause, Trunks said, Mr. Wukong, it seems nothing escaped your notice. However, my mother is Ms. Bulma, and I ask that you keep this matter confidential. As he spoke, Trunks glanced at Vegeta, whose keen senses immediately detected the scrutiny and turned to face him. Sun Wukong nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. Bulma was already aware of this. He couldn't be blamed. Rest assured, 3 years hence, I shall be ready to confront the androids. Let me ponder that, Mr. Wukong. Won't you test my strength? Trunks glanced at Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form, noting the absence of his aura and his serene demeanor, which suggested an extraordinary mastery of power. Trunks, having transformed into a Super Saiyan himself, understood the difficulty of controlling one's energy during transformation. It was akin to a regular person attempting to contain the eruption of gas from carbonated beverages with Mentos. No amount of pressure could stave off the inevitable explosion. Yet, his curiosity piqued. He yearned to witness the legendary strength of Mr. Wukong, which had left his mother, Bulma, in constant contemplation, even asserting that if Sun Wukong were alive, the world would not have descended into such tragedy. Chapter 72. I accept my fate. There's nothing I can do about it. Unbeknownst to Trunks, Bulma's feelings for Wukong were profoundly intricate. During the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, upon first encountering the grown-up Wukong, she suddenly felt an inexplicable affection for the charming and radiant boy before her. She has always regarded Wukong as a younger brother, completely oblivious to the fact that one day this mischievous child could grow into such a handsome, gentle soul, pure of heart, stirring emotions within others. When everyone was offering their blessings for Wukong's wedding, she found herself momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, an emptiness settled within her, as if something profoundly significant had been taken away, an inexplicable sorrow washing over her. Even after many years, even amidst the ravaged remnants of the world, Bulma had not relinquished her quest to develop a time machine. She was uncertain of her true intentions, whether it was to ensure son Wukong's survival, to save the world, or simply to see him once more. It was all unclear, a haze of confusion. Ultimately, one may find themselves forever ensnared by unattainable desires of youth, persevering until the end, with nothing left but the act of perseverance itself. Perhaps there is no greater purpose, only the need for inner peace, devoid of inquiries regarding outcomes, merely acting upon impulse, leading to the moment when Trunks traversed time, returning to the past. Trunks, filled with enthusiasm at the thought of confronting the legendary warrior, could hardly contain his excitement. Yet, recalling that his mission was to deliver medicine, he restrained his eagerness, retrieving a delicate vial from his pocket and presenting it to Wukong. Here, take this. It's an extraordinary remedy for heart disease. In truth, son Wukong wished to express that he already possessed it, but after a moment's contemplation, he refrained. It would be ungracious to dismiss the heartfelt gesture from someone who had traveled across time to deliver the medicine. Thus he accepted it with gratitude. Thank you. He smiled as he accepted the vial. Trunks felt a bead of anxious sweat forming in his palm as he grasped the sword resting against his back, his gentle gaze shifting to reveal the solitary valor of one who bears the weight of a shattered world. In that instant, a radiant golden light surged forth, a powerful energy distorting the fabric of space, shaking the very earth beneath them. In the distance, Vegeta was taken aback, while Krillin gaped, exclaiming, "Is that Wukong meeting other Saiyans in the universe?" Besides Vegeta, Gohan, and Sun Wukong, he couldn't fathom the existence of other Saiyans, given Wukong's travels through the cosmos. This was the only plausible explanation for his familiarity with others, Krillin mused. Foolishness. Aside from me and Kakarot, there cannot possibly be any other Saiyans, Vegeta retorted. Ugh. If he isn't, then why act so fierce? Krillin felt a twinge of injustice, pointing at Trunks and asking, "Then who is he?" Vegeta fell silent, creating an awkward tension in the air. Trunks politely interjected, "Be careful, Mr. Wukong. Quite the imposing presence, Trunks," Wukong remarked, extending a finger as golden light flickered. energy swirling around him. Trunks drew his sword with swiftness akin to thunder, striking down toward Wukong with fluid grace, embodying the essence of Swordmaster. Clang! The brave sword, glinting with a cold, sharp light, struck Son Goku's finger at a precise 90-degree angle. This razor-sharp blade, capable of cleaving Frieza in two, met another extraordinary sword, resulting in a melodic clash of metal. Trunks smiled with satisfaction, fully exerting his strength in the strike, which was effortlessly parried. He was not surprised. In fact, it was as expected, for this was the powerful existence he so admired. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned the androids being easily vanquished by Son Goku, leading to a restoration of peace in the world, where fallen heroes would be reborn into a beautiful new reality. He could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Goku, you have indeed not disappointed me." Tossing the sword of the hero into the air, Trunks turned away without a glance, allowing the blade to return to its sheath with the grace of a swan returning home, smooth as silk. After bidding farewell to Son Goku, Trunks returned to the future via his time machine. Upon Goku's return to the crowd, Vegeta, with his usual stern demeanor, inquired what mysterious matters require such secrecy. He refrained from questioning the identity of the young man, proud yet unable to resist comparing himself to other Saiyans, unwilling to allow anyone to surpass him. Though he had become more restrained than before, Son Goku smiled gently, preparing to speak when beside him, Piccolo calmly interjected, "Goku, if it is inconvenient for you to share, allow me to do so." He added, "You haven't been eavesdropping, have you?" The awkwardness in Piccolo's eyes vanished as he replied, "I never engage in eavesdropping. My ears are simply attuned differently." Goku understood. It was not eavesdropping, but rather an open reception of information. "No worries. Let me explain," he continued. The young man hails from a world 20 years in the future. He mentioned that 3 years from this era, around 10 in the morning on May 12th, 2 exceptionally powerful androids will emerge on an island 9 kilometers southwest of South City. They're the ultimate killing machines created by mad scientists, far surpassing even Super Saiyans. As he spoke, Goku glanced at Vegeta, who, visibly irritated, retorted, "What? Do you believe I would be defeated by those inferior machines?" With a scoff, he dismissed the notion. At that moment, Bulma could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Then why don't we find the androids in advance and destroy them?" "Hey woman, mind your own business," Vegeta bellowed, startling Bulma, who instinctively jumped behind Goku. "Old man, don't scare Bulma. I'm ready to fight if that's what you want," Goku said, fixing his gaze on Vegeta, who, undeterred, stood his ground. Yet, after a moment, he conceded, turning away to say, "Finding them now may not yield results, and if we engage, we could inadvertently alter the future in unimaginable ways, potentially inviting even stronger foes." Vegeta once again exhibited his formidable analytical skills, recognizing that interference might lead to a future beyond their control. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball, the artificial beings from Universe 2 are indeed superior to those from the Great Special Time. Time is wonderfully intricate, where a single thread can affect the entire tapestry. Vegeta is not merely a reckless warrior. After weighing the pros and cons, he has determined that this is the optimal choice. Goku, with a gentle smile, declares his support for Vegeta. The eminent scientist Bulma, who comprehends the intricacies of time, finds herself momentarily flustered, allowing emotion to eclipse reason as she proposes a preemptive solution. Understanding this, Goku remains silent, reminiscent of his childhood, as he lightly pats Bulma on the shoulder, reassuring her with a warm, soothing voice that dispels the gloom. "Don't worry. I'm here for you." In an instant, Bulma's weariness transforms into a flicker of resignation as she playfully retorts, "I've resigned myself to fate. I truly can't do anything about you." Chapter 73. The Days of Continued Training. Regardless of the circumstances, I intend to persist in my training. These artificial beings are merely a heap of scrap metal. If you're afraid, then you might as well hide and await the good news of my victory. Vegeta expresses his thoughts candidly, while Piccolo calmly adds, "Likewise, those lacking confidence should refrain from joining. We wouldn't want to hinder everyone else." Krillin, somewhat displeased, interjects, "Don't say that. We're not cowards avoiding battle, right? Yamcha-tin?" "Well, if we die, it's simply a matter of lacking the necessary strength," Tien responds. Perhaps," Yamcha murmurs, feeling disheartened at the thought of being unable to match a Super Saiyan, let alone fathom the existence of these artificial beings, which indeed instills a sense of fear. Turning to Yamcha, Goku reassures him, "Rest easy. You must have faith in yourself, Yamcha." Yamcha nods in response, his gaze becoming resolute. Goku then looks at Piccolo and states, by the way, Piccolo, I plan to train alongside Gohan. You should join us. I mean dissident, Piccolo replies calmly, a hint of softness in his eyes. The thought of Gohan facing a dual paternal challenge brings an inexplicable smile to Goku's face with him around. Gohan wouldn't have the opportunity to study. Study? What a joke. Of course, this is merely jest. Without learning, one cannot attain wisdom. Goku continues, what about you all, Krillin Tien? Yamcha? Would you like to join? There should be a gravity chamber at Bulma's place. Training there might accelerate our progress. Really? That sounds fantastic. Krillin exclaims, brimming with excitement. Yamcha quietly replies, I think I'll pass. I'll just train with Master Roshi at the dojo. Goku finds no fault in Yamcha's decision. Staying at the dojo is also a respectable pursuit. I also intend to continue my training and develop new techniques, Tien states. New techniques? A new Kamehameha? Goku recalls the move that managed to suppress the second form of Cell. It seems to be an exceptional skill. Master Roshi has personally remarked that its destructive power is several times that of the Kamehameha, though it comes at a tremendous energy cost. Though formidable in power, it appears to exhibit predominantly strong control characteristics, with its true might not being overtly displayed. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong remains exceedingly eager, chuckling. All right then. Let us agree to meet again in 3 years, everyone. Kakarot, just you wait. It shall be I who defeats the androids. With that, Vegeta abruptly declared and surged away, his aura sweeping through the air. Vegeta is still as impatient as ever, Sun Wukong mused. Yet, amidst his reflections, it was time to return home. After escorting Bulma to West City, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at his abode. Upon entering, he was greeted by a playful yet slightly resentful voice. Honestly, you promised to be back before dinner, yet here you are, breaking your word. Chi-Chi puffed up her adorable cheeks, visibly upset, dressed as always in her chi-pao. A pure white garment adorned with intricate golden patterns, the soft silk hugged her graceful curves, accentuating her slender waist. The perfect connection between her waist and hips was striking, especially with the V neckline revealing a glimpse of her flawless, fair skin and captivating allure. Unlike her usual plain long chi-pao, today she wore a shorter, home-style version that perfectly showcased her shapely legs, a feast for the eyes. Her hair, freshly cut to shoulder length, complemented by a subtle makeup application, lent her an air of refined elegance. Sun Wukong found himself momentarily entranced. The transformation was considerable. Although this was not their first encounter, each meeting felt refreshingly new, perhaps due to the long absence from home. The saying absence makes the heart grow fonder seemed particularly apt in this instance. Seeing Sun Wukong return safely, Kiki beamed with a sweet smile. Welcome home, she said, taking his hand and leading him inside, warmth spreading from their clasped hands, a comforting sensation. Chi-Chi's enthusiasm and initiative were palpable, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiled at him incessantly. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Upon arriving in this world, his primary thoughts revolve around becoming stronger and surviving. Even returning home was primarily about training Goten. Yet, gazing at Chi-Chi before him, he realized the true purpose of his efforts. There was always someone waiting for him to return, eager to share a warm meal. Forget about the androids. They likely won't pose an insurmountable challenge, he decided, opting to relish life for the moment. He resolved to take a well-deserved rest today, leaving any pressing matters for the morrow. Chi-Chi, linking her arm through his, nestled her stunning face against his chest, asking, do you like my new dress? A hint of shyness colored her cheeks, as she recalled that Bulma's mother had suggested the attire, which felt quite daring for her conservative nature. It's beautiful, Sun Wukong replied, feeling a twinge of bashfulness in response to Chi-Chi's endearing demeanor, stirring an undeniable excitement within him. Upon seeing Gohan, Sun Wukong hurriedly freed himself from Chi-Chi's grasp and smiled at Gohan, asking, Gohan, during the time when your father is away, have you been diligently practicing your martial arts? Little Gohan nodded, his voice childlike and sweet. Yes, I often go to the dojo. There's a rather amusing man with an outrageous hairstyle who frequently pesters me to teach him the flight technique, but he lacks any real talent. However, his daughter is quite gifted. She sensed her energy on the very first day. Is this flamboyant-haired man a middle-aged fellow named Satan? Sun Wukong inquired. Is the girless named by... Oh. Gohan giggled, yes. How did you know, Dad? Without answering Gohan's question, Sun Wukong remarked, well done, Gohan. You should take the time to teach her at the dojo. Sure. Gohan replied obediently, his youthful innocence shining through. At his age, he harbored no particularly complex thoughts. Especially Gohan, who was blissfully naive, merely seeing by as a fun companion of his age. Son Wukong chose not to interfere too much in his son's affairs, letting fate take its course. As evening approached, Chi-Chi busied herself in the kitchen. When son Wukong entered to lend a hand, he was predictably shooed away, until he demonstrated his control over his strength by perfectly cracking eggs into a bowl. Only then did Chi-Chi relent, allowing him to stay and assist. Son Wukong cracked several eggs into the bowl and, with a flick of his wrist, whisked the egg mixture into a fine consistency. Ichakod, Kiki. These tasks could easily be assigned to a chef, which would spare you this toil, especially since we are quite well off now. Noticing the fine beads of sweat forming on Chi-Chi's smooth forehead, he felt a pang of concern that she was overexerting herself. Chi-Chi wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, "Earning money is no easy feat. Besides, I am not a delicate flower. I am a martial artist, and I can handle this much without hiring help." Given Chi-Chi's unwavering resolve, son Wukong chose not to press further. Chapter 74. Gohan's harsh training begins. As dinner was served, the family gathered around the table, which was laden with an abundance of hearty dishes, predominantly rich in protein. Son Wukong had just returned from the Dragon Ball world and yet felt an insatiable hunger, so he dug in with fervor. Chi-Chi could not eat much. She simply finished a bowl of rice and quietly sat beside son Wukong, watching him with a contented expression. Son Wukong picked up a large piece of meat and mixed it with his rice, quickly emptying his bowl. Chi-Chi rose to refill his bowl, which he accepted but did not eat from immediately. Instead, he said, "Today, a person claiming to be from the future informed us that powerful androids will emerge in 3 years, and Gohan and I need to train." Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned by his straightforward statement. After a long pause, she sighed, "Honestly, every time you return, it feels like you leave almost immediately." Son Wukong had no retort. It indeed seemed to be the case, and he lowered his gaze to his food, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, Chi-Chi," with a resigned sigh. Chi-Chi reiterated, "I trust you. You must return safely." "Of course," son Wukong affirmed. Son Wukong firmly stated that this could be considered a safeguard for Chi-Chi. There was no choice. More formidable adversaries were bound to emerge, and he could not afford to remain stagnant. He then called out, "Gohan, you should join us as well. Dend is here too." Upon hearing that Dend had arrived, young Gohan was so elated that he nearly forgot to eat, his joy palpable. Chi-Chi, with a resigned expression, felt as though Wukong's parenting had been in vain. "Rejoice, for tomorrow you shall experience the delightful combination of 2 fathers in action. Do not blame me for being harsh. It is all in the name of awakening your potential." Wukong had made up his mind that tomorrow, he must push Gohan to his limits, ensuring he has a complete childhood. After finishing his meal, Gohan retreated to his room to study. Unlike before, Chi-Chi no longer insisted on his constant studying, but Wukong's perspective was that mere brute strength without wisdom rendered one a mere brute. Thus, Gohan dedicated a portion of his evenings to his studies. It was certainly not because Wukong himself had often burned the midnight oil during his youth in preparation for exams that Gohan now followed suit. Once Wukong had cleared the table, satisfied, he set down his utensils. Chi-Chi, with her delicate, snow-white fingers, gently rested on Wukong's hand and, blushing, leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Are you full, Wukong?" In an instant, a wave of warmth surged from an unknown source within him. Wukong set down his bowl and, in one swift motion, lifted Chi-Chi into his arms, holding her tightly. Her warm body emanated a delicate fragrance that wafted through her thin cheongsam. He felt invigorated, as though embracing a warm, fluffy cloud of cotton candy, soft and comforting. "Be gentle, Wukong," Chi-Chi protested with a flushed face, her voice barely above a whisper. The scent of orchids danced around his ears, causing a tingling sensation. After a while, Wukong returned to reality, planting a kiss on Chi-Chi's exquisite face and murmuring, "I'm still hungry." Her skin, fair and smooth, was cool to the touch, yet resilient, resembling the bounciness of jelly, accompanied by a faint, natural fragrance, neither perfume nor artificial scent, but an innate allure. With her eyes closed, Chi-Chi's lovely eyelashes fluttered gently, her cheeks flushed a charming hue, undeniably enticing. Wukong, with his robust physique, honed through years of rigorous training, held Chi-Chi, who resembled a delicate doll, snugly in his broad embrace. Her stunning face blushed a natural, beautiful red. As he walked towards the room, Chi-Chi covered her face, appearing adorably shy, which only heightened his heart's flutter. The soft lighting in the room, combined with the alluring curves of a woman, was simply irresistible. That night, The sounds of renovation echoed as the room was filled with indescribable scenes. The following morning, Wukong awoke leisurely. Fortunately, the Saiyan's robust physique had spared him from total exhaustion after the previous night's vigorous activities. Truly, as a formidable martial artist, Wukong had gained a profound understanding of the joys of companionship, perhaps intensified by their prolonged separation or perhaps due to his tendency to engage in battles without prior warning, often risking his very life. The reluctance of Chi-Chi was fully manifested in the lingering moments of last night. He could feel it, treating it as if it were the final occasion, unrestrained and fervently passionate. Simultaneously, he sensed Chi-Chi's apprehension. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that every time son Wukong ventured out, he never returned. Each promise of a safe return culminated in a rift between the realms. And despite son Wukong's reassurances, her worries lingered. Chi-Chi remained in slumber, undoubtedly exhausted from the previous night, not wishing to disturb her beautiful dreams. Son Wukong gently placed a kiss before stepping out of the room. Goten, are you dressed? Yes, Dad, I'm ready. I'm wearing the same martial arts uniform as you. Little Goten had his hair neatly styled, embodying a picture of obedience. However, unlike his hairstyle, he donned a formidable martial arts uniform, prominently displaying the traditional character for turtle in its center. Then let us depart. Son Wukong's hand rested lightly on Goten's shoulder, and in an instant, the scenery transformed, whisking them to the cloudy Zebi Plateau. The cloudy Zebi Plateau, perpetually swept by frigid winds and cloaked in eternal snow, stood as a desolate expanse devoid of human presence. Yet for martial artists like them, it served as an ideal training ground, where even the most significant destruction posed no risk to others. Upon their arrival, Piccolo's face, usually calm and nearly indifferent, softened with a hint of warmth as he remarked, "You've finally arrived." Son Wukong nodded, while little Goten shivered, his teeth chattering as he greeted Uncle Piccolo. Despite the biting cold, Goten did not forget to acknowledge Piccolo. Son Wukong, shaking his head in resignation, advised Goten, "Concentrate your energy at the surface to form a protective shield. It will effectively guard against the cold winds." Upon hearing this, Goten closed his eyes, seemingly grasping the concept. Moments later, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped him, radiating a gentle white light as he managed to master the technique after just one explanation. Son Wukong couldn't help but marvel, truly impressive. His comprehension is extraordinary, reflecting on Goten's counterpart from the Dragon Ball III universe, who had suffered a broken arm and remained at the first level of Super Saiyan. Son Wukong pondered if the lack of guidance contributed to that stagnation. Although Goten exhibited strength, he appeared to lack any unique skills, relying solely on the techniques of others. The Goten from Dragon Ball III had been a child during the battles against the androids, while he had been collecting the Dragon Balls, leading to the annihilation of the Z fighters. Goten had not witnessed the aftermath, missing the opportunity to unleash his fury, coupled with his overly forgiving nature. He later learned of the devastation, yet chose to forgive the androids, leaving son Wukong shaking his head. You had your chance, yet it slipped away. Who says Super Saiyan prowess is solely determined by S cells? That notion doesn't hold for Goten. The more anger, the better. Son Wukong gazed intently at Goten, a fierce determination in his eyes. A tiger does not father a dog. Goten, do not blame your father for being too harsh. He had already conceived 108 methods to properly train Goten, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to implement them one by one. At this moment, Gohan suddenly shivered, puzzled as to why he felt cold despite being protected. Chapter 75, Breaking Through Super Saiyan 1, Seeking the Path to Super Saiyan 2. Time flew by, and 2.5 years had passed. Training was undoubtedly harsh. The biting cold wind howled, mingling with shards of ice and hail that struck Gohan's face. As he stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his eye, he was unexpectedly kicked by Piccolo, who dashed out from the left, sending him tumbling forward. Struggling to halt his fall, he sensed a chill approaching from behind and instinctively leaped to evade, just as Goku's fierce kick descended. The frozen, hard earth cracked open instantly, unleashing a flurry of debris. "Be careful, Gohan," Goku shouted, leaping into the air, his form vanishing abruptly, only to reappear beside Gohan with a powerful punch. The rapid movement blurred his figure, and the desolate cold wind worsened visibility. In the haze, Gohan caught a glimpse of Shadow and gritted his teeth to dodge. At that moment, Piccolo encircled him from the other side like a wolf lurking, leaving Gohan with no choice but to counterattack. The fists that came at him were as ephemeral as dreams, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. He felt countless punches approaching, accompanied by the icy wind that pierced to the bone. defending and retaliating simultaneously. Gohan found his energy quickly depleting as the two attacked him in turns. The cold wind seeped through his pores, a chilling sensation surging towards the crown of his head. His consciousness began to fade. He was relentlessly pressed down, countering but missing his targets, a deep-seated frustration boiling within him, an unnamed fury rising to the surface. With a roar, Gohan unleashed his anger, his newly grown hair defying the howling wind, floating gracefully. A faint golden glow gradually emerged beneath the white aura. A terrifying energy storm erupted, sending Goku and Piccolo sprawling away. Goku halted his assault, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Gohan, not bad. Just a little more effort, and you'll make it. Suddenly, he shouted, if you don't push yourself, you will never see Videl again. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, cascading downwards and bombarding the ground, which exploded inch by inch. Gohan's momentum surged once more, the frozen earth shattering beneath him as he defied gravity, causing the entire landscape of the cloud Zabit Heights to tremble. With a fierce yell, golden and white lights flickered in alternation, radiating brilliance until the golden glow burst forth. His hair standing on end, shimmering with energy. Gohan's gaze became sharp as a blade, losing its softness, exuding an imposing aura. Goku could not help but exclaim, so incredibly cool. This is Gohan, who almost replaced me as the protagonist. Although in the end, due to lack of popularity, he became a stepping stone for the antagonist. Nevertheless, he remains the strongest warrior, always striving for power in memory of his father. However, the potential is truly remarkable. Den was equally astonished. Is this Gohan? It is difficult to fathom such immense power. Naturally, one cannot overlook his lineage. Son Goku proudly declared, look at who his father is. At that moment, Gohan suddenly reverted from his transformation, exuberantly soaring towards Son Goku, exclaiming, this is fantastic, I have succeeded. Den wore a tender expression. Witnessing Gohan's triumph brought him greater joy than his own achievements. Suddenly, Son Goku's gaze turned cold, and he commanded, do not approach. There is no father here. Only an adversary. You must defeat me with all your might. His eyes were fierce and unyielding, and Gohan was momentarily taken aback before responding, I understand. Gohan's aura erupted once more, golden flames bursting forth. Son Goku chuckled softly and abruptly vanished from sight, prompting Gohan's eyes to follow. Already in swift motion, Son Goku sliced through the air, each movement producing a sharp sound that surpassed even the speed of sound. Boom! The clash of fists and feet echoed across the sky. Reminiscent of thunder crashing down, the sound relentless. Two indistinct figures moved with the speed of light, colliding violently at times, and then retreating to vast distances, only to clash again. In the heavens, circular shock waves rippled outward, a resonance caused by their fierce impacts, akin to night blooming Sirius in the void, appearing momentarily before vanishing instantaneously. So swift, the actions were utterly indecipherable. Den's astonished face turned pale as Gohan's eyes followed Son Goku's every move, revealing that Gohan's dynamic vision allowed him to perceive Son Goku's actions, while he could only discern blur. The two energies collided once more, one faltering and being forcefully driven into the solid frozen ground, sending countless stones flying. Gohan, although your current strength is commendable, you still lack full control over it. You must continue to strive. Son Goku's figure suddenly materialized, standing before the crater. Ugh, that hurts. I understand, Dad, Gohan lamented, rubbing his sore backside with a look of grievance. Son Goku recognized that Gohan was still just a child, yet he hoped Gohan could stand on his own, rather than show mercy to those who would harm his loved ones. Kindness toward enemies is akin to wielding a blade against oneself. In another's case, perhaps it would lead to a furious vengeance, but Gohan, an adrenal warrior, would unleash boundless strength when angered, transcending mere vengeance. Alas, the world maintains a semblance of fairness. It granted him the ability to grow stronger through rage, yet also bestowed upon him a gentle disposition prone to compassion. Ultimately, this translates to hesitance and indecision, a hallmark of defeat since time immemorial, as they would conjure countless excuses to deter themselves from action. After a moment's reflection, Son Goku sighed. It was futile. Gohan disliked conflict, and one could hardly blame him. It was simply in his nature. Moreover, living in the shadow of one's father often leads to the subconscious belief that one cannot surpass him, a notion not uncommon among children. The path of martial arts demands an indomitable spirit, Sun Wukong comprehends that numerous formidable adversaries lie ahead. To safeguard the Earth and lead a fulfilling life, one must strive to enhance their strength. Gohan, you may rest now, Sun Wukong stated, his tone serene, as if he had glimpsed a deeper truth. Upon hearing he could finally rest, Gohan's previously distressed expression transformed into one of delight as he turned towards the temporary dwelling nearby, where a warm fire awaited. The Saiyans are indeed powerful, yet their bodies remain mortal. The prolonged exposure to frigid temperatures had begun to take its toll. After taking a few steps, Gohan glanced back at his father, contemplating that since his father had suggested resting, he should accompany him. However, to his surprise, Sun Wukong remained seated amidst the icy expanse. Despite the biting winds howling around him and the heavy snow mixed with hail enveloping his form, Sun Wukong remained motionless. In that moment, he was deep in thought, probing and seeking to breach the threshold that was tantalizingly close yet remained elusive. Like a mirage, it seemed within reach yet distant. Just a fraction more, and he could ascend to Super Saiyan 2. As time progressed, he felt himself nearing that state. Gohan observed for a while, before casting another glance at the flickering flames of the hearth, ultimately deciding to approach the meditating Sun Wukong, his steps slow yet resolute. Chapter 76, Super Saiyan 2, presenting. Enveloped in meditation, Sun Wukong had entered a state of profound absorption, oblivious to Gohan's approach. He sensed an abundance of energy within him, akin to a vessel brimming with water. The energy felt dense, stable, and powerful, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Sun Wukong understood that achieving Super Saiyan 1 was not the pinnacle. During his previous confrontation with Frieza, his energy had surged, hinting at a breakthrough. Now, he merely needed to recapture that sensation and transcend it to unveil new realms. A radiant golden glow began to manifest upon his skin, pulsating rhythmically, astonishing Gohan. Sun Wukong remained in this state for an entire month. After this duration, he suddenly opened his eyes, a beam of brilliance shooting forth, his spirit and vigor reaching their zenith. He bent slightly, clenched his fists, and an imperceptible wave of energy emanated outward, causing the very ground to tremble. A resounding roar escaped his lips, and the frozen earth began to crack incrementally. The golden radiance enveloping Sun Wukong shimmered increasingly, culminating in a dazzling explosion of light that illuminated the eternally sunless clouds of the Bida Highlands. Boom! 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 Under Gohan's and Piccolo's astonished gazes, Sun Wukong's muscles erupted with a thunderous sound. Each expansion felt like a bomb detonating in their hearts. His energy continued to swell, his muscles dramatically inflating, transforming his physique into that of a colossal giant. The explosive shockwave caused Sun Wukong's hair to stand on end, as a golden aura surged forth, reminiscent of a roaring inferno. At this moment, a terrifying presence swept through the air like a tempest, forcing Piccolo and Gohan to retreat. After 2.5 years of honing his skills, Sun Wukong's energy was already at its peak, and following his second transformation, it surged with even greater intensity. His Super Saiyan power, already formidable, was now amplified to a level that surpassed its previous might by an entire fold. Gohan and Piccolo swallowed hard, silently marveling at Sun Wukong's remarkable advancement. Just then, Sun Wukong abruptly reverted to his original state, causing the swelling energy to cease instantly, and the fragments suspended in the air fell abruptly, stirring up a significant amount of dust. Gohan, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "What is wrong, Dad? Why did you stop?" "That form was incredibly powerful." "Indeed," Piccolo agreed. Sun Wukong shook his head, stating, "No, that state was incorrect." "Incorrect form?" Gohan and Piccolo exchanged bewildered glances. Sun Wukong smiled and explained, "During the transformation, I sensed my energy rapidly depleting, and the excessive muscle expansion would hinder my speed and agility. In other words, it was a tremendous power at the cost of mobility." "I see," Piccolo pondered, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. "If one cannot strike the enemy, then even the mightiest strength is rendered useless." "Exactly," Sun Wukong affirmed. "Gohan, do you understand?" Gohan nodded earnestly, replying, "I understand. Pay close attention. I have discovered the key," Sun Wukong said, excitement bubbling within him. Through the recent transformation, he had begun to grasp certain techniques. He realized that while enhancing his strength through energy augmentation could amplify his power, it would disrupt the balance he needed. With that, he closed his eyes once more, his chest rising and falling as he gradually subdued the tumultuous energy within him, returning to a state of calm. The skies regained their tranquility, as though nothing had transpired. Yet, within Sun Wukong, a monumental transformation was brewing. The sources of energy, physicality, and spirit hidden within the Saiyan body began to reveal themselves to him at last. In that moment, the heavy clouds parted and sunlight illuminated the shadowy expanse of the Bit Highlands, dispelling the chill that lingered. The barriers within him vanished in an instant. Sun Wukong's energy surged dramatically, akin to a long-dormant volcano finally erupting. A powerful roar erupted from him, accompanied by flickering golden light, as arcs of electricity danced around him, crackling audibly. The potent energy unleashed was tumultuous, creating a fearsome whirlwind that exploded outward from Sun Wukong, engulfing the sky. The heavens transformed as the frigid winds were thwarted and the dense clouds retreated rapidly. Amidst the energy explosion, a faint golden, circular energy field emerged around him, causing the frozen ground beneath to sink in concentric circles, rippling outward like waves. Electric arcs danced across his body, veins protruding on his forehead, muscles coiling and tightening in a formidable display, hair standing on end. His emerald eyes were reduced to a haunting white, a sight most terrifying. With a crackle, the enormous arcs twisted and coiled, the surging golden flames intensifying in a tempestuous fury. An overwhelming and fearsome aura erupted forth, clad in golden locks and azure gaze. Surrounded by flickering sparks, he had ascended to Super Saiyan 2, a sight to behold. The intensity of his presence surpassed even that of his previous muscular form. If the latter had been astonishing, this transformation invoked sheer dread. It was akin to standing before an unfathomable abyss, a primal fear rising within. The terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, leaving Gohan and Piccolo momentarily paralyzed, speechless in their astonishment. All that remained in their eyes was sheer shock. Goku slowly turned his head to glance at them, and in that instant, Piccolo and Gohan were struck by the sensation of countless thunderbolts descending upon them, cold sweat pouring forth from their brows. After a brief moment, Piccolo regained his composure and remarked, "Is this the new form of the Saiyans? Truly, it is immensely powerful. Has my father surpassed Super Saiyan? Can I achieve that too?" Little Gohan inquired cautiously. At that moment, Gohan felt a twinge of envy, or perhaps admiration. Super Saiyan 2 was indeed a formidable and captivating existence. No boy could resist the allure of that flickering golden flame and crackling electricity, including Gohan himself. "Of course, your potential still surpasses mine." Goku offered a rare compliment to Gohan. "Ha ha ha, really? That's wonderful," Gohan exclaimed, jumping with excitement. In this form, Gohan undoubtedly held an advantage. However, it required Goku's sacrifice and the use of Android 16's techniques to unlock this hidden mode, which seemed rather cumbersome. Goku mused that perhaps it was best for Gohan to enjoy being a carefree child. There was nothing wrong with that. After all, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and it mattered little. He would lend his support. Encouraging Gohan was a good thing, for with his presence, there was no need for an 11-year-old boy to face the battlefield. Ultimately, Gohan was still just a child, raised under Goku's shadow, and not being a pure-blooded Saiyan. He lacked certain ferocity. Fortunately, he had made his breakthrough. Thus, it was perfectly fine for Gohan to focus on being the next generation of warriors. Chapter 77. Your hand has fallen off. In that moment, Goku felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Even the cold weather of the Kame house felt invigorating. After reverting from his transformation, he glanced at Gohan, whose potential was indeed remarkable, something Goku had sensed during their training sessions. However, it often required pushing Gohan to his limits before he would muster any anger. Ordinarily, he remained placid regardless of the circumstances. While Goku did not condone the notion of striking children, he understood the necessity of being gentle with Gohan, a Saiyan. Each training session left him with a sense of helplessness. He recalled watching parents lose their patience while helping their children with homework, shouting in frustration, and once thought it was an exaggeration. After all, it was just homework, wasn't it? Only now do I realize that the jester is, in fact, myself. How utterly exhausting. Very well, let it be. It is rather naive to expect a mere 9-year-old child to save the world through an outburst of anger. Such a feat is beyond his capabilities. Sun Wukong turned to Gohan and remarked, "Of course, it's entirely possible. However, if you do not diligently practice martial arts, be wary that Bayer may ignore you." Listening to Sun Wukong's teasing, Gohan lowered his head, his cheeks flushed. "We are merely ordinary friends," he protested. "Haha, yes. Ordinary friends indeed. I fully comprehend." Sun Wukong replied with a smile, while Piccolo, alert to the banter, tilted his head with an inquisitive gleam in his eyes. At that moment, a ringing sound echoed from their temporary abode. It was the satellite phone developed by Bulma's family, renowned for its remarkable capability to facilitate instantaneous communication across the cosmos. It possessed a certain essence reminiscent of quantum entanglement. "Hello, is this Wukong?" News has come in that Dr. Gero has been sighted on an island 9 kilometers southwest of South City. There are only 4 months remaining until the androids make their appearance. Has history indeed been altered? We cannot yet ascertain who has manifested. We must investigate further. Bulma, I understand. I shall rush over immediately, son Wukong replied, disconnecting the call. He furrowed his brow in frustration, having searched for any trace of energy without success. Damn it. Androids lack any detectable aura. How foolish of me. Daddy, what's wrong? Little Gohan inquired in a soft voice. It's nothing. Aunt Bulma mentioned the androids have appeared. We should head over to take a look. With that, son Wukong leaped into the air, the sound of his departure resonating, as Piccolo and Gohan followed closely behind. Daddy, why don't we use instant transmission? Gohan asked. Well, how shall I explain this? It's rather complicated, but that is just how it is, son Wukong replied. Unable to clarify why the androids lacked any energy signature, as their powers stem from a perpetual energy source, rendering the notion of an aura moot. Meanwhile, Trunks arrived as scheduled. Vegeta and Trunks, upon receiving the news, hastened to the southern island. Upon arrival, they were taken aback by the devastation before them. The once bustling city lay in ruins, skyscrapers reduced to mere shells, and the streets devoid of any life. As Trunks surveyed the scene, memories of his own shattered world surged within him, igniting a fury in his heart. He had received urgent information from Bulma and had traveled back from the future, only to find the androids had emerged ahead of schedule. They were not supposed to appear for another 4 months. Suddenly, 2 figures darted past him with remarkable speed. Who goes there? Trunks turned, noticing 2 individuals standing in the street, a sight that was impossible to overlook. Any ordinary person would have sought shelter by now. Yet these figures appeared bizarre. One was an elderly man, bald save for a transparent glass dome atop his head, through which a squirming brain was visible, evoking a sense of revulsion. The other was a portly fellow, his pallid complexion betraying the essence of life, his eyes void of any spark, a most unsettling sight. Trunks found it difficult to appreciate this style and was perplexed. Who is this? Vegeta, sensing the energy, coldly snorted, Is this the artificial being you claim can defeat me? I fail to see any remarkable prowess. Dr. Gero let out a sinister chuckle. Vegeta, there's more. He quickly searched his database for information on the purple-haired youth before him, but ultimately found nothing, causing his brow to furrow. An artificial being? Hardly impressive. Vegeta, all your data is in my database. You cannot possibly defeat this model of robot. Dr. Gero's miniature robots had long collected Vegeta's blood upon his first arrival on Earth, and through analysis, they predicted that this race's upper limit of combat power would not be particularly high. They would be entirely unable to withstand the current absorption-type androids, as these were specifically designed to counter Goku and would naturally adjust according to their opponent's strength. Vegeta, stop wasting time. Transform into a Super Saiyan at once. Vegeta's pupils slightly contracted. You dare to appear before me knowing I can transform into a Super Saiyan? Then let me show you the true essence of a Super Saiyan. With a roar, Vegeta unleashed a terrifying aura that enveloped him, radiating a brilliant golden glow. At that moment, Android 19 stealthily approached Vegeta and wrapped around him. Father, I'm coming to help you. Trunks exclaimed, rushing forward to rescue Vegeta. Get away. If you dare interfere, I'll kill you. I don't need your assistance to deal with this trash. Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to break free, but 19 held him too tightly while simultaneously draining his energy, causing his strength to gradually wane. Ha ha, Vegeta, this is an absorption-type android specifically engineered to combat your kind, Dr. Gero expressed with satisfaction. He had long understood that the martial artists of Goku's faction could utilize energy perception, as energy is the fluctuation of life, to create an android capable of absorbing energy. He had indeed exerted tremendous effort. The circular red dot on 19's hand greedily absorbed Vegeta's golden aura, akin to a black hole consuming stars, insatiable in its hunger. Merely a heap of broken machines, foolishly attempting to defeat me. If you wish to absorb, then go ahead and indulge. Vegeta roared, unleashing a vast and searing energy that erupted forth, his golden aura surging. Android 19's expression flickered with surprise, Yet he continued to siphon Vegeta's energy. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of energy overload emanated from 19th's arm, followed by a thunderous boom. Sparks erupted as the energy absorption device could not withstand the torrent of volatile energy and exploded. Vegeta broke free from his restraints, seized what remained of 19th's intact arm, twisted it into an unusual arc, and with a crack, the entire arm was snapped off, sparks dancing from the severed end as blood gushed forth. I mistakenly believed that the androids were composed of engine oil. Vegeta carelessly discarded his severed arm, expressing his disdain. Seeing that Vegeta was unharmed, Trunks let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, these two individuals before him appeared to be androids, though he had never encountered them before. How peculiar, truly peculiar. From where did these two beings emerge?